Chapter 1. Is the little pup really so wild? Bai Ziyang descended from the basketball court, bending down to pick up a water bottle from the ground. He unscrewed the cap, but had yet to take a sip when the phone on the ground vibrated with a rhythmic chime, displaying the caller ID. That woman. Casting a glance at the screen, Bai Ziyang pursed his lips and frowned, ultimately deciding to answer the call. Bai Ziyang, you need to come back right now. Your father has gone mad. He's going to kill me. Please hurry. Bai Ziyang, are you even listening? I'm asking you. Can you hear me or not? Why aren't you breathing? Bai Ming, I have the phone on speaker for your son to hear. If you have the guts, just go ahead and kill me today. Bai Ziyang clenched the phone in his hand, finding a spot beside the basketball hoop to sit. Adjusting himself into a more comfortable position, he rested the phone on his thigh, propped up by his bent knee. Lowering his gaze, he removed the cap from the bottle and tilted his head back to drink deeply until his cheeks bulged, only then setting the bottle down. Although the phone was not on speaker, the woman's frantic screams intermittently pierced through. Your family can't live. It's all so. How many times has this been this month? When will this madwoman ever settle down? Furrowing his brow, Bai Ziyang reached for the volume button on the side of the phone, turning it down a notch, before staring blankly at the basketball hoop. 2 years ago, at this time, Bai Ziyang was still a senior in high school. His sister Bai Zai's birthday was on February 21st, and he planned to skip evening study sessions to go home and share a meal with her, marking the occasion as best as he could. The spring festival had just passed, and the weather was still chilly enough to make one shiver. Standing at the entrance of his home, Bai Ziyang held a small cake in one hand while rummaging through his backpack for the keys with the other. His bag contained a haphazard assortment of books and music theory assignments, and the down jacket he wore felt bulky and cumbersome. The motion sensor light by the staircase flickered dimly, set to turn off after 30 seconds. Bai Ziyang kicked a cardboard box at the door, and the light sprang to life with a pop. Being tall, he now felt the strain in his neck as he bent down. He really ought to take the time to buy a larger keychain. It was far too difficult to find things crammed in his backpack like this. Breathing warm air into his palms, he continued searching. Before long, his fingers brushed against a cool metal piece in the crevice of his bag. He pulled it out, aligning it under the dim light to find the corresponding mark on the lock. He chuckled at his own stubbornness for failing to remember to buy a keychain, shaking his head in frustration as he unlocked the door. Bai Ziyang stepped into the hallway to change his shoes, about to call out Zai when he heard his sister's voice from inside. Annie, thank you for taking care of Dad. He'll drink this glass of wine first. Bai Ziyang raised his eyes. Annie? He set his bag down, preparing to step further inside. Bai Zai continued, I know you've been with Dad for some time now, and I'm glad you're here to live with us. Their mother had secretly used her medical funds to pay the down payment for this apartment, hiding it from the family. She had chosen this 3-bedroom, 2-living room home, which faced south, allowing a view of the small garden below while providing ample sunlight. She intended to use one of the small living rooms as a dining area, believing that enjoying the scenery would lift everyone's spirits and encourage them to eat more. Leaning against the shoe rack, Bai Ziyang peered through the lattice into the dining area. His mother was right, the lighting truly was excellent. Bai Ming and the woman sitting beside him had their backs turned to Bai Ziyang, silhouetted against the blinding glow of the setting sun. But my brother only has 2 months until the college entrance exam. I hope you can wait 2 months before moving in. By then, we will definitely. Impossible, Bai Ming interrupted, not allowing Bai Zai to finish. Your aunt has already moved in for a while, and her things are here. I was planning to call you all over for a family dinner this weekend. Since you happen to return today, you should have dinner with your aunt first. Bai Ming set down his chopsticks and added, they'll call your brother shortly. Bai Zai looked at Bai Ming, then turned to Xin Yun. Annie, considering there are only 2 or 3 months left until the exam, could you please wait until after the college entrance exam to move in with us? After the exam, my brother and I will come to fetch you back to live with us. Would that be all right? Xin Yun glanced at Bai Ming, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. With a cheerful tone, she replied to Bai Zai, Zai, Annie knows you're considerate and care about your brother. But you see, I've been with your father for a while now, and we stop wasting time with her. If I say no, it means no, Bai Ming snapped, slamming his chopsticks down. Xin Yun gently patted Bai Ming's hand, softly advising him, Lao Bai, don't speak to the children like that. You're too quick-tempered, let's talk this through properly. Bai Ming shot a glare at Bai Zai, but remained silent. Shen Yun continued addressing Bai Zai. Annie understands that Xiang is preparing for exams, and I've advised your father to postpone moving in. However, your father needs someone to take care of him. You two will be coming home from school, and there should be someone to look after you. Your father and I deliberated for a long time before deciding to move in. Bai Zai listened quietly as she spoke, glancing at Bai Ming, who was sulking and drinking in silence, knowing he was acquiescing to her reasoning. How about this? Bai Zai tightened her grip under the table. Since you've already moved in your things, let's not disturb anything. You and my dad can stay outside for the next 2 months, just until the college entrance exam is over. All right, Annie? Bai Ming was about to interject when Shen Yun rose and sat down in the empty chair beside Bai Zai. Facing her sincerely, she said, Zai, you don't know how relatives and friends have advised me regarding my relationship with your father. Every time your father comes to my place, he faces gossip from the neighbors. Annie has feelings for your father. She doesn't care about that. The reason I'm moving in is to be with your father to help take care of him. I feel sorry for your father, a grown man, having to look after you 2 siblings alone. With me here, at least you can come home to a warm meal, Shen Yun said, her voice tinged with an emotional tremor. Bai Ming, at 46, had his annual health checkup reports tucked away in the drawer beneath the television cabinet. What sort of care did he need? Bai Zai opened her mouth, but found no words. Annie isn't hiding anything from you, your father, and I have been married for a while now. If it weren't for worrying that you two might not accept it, we would have moved in much sooner. You ought to at least be considerate of Auntie's difficulties, Shen Yun said earnestly, her words unwavering. Upon hearing the mention of a marriage certificate, Bai Zai was momentarily stunned, turning to look at Bai Ming. Bai Ming cleared his throat and picked up some peanuts from the plate in front of him. Seeing Bai Ming's silence, Bai Zai's gaze remained fixed on him. But my brother is about to take his exams. It's really not appropriate to rush this at this moment. This time, Bai Ming interjected before Shen Yun could speak. You two are living at school. Anyway, you won't have many chances to come home before the exams. When you come back during the break for a meal, you'll just leave again. Are we really going to make Annie rent a place to live? If that's the case, then let's wait until after the exams to tell him, Bai Xiang heard Bai Ming say just before stepping outside. Chapter 2. That woman. Hey, that woman has been talking for so long. Why aren't you even putting the phone to your ear? Chun Yao, still catching his breath from exercise, caught a glimpse of the phone screen while bending down to find his water bottle. Bai Xiang snapped back to reality, glancing down at the phone resting on his thigh. That woman. On a call. Call duration. 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Bai Xiang casually hung up the phone, picked up his clothes from the ground, and started walking towards the exit of the court. Noticing Bai Xiang's lack of response, Chun Yao instinctively called out, Hey. Bai Xiang turned his head, frowning as he whispered back, Get lost. Watching Bai Xiang's retreating figure, Chun Yao pressed his tongue against his molars. So the little pup is actually this wild? Chun Yao raised his hand and pinched his chin. Do I really look like someone who is easily bullied? Bai Xiang and his dorm mate Bu Yi were both in the music class, slowly becoming friends through their shared love of basketball. In their freshman year, Bu Yi had several times suggested that Bai Xiang join the art school's basketball team. However, Bai Xiang often had to return home, which conflicted with training schedules. It wasn't until the beginning of their sophomore year, when Bai Xiang stopped going home frequently, that he finally joined the team. As of now, he had only been on the team for 3 months apart from Bu Yi. He was not particularly familiar with the other team members. The school's basketball team organized 2 formal competitions each year during the summer and winter breaks. To establish a friendly rivalry, the colleges also held small-scale matches, and the young men often used these events as opportunities to meet girls from different colleges. Bai Xiang, however, had a laid-back disposition and never cared much for the competitions. He was not one to seek the limelight. In a more artistic sense, he was the type who would sit in the audience and applaud for others. Although he enjoyed playing basketball, it was merely a pastime and interest rather than a passion. In truth, he didn't have anything particularly he loved. Since Bai Xiang joined the team, he has not made a concerted effort to stand out during matches, quietly completing his training. Among the players, minor frictions inevitably arise due to the nature of the game. Yet he possesses a temperament that is not hurried. He approaches everything in a leisurely manner. While others engage in elbowing and rough play, he remains silent, retreating quietly to start anew. When Bai Xiong first entered the team, his peers jokingly remarked that he bore the countenance of a dream lover for many girls, coupled with the demeanor of an ideal boyfriend. Over the course of several months, apart from Bu Yi, the rest of the team seemed to have developed an instinctive habit of courtesy towards Bai Xiong. The camaraderie among the same cohort, having spent over a year together, had turned rather coarse, with expletives like damned bastard being commonplace, yet upon seeing Bai Xiong nearby, the language would awkwardly shift to dog-bread turtle, an unspoken understanding that carried a certain charm. From a distance, Bu Yi spotted Chen Yao standing under the hoop with a ball. As he approached, he followed Chen Yao's gaze behind him. Noticing no reaction, he waved his hand in front of Chen Yao's eyes and inquired, "Yao, what's up?" Chen Yao turned to see Bu Yi and casually tossed the ball to his feet, pointing at Bai Xiang's back and asking, "Bu Yi, is Bai Xiang from your class?" "Indeed," Bu Yi replied, pulling up the collar of his short sleeve to wipe away some sweat. "What's the matter?" Chen Yao responded with a simple, "Oh," and continued, "Nothing much, he just seems to be in a bad mood." "Really? That can't be, he was just fine a moment ago." Bu Yi suddenly recalled something and said, "I'll check on him." "I'm off now," casually asking, "Are you heading back to the dorm?" "Yes," Chen Yao replied, turning back to the court and calling out, "Zhang Lin, Depang, I'm leaving." Zhang Lin and Hu Pengcheng, both Chen Yao's roommates, waved at him, signaling that he should go ahead. As Chen Yao and Bu Yi walked side by side towards their dorm, Bu Yi shivered slightly. "Wow, it's a bit cold today." Having just finished playing basketball, the chill from the wind made his sweat feel icy against his skin. Chen Yao tightened his coat without saying a word, quickening his pace. By the time they reached the 6th floor of the dormitory, Bu Yi was slightly out of breath. Yao, I'm heading back now," he muttered as he bid farewell. "Damn, this is high, I'm dying here." The students from the art academy were predominantly located on the same floor. Chen Yao was studying fine arts, while Bu Yi was studying music. Conveniently, their dorms were situated along the corridor, one at the eastern end and the other at the western end. With only a few dorms in a row, they were not far apart. Chen Yao nodded, responding, "All right." As he turned to leave, he had just passed 2 dormitory doors when he heard Bu Yi call out loudly, "Hey Xiong." Turning back while walking, Chen Yao glanced over his shoulder. Bai Xiong was standing at the opposite end of the corridor, with the window at the end wide open. The wind outside tousled the few strands of hair that fell across his forehead. Upon hearing Bu Yi's voice, Bai Xiong turned his head slightly towards the corridor, and Chen Yao could faintly see him smiling at Bu Yi. Just moments ago, he had appeared unapproachable, and now he seemed harmless. Chen Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment for himself. How could this guy, dubbed the ideal boyfriend by the team, so easily shift between 2 distinct personas? Bu Yi, with his naturally loud voice, was clear even to Chen Yao, who wished to ignore it. Bu Yi asked, "Xiong, what are you doing standing at the entrance?" Bai Xiong replied, "Nothing, just having a smoke." Cough. Bu Yi cleared his throat before continuing. "What do you mean by nothing?" Bai Xiong turned to look at him. I heard someone mention that you seemed a bit down, just thought I'd check in," Bu Yi said, scratching the back of his neck. Bai Xiong smiled and responded, "I'm fine. It's pretty windy outside, you should hurry in and warm up." Chen Yao thought to himself, he certainly knows how to be considerate. As Bu Yi walked towards the room, he urged him, "And you, standing out here in a short sleeve? Aren't you cold?" Bai Xiong took a drag from his cigarette, speaking with a hint of breathlessness. "Just close the door first, I'll head in once I finish this." Hearing Bu Yi's words, Chen Yao casually glanced back. Bai Xiong was still in the same white short sleeve he had worn during the game, the hem of his shirt fluttering in the wind. A gust of cold air slammed against the window, causing a loud thud against the sill. Chen Yao turned back and continued toward the dorm, tucking his chin tightly into his down jacket. TSK, this little pup truly is unfazed by the cold. Chapter 3. Do not recklessly use the word fast when addressing a man in the room. The 2 roommates were seated at their desks. Zhang Wei remained unchanged, diligently studying, while Lu Xing, unusually, was not wearing his headphones to indulge in online gaming at this hour. As Bu Yi pushed open the door to the dormitory, he immediately spotted Lu Xing, who was closest to the entrance, resting his chin on his left hand while holding a pen in his right, glancing sideways as he copied notes onto his notebook. "Wow!" Bu Yi retreated to the doorway, gazing up at the room number affixed to the door frame, muttering to himself, 612. The dorm number is correct. I'm not in the wrong room. Lu Xing, aware that Bui was teasing him, shot him a glance and said, if you're not coming in, then just get lost. Don't keep coming in and out. It's distracting me. Bai Ziyang, entertained by their banter, extinguished his cigarette and followed Bui into the room, casually shutting the door behind him. The warmth from the heating made the room considerably cozier. Wait a minute, Bui said, walking up behind Lu Xing with his hands clasped behind his back, stretching his neck to glance at the books on the desk. He remarked seriously, I don't quite understand how an esports player can dabble in literature. What exactly are you writing? Lu Xing, feeling the strain in his hand from writing, was too lazy to engage in witty repartee. He merely lowered his head and replied, I'm doing my homework. Just as Bui was about to say something, Lu Xing finished copying the 2 characters on the current page and added, I can't tell at all. Bui quickly picked up on this and exclaimed, you need to focus on your games. There can only be one scholar in our dorm, and if you continue like this, the ecological balance of our living situation will be disrupted. Lu Xing lifted his gaze to glance at him, shifting his hand from his chin to rub the back of his neck, saying, Bui, you must understand. After a lengthy pause, with Lu Xing not finishing his sentence, Bui leaned back against his chair and turned to look at him, asking, can you? Just at that moment, Lu Xing managed to write a few more words before continuing, as aspiring esports youths, we only write when absolutely necessary, right? Bui pondered for a moment, then suddenly jolted and turned to Zhang Wei, asking, Wei Gu, do we have homework due tomorrow? Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses and glanced at the class schedule taped to the table, responding, Teacher Wang has a note to submit from class. It's the one projected during the lecture. Which Teacher Wang? Bui inquired, and upon seeing Bai Ziyang also turned to Zhang Wei, he asked, Ziyang, which Teacher Wang? Bai Ziyang shook his head. Western Music History, the class is at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Are you both going to have enough time to copy it? Lu Xing chimed in, relishing the moment. Damn, I've been copying for 2 hours. My hand is about to give out. Every university professor has their own method of assessing coursework. Some prioritize attendance while others focus on grades. This particular teacher Wang rarely takes attendance but has a penchant for assigning classwork, grading solely based on the completion of randomly checked assignments. Consequently, everyone is uncertain about which class's assignment will count towards their final score. So they dare not neglect any task and strive to complete them in advance whenever possible. ITS not excessively strict. As long as one is diligent, they can navigate through without issues. Weekly assignments typically consist of transcribing lecture notes from the projector, with the class representative sharing additional materials in the group chat. Students complete a significant portion during class, and with a little time set aside each day afterward, they manage to finish. However, Bui and Lu Xing are notorious procrastinators, always waiting until the day before class to remember their assignments, leaving themselves utterly exhausted in the process. Indeed, it is just the 2 of them. Not 3, as Bai Ziyang had already completed his work. Bai Ziyang isn't particularly studious, but he dislikes cramming all his work into 1 week. He listens attentively during classes and manages to write assignments in between music appreciation sessions, allowing him to finish ahead of schedule. When Zhang Wei mentioned Teacher Wang, he didn't connect the name initially, but upon realizing it was for Western Music History, he felt relieved. Wow, the week flew by so quickly. Tomorrow is already Tuesday? Bui exclaimed in disbelief. Ziyang, have you finished? Hurry and let me copy. Bui flipped through Bai Ziyang's notebook and immediately regretted it. Damn, there's so much. Forget it. Xingge? You write it. Just tell them I skipped class when they collect the homework. After writing for so long, Lu Xing could not let Bui escape without doing his part. Bui, don't do this. Just write a little. It may seem like a lot, but it's really not that much. Not that much? Bui lifted his hand, flipping through several pages, then pulled out his phone to check the calendar. Confirming he had overlooked 2 days, he grew even more despondent. I've got 2 more pages to go. This is too much. I'm out. Hearing this, Lu Xing, not in a hurry to save those few minutes, leaned back in his chair and urged Bai Ziyang, you need to persuade Bu Gu. How can he not write the homework? What if this time it's particularly important and he gets caught? What will he do? What will he do? I ask. After saying this, he noticed Bai Ziyang was just staring at them with a silly grin. He turned back to Bu Gu, this time you'll join me in completing it. Next time, I'll help you out. How does that sound? Bui picked up Bai Ziyang's assignment and shook it. Damn, there's so much. How can I write all this? Fortune favors the bold. I am betting on this one. Teacher Wang definitely won T. Collect the homework tomorrow. Trust me. After an exhausting afternoon of basketball, Bui's stomach growled with hunger. He asked, "Have you all eaten?" Bai Ziong was rummaging through his cabinet for clothes, preparing to take a shower, and turned to see Lu Xing still working on his homework, muttering "Bugu, and what will you do if you get caught?" In a half-serious tone, which struck him as amusing, he added, "Buzi, you should really just finish it. Even if you copy a bit, it'll at least count for something." Bui leaned back in his chair, frowning in thought for a good 2 minutes. After careful consideration, he felt Lu Xing's suggestion held some merit. Since Lu Xing had already written, if he were caught alone, it would indeed be a bit too much. He should at least have someone to share the blame with. All right, he conceded. Flipping open his notebook, he copied the words ancient Greece, but then felt his arm was sticky. Rubbing his left arm, he was surprised to find a layer of dust coming off. Bui pulled out his phone to check the time, contemplating his next move. However, upon examining the dust on his wrist, he decided it was best to take a shower after all. With a thud, he set down his pen and stood up. Lu Xing, having just settled in to focus on his work, mistakenly thought Bui was giving up again and quickly called out, "Hey Buzi, what are you doing? Get back to your homework." Bui was amused by his frustration. I just finished playing basketball and am all sweaty. I need to take a shower first." "All right, I'll definitely write afterward." As he finished, he added, "I will write for sure." Bai Ziong had just pulled off half of his t-shirt when he heard Bui mention taking a shower. Peeking his head out from the bathroom, he asked, "Buzi, are you going to shower?" "Let me finish getting dressed first." Bui turned to see Lu Xing staring at him intently and shot him a glare before calling into the bathroom. "It's fine, Ziong. You go ahead." Bai Ziong stepped out completely, saying, "You go first, then copy the homework afterward." Bui took less than 5 minutes to undress and shower. "You're so fast," Bai Ziong remarked. Having just sat down to scroll through his phone, the stool still warm from his absence. "Please." Bui hastily rubbed his hair with a towel, tossing it into the basin as he pulled out a chair to sit down. He continued, "Do not recklessly use the word fast when addressing a man. Thank you." Chapter 4. Has the spring heart awakened? Upon hearing this, Bai Ziong leaned back in his chair, chuckling to himself for quite some time before grabbing his clothes and heading back into the bathroom. Winter nights fall swiftly, and upon finishing his shower, the streetlights outside were already aglow. With one hand holding a towel to dry his hair, Bai Ziong approached Bui from behind and glanced at his homework. Tentatively, it could be classified as homework. From a distance, it was evident that there were words, and upon closer inspection, they were still somewhat recognizable, though they certainly did not flow smoothly when read aloud. As he rubbed his hair, Bai Ziong began to read the words on the page. The representative of ancient Greek music is the aulos. It is the earliest musical instrument of ancient Greece. The Dionysus, the freedom and indulgence of Dionysus. Other instruments include the syrinx, also known as the pan flute, and the salpinx, the klystron. Ha, Buzi, what on earth did you write? Upon hearing his own words read aloud, Bui found it amusing as well. "What I wrote? What the hell is this?" Bai Ziong, still chuckling, asked, "What do you think of your own writing?" He pulled out his own assignment, which read, "The representative wind instrument of ancient Greece is the aulos. It is the earliest wind instrument of ancient Greece, symbolizing the god of wine, Dionysus, and represents freedom and indulgence. Other wind instruments include the syrinx, also known as the pan flute, and the salpinx, klystron." Bui leaned forward to inspect his own work, bursting into laughter. Ha, this is just, ha, my bad. Bai Ziong shoved the notebook back onto the desk and inquired, Buzi, are you merely selecting the simplest characters to write?" Zhang Wei and Lu Xing burst into laughter for a considerable while. And Bui, feeling a pang of hunger, exclaimed, "I'm hungry." "What are we having for dinner?" Zhang Wei, who had returned from the library and already eaten, rubbed his sore neck and sighed against the chair. "I'm hungry too." After finishing a glass of water, Bai Ziong slipped on his jacket and said, "You two continue copying. I'll head out to buy food." "What do you want to eat?" Bui shifted on his stool and continued his work. Replying for Lu Xing, "All right, we'll eat whatever you bring." Upon hearing Bui's words, Lu Xing gazed expectantly at Bai Ziong and, after a long pause, added, "Me too." Just as Bai Ziong reached the door, Bui called out, "Angzi, I want beef noodles. Make sure to add more noodles, more vegetables, more broth, and extra spice." "Got it." Bai Ziong chuckled in response. At the other end of the corridor, Chen Yao had just returned from buying dinner and, Upon entering the dorm, heard by Xiang's voice, peeking his head out, thinking, the little puppy seems quite cheerful at the moment. He glanced outside, noticing Bai Xiang had left his jacket unzipped, revealing a gray t-shirt underneath, and his hair still damp as if he had just taken a shower. Chen Yao leaned against the doorframe and turned to look out the corridor window, observing the trees swaying under the gusty wind. Just imagining the cold air hitting his wet hair sent shivers down his spine. He withdrew his head, closing the dorm door behind him. San-tu, you've been standing at the door for ages. What are you staring at? Zhang Lin, who had recently connected with a senior from the third year through WeChat, was busy trying to impress her, having shifted from a state of despair over a breakup just last week to finding new love. With the senior out for dinner with her roommate, he seized the opportunity to casually check in on his roommate. Is it cold outside? Huh. Chen Yao snapped back to reality, replying, it's cold. I just saw Bai Xiang go downstairs to buy dinner. Are you done with your tasks? Zhang Lin accepted the dinner Chen Yao brought, shifting to the adjacent seat occupied by Hu Pengcheng to avoid splattering oil on his laptop. Done. The senior went out to eat. She said she'd come find me later. Heh. Chen Yao merely sighed. Zhang Lin, not catching Chen Yao's indifference, recalled, who did you say went downstairs to buy food? Chen Yao answered, Bai Xiang. After a moment's thought, he added, you remember that little puppy on the team, right? Oh, have you been staring for that long? Is San-tu smitten? Zhang Lin could easily keep a conversation going, no matter how inappropriate his remarks were. Ensuring a response from others. Even insults counted as responses in his book, adhering to the notion that conversations should be reciprocal. Many young women found his approach quite charming. Before Chen Yao could respond, Hu Pengcheng emerged from the restroom and overheard, scolding Zhang Lin, you old lecher, mind your own business. Every year, the academy enrolls a considerable number of art students, averaging 8 classes for fine arts and 2 classes each for music and dance. This year, the art department expanded its intake more than ever, adding 2 additional classes. Unlike the music and dance departments, the art dormitory arrangements were made to group students by province due to high enrollment and regional differences. Hu Pengcheng, Zhang Lin, and Chen Yao ended up in the same dormitory. While other dorms housed 4 students in a room, their trio couldn't fill the space, so an extra bed was left empty for potential use. Initially, Chen Yao had no intention of sharing his romantic situation with his roommates, partly out of necessity and partly out of fear of misunderstanding. However, Zhang Lin, ever the enthusiastic matchmaker, frequently approached him. Zhang Lin's attempts to flirt with girls weren't enough. He constantly sought to introduce Chen Yao, the single one, to potential partners, often bringing along the roommates of his conquests or the friends of his newfound loves. Finally, on one particularly exasperating night, Chen Yao firmly declared, I am gay. Since that revelation, Zhang Lin surprisingly calmed down, although Hu Pengcheng's girlfriend frequently probed for information. For Hu Pengcheng, having been influenced by his girlfriend, the revelation no longer seemed remarkable. For Zhang Lin, having a handsome and athletic friend like Chen Yao meant less competition, saving him from having to answer questions from his girlfriend about Chen Yao. Zhang Lin slurped a mouthful of the noodles Chen Yao had brought back and tilted his head to ask Hu Pengcheng, Hey, fatty, do you think San-tu would match with that little puppy? Who? Hu Pengcheng was confused. Zhang Lin thought for a moment and slapped his thigh. That day, Saturday, the one who got elbowed by that dirty player from the neighboring class. Remember? Chen Yao shot him a glance but remained silent. Oh, that handsome leader of the music class, the one with Bu Yi? Hu Pengcheng inquired. Yes. What do you think? Zhang Lin asked slyly. Would they fit together with us? Hee. Hu Pengcheng chuckled mischievously. Absolutely. They'd be a perfect match. So, San-tu, any sparks yet? Zhang Lin turned to Chen Yao. While the two had never gained an upper hand in their playful banter, they were determined to keep it going. Chen Yao had no intention of engaging with their antics and leaned back in his chair, focusing on the design sketches he had been working on. Zhang Lin, relentless as ever, prodded, Hey, San-tu. Chen Yao, feeling provoked, replied without turning around, I actually think I dematch quite well with your senior. What do you think, Daling? Zhang Lin responded with an okay, fine. Hu Pengcheng exchanged a knowing glance with him and promptly fell silent. Chapter 5 Do Shandong people love using inverted sentences? The time is now 9:00 a.m., and Bai Xiang lies on his dormitory bed, listening to music. The bathroom window had not been properly closed, and a gust of cold air slammed against the glass, causing it to creak incessantly. The temperature had dropped unusually quickly of late. The previous evening, Bai Ziyang had returned from buying dinner, sneezing 2 or 3 times in quick succession. Attributing it to the sudden change from the cold to the warmth, he thought a good meal and a restful sleep would remedy the situation, but after dinner, he first felt dizzy. By the time Bu Yi and Lu Xing finished their assignments in the middle of the night, he was burning up. Before crawling into bed, Bu Yi found some medicine for him, but Bai Ziyang, worried about disturbing his roommates with his tossing and turning, remained tense until he finally fell asleep in the early hours. Perhaps due to the medication making him drowsy, he did not wake up when the other 3 got up for class. Glancing at the clock, he noted that in just half an hour, class would be over. A strong gust blew in, forcefully swinging the bathroom door open before slamming it back against the magnetic strip on the wall. Bai Ziyang was too lethargic to get up and close the window. Pulling the blanket closer around himself, every winter, he detested the dreary sight of the world, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable, as if the entire universe was shrouded in gloom. Life appeared devoid of hope. He adjusted his headphones and turned onto his side, his gaze landing on the couplets taped to the top of the wardrobe. They were purchased by Lu Xing last year before the winter break, declared to be a necessary celebration for their first new year together. The first line proclaimed, "Become more beautiful, handsome, and outstanding," while the second promised, with food, fun, and beauty. Bai Ziyang smiled faintly, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. Another year had flown by, and the spring festival was approaching once more. The mere thought of the winter break, the new year, and returning home stirred a restless anxiety within him. As he tried to doze off, shielding his eyes with his arm, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Bu Yi returned to the dorm, shedding his outerwear and tiptoeing to Bai Ziyang's desk to peek at him. Bai Ziyang tilted his head and smiled, saying, "I'm awake," though his voice sounded somewhat feeble, and his complexion appeared much improved compared to the previous night. Bu Yi rested his left hand on his head and extended his right hand over the bed railing to check Bai Ziyang's forehead. Just as his fingertips made contact, Bai Ziyang instinctively recoiled. Bu Yi clicked his tongue, saying, "Let me give it a try." Bai Ziyang shifted outward, fully prepared for the cold touch, but when Bu Yi's hand enveloped his forehead, he couldn't help but gasp at the chill. Bu Yi smacked his lips and declared, "Not hot. Looks like the fever has subsided. With another dose of medicine later, you should be fine." Bai Ziyang nodded in agreement. Bu Yi approached the heater, crouching down, and swayed his head before the warm air blowing out, muttering, "What the hell is this paradise?" Once the other side of his face warmed up, he continued, "This is simply a paradise. A heaven on earth." Bai Ziyang lifted his eyes to glance at Bu Yi's flushed face, snuggling deeper into his blanket, asking, "Did we have assignments collected in class today?" "No assignments were collected," Bu Yi retorted angrily. "What a perfect time to skip it, after pulling an all-nighter to finish in that state, and today, they don't even mention the assignments. Next time, I swear I won't do it again." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Wei and Lu Xing entered, carrying a delivery box. Lu Xing placed the box in its designated spot and followed the familiar routine, addressing the radiator. "Look at us, exhausted in the dead of night. And you haven't warmed us up. There's no way to make it better now. No matter what you say, it's just not happening next time." Behind him, Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, scrolling through Weibo and chuckling at his phone. Hearing his laughter, Lu Xing couldn't help but join in, asking, "Wei Gu, what's so funny?" Zhang Wei's laughter intensified at his question. Bu Yi turned his head, and Zhang Wei held his phone screen up for him to see, exclaiming, "Take a look, ha ha ha, do you see what I mean?" The text read, "It is said that the inverted sentence has become ingrained in the DNA of Shandong people." Below was an image proving how much Shandong people love to use inverted sentences. It said that we Shandong people love using inverted sentences? What nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly baseless. Is this really how we Shandong people speak? We talk normally. Who says this? Give me an example, will you? I talk like this all the time. After reading, Bu Yi deliberately called out to Lu Xing. "Xinggu? Huh." Lu Xing, still half squatting by the radiator, responded, "Xinggu, you're from Shandong, right?" Bu Yi asked, suppressing a laugh. "What is it to you?" Lu Xing pondered for a moment before replying. "Love using inverted sentences? I don't think so." This time, everyone burst into even louder laughter. Bu Yi turned to him. "Ha ha ha, Lu Xing, you might be a fool. Ha ha ha, you don't use inverted sentences." Zhang Wei chimed in mischievously. "You don't? Huh? I think so." Lu Xing, uninterested in their banter, opened his delivery box and began fiddling with it. First, He leaned back to connect to the Wi-Fi, then got up to connect a small white box to the switch, causing the lights to flicker annoyingly. Bui, with his foot propped on the cabinet beside the table, was engrossed in a mobile game. Each time the lights flickered, he initially bit his tongue to hold back his words. But soon enough, as Lu Xing tinkered with the small white box, he began to mutter incessantly, "What's going on? TSK. This shouldn't be happening. TSK. Oh dear." I mean, Bui, truly annoyed by his incessant prattling, finally said, "Xinggu, can we stop fiddling with that? Xinggu will be ready in a moment. Just wait." Lu Xing seemed to be hyping himself up. Bai Ziyang, unlike them, was lying on the bed where the board blocked some of the light. And at this moment, he was finding it hard to bear the flickering lights, so he simply closed his eyes. Just as he was about to drift off, he heard Lu Xing shout from below, "Tmall Genie, play me a song." The Tmall Genie responded, "I'm sorry, master, I didn't quite catch that." TSK. What? Lu Xing sighed, "Tmall Genie, play music." The Tmall Genie replied, "Okay, mastered, I have carefully selected a beautiful song for you, Glorious Years by Beyond." Lu Xing, with what he believed to be a rather standard Cantonese accent, soon had Bui joining in. The two of them hummed haphazardly until they reached the climax of the song, where they sang loudly together. To listen to the level, there are remnants of the building area, welcoming glorious years through wind and rain. Bai Ziyang tilted his body to look at the two of them making a scene. The Tmall Genie announced, "Next up, Dark by Stephanie Sunday. I know this one." "I know this one," Bui exclaimed excitedly. "Oh my, I can sing this. You all be quiet." Next to him, Lu Xing was even more thrilled. Oh, that's right. Wait, everyone get on the bed. All of you." Bui, flustered, retorted, "What are you talking about early in the morning? Get on the bed for what? Just sit and listen to me sing." "Oh, come on," Lu Xing insisted. "Bu-gu, wei-gu, trust me, just get on the bed." Bui gritted his teeth, making several hiss sounds, unable to resist Lu Xing's persistence, and finally lay down on the bed. Lu Xing didn't even take off his shoes, climbing onto the bed and then looking around to ensure everyone was lying down before clearing his throat and saying, "Tmall Genie." The Tmall Genie replied, "Yes, I'm here." Lu Xing shouted, "Turn off the lights." With a click, the lights went out. Lu Xing then called out again, "Tmall Genie, turn on the lights." Another click and the lights came back on. He took a moment to collect himself, struggling to find the words to perfectly express his emotions, and then murmured, "What the?" Lu Xing sprang up like a fish leaping out of water. "How's it going, guys?" Then he asked, emphasizing each word, "How? Awesome. Awesome. My Xinggu is truly impressive." Bui gave him a thumbs up, propping himself up on his elbow. Lu Xing nodded in satisfaction. "With this method, next time you can't say it's because you're closest to the switch that I asked you to get up to turn off the lights. Right?" Zhang Wei suddenly realized. "So what do you think? All this fuss I've been making is for what?" Lu Xing, grinning, crossed his legs and shook the dust off his shoes onto the bed sheets. The other three took turns commanding the Tmall Genie to switch the lights on and off, requesting songs and then telling it to be quiet. The dormitory was lively and noisy for quite a while. Bai Ziyang's lingering feelings of desolation were finally dissipated. Chapter 6. Those long legs before the spring festival break, there would be a basketball match between the colleges. As the semester drew to a close, the academic pressure was relatively light, and the players would head to the court in the afternoons when they had no classes. Bai Ziyang lay in bed for most of the morning. After taking his medicine, he felt much more relaxed. After lunch, he strolled around the playground with Bui. The basketball court typically saw students start playing around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so at this hour, there weren't too many people. The two of them shot some hoops to warm up. Chunyao held the basketball under his arm while using his right hand to reply to WeChat messages. When he looked up, he noticed Bai Ziyang standing under the basketball hoop. Suddenly, he recalled that it was right here that he had told him to scram last time. Chunyao swayed over to the side of the court, just finishing up a greeting with Depeng and Zhang Lin when he was called over by the captain of the junior team. The captain instructed him, "Chunyao, please gather the exam schedules for the players from your sophomore team during the winter break. Make sure there are no conflicts with the match times, and send it to me once you're done." Chunyao agreed and began to find people to collect exam schedules. Unlike the more standardized exam times for the liberal arts and sciences colleges, the students in the art college had different small classes depending on their chosen majors, which meant their exam times were not fixed. After Chunyao finished gathering the exam schedule for the visual media class, He caught sight of Bai Xiong standing at the basketball hoop, supporting himself with his waist. After some thought, he called out to the farther away Bu Yi, has your music class's exam schedule been released? Bu Yi jumped, releasing the ball just as he heard Chen Yao's voice. His hands maintained the follow-through of his shot, but the ball bounced off the hoop twice before falling to the ground. Ah, come on, Bu Yi muttered quietly before responding. Huh? The exam schedule? It should be out, right? Chen Yao waited for him to finish, but after a long pause, only got a drawn-out right. He shot him a glance and retorted. Are you asking me? Bu Yi swayed his head, glancing around. Chen Yao, puzzled, followed his gaze. After a moment, Bu Yi raised his hand and called out into the distance. Ongzi, has our class's exam schedule been released? Chen Yao glanced at Bu Yi, holding a notebook as he approached Bai Xiong. Wait, let me check. Bai Xiong rummaged in his pocket for his phone. Chen Yao assumed he was going to enter his unlock password and stepped back a bit, casually glancing at the fence behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bai Xiong had swiped his phone and, with a ding, it unlocked. He was secretly astonished, thinking to himself that in this day and age, there were still people who didn't set a lock on their phones. Bu Yi, having finished practicing with his teammates, greeted them and hopped off the court, bouncing over to Bai Xiong's side. He reached out to feel his forehead, asking, Ongzi, are you feeling better? I feel like you're still a bit warm. Bai Xiong tilted his head back and raised the back of his hand to feel his forehead. Then replied, Ah, much better. I'm trying not to feel warm. Chen Yao gave a sidelong glance at Bu Yi's hand that had just been lowered, then turned to Bai Xiong, urging him, let me see. Bai Xiong opened the WeChat group and tapped on an image filled with dense text. The exam schedule is out, January 21st. Oh no, wait, he said, enlarging the picture with 2 fingers, January 27th? You can write it down for yourself. Chen Yao handed him the notebook and gracefully settled onto the nearest ball rack beside Bai Xiong. Following suit, Bai Xiong sat down but found nothing suitable to write on. He decided to bend his knee, resting the notebook atop it. Chen Yao, with one leg crossed over the other, tilted his body slightly to steal a glance. Thinking to himself, those long legs are quite impressive. Bai Xiong stared at the words on the page for quite some time, tilting his head to glance at Chen Yao in his mind. He pondered, what on earth is this writing? Chen Yao, feeling puzzled by the intense gaze, thought, why is he staring at me like that? Bai Xiong pressed his lips together, then reopened the image, meticulously checking the exam times line by line. The entire schedule for the music and dance classes at the Art Academy was listed, but the font was unreasonably small. Bai Xiong lowered his head for a good 7 or 8 minutes before finally locating the times for 2 exams. Bu Yi leaned over, took the phone into his own hands, swiped through the image a few times and exclaimed, what the hell is this? Why is it so complicated for just 2 classes? He then handed the phone back to Bai Xiong, saying, Xiong, you might as well take a look. Bai Xiong received the phone and continued to scrutinize the image. Chen Yao, who had initially crossed his legs, eventually propped his chin on his hand. He attempted to speak several times but held back. Yao, don't hold it in. What do you want to say? Bu Yi had noticed him several times and could no longer contain himself. It's nothing. He glanced at Bai Xiong, just thinking, well, would it be a bit inappropriate if I suggested that you all check it thoroughly before sending it to me? Bai Xiong, feeling the strain in his neck, straightened up and rubbed it, thinking, why didn't you say that sooner? After pondering for a moment, realizing he wasn't too familiar with Chen Yao, he swallowed the words back down. Bu Yi saw that it was almost time and bid farewell to Chen Yao. Yao, Xiong has a fever and isn't feeling well these past couple of days, so we're heading back now. Bai Xiong, feeling a bit dizzy from the breeze, turned to hand the notebook back to Chen Yao. Once the two left the court, Chen Yao glanced down at the words in the notebook. It was clear that although all the writing appeared to be in the same handwriting, there was indeed a noticeable disparity. The saying, the pen reflects the person, held a kernel of truth. Chapter 7. The little puppy seeks you in the afternoon. Bai Xiong took a stroll around the playground. After a shower, his body felt somewhat relaxed, though his head still swam a little. Bu Yi brought a cup of warm water for Bai Xiong, urging him to take his medication. After taking the medicine, Bai Xiong intended to retire to bed early. While halfway up the stairs to his bed, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't sent the exam times to Chen Yao yet. So he retraced his steps back down. Bu Yi uttered a surprised and asked, Xiong, why are you going up and down? Are you exercising? Bai Xiong, used to his banter, replied calmly, yes, I've been feeling a bit weak lately. Bu Yi, engrossed in playing Honor of Kings on his phone, chuckled to himself and responded, "I'll have Xingu buy you a bottle of Lu Wei Di Huangwan." Lu Xing, fixated on the game's screen, chimed in, "No sugar, no sugar." Bai Xiang, uninterested in their chatter, settled at his desk and turned on the lamp. Bui, catching a glimpse of him, suddenly grew anxious. "Xiang, what are you doing? Do you have homework due tomorrow?" "Ah?" Lu Xing jolted, causing his game character to be eliminated. Damn, after hitting the resurrect button on the screen, he asked, "What unfortunate assignment is it this time?" "I am not doing any makeup work." "Neither am I." Bui declared, holding up his phone against the chair back as a show of determination. Bai Xiang mocked them. "Look at you two. No homework to worry about." Bui straightened up to play his mobile game, casually uttering an "oh." After a considerable pause, he finally remembered to ask, "So what are you working on?" "The exam times for the team statistics." "I didn't manage to sort it out this afternoon," Bai Xiang replied. The table was simply too small. Bai Xiang had to enlarge the screen and lean his neck down to read it properly. For the unified exam times, finding the class was sufficient. However, for the specialized courses, one needed to locate the class number first, then correspond it with the small course teacher's schedule. His fingers traced the table to the end, and a moment of inattention could easily lead to misaligned times. Bui, holding the phone, moved his thumbs back and forth on the screen, taking breaks to glance at the adjacent table. "Once this match is over, I'll write it down." Bai Xiang found a row of exam times, confirmed them, and jotted them down in the notebook before saying, "No need." "Oh, come on, let me do it," Bui insisted. Wait, I'll do it." Bai Xiang pretended he hadn't heard. Not long after, Bai Xiang had completed the statistics and snapped a photo of the timetable with his phone. Chun Yao had just finished a call with Ji Gu from the design company and was locking his phone when a ding-dong sound signaled a new WeChat message. Assuming it was Ji Gu sending the design draft for the next project, Chun Yao glanced at the screen without much thought. In the back row, Zhang Lin was flirting with a senior through WeChat voice messages. His voice grating and exaggerated throughout the night. "Baby, do you miss me? If you do, I'll pick you up after class tomorrow. Remember to cover yourself well when you sleep at night. How could I possibly be urging you to sleep? I love chatting with you, baby." Chen Yao and Hu Pingcheng shuddered at the cringeworthy exchange, forcing themselves to adapt. Suddenly, Zhang Lin jumped up from his chair, his deep voice bellowing. "San Tu, quickly check the group." In the WeChat team group, damn Chen Yao, focused on his Photoshop work, was startled by his loud outburst and nearly dropped his tools. Zhang Lin stammered, trying to apologize into his headset. Baby, I'm sorry for startling you. Just wait a moment, I have something to deal with. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. After pulling the headset away, he stretched his neck to tell Chun Yao, the little puppy is looking for you." Hurry. Chen Yao shot a glare at Zhang Lin, pressed the undo button on the keyboard, and corrected a mistake he had just made, then rubbed his neck before opening the desktop version of WeChat. The screen displayed the group chat titled Basketball Family with a staggering 99 messages. Chun Yao clicked the refresh button, scrolling through the messages from the top. As he scrolled down, he spotted a picture posted by Bai Xiang. Upon opening the image, he saw the final exam schedule for Bu Yi and himself and quickly saved it to his desktop. Continuing to scroll down, he found the team discussing what gifts to buy their girlfriends for Valentine's Day. February 14th. After Bai Xiang had finished sending the picture, he searched through the list for quite some time before finally noticing Chen Yao's name. Coincidentally, Chun Yao's message was sandwiched between Valentine's Day chatter. Zhang Lin, having calmed down the senior, playfully raised his eyebrows at Chun Yao. "San Tu, huh?" After waiting a moment without a response, Zhang Lin called out again. "San Tu, I saw it." Chun Yao casually clicked his mouse, switching back to Photoshop to continue working on his project. Zhang Lin, unable to resist, teased. "San Tu, someone messaged you privately, which means our little puppy." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Lin struggled to find the right words. Chen Yao turned to face him, demanding, "Go on, what does that mean?" Zhang Lin, who was just joking around, suddenly felt a bit sheepish. Chen Yao fixed him with a stare, remaining silent. "It means..." Zhang Lin's voice grew increasingly softer. It means our little puppy hasn't added you on WeChat, right?" Chen Yao held back for 5 seconds, then another 5 seconds. "You're quite the clever one." Chen Yao grabbed the massager beside him and pounded it against Zhang Lin, scolding. "No WeChat, huh? No WeChat. You're the only one who can be clever." Zhang Lin dodged, tugging on the headphone wire. but still kept chatting with the senior. How could San-Tu ever hit me? His strength is barely enough to tickle me. Chen Yao, fueled with vigor, struck harder. Zhang Lin clasped his hands together in a gesture of surrender, mumbling, "Baby, I knew you cared about me afterward. We'll treat you to a meal, but not him." Chen Yao, amused by his antics, shot back, "Fine, you show off. Go ahead and show off, baby." Zhang Lin is once again using that nauseating tone of his. He's complaining about us showing off our affection. Indeed, he is just a lonely soul. We shall ignore him. Chapter 8. This damn thing. On Thursday morning, there is a vocal lesson. The dormitory went to bed quite early on Wednesday night. Bu Yi and Lu Xing share a bed, their legs intertwined in a playful banter. Bai Ziong lies on his bed, eyes closed, listening to the songs played by the Tmall genie, occasionally smiling foolishly at their conversation. After a while of noise, Lu Xing is now discussing with Bu Yi about requesting a leave from the vocal teacher. "Bu Gu, could you please help me ask Lao Wu for a day off?" Bu Yi replies, "If you take leave, it will just be the two of us in class, and I'll be the one getting scolded for an hour." "Oh?" Lu Xing raises the volume of the vocal piece on his phone. "Just listen to this. I really can't make it this week. A man should not admit defeat." Bu Yi is quite adamant about this. Lu Xing quickly interjects, "No, no, no, Bu Gu, we are different. I simply cannot do it." Bu Yi teasingly urges him, "Call me daddy." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xing responds, "Daddy." Hiss, Bu Yi feels no sense of accomplishment at all. "Xing Gu, can you not have a little self-respect?" With dazzling sunlight at my back, I begin to run through the streets. Before Lu Xing could speak further, the Tmall genie suddenly plays the theme song of Slam Dunk, the prelude to I Want to Tell You Loudly. After taking his medicine, Bai Ziong is now feeling drowsy as the effects kick in. The music is not too loud, and Bai Ziong keeps his eyes shut. Suddenly, he recalls how, as a child, he would rush home from school to watch Slam Dunk on his grandmother's old television. On the opposite bed, Bu Yi suddenly sits up and calls out, "Ong Zi." Bai Ziong lazily ignores him. Not receiving a response, Bu Yi raises his voice a bit more. "Ong Zi? Are you asleep?" Bai Ziong replies with a grunt. "Ong Zi, I want to play basketball now." Bu Yi's eccentricity is nothing new to Bai Ziong, who has long since grown accustomed to it. Not hearing a reply doesn't bother Bu Yi. He continues rambling, "I haven't heard this song in ages. I used to love watching Slam Dunk as a child. My mom wouldn't let me, so I'd lie and say I was going to do homework. Sneaking off to watch at a friend's house back in high school, I would wake up every morning at 6:30 or 6:50 to practice basketball. Ong Zi, let us go practice tomorrow morning. I always wanted to be Rukawa Kid. I thought Rukawa Kid was so cool. Hey, Ong Zi, do I look like Rukawa Kid?" Bai Ziong struggles to suppress his urge to scold him and responds, "I think you look like a fool. Ong Zi, I'll set an alarm to wake you up for basketball practice. Or maybe you should wake me up. I won't hear the alarm." Bai Ziong realizes that if he doesn't interrupt Bu Yi, it will continue indefinitely, so he quickly responds, "Bu Yi, I'm almost asleep here. Could you let me get back to it?" Lu Xing seizes the opportunity. "Bu Gu, how could you trouble them with such matters? Let Xiao Xingzi handle it." Following that, a series of beep 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 sounds echo as he sets his alarm. Bu Yi, satisfied, doesn't forget to tease. Xiao Xingzi really knows how to read the room. So, Bu Yi. Think about it. Bai Ziong interrupts him, calling out each syllable of his name. Bu Yi immediately falls silent. Bai Ziong, having a light sleep, is awakened by Lu Xing's alarm ringing its first note at 6:30. He glances at his phone, noting the time, and rolls over to try to sleep again. Lu Xing's phone continues to buzz incessantly, and after a long while, it finally stops. However, it soon starts buzzing again. Pulling his phone from beneath his pillow, he sees it's 6:33, a persistent reminder from Lu Xing after being jolted awake for the fourth time. Bai Ziong gives up. After using the restroom, he walks to the bottom of Bu Yi's bed and nudges him. Bu Yi, grasping his blanket tightly, rolls over and continues sleeping. Bai Ziong calls out softly, "Bu Yi." Seeing no response, he reaches under the railing to pat the blanket and calls again, "Bu Yi." "Basketball dream? Rukawa Kid?" Bu Yi, barely aware, mumbles, "Ong Zi, stop it. I'm tired, don't disturb me," curling up further into his blanket. Bai Zong's arm is getting sore from holding it up, and he fails to wake the truly sleeping one. Shaking his tired arm, Bai Ziong, now fully awake, suddenly realizes he's a bit hungry. After downing 2 cups of warm water, he no longer feels hungry, but he also lacks any sense of drowsiness. Bai Ziyang sighs while looking at Bu Yi's bed. This damn thing. Now that he is up, tossing and turning might disturb others. Bai Ziyang quietly finishes washing up, pulls on the down jacket hanging on the chair. The winter coat is quite large. And as he takes it, he accidentally catches it on the chair leg, producing a sharp sound that makes all 3 bed frames tremble slightly, startling him into standing still for a while. Once he hears the breathing on the bed grow heavier, Bai Ziyang cautiously squats down, using the faint light streaming through the curtains to untangle the fabric caught on the chair. He carefully makes his way to the door, quickly pulling his neck into the jacket as he puts it on over his short sleeves. Upon exiting the dorm building, a gust of cold wind hits him. Bai Ziyang pulls the zipper of his down jacket up to his neck. Feeling slightly better, he doesn't want to catch a cold again, as he has no desire to lie down in winter. The days dawn a little later, and at this hour, the sun is just beginning to peek out. Scattered students pass by, likely freshmen, hurriedly clutching their books. In truth, even if they weren't in a rush, there should still be space available in the library, right? Bai Ziyang has never been to the library but feels that on such a cold day, there shouldn't be many people waking up early to study. Just waking up early and having already drunk 2 large cups of hot water, he finds himself lacking any appetite. Bai Ziyang decides to wander around for a while before heading to breakfast. Upon arriving at the basketball court, he sees a figure in the distance. As he gets closer, he realizes it's Chen Yao, the captain of the sophomore team, who joined the team in his freshman year and used to often mention Yao to him. Bai Ziyang had known about Chen Yao even before joining the team. After Bai Ziyang became part of the team, he would frequently train alongside Chen Yao and occasionally engage in brief conversations. Bai Ziyang reflects that they are not particularly close. He thinks a simple greeting and then practicing with an old ball on the side will suffice. Bai Ziyang approaches, looking up with a smile, and greets Chen Yao. Yao Dui, good morning. At this time, Chen Yao is accustomed to being alone on the court. Hearing someone greet him piques his curiosity, and he responds, morning, upon turning to see that it is Bai Ziyang. He pauses for a moment. After Bai Ziyang greets him, he obediently picks up the ball to practice nearby. Chen Yao, dribbling the ball, occasionally glances towards the adjacent court. After a few moments of watching, he turns back and shoots a few 3-pointers. Unable to resist the urge, he calls out to Bai Ziyang, want to play a game? After retrieving the ball, Bai Ziyang glances back at him and agrees. Bai Ziyang's body hasn't warmed up yet, and his mind is still foggy in the early morning. A few times when he gets the ball, it either gets intercepted or fails to go in. Chapter 9. I'll be more careful next time. As Bai Ziyang takes his turn to dribble, he inadvertently exerts himself too much and starts coughing uncontrollably. Chen Yao stands still, holding the ball, waiting for him to finish coughing. Shall we continue? Bai Ziyang is still trying to catch his breath. Chen Yao recalls that Bui mentioned Bai Ziyang had a fever the day before. Thinking to himself, just recovered from a fever, yet insists on getting up early to cause trouble. Chen Yao tosses the ball to Bai Ziyang and says, take a break. He steps aside to where he left his clothes. Initially, Chen Yao had thought that Bai Ziyang's earlier outburst of get lost must have stemmed from some irritation. Unlike during regular training when there are many players around, it's just the two of them now. If there were any grievances, it would be a good opportunity to let off steam by scoring a few points against each other. However, he notices that Bai Ziyang is playing with a lack of vigor, not displaying any real animosity towards him. Chen Yao ponders this situation. As Bai Ziyang approaches, he begins with, hey, little puppy, you, Bai Ziyang doesn't catch that last part. What puppy? That. Chen Yao feels a bit awkward. Originally, he hadn't intended to bring it up, but having called him little puppy, he suddenly finds himself at a loss for a topic to continue the conversation. He decides to simply ask, raising his hand to touch his nose. So, that day. Do you have something against me? Bai Ziyang looks puzzled, pointing to himself. Do I have something against you? How could that be? Chen Yao leans back on his hands, looking up at him. How could you think that? Bai Ziyang seems genuinely confused. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yao feels he isn't pretending and rubs his neck, saying, forget it. Bai Ziyang remained silent, and Chen Yao felt a bit awkward. Deliberately steering the conversation away, yesterday, Bui mentioned that you were unwell. Are you feeling better now? Bai Ziyang did not respond to this inquiry, instead asking him, did I say something? Nothing much. Chen Yao thought it was a bit petty of him to dwell on such matters. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, just let me know, and I'll be more mindful next time. Bai Ziyang's attitude was sincere. However, Chen Yao felt that prolonging this discussion would seem somewhat pretentious, So he decided to speak candidly. You told me to scram after we finished playing basketball that day. Bai Ziong pondered for a moment and asked, did I really say that? Chen Yao replied. Bai Ziong further inquired, what I mean to ask is, are you certain that I directed those words at you? Chen Yao found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. It was somewhat complex. I truly feel embarrassed. Well, after a lengthy pause, Bai Ziong, unsure of what to say, finally spoke. Yao, have you eaten yet? Let me treat you to breakfast. Chen Yao considered refusing, but Bai Ziong added. Let this be my apology. I honestly forgot the circumstances at that time. Okay? Observing Bai Ziong's anxious demeanor, Chen Yao pressed his lips together and replied, all right, but you should put on your jacket first. At the entrance of the school, the breakfast stall was alive with various vendors calling out their wares. Coconut milk, fresh soy milk, rolled pancakes, steamed buns, meat sandwiches, 3 yuan each. Do you want to add ham and eggs, little classmates? Bai Ziong stood in front of a breakfast stall, asking, Yao, what would you like to eat? Huh. The cacophony of voices was overwhelming. And Chen Yao did not catch what was said. Bai Ziong, who stood at 183 cm, was slightly shorter than Chen Yao by 2 centimeters, and without the basketball shoes that Chen Yao wore. He had to tilt his head slightly to speak. I just asked, what do you want to eat? Chen Yao replied, I'm fine with anything. How about you? What do you want? Bai Ziong hesitated. But I'm the one treating you as an apology. Sensing his discomfort, Chen Yao quickly suggested, let us walk ahead and see what is available. They first arrived at a porridge shop, where Bai Ziong asked, Yao, would you like some rice porridge? We have pumpkin porridge or black rice porridge. Chen Yao shook his head, indicating he wasn't interested. Passing by a steamed bun shop, Bai Ziong inquired, how about buns? Would you like some? Chen Yao glanced but remained silent. In front of the next shop. A crowd of students gathered, and before they could discern what was being sold, Bai Ziong began asking, this place has delicious pies. Do you want to try some? Chen Yao wasn't a picky eater. After playing basketball in the morning, he usually sought out a less crowded spot to grab a quick breakfast. Observing Bai Ziong patiently asking him, he decided to tease him a bit, complaining, there are too many people. As they neared the end of the snack street, Bai Ziong, appearing somewhat resigned, remarked, Yao, the only option left ahead is egg-filled pancakes. If we don't eat now, we'll miss out. Let us go with that. Chen Yao replied decisively. Chapter 10. Just stay right there and don't move. At the egg-filled pancake stall, there were quite a few students, most of whom clutched textbooks in their hands. Some later arrivals at the back began shouting their orders for pancakes and toppings. Chen Yao noticed that Bai Ziong exhibited no signs of impatience, allowing others to cut in front of him and place their orders. Chen Yao stood behind, patiently waiting for 2 students to finish ordering. When the next person was about to speak, Chen Yao raised his voice slightly and turned to say, could you please wait a moment? We'd like to order first. After saying this, he lowered his head slightly and asked Bai Ziong, what would you like to add? The vendor, hoping that students would follow the order, was also concerned that frequent reminders about queuing would affect business. Thus, upon hearing Chen Yao's request, he readily chimed in, students, please form a line and come one by one. No need to rush. He then turned to Bai Ziong and asked, what toppings would you like, young man? Ah? Bai Ziong was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding, I'd like 2 eggs with bacon, and please add plenty of lettuce. After placing his order, Bai Ziong turned to ask, Yao, how about you? The same for me, please. Chen Yao replied to the vendor, then quietly added, please don't call me Yao, just call me Chen Yao. Okay, Bai Ziong acknowledged. After receiving their 2 pancakes, Bai Ziong noticed that the students behind them had finished ordering, and he requested 3 more pancakes from the vendor. After completing the payment via scan code, Bai Ziong approached Chen Yao, who was standing aside playing with his phone, and said, Yao, we have 3 more to wait for. I'll go buy some soy milk. Just wait for me here. I'll be right back. Chen Yao recalled the words a father said to his son in the back of his mind. I'll go buy some oranges. Just stay right there and don't move. Feeling a sense of being taken advantage of, he lowered his head and smiled. After pondering for a moment, he thought, perhaps the little puppy wasn't so bad after all. Classmate, your egg-filled pancake is ready. The vendor called out twice before Chen Yao snapped back to reality, quickly raising his hand to receive the pancake. The breakfast stall was quite crowded, and Chen Yao spotted Bai Ziong waving at him from amidst the throng. He raised his hand, showcasing the 5 pancakes he had received. As Chen Yao walked toward him, he noticed 2 girls nearby giggling and whispering. The girl with long hair said, that boy is so handsome. Look quickly. The shorter girl, glancing around, asked, which one? The long-haired girl replied, "Don't be obvious. Just pretend to look up, at 11 o'clock direction, the tall one." The shorter girl turned her head to the left and immediately pulled on the arm of the girl beside her, whispering, "Oh my, I see him. So handsome, so handsome. Which grade is he in? I wish I could have him. Ouch, ouch, ouch." The long-haired girl quickly admonished, "Don't pinch me. That is too obvious. Stop looking, you're going to get caught." Chen Yao, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but chuckle. The two girls, realizing they had been overheard, turned to see Chen Yao approaching and immediately ran away, blushing. Bai Xiang noticed Chen Yao laughing from a distance and asked, "Yao, what are you laughing about?" "Call me Chen Yao," he said, continuing, "It's nothing, just overheard some girls chatting." "Huh?" Bai Xiang looked puzzled. "It's nothing," Chen Yao replied, still smiling. Bai Xiang, seeing that Chen Yao was not forthcoming, didn't press further. He casually took the 5 egg-filled pancakes from Chen Yao and pulled a portion of soy milk from his bag, inserting a straw and offering it to Chen Yao. As Chen Yao accepted the soy milk, he thought, "Wait, is this how you treat me after taking my pancake?" While pondering this, he took a sip from the straw but immediately began to cough, unable to swallow in time. Chen Yao glanced at the soy milk, confirming that soy milk was printed in large letters on the seal. He took a small sip, savoring it, then grimaced as he swallowed. "Is this really soy milk?" "It's absolutely terrible." Bai Xiang turned to him and asked, "What's wrong, Yao?" "Call me Chen Yao." Chen Yao insisted at this moment, adding, "It's nothing. I just choked a bit. I'll hold it for you." "Take your time." Bai Xiang reached out to take the soy milk, but Chen Yao, seeing that Bai Xiang had too much in his hands, refused. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "What did you add to this soy milk?" "Huh?" Bai Xiang replied, "I didn't add anything, it's just soy milk." "Then why does this taste?" Chen Yao began, but before he could finish, Bai Xiang suddenly remembered. "I'm sorry, I forgot to ask what you like to drink. So I just ordered the same as mine. I don't like it too sweet. The fresh kind without sugar might not be to your taste." Chen Yao waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's fine, I can drink it." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Actually, I still find it a bit hard to get used to." Bai Xiang nodded with a smile and said, "Next time, I'll order one with sugar for you." Chen Yao turned his head to see Bai Xiang extracting a stuffed pancake from a bag. He carefully tore open the wrapping paper from both sides, folded it neatly, and casually handed it to Chen Yao. Suddenly reminded of the humorous phrase, "Just stand there, don't move," Chen Yao smiled as he accepted the pancake and took a hearty bite. Bai Xiang lowered his head, slipping the packaging around his wrist, and retrieved a pancake filled with egg, repeating the same method of tearing and folding before bringing it to his mouth. Chen Yao tilted his head, observing him as he organized the bag, and thought of the 2 young girls they had encountered earlier, mused, "TSK, this little golden retriever is quite charming." It was only 7:50 in the morning, and the 2 of them strolled along the path towards the dormitory while munching on their breakfast. Below the dormitory, students were dashing to their first class, and it was indeed rare to see someone as early as them buying breakfast from outside. Bai Xiang moved with a casual demeanor, holding his half-eaten egg pancake in one hand, while the other hand was still clutching the bag around his wrist, and he was sipping soy milk. Just then, a girl came running towards them, her hair flowing freely, clutching a large stack of books in a haphazard manner. She seemed to be late for class, sprinting towards the lecture building. She neared. Chen Yao, chewing on his pancake, glanced over and noticed Bai Xiang was obliviously focused on the ground. Instinctively, he raised his arm and wrapped it around Bai Xiang's shoulder, turning slightly to shield him. Although Chen Yao acted quickly, his arm was still brushed by the corner of the girl's books. She turned around, uttering apologies, sorry, before continuing her hurried dash. Chen Yao looked at Bai Xiang and asked, "Are you all right?" Bai Xiang stared at Chen Yao's arm and asked in unison, "Are you okay?" Chen Yao rubbed his arm and replied, "It's nothing." As they entered the corridor, Bai Xiang contemplated apologizing, recalling a similar incident that had occurred previously when Chen Yao had been uncomfortably close while speaking to him. It seemed particularly unfortunate that it happened just after he had answered a call from Shen Yun. Although he couldn't remember if he had told Chen Yao to go away as he claimed, Bai Xiang was aware of his own demeanor after those calls. As they climbed the stairs, Bai Xiang hesitantly began, Yao." Chen Yao swallowed a bite of pancake and replied, "What is it?" Bai Xiang was at a loss for words, pondering how to express himself. With each step, he appeared increasingly hesitant, prompting Chen Yao to guess his thoughts. She turned to him. Do you still want to bring up what I asked you this morning? Bai Ziong confessed. I'm sorry. Please don't take it to heart. Chen Yao smiled at him. Didn't we agree? Let us pretend it never happened. Bai Ziong still felt a bit awkward, realizing his emotions had affected someone else. What? Chen Yao raised the soy milk in his hand, shaking it slightly. Didn't we just treat ourselves to breakfast? Let us not dwell on it. Bai Ziong managed to smile, nodding in agreement. All right. Chen Yao reached their floor first and noticed Bai Ziong standing on the staircase. Lost in thought, concerned he might lose his footing, Chen Yao called out, Bai Ziong. When Bai Ziong looked up, Chen Yao waved the empty soy milk cup in his hand and continued, Thank you for breakfast. Could you perhaps add a little sugar next time? It's quite bland. Bai Ziong snapped back to reality and smiled, responding affirmatively. As they parted ways towards the dormitory, Bai Ziong glanced back at Chen Yao, recalling the moment when Chen Yao had cheerfully told him not to mention it again. Indeed, when would he be able to stop bringing it up? When would he no longer allow the burdens from home to affect himself and others? This was not the first time. Previously, it had been Bu Yi. Now, it was Chen Yao, and perhaps many others who were unwilling to hold grudges. What about the future? Chapter 11. The thoughtful boyfriend upon returning to the dormitory. Bai Ziong distributed breakfast to their respective tables. Zhang Wei emerged from the restroom and, upon seeing the egg pancake on the table, quietly thanked Bai Ziong before hurriedly leaving with his sheet music. Bai Ziong dashed to Bu Yi's bed, lifted his hand to pat the blanket, and called, Bu Zi, wake up and eat breakfast. Bu Yi mumbled something and rolled over. Bai Ziong gently nudged him a couple of times, urging, Bu Zi, you have vocal class soon. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Bu Yi merely pulled the blanket over his head and continued to sleep. Bai Ziong's neck ached from craning, and he rubbed the back of it before running over to Lu Xing's bedside, asking, Xingge, are you going to vocal class this morning? Lu Xing, still half asleep, jolted awake at the mention of vocal class. Vocal class? Did Bu Yi request a leave for me? Calm down, it's only 7:50. Bai Ziong gestured towards Bu Yi's bed. He is still asleep. Lu Xing caught a whiff of the aroma and sniffed a couple of times, flipping over to peer at the table, upon spotting the pancake. He grinned broadly. Bai Gu, I love you. Bai Ziong chuckled. Hurry up, it's getting cold. Get up and eat. Lu Xing climbed out of bed and halfway down the stairs, he patted Bu Yi, calling, Bu Yi, get up for class. After Lu Xing finished washing up and returned to bed with his pancake, Bu Yi remained unresponsive. Bai Ziong asked, Are you two still going to class? Lu Xing took a large bite of his pancake and patted his chest, declaring, Just watch me. He then shouted towards the floor below, Tmall Genie, play I Want to Loudly Say I Love You. Turn it up. Louder, louder. Bu Yi was jolted awake, grumbling. Who the hell is so cruel? Lu Xing cautiously replied. Bu Gu? You're awake. Come eat breakfast. Bai Gu just got it. It's still warm. Bu Yi propped himself up to glance at the lower bunk, turning to Bai Ziong. What time is it? Before he could finish, he suddenly remembered. Didn't we agree to wake up early to practice basketball? Bai Ziong nodded. Exactly. Bu Ji him. Why basketball dream? My Rukawa Keed. Bu Yi shouted dramatically. Tomorrow, I swear, I'll get up. Lu Xing cheered him on. Our Bu Gu is the best. He then added. But before that, Bu Gu, do you remember we agreed you'd excuse me from vocal class? Bu Yi, now more awake, glanced at the clock and, realizing there was still time, teasingly said, Little Xingzi, I'm about to get up, but it's a bit chilly out of the blankets. Could you check? Lu Xing placed the half-eaten pancake on the bedside shelf and swiftly jumped out of bed. Tossing Bu Yi his sweatshirt, Bu Yi donned it gratefully, then pretended to cough. I need to wash up. Just this, cough, cough. My throat feels a bit uncomfortable. I'm not sure if I can still go to vocal class. Of course you can. Absolutely. Lu Xing scampered to fetch Bu Yi a cup of warm water. After washing up, Bu Yi sipped his warm water and took a big bite of the pancake. Smacking his lips, this pancake is, just a bit. Bai Ziong shot him a glance. That's enough. If you like it, eat it. All right, Bu Yi conceded. Little Xingzi, back off. I'll go request your leave. Got it, Bu Gu. Lu Xing dashed back to bed, finishing the remaining half of his pancake and sending a heart gesture to Bu Yi. Bu Gu, I love you. Bai Ziong watched the two playfully and couldn't help but smile. Once Bu Yi left for class, Lu Xing crawled back into bed for a bit more sleep. With nothing pressing to do, Bai Ziong decided to put on his headphones and slowly watch a movie. As the movie concluded, he wandered to the practice room to play a bit. The morning seemed to stretch out before him, filled with a sense of fulfillment. Before going to bed that night, Bai Xiong forgot to turn off his alarm. The next morning, the alarm went off punctually. Bai Xiong typically prepared himself for the sound, regardless of how deeply he slept. However, when the alarm suddenly rang, he jolted awake, feeling somewhat disoriented. After silencing the alarm, he turned over, intending to sleep again, but found it impossible to do so. After glancing at his phone, he realized he was a bit hungry and pondered whether to get up to buy breakfast. The thought flickered through his mind, intensifying his hunger, making him yearn for a warm meal. Bai Xiong dressed quickly and headed downstairs, casually glancing at the basketball court. To his surprise, he spotted Chen Yao practicing again. In this frigid weather, was it possible that Chen Yao got up early every morning? As Chen Yao walked to the sidelines for a drink, he lifted his gaze and, coincidentally, spotted Bai Xiong passing by. Waving his hand in greeting, Bai Xiong, noticing the greeting, called out through the wire fence, "Yao, have you eaten?" Chen Yao grinned widely. "Let us go. I'm starving." After bending down to pick up the coat from the ground, Bai Xiong followed suit and walked outside. He had initially intended to offer a polite greeting, not expecting Chen Yao to tag along. Chen Yao descended from the court, clutching a ball, with his down jacket draped over the other arm. Before he could utter a word, Bai Xiong casually took the ball from him and said, "I'll hold this. You might as well put on your coat." Chen Yao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he slipped into the jacket. Thinking to himself, this little puppy is quite considerate. Just like the day before, Bai Xiong inquired, "Yao, what would you like to eat?" "How about some breakfast pancakes?" Chen Yao pondered and replied, "Today it's on me." Bai Xiong had initially intended to mention that yesterday's meal was his apology, but felt it awkward to bring it up repeatedly, so he said nothing. Upon reaching the vendor, they had waited only a few minutes before it was their turn. Chen Yao tilted his head and asked Bai Xiong, "Is it the same as yesterday?" Bai Xiong nodded. Chen Yao called out to the vendor, "Boss, 2 pancakes, each with 2 eggs and bacon, and add plenty of lettuce." Bai Xiong glanced at Chen Yao but remained silent. While waiting for the pancakes, Bai Xiong maintained his stance of being stationary, prompting Chen Yao to wander off to buy soy milk. Standing by the roadside with breakfast in hand, Chen Yao opened the paper bag, ready to eat, but then rearranged it neatly. When Bai Xiong returned, he skillfully unwrapped the pancake's paper bag, folding it as he had done the day before, and handed over the soy milk with the straw inserted. Feeling quite satisfied as Chen Yao enjoyed his breakfast, he suddenly understood the sentiment expressed by girls about finding a caring boyfriend. When he received the soy milk, he shamelessly wondered if his thoughtful little boyfriend had added sugar this time. Chen Yao took a hearty sip, savored the taste, and then frowned as he swallowed. No sugar. Indeed, one cannot be too greedy. After all, it involves spending money and catering to one's needs, yet expecting the other to remember one's preferences. Chen Yao chuckled at himself, realizing he was ill-suited to be a girl. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly cause trouble and soon find himself unceremoniously kicked to the curb by his little boyfriend. Receiving the neatly arranged pancake bag from Bai Xiong, Chen Yao respectfully said, "Thank you, Bai Dayi." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiong's hand, which was inserting the straw, faltered slightly, causing the soy milk to squirt out, splattering his wrist and sleeve. Digging into his pocket, he realized he hadn't brought any tissues. Finding his clumsiness amusing, Chen Yao laughed and transferred his food to one hand, unzipped his jacket, and pulled the hem of his t-shirt to offer it to Bai Xiong, saying, "Here, wipe your clothes. You can wash them later." Bai Xiong shook his head, dismissing the offer, and replied, "It's fine. I'll just wash my hands when I get back." Chen Yao said nothing more. Chapter 12. Something seems off. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Lin, bleary-eyed, emerged from the restroom, rubbing his eyes as he asked, "San Tu, why have you been coming back so early these past couple of days?" "Early?" Chen Yao sat before his computer, intending to work on some design sketches. "It's not too early. I was going to text you to bring me breakfast," Zhang Lin said as he climbed onto the upper bunk, casually asking, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Without lifting his gaze, Chen Yao replied, "I had pancakes." Zhang Lin, who had just settled down, immediately flipped over and exclaimed, "You're acting strange." "What?" Chen Yao thought he had misheard. "San Tu, you're definitely acting strange," Zhang Lin insisted with certainty. Chen Yao dismissed him as being neurotic and chose to ignore him. Undeterred by Chen Yao's indifference, Zhang Lin continued, "Usually, when someone asks if you've eaten breakfast, they simply say yes or no. You specifically mentioned pancakes, which is suspicious. There's definitely something off. Chen Yao couldn't be bothered to respond, keeping his head down. Zhang Lin pressed on, just tell me, did you eat breakfast alone this morning? Chen Yao replied nonchalantly. No. Who was with you? Who? Why are you being so weird? Chen Yao shot back while sending out an image. A guy, right? Zhang Lin's question had the tone of a declaration. What the hell? Chen Yao found himself amused. I knew it, Zhang Lin stated with all seriousness. I'm the emotional prince. All of this is just leftovers from my ex-girlfriends. I can tell right away. Who is it? Chen Yao, noting Zhang Lin's gossiping demeanor, had no desire to engage but feared his relentless questioning. So he replied, by Ziyang. That little puppy? Zhang Lin exclaimed, raising his voice. Who the hell are you talking about? Chen Yao shot him a look. That big fat guy. Zhang Lin couldn't contain his excitement, shouting across to Hu Pengqing. Santu went on a date early this morning. Hu Pengqing had been roused by Zhang Lin's exclamation but remained too lazy to open his eyes. However, upon hearing about Chen Yao's date, he became intrigued and squinted, asking, Who is it? By Ziyang. That little puppy. Zhang Lin continued, reveling in the gossip. They went hand in hand for breakfast at the crack of dawn. And only just returned. And it's still early. Chen Yao interjected. Why didn't you just say that we shared a bed? Leaning back in his chair, he awaited a response from Ji Gu. You two have slept together? Hu Pengqing gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Damn. Chen Yao nearly lost his mind. Can you listen properly? Finally managing to clarify the situation, Ji Gu responded with the necessary revisions. Chen Yao busied himself with the design, growing increasingly disinterested in the two of them. For the next week or two, Bai Ziyang rose early each day, sometimes to practice basketball, other times simply out of hunger in search of something to eat. Initially, he adapted to the hunger, but soon found himself unable to bear it once breakfast became a habit. Whether waking early would become routine remained uncertain, but each morning, he would see Chen Yao practicing on the court. Bai Ziyang was not one to disturb others. His previous breakfasts were his way of making amends for his bad temper, and he had no desire to disrupt anyone's rhythm. Therefore, aside from asking if Chen Yao wanted to join him for breakfast after practice, an invitation Chen Yao gladly accepted, he refrained from making unnecessary greetings. On days when he didn't practice, he would often sit lazily on a bench outside the court, enjoying breakfast while daydreaming, thus avoiding the rush of students heading to class. It's approximately the same time each morning. Chen Yao had developed a conditioned reflex to the swaying figure approaching. Without needing to look closely, he could recognize it was Bai Ziyang. A few times, he noticed Bai Ziyang appearing sleepy and, despite the winter chill, sitting alone in the wind while eating breakfast, leading Chen Yao to think that this little puppy might not be very sharp. On one particular day, as they gathered on the court, the academy announced the roster for the sophomore starting players. Due to time constraints for the upcoming winter break competition, the team comprised me, Zhang Lin, Depang, and Bu as starters. Chen Yao glanced up. The originally scheduled small forward could not participate due to exam conflicts. So Bai Ziyang would be taking his place. What the? Bu upon hearing, became excited. Bai Ziyang, you're starting this year. Bai Ziyang hadn't yet processed the news when Bu was already bubbling with enthusiasm. After the daily gathering concluded, Chen Yao called together the sophomore starters and those substitutes with relatively flexible exam schedules. He coordinated winter break competition dates with everyone and confirmed practice time from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. daily. As a group, they chatted and returned to their respective dorms. Bai Ziyang, who previously enjoyed practice as a casual affair, now felt motivated to put in extra effort in light of the upcoming training camp. Bu rambled on about last year's competition, recounting how the Art Academy had almost won, declaring that this year they would show them who truly held the upper hand. After finishing practice, Bai Ziyang felt invigorated. The cold wind felt refreshing, and he was too lazy to put on his jacket. Meandering along, he listened to Bu boast, enjoying this aspect of university life. Recently, due to breakfast, Chen Yao had been subjected to Zhang Lin and Depang's incessant teasing about the little puppy. Spotting Bai Ziyang and Bu chatting amiably from a distance, he reflexively called out little, but caught himself. Swallowing the words puppy as he approached, Chen Yao said, You two should check your exam schedules. If there are any conflicts with the professional exams, let me know, Bu quickly replied. No problem. If there's a conflict, we'll adjust the time. It won't affect anything. Finally playing alongside Bai Ziyang this year, Bai Ziyang was generally indifferent but found himself unwittingly sharing in Bu's excitement. Chen Yao turned to Bai Ziyang. Noticing he hadn't put on his jacket against the cold wind, Suddenly recalling the last time the little puppy had fallen ill, looking utterly defeated, he hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. Chapter 13. Are youngsters really this tolerant of the cold? That evening, Lu Xing wore headphones while playing PUBG. During the parachuting interval, he stared at the screen and shouted, "By Gu Ibui." Leaning back in his chair scrolling through Weibo, turned to him and replied, "Bai Gu went to the restroom. What is up?" Lu Xing didn't even lift his head, raising his voice to call into the bathroom, "Bai Gu, could you bring me breakfast in the morning?" Through the door, Bai Xiang could not hear clearly as Bui casually replied, "All right, I got it. We'll bring it to you tomorrow morning." "Just you?" Lu Xing, controlling the character in the game, hid behind a tree before continuing, "Forget it." "Hey," Bui perked up. "What do you mean, forget it?" Lu Xing paid him no mind. "You've been saying you'll wake up early for a week now, yet I've never seen you get up." To demonstrate his seriousness, Bui deliberately closed his phone interface and turned around to ask, "I will get up the moment I say so. Just tell me what you want for breakfast." Lu Xing, focused on sniping his opponent, was too absorbed to respond. However, in Buyi's eyes, this was a sign of disrespect from his Xinggu. "If I don't wake up early to practice basketball tomorrow, Bui pondered for a moment and declared a vow he deemed the most severe. "I will become unhinged." Hearing this from the bathroom, Bai Xiang looked utterly shocked. What could possibly warrant such a severe vow from Buzi? Lu Xing, having just taken down an enemy with a headshot, removed his headphones and asked, What did you say, Bu Ge? Just tell me what you want for breakfast and I'll bring it to you after practice." Bui replied. After that, he got up to fetch a change of clothes. "Xiang, you must wake me up tomorrow morning. I'll shower and go straight to bed." Thus, driven by a vow of becoming unhinged if he did not wake up early, Bai Xiang yanked Bui out of bed early the next morning. Bui sat on the edge of the bed, head drooping, eyes closed, reaching for the blanket. Bai Xiang, brushing his teeth with foam in his mouth, came over and tugged at Bui's blanket, pulling it towards the foot of the bed. Bui curled up for a while, but the cold made it impossible to sleep, and he opened his eyes wide, staring at Bai Xiang beneath the bed. After finishing his morning routine, Bai Xiang glanced back to confirm that Bui was awake before pouring himself a cup of hot water and sitting down to wait for him. Bui, still lethargic, stared intently. Seeing the forlorn look in Bui's eyes, Bai Xiang turned the water cup in his hands, crossed his legs, and faced him. They exchanged glances for a while, but when Bai Xiang noticed that Bui had no intention of getting up, he lifted the water cup and slowly moved it towards Bui's pajama-clad lower half. Grabbing the cup with his left hand, he raised his right hand, using his thumb and index finger to form a V. Then, he slowly brought the two fingers together to Bui, glancing at his fingers, slapped his face vigorously before reluctantly dragging himself out of bed. Bai Xiang sat on the stool, swinging his leg while waiting for him. When they arrived at the basketball court, Chen Yao had already been practicing for quite a while. Accustomed to seeing Bai Xiang wake up early alone, this was the first time he noticed Bui. "Good morning, little puppy." Chen Yao made a beautiful three-pointer and turned to greet them. "What puppy?" Bui inquired. Chen Yao, having heard Zhang Lin and the hefty guy call Bai Xiang little puppy in the dormitory, had accidentally called him that a few times over the days, which Bai Xiang had long grown accustomed to. "Oh, little puppy? I know that one," Bui grinned. "Xiang, didn't I tell you? Everyone in the team calls you little puppy. They say you're soft and easygoing." Bui was animatedly gossiping about someone who was not present. Bai Xiang interrupted him. "All right, I get it. Can you please be quiet?" "Haha, as long as you know," Bui chuckled. Chen Yao, regretting his own loose tongue, awkwardly shifted the topic. "What time is it, Bui? Why are you up so early today?" Bui chuckled in response. It's a rainy day, so I thought I'd be productive." "What does that even mean?" Bai Xiang looked perplexed. "What, a rainy day and being productive?" Chen Yao paused, then followed suit with laughter, thoroughly bemused. After a moment, Bai Xiang assumed the laughter had ceased, only to hear Bui chuckling again, leaving him even more bewildered as he dawdled, pulling on his down jacket. "What, a rainy day and being productive?" Bai Xiang muttered, repeating it several times, still failing to comprehend what Bui had meant or what Chen Yao found so amusing. With time to spare, Chen Yao, amused by the little puppy's rambling, wished to clarify the situation for him. Bai Xiang inquired. Chen Yao pondered how to explain it. "Well, it's just a way of saying, when you're bored, you might as well hit someone." Bai Xiang still didn't understand, hit someone when bored. Chen Yao continued to struggle with the explanation, Let me think of how to clarify this. It's just that, well, when you have nothing to do. He was unsure how to articulate the joke clearly. Hearing the exchange between Chen Yao and Bai Ziyang, Bui found it hilarious and turned around to ask, "Hey, are you 3 years old? You go ahead." Chen Yao was genuinely curious about how to explain it. Bui began, "Do I really need to explain this?" As he spoke halfway, he reconsidered and felt it might be challenging to clarify. "Ziyang, let's just play basketball. It's too early to be thinking this hard." As he spoke, he tossed the ball to Bai Ziyang. Bai Ziyang caught it and dribbled a few times, still pondering the meaning behind the joke. Noticing Bai Ziyang's silence, Chen Yao and Bui exchanged amused glances and decided to drop the subject. While practicing, they casually discussed what to have for breakfast and inquired about the afternoon music class, wondering if it would interfere with their evening basketball plans. After an hour of practice, the three of them were drenched in sweat. Chen Yao and Bui pulled on their jackets, each clutching a ball as they headed out of the court. Bai Ziyang held his jacket in his left hand and tugged at his snug t-shirt with his right, waiting for them by the court's exit. As Chen Yao stepped down from the court, he noticed Bai Ziyang cradling a down jacket and opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. After a few steps, he couldn't hold back any longer and remarked, "Do young people these days not feel the cold at all?" Bui glanced at Chen Yao. He looked around and realized there were no young people present. Seeing Chen Yao remain silent, he tilted his head toward Bai Ziyang, finally understanding. "Ziyang, what's with this bad habit of yours?" He pulled Bai Ziyang's jacket toward him. Bai Ziyang muttered, "I'll wear it later. It's too hot." He continued to fan himself with the collar of his shirt. Bui pointed to the basketball court, saying to Bai Ziyang, "Do you see that?" Bai Ziyang followed his finger, glancing at the court, and asked, "What? Can't you see?" Bui pointed again. "Look at the ground. See? All those who died of heat in the winter are lying there. Right?" Upon hearing Bui's words, Bai Ziyang took a moment to process before hesitantly pulling on his jacket. Chen Yao slowed his pace, observing the two of them, chuckling at how the little puppy could keep up with Bui's banter. How many times had he been teased by Bui over the past couple of years? Chapter 14. Rainy day and boredom. Three of them headed to the egg pancake stall as usual. Bai Ziyang ordered his usual pancake and turned to the other two. "What about you guys?" Chen Yao called to the vendor. "Hey boss, 2 more of the same pancakes." "What do you mean, the same pancakes?" Bui frowned, squeezing in front of Chen Yao, poking his head out to shout, "Boss, I'm different." He continued, "Boss, I want 2 eggs, 2 pieces of bacon, 2 slices of pork, and 2 servings of ham. Extra lettuce and extra spicy." Bui had always been this way, and Bai Ziyang had long gotten used to it. What they ate was not the most important, but the quantity had to be substantial. Chen Yao looked at him as if he were an alien. "So early in the morning, are you really going to eat that much meat? Isn't it a bit much?" Bai Ziyang replied. "He can eat even more," he added. "I've seen it." When Bui's order was ready, the bag was bulging, with the ingredients spilling out. Bui saw the vendor meticulously applying sauce, grabbed the brush from the vendor, and vigorously smeared in 2 generous strokes of chili sauce, declaring, "Boss, you keep doing your thing. I'll handle the sauce." As he brushed the chili, he muttered, "This is how you should eat an egg pancake. You two can't handle it. An egg pancake without chili is soulless." The vendor's wife, who was collecting money nearby, found him amusing and chuckled. "Oh right, young man, I remember you. You can really eat." Bui, still rambling, beamed shyly at the vendor's wife. They stopped at the soybean milk stall, and this time, Chen Yao was determined to buy for himself. Saying, "I'll get it in a rush," they squeezed into the crowd to purchase some soybean milk, and the three of them made their way towards the dormitory building. Just as they entered the front door of the dormitory, Bai Ziyang took a bite of his stuffed pancake and suddenly exclaimed, "I understand." Before he could finish his sentence, a fit of coughing overtook him. He had just intended to speak again when he realized that the more anxious he was to express himself, the more he choked. Chen Yao and Bui assumed he was simply starving, hence his voracious eating. Bui, while chewing, patted him on the back with his free hand, saying, "What's the rush? No one is going to snatch it from you." After a moment of coughing, Bai Ziyang managed to say, "I was laughing about what you said before I started coughing." Chen Yao thought to himself, "We were just eating pancakes. No one was talking. This child, is he perhaps so hungry that he has lost his wits?" Bui was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of what Bai Ziyang found amusing. It is often said that laughter is contagious. And before long, Bui found himself chuckling along. Ha, ha, cough, cough. On a rainy day, cough, cough, cough. Just idle. Bai Xiong coughed while trying to hurriedly speak, only to become increasingly incoherent. You, haha, Xiong, don't laugh at me yet. Bui managed to hold back his laughter for a moment, only to be further amused by Bai Xiong's antics. You go ahead and laugh. Just speak properly first, Bui urged, joining in the mirth. Qin Yao seemed to catch on. Were you referring to hitting children on a rainy day? Bai Xiong's eyes crinkled with laughter as he looked at him and replied, Ha ha, that's exactly it. At this point, Bui had just taken a sip of his soybean milk, and upon hearing this, he couldn't contain himself and burst out, Ha ha. You. Ha ha. Are you laughing because of that? Bui's laughter intensified. You. Are you out of your mind? Ha ha. As Bai Xiong noticed Bui laughing uncontrollably, he assumed he too had recalled the joke about hitting children on a rainy day, and he nodded along, chuckling in agreement. This little pup seems to have just realized where the humor lies, thought Chen Yao, suddenly reminded of the trending topic on Weibo a while back. Below a picture of a little Samoyed, a flurry of netizens commented, so cute. Observing Bai Xiong now, Chen Yao suddenly understood. As they stood at the corridor, Chen Yao noticed that the two seemed poised to continue their laughter. With a smile lingering on his lips, he gently pulled them towards the corner. Chen Yao shifted the stuffed pancake and soybean milk to one hand, while using the other to retrieve the bag from Bai Xiong's wrist. Extracting the soybean milk and handing it to him with a straw, Bai Xiong accepted the bag with a grin, saying, Thank you. Bui, having only eaten half of his stuffed pancake, had already finished the soybean milk. He took a few bites of the remaining half pancake and, feeling the heat, exclaimed, Damn, this is too spicy. You shouldn't have slathered on so much chili. If it's too spicy, just don't eat it, Bai Xiong advised. No way, Bui replied, his tongue hanging out from the heat. Quick, let me have a sip of your soybean milk, he said, reaching for Bai Xiong's straw. Chen Yao glanced at the two of them and offered his own bag of soybean milk to Bui, saying, Why don't you drink mine? Bui declined. No, I'll just have Xiong's. It's fine. I'll just drink some hot water when I get back, Bai Xiong chimed in. Call me Chen Yao, Chen Yao insisted, reminding him to use his name. Afterward, he shoved the bag into Bui's hands, saying, His dozen tea of sugar. You can have mine. Oh, right. Bui hurriedly inserted the straw and took a deep sip, only to ramble on afterward, Good thing I didn't tea drink Xiong's. If I had finished that, I would have to vomit. They don't allow any sweetness to be added, very picky indeed. As if seeking validation. He turned to Chen Yao and inquired, Difficult to please, isn't it, Captain Yao? Chen Yao glanced at Bai Xiong and shook his head, replying, It's fine. This is quite good. Hey, Bui just realized. How do you know that our Xiong prefers his soybean milk without sugar? Chen Yao, feigning casualness, replied, I remember from the last time we bought it. Bui took this as a sign of good memory. Oh, what about me? Did you remember? Chen Yao was puzzled. What about you? What did I have in my pancake today? You remembered that too, right? Bui asked. You think I care? Chen Yao began, but then paused to reflect. What is there to remember? Just a pile of meat. Captain Yao, you are biased, Bui exclaimed, adopting a mock pout. But we've known each other longer. All right, Bui, stop grossing me out. Chen Yao shot him a disdainful look. As they climbed the stairs, Bui began reciting, 2 eggs, 2 servings of bacon, 2 servings of pork tenderloin, 2 sausages, extra lettuce, which caused Chen Yao to spend the entire morning envisioning greasy meat. As they reached the dormitory entrance, Bui suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, what about Xing Guo's breakfast? Chapter 15. The little puppy is not only wild but also playful. Bai Xiong, majoring in piano, faced relatively high expectations from his instructor, though this was merely in contrast to students like Bui, who were taking it as an elective. His practice time, when compared to dedicated piano majors, was quite minimal. Typically, a piano major is expected to practice for at least 2 hours daily to keep pace with the repertoire assigned by the professor each week. Bai Xiong, however, spent only 3 to 5 hours in the practice room each week, and after accounting for the interruptions from Bui and Lu Xing, his actual practice time barely exceeded 4 hours. By results, one might say he was efficient in his studies, as he managed to complete the assignments each week, albeit at a leisurely pace and with a few stumbles. Each time the old professor held his small class, he would be exasperated. Bai Xiong, what have you been busy with all week? Bai Xiong would consistently lower his head in silence. The professor, frustrated, would exclaim, You scored first in your major during the college entrance exams. You managed to play those challenging pieces back then. Why is it that after a week of practice, you return with such a performance? Yes, you have a high completion rate over 3 to 4 weeks. And the quality is decent, but you could reach this level in a week. Why take so long? You need to accumulate more pieces. After graduation, you will have a personal concert to prepare for. You are simply not practicing enough. Can you not take this seriously? Bai Xiong would respond affirmatively, yet upon returning home, he would revert to his old habits. After all, this was university. No teacher desired to invest effort in a student who lacked ambition. After a few admonitions, the old professor ceased to monitor him closely, and Bai Xiong was content to dawdle, taking weeks to finish a single piece. The music program had a late morning class that ended at 11:40 a.m. Bu Yi and Bai Xiong conferred about their basketball practice time in the evening, deciding to practice piano after lunch before heading straight to the court. Bu Yi himself could hardly muster the motivation to practice alone. It was fortunate to have a dedicated student like Bai Xiong to occasionally practice alongside. The two of them found separate empty practice rooms, registered, and entered with their keys. Bai Xiong opened the music score and placed his hands on the keys. Just as he was sight-reading a page, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID with a frown, Bai Xiong swiftly pressed the decline button. And no sooner had he tucked his phone back into his pocket than the ringing resumed. Persistent and insistent, Yang. Bu Yi pushed open the practice room door at that moment. Bai Xiong glanced up, guessing Bu Yi must have found sitting idle too boring and sought him out for conversation. Seeing Bai Xiong frowning and his phone still ringing, Bu Yi quickly said, "Oh, it's nothing, I just forgot my book and came to borrow one from you." He glanced around, picked up a book from the piano stand, and stepped outside, only to turn back and close the door again. Once back in his own practice room, as he flipped through the pages, he muttered under his breath, "Damn. As an elective student, borrowing a book is such a hassle. How am I supposed to understand such difficult pieces?" Bai Xiong leaned back on the piano stool, propping himself up as he answered the call. The voice on the other end was that of Shen Yun, who was yelling frantically, "Who the hell am I working so hard for? You and your family, old and young, are all the same. Bai Xiong, you and your sister, you're all a bunch of debt collectors. None of you treats me like a human being." As if her venting was insufficient, she took a deep breath. Who the hell am I doing this for? Bai Xiong hung up the phone, unwilling to listen further. Indeed, for whom was Shen Yun laboring? What about their father, Bai Ming? This way of living only seemed to torment one another. Bai Xiong too pondered, for whom were they truly fighting? He could not comprehend how this series of farces would culminate in Bai Ming's story. And what of Bu Yi? What was he doing now with the music he held? Bai Xiong suddenly found himself amused by Bu Yi's earlier demeanor. It seemed that every time Bu Yi avoided a topic, it was done with such deliberate intent. In truth, Bai Xiong had never consciously broached the subject of his family with Bu Yi. He detested when others, much like the elderly patrons in hospitals, pried into personal matters. Whether it stemmed from sympathy or pity, he deemed such sentiments unnecessary. Moreover, the affairs of his family were rather distasteful. So why draw attention to them? Only a few times had his younger sister, Bai Zihe, visited the university and, after a few drinks, casually mentioned some family matters. Each time Bai Xiong received a call, his expression would betray an unusual gravity, and thus he had gleaned a vague understanding of the situation. Consequently, during these moments, Bu Yi would feign having other matters to attend to, distancing himself, if they were in the dormitory. He would engage Lu Xing or Zhang Wei in conversation to minimize any awkwardness while Bai Xiong took his calls. Often, these gestures were not as subtle as Bu Yi believed, yet, as a token of their friendship, Bai Xiong graciously accepted the kindness. After practicing the piano, as Bai Xiong made his way to the basketball court that afternoon, he appeared just as he usually did. Bu Yi, however, remained unusually quiet throughout their journey. It was not that he intended to be reticent, but in such moments, words seemed ill-timed. Upon arriving at the court, the others had already gathered, divided into teams to prepare for a practice match. Chen Yao observed that Bai Xiong seemed a touch more serious than usual, while Bu Yi appeared less talkative. Just then, Bai Xiong muttered a curse under his breath, clearly not in the best of spirits. During a halftime break, as everyone retreated to the sidelines to hydrate, Bai Xiong instinctively checked his phone for the time. The screen displayed 3 missed calls, prompting him to return the call promptly. As soon as the line connected, he heard, "Gidge, our dorm is planning to hang out before exams. You? Wait a sec." Bai Xiang replied, "Sure. Zihe, you all." But before he could finish, she turned to someone nearby and asked, "Jing Jing, what shall we eat tonight?" Without waiting for an answer, she continued, "We're going for 3 days and we'll bring you a gift." Bai Xiang, recalling his sister's eagerness to go out, smiled with squinted eyes and said, "All right, just be careful outside and dress warmly." "Okay, I got it, Gidge. I'm hanging up now. I'm off to eat." Zihe chimed before hanging up, leaving Bai Xiang with no chance to respond. It seemed the little girl was getting along splendidly with her dorm mates, which brought him joy. He smiled as he typed a message to Zihe, reminding her to bring some motion sickness and cold medication for the journey. Upon seeing him finish the call, Bui eagerly inquired, "Did our queen call?" Bai Xiang, taken aback, asked, "How did you know?" Bui, with an air of knowing, replied, "I could tell from your happy expression." Chun Yao, overhearing their exchange while drinking water, glanced at Bai Xiang. Just moments ago, he had been downcast, yet now he seemed transformed. What could have transpired in such a short span? Setting down his water bottle, he casually asked, "What queen?" "He, Bai Xiang's queen," Bui said, waving Bai Xiang's phone in front of Chun Yao, where the contact was marked boldly as queen. "Let me tell you, Yao, she's quite the character." Before Bui could continue, he turned to Bai Xiang and exclaimed, "Xiang, I want some milk tea. When is she coming to take me for milk tea?" Hearing this, Bai Xiang chuckled, "All right, I will ask her." Chen Yao found it utterly astonishing. Just moments ago, Bai Xiang had seemed as if he might burst at the slightest touch, and now his queen wielded such influence? Was it possible that a single phone call had lifted his spirit so? As he pondered, the game was called to resume. Chun Yao mused, last time, the contact was labeled that woman, and now it had transformed into queen. Had the two quarreled and reconciled, prompting the change? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that there were 2 women involved? He glanced at Bai Xiang's delicate face, his astonishment deepening. Surely not. 2 women? This little pup was not only wild but also quite the charmer. Chapter 16. Dashing. Absolutely dashing. It is often said that first-rate institutions prioritize academics, second-rate ones enforce discipline, while third-rate schools focus on cleanliness. Bai Xiang's university is one of moderate decorum, much like himself. Each aspect may not be particularly remarkable, yet every area is attended to. When it comes to student competitions, the school neither offers robust support nor vehement opposition. They provide the necessary backing and leave the rest to the students. Should a particular president hold a fondness for basketball, the event may be organized with a touch more grandeur. The current president appreciates the vitality of the students. Hence the competitions during winter and summer breaks are conducted with considerable fanfare in this otherwise unremarkable second-tier institution. Such events are deemed significant. To avoid disrupting students' exam preparations, basketball games are typically scheduled a month prior to exam week. Following several rounds of preliminary matches, only the College of Arts and the College of Management remain. Outside the venue, a throng of students, predominantly female, has gathered. The College of Arts is known for its disproportionate ratio of girls to boys, leading to fierce competition among the female attendees. Absent the studious types like Zhang Wei or the internet gaming enthusiasts like Lu Xing, the few athletic specimens are especially prized. Thus, those girls, in the chill of winter, liberally doused themselves in perfume, as if it were free, each one desperately trying to catch attention. The scent was so potent that even from a distance, it threatened to overwhelm. After changing into his basketball attire, Bai Xiang squeezed through the crowd, sneezing from the overpowering fragrance. Bui, brimming with excitement, scanned the area restlessly, convinced that his girlfriend was somewhere nearby, scheming in her own mischievous way. "Hey, Xiang, do you think that girl over there is smiling at me?" Bui nudged Bai Xiang with his elbow. Bai Xiang glanced at Bui and replied, "Bui, are you not going to change your shirt?" "Not in a hurry, not in a hurry." "I'm changing now," Bui said, as he stripped off his outer jacket and handed it to Bai Xiang, his jersey slipping over his head and onto his t-shirt. The moment Bui donned his jersey, he boldly dribbled the ball towards the basket. Bai Xiang chuckled softly, shaking his head as he placed Bui's jacket on the sidelines and joined him for warm-ups. Just as he entered the court, a basketball came hurtling towards his forehead. As Bai Xiang reached out to catch the ball, Bui shouted, "Xiang, Xiang over here." Seeing Bui hopping around the three-point line, Bai Xiang understood and raised his hand to make a throwing gesture. As Bui sprinted towards the basket, he prepared to leap as the ball was released from Bai Xiang's grip. With remarkable synergy, They executed a spectacular dunk in midair. Wow. So dashing. Who is that? Absolutely stunning. The crowd erupted in excitement. Bui, thoroughly satisfied, clung to the rim for a moment before releasing it. Xiong, I want to do that again, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm uncontainable. Standing at a distance to stretch, Bai Xiong chuckled at Bui's exuberance. Wasn't that exhilarating? Was it handsome? Xiong, tell me, wasn't that dunk incredible? Bai Xiong nodded in agreement. Bui, still riding the high of the moment, clapped the ball and urged. Come on, let us do it again. Ignoring him, Bai Xiong continued to stretch his legs. Bui retrieved the ball beneath the basket and approached Bai Xiong, pleading, Xiong, one more time. Bai Xiong cautioned, be careful not to cramp up. Heeding the advice, Bui complied, warming up alongside Bai Xiong while incessantly nagging, Xiong, toss me another ball. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, there are so many people watching. All right, just one last time. Bai Xiong relented, observing that Bui was sufficiently warmed up. He turned and dribbled the ball towards the three-point line. Before Bui could react, he glanced back, and Bai Xiong had already stepped beyond the arc, ready to pass. Bai Xiong dribbled a couple of times, then lofted the ball toward the backboard. Bui seized the moment, leaping to catch the ball as it rebounded, executing another impressive dunk. The crowd erupted in yet another cheer, and Bui's vanity surged as he excitedly asked, Xiong, wasn't that cool? Wasn't my buddy handsome? Bai Xiong, recalling his earlier lesson about unresponsive replies, firmly reiterated, you previously mentioned this was the last one. Having spent ample time with Bai Xiong, Bui was well aware of his reluctance to be excessively scrutinized by others. Just one last time. Bui nodded vigorously, persistently asking, you still haven't answered me. Wasn't my buddy stunning? Bai Xiong, smiling, replied, absolutely handsome. Without a doubt, you're dashing, Budayi. Chen Yao was warming up under the adjacent hoop when he heard Bai Xiong showering compliments about his handsomeness. With a casual glance, he noticed Bui, who keenly caught the look of concern in his eyes. Bui, brimming with exuberance, inquired, Yao team, how's it going? Did you see Bai Zi just praise my dunk? Wasn't it cool? Chen Yao, irritated by his display of self-satisfaction, pressed his tongue against his back teeth in annoyance. Realizing the time was drawing near, he admonished, stop showing off. Afterward, he scooped up the ball and tucked it under his arm. Striding to the center of the court, he clapped his hands and called out, Art Academy, assemble. Chapter 17. Just throw it one by one. The players made their way to the center of the court. Chen Yao ensured that everyone was fit and ready, instructing the substitutes to warm up. After delivering an inspiring pregame pep talk, the atmosphere within the team shifted to one of palpable tension. While he was usually polite and easygoing, Chen Yao became quite serious when it came to games. Aside from Bai Xiong, the other first-year players had already witnessed Chen Yao's prowess, and though they might not voice it, they held a deep respect for their captain, making them reluctant to take the match lightly. Art Academy, let's go. Management Academy is the best. The starting lineups took their positions at the center of the court, and the match commenced. The ball was tossed high into the air, and Hu Pengcheng leaped almost simultaneously with the opposing team's giant, although the latter touched the ball first. Before Chen Yao could speak, Bai Xiong had already retreated to defend the basket. The opponents made several aggressive drives, but none managed a shot. As he prepared to pass, Bai Xiong swiftly snatched the ball, dribbling it towards the Art Academy's half. At that moment, Bui waved his hand, prompting Bai Xiong to pass the ball to him. Bui lifted his arm, feigning a shot, causing the opponent to leap in anticipation of a block. With a sly glance, Bui flicked the ball back to Bai Xiong, who retreated beyond the three-point line and executed a beautiful three-pointer. Chen Yao shouted from afar, great shot. Get back on defense. He orchestrated the scoring throughout the game with unyielding precision, substituting players to allow starters to rest while adjusting tactics accordingly. Although he was not particularly loquacious, Chen Yao occasionally cracked jokes with the players. And on the court, he radiated an indomitable spirit. In the realm of competition, victories and defeats are inherent. This group of players cherished the game of basketball. They fought hard, knowing that even in defeat, they could reclaim their pride. They trusted Chen Yao, as if nothing on the court could rattle him. Traditionally, the winter break matches had been dominated by the Art Academy and the Management Academy, and this year, the Art Academy clearly had the upper hand. The score stood at Art Academy 63, Management Academy 52, with just over a minute left to play. In the spirit of camaraderie, The Art Academy players ceased scoring, and the Management Academy had no intention of altering their strategy. As time elapsed, the match concluded splendidly. I want to. Chun Yao maintained a serious demeanor throughout the game, but suddenly approached Bai Ziyang. Catching him off guard with the unexpected remark, Bai Ziyang, dribbling the ball, was momentarily puzzled, responding, "Huh, just throw it," Chun Yao said before sprinting towards the basket. Bai Ziyang, still dazed, eventually tossed the ball in Chen Yao's direction. Timing his jump perfectly, Chun Yao caught the ball mid-air and executed a breathtaking 360-degree dunk. Art Academy 65, Management Academy 52, the final whistle blew, and pandemonium ensued in the stands. Chun Yao. Incredible. So handsome. Wow. Yao team, Yao team, Yao team. The entire crowd erupted in chants for Chen Yao as his teammates gathered around him, celebrating the Art Academy's victory. Bui called out from a distance, "Yao team, you went too far." "What did I do?" Chen Yao feigned ignorance. Bui exclaimed, "You did it on purpose. I dunked twice before the game, and you had to steal the spotlight at the end with something even cooler." Zhang Lin chimed in with a playful tone, "Well, you can't blame 3 Earths for that. I thought your dunk was quite impressive." He then turned to Bai Ziyang, teasingly asking, "Right, Bai Ziyang?" "Huh?" Bai Ziyang, caught off guard, responded after a moment's pause, "Yeah, it was cool." As they tidied up the court post-game, a circle of girls surrounded Chen Yao, asking for his WeChat. With nightfall approaching, the basketball team agreed to celebrate at a nearby restaurant. Halfway through the drinks, Bui began to complain, "It's all your fault, Yao team." Zhang Lin and Hu Pingqing immediately understood, with Zhang Lin quipping, "If anyone's being reckless, it's definitely Yao team." He had to show off with a flashy dunk. "Did you see how furious the Management Academy players looked?" Hu Pingqing added with a chuckle. Bui lamented, "It was hard-earned. So many girls were noticing me before, and you had to ruin it." Having consumed a bit of alcohol, Chun Yao reclined against his chair, crossing his legs, and mischievously asked, "Hee, am I handsome?" Bui, exasperated, retorted, "You may be handsome, but you've scared off my girlfriend. You never had one." Chun Yao replied, discomfort, rubbing the back of his neck to adjust his posture. One of the substitutes piped up, "Yao team, when did you start acting like this? You never used to show off during games." Another chimed in, "Could it be? Today on the court there was, a girlfriend? What's going on? Why wasn't I informed?" Bui put down his chopsticks, abandoning his meal. "Yao team, are you in a relationship?" Chen Yao instinctively glanced at Bai Ziyang, taking a sip of his drink before responding. Nobui raised his glass to clink with Zhang Lin's, gossiping, "It must be that he spotted someone special. I have a sixth sense for these things. Darling, am I right?" Zhang Lin laughed and replied, "Well, I can't comment on that." The group erupted in teasing. "That can't be. It's illogical that something's definitely amiss. I believe Yao team is in the ambiguous phase. That can't be. Too innocent. I think they must have kissed." They joked, "On the court, being affectionate is far too innocent. I think. Hee. What do you mean? Hey, your thoughts are rather filthy." As the drinks flowed freely among friends, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and the conversation spiraled into absurdity. Chen Yao surveyed the table, bemused by the banter, while Bai Ziyang remained the sole one unaffected by the raucousness. After the gathering, a few of the more sober ones helped each other as they stumbled back to their dorms. Bui clung to Bai Ziyang, insisting he address him as big brother. What a mess this was. Thankfully, he had not overindulged. Otherwise, he would have been sprawled on the restaurant floor for the night. Though exhausted, Bai Ziyang felt a sense of joy in having such a lively group around him. Chapter 18. It's not like meeting the in-laws with the basketball match complete. January was drawing to a close, and winter break was just a month away. Exams loomed on the horizon, approaching day by day. TO retained students eager to return home. The school staggered various exams throughout the month, preventing students from slipping away before the holiday. Previously, exams had been concentrated just before break, but due to early course completions, those in relationships or with plans often left early, eager to explore the outside world. They would return just in time for an exam. But in some cases, there weren't even enough pins to go around. The school, likely overwhelmed by the situation and concerned about potential issues arising outside that would be hard to explain to parents, devised this strategy. Spacing out exams every few days made it inconvenient for students to leave. This arrangement suited Bai Ziyang, who had no desire to return home, sparing him from crafting elaborate excuses about why he couldn't answer Bai Ming's questions regarding the child of Uncle Li, who had already left for break. In recent times, the basketball team maintained their usual training regimen. The intensity was less than before the match, as they mostly gathered in their dorms awaiting exams. They continued to practice together, chat, and enjoy a more liberated atmosphere during the exam week with classes suspended. "Mom, you're here? I'm at the court. You can come over. I'll go get you." Chun Yao answered the phone, stood up, and slipped on his jacket, gesturing to his teammates that he was heading out. As Chun Yao approached with his mother, Bai Xiang was pulled to his feet by Bu Yi. Confused about the sudden commotion, Bai Xiang turned to see the basketball team lined up, collectively shouting, "Warm, welcome, Yao, Mom." Students passing by the court were drawn in by the ruckus, witnessing a dozen young men bowing and stifling their laughter. Yao's mother looked on, overjoyed by their antics. "You kids? Really?" Zhang Lin and Depeng, having interacted with Yao's mother frequently, each took an arm, complimenting her on how radiant she looked lately, delighting her immensely. "All right, boys." After exchanging pleasantries, Yao's mother called out to the group, "Come on, Auntie will take you all out for a meal." As soon as the words left her lips, the boys had already begun slipping into their jackets and zipping them up, eager to head outside. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Bai Xiang leaned against the entrance of the private room, only moving inside after Yao's mother had taken her seat. He intended to find a discreet corner to sit in, but Bu Yi, ever the impatient one, pushed him forward until he found himself seated right next to Yao's mother. As Bai Xiang settled in, he stole a glance at Yao's mother and subtly shifted closer to Bu Yi. "Xiaopengzi, have you lost some weight? You should eat more regularly," Yao's mother remarked, noticing that Hu Pengcheng's face seemed a tad less plump than the last time she saw him. "If you keep this up, they'll say you aren't eating well at school." "Ha ha ha ha, Yao Mama, do you think I've lost weight?" Bu Yi chimed in, laughing uncontrollably. "With a body like this, how could I possibly be losing weight? He has consumed all the fat of the entire team." A chorus of laughter followed Bu Yi's comment. "I see you haven't lost any weight. Oh, this young man is quite handsome, isn't he? I don't recall having seen him before." Yao's mother turned to Bai Xiang, inquiring. Chun Yao thought for a moment. "Oh right, you haven't seen him. He looks innocent, but this little puppy can be quite fierce on the court." "Child, what do you mean by puppy? You shouldn't joke around like that." Yao's mother, unfamiliar with the term little puppy, looked puzzled. "It's nothing. We just call him that for fun." Bu Yi jumped in, taking the opportunity to tease further. He playfully turned Bai Xiang's face toward Yao's mother and said, "Yao Mama, don't you think our Xiang resembles a little Samoyed?" At that moment, Bai Xiang was too flustered to pay attention to the conversation, sitting stiffly in his chair, nodding absent-mindedly at every question. Yao's mother found it amusing, worried that she might be making the boy uncomfortable, and quickly patted his arm. "You're quite handsome. How old are you this year?" Bai Xiang responded with a bright smile. "Auntie, I'm 19 this year. Did I ask that so? That makes you a year younger than my Yao." Yao's mother prodded further. "Have you got a girlfriend yet?" "Mom, please stop," Chun Yao interjected, anxious that his mother might overstep. "What's wrong with that?" "I'm just asking casually," Yao's mother replied, then turned to Bai Xiang. "Right, Xiao Bai?" Bai Xiang quickly nodded. "No, Auntie, I haven't tea. That's just perfect. Make sure to get along well with my Yao. Auntie likes boys like you, clean and fair-skinned," Yao's mother expressed cheerfully. "All right, Mom, enough already." Chun Yao thought that if this continued, there would be no end to it. Zhang Lin and Depeng chimed in teasingly. "Yao Mama is right. We all like him. Our whole dormitory likes him." Bai Xiang felt a few pats on his shoulder, but didn't pay much attention to their chatter, remaining rigid in his seat. Chun Yao found his stillness amusing, although he couldn't figure out why Bai Xiang seemed a bit off. He quickly intervened. "Oh, Mom, this little puppy, Bai Xiang, is shy. Don't tease him." Chun Yao picked up the menu. "Let us see what we should eat. Their clay pot chicken is delicious." Bai Xiang realized he might have been too tense, yet he genuinely didn't know how to ease his own discomfort. His mind was solely focused on hoping they wouldn't bring him up again. While Yao's mother was busy with the menu, Bai Xiang cautiously disassembled the utensils in front of him, rinsing each piece with hot water before gently pushing them to Yao's mother's right side. He then quietly moved the utensils that Yao's mother hadn't unpacked to his side, leisurely setting them up. Boys aren't particularly fussy, so he didn't bother with rinsing each piece. The waiter began bringing dishes to the table one by one. Oh, Yao's mother had not noticed earlier, but suddenly seeing the neatly arranged utensils made her even happier. "What a good child. Look at our Xiao Bai." Yao's mother almost called him little puppy again. Xiaobai, when you do start dating, remember to bring your girlfriend to meet Annie. Bai Xiang nodded. All right, Annie. As the dishes filled the table, everyone began unpacking their utensils. Yao's mother looked around, searching for something. Bai Xiang glanced at her, nudged Bui beneath the table, and whispered, Buzi, napkins. Huh? Bui responded, handing over a napkin. Bai Xiang leaned back slightly, and Bui realized, Yao mama, are you looking for a napkin? Yao's mother took the napkin with a smile. Ah, yes, thank you. Chen Yao observed this exchange and thought that this little puppy was quite endearing. Resembling a considerate daughter-in-law, he whispered something into Yao's mother's ear, causing her to pause in her movements. She then looked over to her right and placed some food onto Bai Xiang's plate. Xiao Bai, make sure to eat plenty. Bai Xiang quickly grabbed his chopsticks, responding, okay, thank you, auntie. This group, accustomed to vigorous exercise, naturally had hearty appetites, as the elders refrained from drinking. The dinner turned into a 2-hour affair filled with laughter and chatter. After the meal, the group escorted Yao's mother to the restaurant's entrance, each expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Yao mama. Chen Yao, having settled the bill, approached with a smile, shaking his head at the scene. Hey, can you all stop trying to make my mom happy? He then handed Bai Xiang the napkins he had picked up earlier, whispering in his ear, your hands have been gripping the table for 2 hours. Aren't your palms sore? Wipe them off. Bai Xiang accepted the napkin, only then realizing his left hand was damp with sweat. He quickly tucked it behind him, vigorously rubbing it on his clothes. Chen Yao found his goofy demeanor amusing. What is he so nervous about? It's not like he is meeting his future mother-in-law. Chapter 19. Happy to comply in the week that followed, everyone busied themselves with exam preparations. When Chen Yao found some free time, he accompanied Yao's mother for leisurely strolls around the school, rarely able to practice basketball. Apart from Bai Xiang and Bu Yi, whose music class exams were scheduled later, the rest of the team was preparing to head home. After finishing his exam, Chen Yao specifically took Yao's mother to the basketball court, greeting his teammates before leaving. From a distance, Bu Yi spotted them and dashed over, shouting, Yao mama, hello. Chen Yao was startled by the shout. Turning around to see Yao's mother still beside him, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Yao's mother was accustomed to the children's exuberance, waving her hand high. Ha, little Boo, hello, hello. Chen Yao strolled towards the court with his hands in his pockets, glancing around, wondering where that little puppy had gone. If fortune favored him, he might catch another glimpse of Bai Xiang's flustered demeanor before he left. Hello, auntie. Bai Xiang approached, carrying a bag. He and Bui had gone to the supermarket to buy water for everyone. Upon spotting Yao's mother, Bui hurried over. Bai Xiang, as he spoke, produced a bottle of mineral water from the bag and offered it to Yao's mother. Here, drink some water. Oh dear, what a good child. Yao's mother accepted the bottle, placing it back in the bag. Thank you, but auntie isn't thirsty. You should drink instead. Oh, okay, Bai Xiang replied, standing awkwardly with the bag at his side. Chen Yao took a step back, glancing over, wondering if the little puppy was nervously fidgeting with his fingers again. Noticing Bai Xiang's discomfort, Chen Yao intended to ease the situation. Before he could speak, Bai Xiang offered, Auntie, why don't you sit on that bench to rest for a bit? Yao's mother, charmed by the considerate boy, smiled. Sure, you just ran so far to buy water. You must be tired. Come sit with Annie. Oh, come on. What would we have to talk about? We're going to practice basketball. You just sit here, Chen Yao said, taking the bag from Bai Xiang's hands, attempting to push him towards the court. Yet, Bai Xiang obediently responded with a good and followed Yao's mother to sit down. Chen Yao thought to himself, this little puppy really can't tell good from bad. Once they were seated, Chen Yao chose a spot close by to practice shooting 3-pointers while listening in, ready to jump in if Yao's mother brought up any awkward topics. Sure enough, Yao's mother began. Xiao Bai, does my Yao treat you well? Yes, Bai Xiang replied. Chen Yao is good to all of us. It was the first time Chen Yao had heard Bai Xiang sincerely call his name, not Captain Yao or the name he had corrected him to repeatedly. It felt distinctly different. After Yao's mother had spoken 2 words, Bai Xiang corrected himself. Oh, I mean, he treats you all well. If Yao bullies you, you tell me, and I'll come back and give him a good thrashing. Bai Xiang chuckled and nodded in agreement. Are you two together? Yao's mother's question took Chen Yao by surprise. Fortunately, she quickly added, I mean, do you two spend time together often? Bai Xiang pondered for a moment. His interactions with Chen Yao weren't frequent. Not really. We had breakfast together a few times lately, he responded, not thinking much of it. Good. Having meals together is nice. Yao's mother beamed. As one topic concluded, she seamlessly transitioned to another. Is everything at home all right? Bai Ziyang hesitated slightly, responding, yes, everything's fine. Chen Yao glanced over at this side during his moment of hesitation and noticed Bai Ziyang, whose demeanor was evidently more tense than when they were discussing other topics earlier. Chen Yao whistled towards his mother, tossing the ball to Bai Ziyang, and said, stop chatting aimlessly with my mom and come practice some ball. Yao Ma, witnessing the ball nearly hit Bai Ziyang, turned around and glared at him. Be more careful. If you hit someone, I'll have to discipline you. How could it possibly hit? Chen Yao led Bai Ziyang towards the court and remarked, my mom just loves to ramble. Don't take it to heart. I won't, Bai Ziyang assured. Chen Yao turned his head to see Bai Ziyang still clutching the plastic bag from earlier, a deep red mark on his hand. Is this kid foolish? Can't he just put it down or switch hands? Come on. Bai Ziyang brought water for everyone. Chen Yao accepted the bag and called for a break. Oh dear. Hard work indeed. Zhang Lin pulled a bottle of water from the bag. Chen Yao shot him a glare. If you know it's hard work, why don't you do it yourself instead of having the little puppy do it for you? I also went to buy water for everyone. Bui raised his hand. Eager for praise, Bui, do you even have the gall? You let the little puppy carry the whole bag by himself. The more Chen Yao spoke, the more irate he became. You all need to bring your own water next time. As he distributed the water, he said to Bai Ziyang, little puppy, next time don't buy for them, Bai Ziyang. Thank you, Bai Ziyang articulated, his brow furrowed, pronouncing each syllable distinctly. Typically, the group would call out teasingly, but Chen Yao insisted on calling Bai Ziyang a little puppy even in front of elders. Bui, reveling in Chen Yao's predicament, chuckled, haha, still a puppy, huh? What do you think? Chen Yao shot him a glance. I enjoy it. After about 40 minutes, Yao Ma ran over from the sidelines, calling out, Yao, it's time for us to head back and grab our luggage. Chen Yao made a 3-point shot before responding, got it? The teammates gathered to greet Yao Ma. Chen Yao, putting on his jacket, bid farewell, see you next year. Guys, Bui, exhausted, leaned against Bai Ziyang's shoulder, see you next year. Yao Ma, make sure to treat us to good food next year. Before Yao Ma could respond, Chen Yao glanced at Bai Ziyang, who was being embraced, and specifically said, see you next year, little puppy. Yao Ma gave Chen Yao a firm tap on the arm. You child, I told you to call him by his name, not to give him silly nicknames. After a pause, she turned to Bui and added, next year, Auntie will take you to eat elsewhere. Just call me, and I'll come. Thank you, Auntie. A group of food enthusiasts quickly surrounded Yao Ma to express their gratitude. Chen Yao observed that Bai Ziyang, in front of Yao Ma, appeared to take being called a little puppy with a docile demeanor, quite unlike his earlier annoyance. Haha, this is amusing. As the time approached, Yao Ma hurriedly bid farewell to the children. The basketball team lined up in unison, bowing in a synchronized manner. Yao Ma, goodbye. Yao Ma was thoroughly entertained by their antics. Waving her hand as she walked away, urging them to get back to practice, Hu Pingcheng, already tall, waved at Yao Ma. Upon noticing him, Yao Ma remembered, little chubby, you've slimmed down. Make sure to eat well before heading home. After taking just a few steps, she turned back to Bai Ziyang, adding, little Bai, make sure to eat well during the new year too. Chapter 20. This annoying thing Bai Ziyang counted the days until the holiday, knowing he had one last exam left before he could start packing to go home. The week came to an end swiftly, and on the afternoon of the day they finished their exams. Lu Xing and Zhang Wei began packing their belongings in the dormitory. Bui stood at the dorm entrance singing, ah, friend, goodbye, ah, friend, goodbye, ah, friend, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. After sending them off, Bui mentioned that on the night of finishing exams, they had to celebrate by staying up late. It was a ritual among friends, by chance. Bai Ziyang wasn't too eager to return home a day early, so he bought his ticket for the day after the exam. And they both headed to the high-speed train station together in the morning. Bui was his usual sleepy self, commonly known as sleeping in. During the time Bai Ziyang waited for him, he made sure to close the dorm windows and doors, climbed onto each bed to unplug the electronics, and checked that both of their IDs were in his pocket before pouring himself a cup of hot water and sitting down to wait for Bui. Upon arriving at the high-speed train station, Bai Ziyang got off the car and began unloading his suitcase from the trunk. Just as Bui pushed the car door open and extended one leg out, he hurriedly sat back down, rummaging through his pockets in a fluster. After a lengthy search, he leaned out the window and called to Bai Ziyang. Oh no, Angzi, I forgot my ID. I knew something felt off. He continued to dig through his bag, not lifting his head, saying, "Angzi, you go ahead. I'll go back to get my ID, and I'll change my ticket on the way." Huh? The noise from the loudspeaker outside the high-speed train station was too overwhelming, and Bai Ziong barely caught what he said, but he leaned out the window, shouting back, "Angzi, you go first. Remember to text me once you're on the train. I need to change my ticket because I forgot my ID." Damn it, so early in the morning. It was the peak travel season, and Bui had started scrambling for tickets before the exam, so it was no easy feat to change to a different ticket. He thought to himself that he would figure something out later. If all else failed, he could buy a short-distance train ticket and explain the situation to the conductor to ensure he could board the train. A sense of despair washed over Bui. Bai Ziong finally understood the situation, took out their IDs from his pocket to confirm they were both there, and walked to the door, tapping on the window. "Bui, could you come over and lend a hand?" After placing his small bag on the ground, he continued, "I've got both IDs. I'll give you yours when we pick up the tickets." Bui was utterly exasperated. Wondering what kind of roller coaster of emotions this was, he jumped off the car and hugged Bai Ziong. The driver, hoping to pick up another fare, saw this scene and realized the fare he had was slipping away. Annoyed, the driver honked his horn, urging them, "Hey, come on, you too. Hurry up." Bui quickly got out of the car and helped unload the suitcase. The line outside was long due to the peak travel season. After collecting the tickets and queuing to enter, they waited 20 minutes in the waiting hall before it was time to check tickets. Bui's train was scheduled to depart soon, and after checking, he yelled to Bai Ziong, "Angzi, see you next year." Bai Ziong replied, "Have a safe journey." After sending Bui off, 5 minutes passed before Bai Ziong entered the station as well. After placing his suitcase down and sitting, he sent a message to Bai Zihe, letting her know he was on the train. He also sent a WeChat message to Bui to confirm that he had boarded successfully. Then, he checked the arrival time, set an alarm for 20 minutes before his stop, and put on his headphones to rest his eyes. Bai Ziong dozed off during the journey, unsure of how long he had been asleep. When he groggily woke up, the alarm had yet to sound. He got up to use the restroom and, upon returning to his seat, absent-mindedly scrolled through WeChat. Noticing there were 99 messages in the basketball group, he opened it to read. The gist was that Bui had finally managed to secure a ticket, but after staying up all night, he had dozed off while seated and, annoyingly, had missed his stop. Everyone was mercilessly mocking him with laughter. As the platform emptied, Bui was still dazed at the spot he had just disembarked from, sending messages. He explained that he had been embroiled in an argument on a forum the night before and inadvertently fell asleep. Now, he found himself at a station he couldn't recognize, utterly bewildered. Bai Ziong scrolled to the bottom of the messages and happened to see Bui's latest text. "What should I do now?" Bai Ziong opened the 12306 app to check the station Bui mentioned. After searching for Bui's high-speed train number, it showed that he had already passed 3 stations. During the peak travel season, managing to lie down for 3 stations was quite a feat. Bai Ziong pondered for a moment, then searched for the long-distance bus station near the high-speed train station. Although it was a bit far, there were still tickets available. He sent a message to Bui, "Buzi, go find the ground staff and ask them to help you check for trains back. The high-speed train station can arrange for you to take a reverse train back. If that's not feasible during peak season, here's the long-distance bus schedule. You can take a taxi to the bus station after exiting." After that, he took a screenshot of the bus schedule and sent it to him. Just as Bui was about to open the bus schedule, he received another WeChat message. It was the latest high-speed train schedule, stating that a train would be arriving in 10 minutes. He should see if he could catch it. Upon opening the image, one needs to enlarge it in order to discern the details clearly. The picture contains merely a line of bus information. Evidently a full-screen shot meticulously captured by Bui. Concerned that Bui might have made an error, he edited and cropped the image slightly. After a considerable time had passed without any response from Bui in the group chat, an array of messages flooded in, praising Bui's remarkable competence. Approximately 5 minutes later, Bai Ziong's phone buzzed with a rhythmic vibration. He unlocked WeChat and discovered a plethora of emoticons sent by Bui. Chuckling as he silenced the alarm. Confirming that Bui had made contact with the on-duty personnel and would soon board the bus, Bai Ziong rose to retrieve his luggage in preparation for disembarkation. At the platform, Bui awaited the bus alongside the on-duty staff. With some idle time, he took a screenshot of his chat with Bai Ziong and posted it on his Moments, deliberately obscuring the remarks and captioning it, "Look, the girlfriend of someone else." Shortly thereafter, his mother called, "Buzi, have you started dating?" Bui, absent-mindedly twirling the headphone cord, rolled his eyes as he engaged in a meandering conversation with her. His phone vibrated twice. He glanced at it. Chun Yao had liked his post. Another 2 vibrations followed, Chun Yao commenting, "Your girlfriend's queen is charging in with a grand sword." Bu Yi observed the continuous stream of likes and comments on his locked screen, smirking as he called out to his mother, "Oh, mother, I've told you, she's not my girlfriend." After a while, he replied, "I understand. I'm about to board the bus. I wouldn't have missed my stop, it's coming soon. I didn't do it on purpose. Who could have known? All right, enough about that. I said she's not my girlfriend. I'm not in a relationship. All right, I'll get on the bus now. I'll call you when I get home." "Okay. Oh, fine. I get it. After ending the call, the on-duty personnel urged him towards the platform, and he swiftly followed behind. Upon seeing Bu Yi's moments, along with Chen Yao's comment, the group was utterly captivated. Typically vibrant and lively, Bu Yi often sought out attractive girls during basketball matches, but with such a post, everyone assumed he was concealing a girlfriend from them. However, Chen Yao immediately recognized that the blurred image was Bai Ziyang's. And considering it, he mused that it was indeed something Bai Ziyang would do. Without offering an explanation, the mention of a queen only muddled the situation further. Once aboard the bus, Bu Yi refrained from sleeping, standing by the door and responding to messages in the group chat. The pretense on his moments was meant for outsiders. There was no need for such facades within the team. Just as he was about to remind everyone to learn from Bai Ziyang, the epitome of brotherly loyalty, he suddenly recalled that the team was still unaware of Bai Zihe's existence. Thus, he deleted the prepared messages, intent on stirring mischief in the group chat. "I am your Bu Yi. Hey. So you all know about the queen now? I won't keep it a secret any longer. I am your Bu Yi. You have no idea how good Bai Ziyang is to the queen. He is utterly obedient. That's an understatement. I am your Bu Yi. Next time the queen comes around, I am your Bu Yi. I'll have Bai Ziyang bring her over for you all to meet." "Darling, sounds great. Are we going for a meal? I am your Bu Yi. Zhang Lin, you think about food every day. I am your Bu Yi. Please, every time she comes, she brings us to drink milk tea. I am your Bu Yi. Have you all ever had milk tea? I am your Bu Yi. Just look at you single dogs. You've probably never had it. It's something only girls bring along." "Darling, I've had it." Raise his hand. "I am your Bu Yi." Raising your hand for what? What is that all about, you fool, darling? Damn it, I've inadvertently used a linking word while charming my girlfriend. "Darling, I also love milk tea, but I'm too shy to tell my girlfriend. Afraid she'll think I'm not manly." I am your Bu Yi. Stop joking around. You've raised your hand? And you're still worried about being manly? I am your Bu Yi. Next time, the queen will buy it. I'll let you single dogs have a taste. Bu Yi had already promised several treats on behalf of Bai Zihe in the group chat. The chat soon erupted with messages. "Long live the queen. The queen is magnificent." Before Bai Ziyang disembarked, he contemplated sending a message to inquire about Bu Yi's situation. A quick glance at the group messages revealed a flurry of notifications. 99. Without opening the chat, he caught sight of the latest message. "The queen is magnificent." He didn't dwell on it. It seemed this group was perpetually excited. Chapter 21. Quite dull. Bai Ziyang stood at the door of his home, rummaging through his backpack for quite some time before finally locating the key. He took a deep breath, gripping the shoulder strap of his bag, and pushed the door open, stepping inside. The house was empty, and he secretly sighed in relief. Bai Ming and Shen Yun were likely busy at the store and had not yet returned. After dropping his bag, he first went to Bai Zihe's room to tidy up her bed. Then he returned to his own room to arrange the bed linens and unpack a few changes of clothes. Since he wasn't planning to stay long, he didn't concern himself much with organization. Bai Zihe sent a WeChat message. "Bai Zihe, brother. Bai Zihe, come pick me up at 7. Bai Zihe, don't forget." Bai Ziyang replied, "Okay." With time still on his side, he went downstairs and grabbed a bite to eat at the entrance of the community before returning to his room to lie down and daydream. As darkness fell outside and the streetlights cast a warm glow into the apartment, Bai Ziyang got up, put on a jacket, and stepped out. At the entrance of the community, the atmosphere was lively. With the approach of the new year, various stalls lined the streets. Parents accompanied their children to purchase roasted duck and marinated dishes for dinner. The already narrow road was congested with both vehicles and pedestrians. Just before heading out, he stopped by the bakery to buy a small cake for Bai Zihe. After walking for a while towards the main road, he finally hailed a taxi to the bus station. As soon as Bai Zihe alighted, She reached for the cake in Bai Ziyang's hands. "Brother, I'm starving. What are we having for dinner?" Bai Ziyang casually took her suitcase, backpack, and 2 tote bags. Smiling as he asked her, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll follow your lead." "Let us go for hot pot." She took a big bite of cake and added, "No, wait, I'm feeling a bit overheated. Let us go to that Sichuan restaurant instead. It's been ages since I last had it." The two first returned home to drop off their luggage before taking a taxi to the downtown mall for dinner. After their meal, they strolled around and picked up some snacks for supper, not returning home until 21:30. After washing up, the siblings settled in the living room to watch television and chat while waiting for Bai Ming and Shen Yun to return. Around 10 o'clock, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from the entrance, prompting both of them to slip on their slippers and head towards the door. Bai Ming paused upon seeing the siblings at home, then lowered his head to change into his slippers without raising his gaze. "Oh, the college students have returned?" They remained silent, greeting Shen Yun, who followed Bai Ming inside. "Hello, Auntie." Shen Yun acknowledged them with a brief then changed her slippers, coughed lightly, and retreated to her room, slamming the bedroom door behind her. Bai Ziyang lowered his head, his tongue pressed against his back molars. Bai Ming glanced at the closed door before turning back to the siblings. "What time did you get back?" Bai Zihe replied, "We arrived at 7. It was too late to go to the store." Bai Ming responded with a simple "oh," then asked, "Have you both eaten?" Bai Zihe confirmed, "Yes, we have. Did you eat?" "Yes, we did." Bai Ming urged them, "All right, you two hurry up and sleep. Put your phones away. That will head to the store early in the morning so your aunt can rest at home." With that, he turned and returned to his room. Bai Ziyang followed Bai Zihe to her room for a brief chat. After glancing at the time, he helped her turn off the lights before closing the door and heading back to his own room. Lying on his bed, he felt somewhat fatigued, yet sleep eluded him. He adjusted his position, lying flat on his back with his hands clasped behind his head. This home had been like this for the past 2 years. Upon reflection, it was rather dull. Chapter 22. The frustrations of love. Years ago, Bai Ziyang's performance scores were sufficient to secure a spot in a top music academy within the province. As long as he achieved the required cultural score in the college entrance examination, he was guaranteed a place in a prestigious university. Even his professional teachers remarked on the rarity of his piano skills. He wouldn't even need to take the entrance exam, as his scores from the standardized tests were more than enough to grant him ample choices among the best schools. His high school music teachers were strict, and he devoted much of his time to practicing the piano. At that time, he was not as perceptive as his sister, Bai Zi. He remained oblivious to the family matters, including the changes involving Bai Ming. After their mother passed away, Bai Ziyang subconsciously believed that life would naturally continue as a family of 3, until much later, upon discovering that Bai Ming had already obtained a marriage certificate with Shen Yun, that he truly realized how different their family had become. Many things were not as he had assumed. For instance, during Bai Zihe's birthday in her senior year, he unintentionally overheard her speaking. Bai Zihe had said, "Auntie, thank you for taking care of our father." Bai Zihe had said, "I know you've been with Dad for a while." Bai Zihe had said, "My brother has only 2 months until the college entrance exam. I hope you can wait 2 months before moving in with us." Bai Ziyang had always believed that Bai Ming was the pillar of their family. Later on, even though Bai Ming frequently traveled for work, he believed that he could support his sister in his absence. However, the reality was quite the opposite. It was often Bai Zihe, the dutiful younger sister, who bore much of the burden. If Bai Ziyang were truly tasked with handling these matters, he would likely struggle to maintain his composure. Yet, he recalled Bai Ming's words, "It's impossible." Bai Ming had declared, "Your aunt's belongings have already been moved in," he stated. "Whether you agree or not, I am merely informing you." He also mentioned, in that case, "I will tell him after he finishes his exams." But what did "in that case" truly mean? His initial intention had merely been to inform the 2 children. "I have found you a stepmother." He had not considered that his son was preparing for the college entrance examination and that his actions might adversely affect the child. How could a father be so indifferent? Perhaps it was the result of encountering true love. As time passed, Bai Ziyang's mental state began to deteriorate. Failing to meet the academic threshold for a prestigious university meant his high scores would be rendered worthless. The following year, he opted to repeat his studies. During the 2 or 3 months that Shen Yun moved in, things were tolerable for Bai Ming and the siblings, and the elderly were treated well. The couple even opened a restaurant together. Bai Ming, with his culinary skills, combined with Shen Yun's eloquence, found their business thriving. Bai Ziyang thought that since things had come to this point, Shun Yun's willingness to lead a good life was a form of support for Bai Ming. However, barely half a year into their newfound happiness, Shen Yun grew discontent. Her previous marriage had ended in turmoil, resulting in her undergoing an abortion at 7 months pregnant. Her in-laws deemed her heartless and insisted that their son divorce her. Eventually, unable to conceive again, she found herself divorced. During her years with Bai Ming, she had claimed that her inability to bear children would not affect her treatment of Bai Ziyang and his sister. Yet, after a few months, a sense of imbalance crept into her heart. She felt exhausted from working tirelessly, only to see her earnings support another's children. As the college entrance exams approached, the prospect of sending one child off to school was dashed when he failed and had to repeat the year. Bai Ziyang seemed like a failure in her eyes. She viewed Bai Zihe, that troublesome girl, as a burden, especially with the expectation of preparing a dowry for her. She felt that Bai Ming's parents were ancient and useless, only appearing to help at the restaurant when they needed support, yet demanding provisions of milk, rice, and oil. After a few visits, they began to complain about their health and wondered why they hadn't passed away yet. She felt that marrying Bai Ming was nothing short of a curse. Their quarrels began in the confines of the restaurant, escalating when the siblings were absent, and eventually, they fought with the door closed while the siblings were home. They would slam doors in front of them, throw dishes in the presence of customers, and hurl insults at Bai Ming. On one particularly outrageous occasion, they found themselves barefoot in a snowy park, bickering until the police arrived, resembling an endless farce. Bai Ziyang and Bai Zihe bore witness to their tumultuous, yet utterly absurd, romance. Chapter 23. Is this woman insane? All relatives and friends understood that this was a personal matter between the two, and outsiders should not interfere. However, Bai Ziyang could no longer tolerate the environment in which Bai Zihe was living. Ultimately, Bai Ming, as a father, was merely selfish. Yet, who would want their father to be publicly berated by another? One day, when Bai Zihe was not home, he sought out Shen Yun for a conversation. The previous night, he had been mentally preparing for this discussion until the early hours, recalling the recurring themes of their arguments. He pondered what to say to steer Shen Yun away from her grievances. Fortunately, the topics of their disputes were rather predictable: Bai Ming, Bai Ming's children, Bai Ming's parents, and Shen Yun's sacrifices. Bai Ziyang had never been inclined to engage in trivial matters. Moreover, he had never attempted such a mode of communication before. As dawn broke, he finally formulated a strategy to convey his sincerity to this stepmother. The next day, he approached Shen Yun and said, "Auntie, I would like to have a word with you." With her arms crossed, she replied, "Go ahead." Bai Ziyang, recalling his notes, slowly began, "Auntie, I understand that you have endured hardships since moving in. Both Zihe and I have noticed your struggles in the restaurant. Even Grandpa and Grandma are aware of the efforts you put in. We are not blind to your kindness towards my father." He aimed to express himself in a calm manner, avoiding provocation. "We are not your biological children, and it is only natural for you to have concerns. We both have many flaws. If you find us unbearable, feel free to scold us if it helps. Just think that in a year or two, once we get into college, we will be out of your hair." He noticed Shen Yun's silence and continued, "We are still relying on your support. Once we graduate, we will certainly repay your kindness." Unlike her usual argumentative demeanor, Shen Yun was less aggressive, yet she still felt the weight of her grievances. With a sarcastic tone, she replied, I can't count on you for gratitude. I could have had my own children." Bai Ziyang felt cornered and struggled to respond. After a moment, he mustered, "Well, of course, you and my dad should have a child soon. Zihe and I will surely cherish the baby." His carefully crafted speech was interrupted, and a sense of panic washed over him. He wished he had simply written down a list, as he mentally recited his notes. He pressed on, "Auntie, please don't hold any grudges against Grandpa and Grandma. They worked hard for their money in their youth, and their health has declined with age. If the restaurant is too busy, you and Dad should consider hiring a server. That way, you can get some rest." Before he could finish, Shen Yun exploded. "Oh, they worked hard, but what about me? Here I am, toiling away in the restaurant, only to have them avoid helping. Look at your parents, always making excuses, feeling unwell." Bai Ziyang felt as if he were trapped in an endless cycle of her complaints and quickly interjected, "Yes, Auntie, please don't take it out on them. If you could find a server, you could relax a bit and let Dad handle the heavy lifting." Bringing this up made Shen Yun's voice rise even higher. "What do you mean? Is there anything in that restaurant that I don't manage?" Can you really rely on your father to do anything? Look around. Everything is my responsibility. It's absurd to think he could run this place. As her tirade continued, Bai Ziyang's irritation peaked. Is this woman insane? Can she not understand a simple conversation? Shen Yun's loud voice echoed in his ears. Your father doesn't he even know how to save money if it weren't for me? Would he even make a profit? Your tuition fees are all from my earnings, and if you think I'll depend on you too, you're mistaken. Once your father is gone, you would likely abandon me. Bai Ziyang clenched his teeth, taking a deep breath to suppress his urge to leave. Her words reminded him of something he needed to say. Auntie, you really don't need to worry. Just treat my father well, and when you both grow old, we will certainly take care of you. After a brief pause, he added, if you are truly concerned, save some money for yourself. Keep the profits from the restaurant for your own needs. My father has no financial sense and tends to squander. Please don't let him handle the money. If you could help us with our tuition, consider it a loan. We will repay you once we start working. Having said all this, Bai Ziyang silently repeated to himself, it's a loan. We will repay you. What was he supposed to say next? Fortunately, Shen Yun remained calm. After a long pause, Bai Ziyang resumed. We, Zihe and I, along with Grandpa and Grandma, are not living with you. So please don't let us cause you distress. We genuinely hope you and my father can live happily together. Harmony will lead to better days ahead, wouldn't you agree, Auntie? With a single breath, Bai Ziyang finally felt the weight lift from his heart as he finished speaking. After bowing his head for a moment, he realized that his entire palm felt clammy. His feet were awkwardly positioned next to the bench leg, now beginning to ache. He had never before attempted to converse so extensively with anyone in one go. Chapter 24. Disappointment. Throughout this period, his heart raced relentlessly, and several times he nearly lost his train of thought, yet managed to barely recover. Shen Yun found herself at a loss for words to refute him, so she could only endlessly lament with her usual complaints, while Bai Ziyang echoed her sentiments beside her. Shen Yun was saying, I get up every morning around 6 or 7 to rush to the shop. How many people do you think can match my dedication? Bai Ming pushed the door open, glanced at Shen Yun, and without a second thought, furrowed his brow. He glared at Bai Ziyang and asked, What are you up to now? Upon seeing him return, Shen Yun said nothing more and retreated to her room. Bai Ming followed her in and slammed the door with a bang. Damn it, Bai Ziyang thought. Just as he intended to return to his room, a sudden numbness coursed through his feet. He leaned back against the chair, impatiently raked his fingers through his hair, and waited for the numbness to subside before heading back to his own room. Bai Ziyang felt foolish for having considered doing all these things for Bai Ming. It was utterly ridiculous. Shen Yun, pondering Bai Ziyang's words in her room, seemed to find some comfort in them. When Bai Ming emerged again, he was devoid of the earlier ferocity with which he had slammed the door. He cheerfully approached Bai Ziyang's room, burst through the door, and asked, What did you talk about with your aunt? Usually when she talks to you, you barely acknowledge her, Dado. Today seems different. Bai Ming's tone appeared cheerier than usual. I've told you before, boys like you need to be capable when you go out into the world. You must know how to communicate and conduct yourself. Bai Ziyang bit his lip and remained silent. Bai Ming, noticing his silence, found it quite displeasing. Furrowing his brows, he remarked, Your aunt just said you chatted with her. And she was overjoyed. You shouldn't always wear a stern face around others, as if they owe you something. Bai Ming grew increasingly animated, as if he was in a hurry to prove to Bai Ziyang, Look, your future stepmother is wonderful. It's all because of you. If you keep that stern demeanor, people won't be happy. Your presence makes them uncomfortable. Bai Ming continued to talk to himself. You have no idea how good your aunt is. Her sharp tongue hides a tender heart. Bai Ziyang, perhaps due to a sleepless night compounded by incessant rehearsing, felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he watched Bai Ming animatedly lecture him on life. It felt as though his stomach had been forcibly filled with something he was on the verge of expelling. In the following month and a half, the atmosphere at home seemed somewhat calmer than before. Of course, there were still arguments. Whenever Bai Ziyang returned home during breaks, he would occasionally hear shouting. Previously, every visit had been filled with chaos, but now it was reduced to a few instances of muffled arguments behind closed doors. And at times, there were moments of eerie silence. Strictly speaking, they could hardly be called arguments, as arguments require exchanges, yet Bai Ming's voice was seldom heard. It remained unclear whether he refrained from speaking altogether, or if he had softly denied a few things for the sake of their few family ties. Ultimately, It always seemed to be Shin Yun's anguished cries that echoed from outside. People often say that a dog cannot change its nature, and there is some truth to that old adage. After enduring 2 or 3 weeks, perhaps they reached their limit point one day. During a particularly frigid winter, Shin Yun chased Bai Ming barefoot through the community park, berating him. The neighborhood consisted of older relocated residents, leading a mundane life. Suddenly, such an amusing spectacle unfolded, and everyone was eager to recount the details of the quarrel to Bai Ziyang's grandparents. Grandmother, well aware of the dynamics within Bai Ming's family of 4, found Shin Yun and advised her, "Child, if you truly feel that our family is unbearable and you cannot go on, then consider divorce." Having grown accustomed to Bai Ming's constant berating, Shin Yun expected her mother-in-law to mediate. To her surprise, this old woman, whom she often referred to derogatorily, had indeed come to suggest that she divorce. Furious, Shin Yun exclaimed, "Well, you two old folks have long harbored disdain for me, haven to you. If you want me gone, fine, damn it, Bai Ming, tomorrow I'll file for divorce." Seeing the elder present, Bai Ming perhaps felt a sense of shame and swore, "Fine, tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Whoever doesn't show up at the Civil Affairs Bureau is the real fool." However, the next day, it was unclear which of the two fools had failed to show up in any case. The divorce did not transpire. Shin Yun, however, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her mother-in-law. She was convinced that the family wanted to push her out, and from that point on, she resolutely refused to allow Bai Ming to visit his parents during holidays. Bai Ming complied, never again setting foot in his parents' house. After this incident, Bai Ziyang no longer felt any inclination to do anything for Bai Ming. Rather than a matter of desire, it was a profound sense of disappointment. Chapter 25. Let everything decay together. In the subsequent months of Bai Ziyang's repeat year, he arranged for Bai Zihe to also board at school. And during breaks, both of them stayed at the school, never returning home. Throughout that year of repetition, the music teacher lamented Bai Ziyang's misfortune constantly, often recalling last year's performance and chiding him. Yet during this year of repetition, Bai Ziyang himself hardly put in the effort to practice the piano. At 16 or 17 years old, he was still too young to foresee the future. He simply felt that no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from such a family. Perhaps it would be better for everything to fall apart together, in this year of repetition. Bai Ziyang's performance in the provincial music examination was mediocre, and his academic scores only qualified him for an ordinary second-tier institution. Deep down, he felt a twinge of unwillingness, yet he resigned himself to it. So be it. Just let it be. In his first year of college, Bai Ziyang discreetly traveled home frequently, hiding his trips from his family. Each time he returned, he would only visit the school to share meals with Bai Zihe and inquire about her studies. Only when Bai Zihe secured her place in university did he finally feel a sense of relief. It was only in the first half of his sophomore year that Bai Ziyang truly began his college life. Initially, he maintained his usual habit of attending classes and practicing alone in the piano room. Eventually, he discovered that Bui also played basketball, and they began to practice together. As he spent more time in the dormitory and became familiar with Zhang Wei and Lu Xing, he grew closer to them. Before long, he joined the basketball team alongside Bu Yi. Reflecting on the basketball team, Bai Ziyang felt a fleeting sense of belonging, as though he had returned home after traversing multiple cities. Back to the place where he had lived as a child. In truth, Bai Ziyang could not articulate his feelings towards this home. His initial desire to do more for Bai Ming, to ensure that his father could live a better life, had long since faded. All he felt now was disappointment, a profound disappointment that made extending a hand to help seem futile. For Bai Ming, who dwelled in the abyss, he seemed perfectly content. It is often said that the Buddha only saves those destined for salvation. If he himself is unwilling, what can others do? If one were to ask what the final straw was that broke the camel's back, Bai Ziyang would struggle to pinpoint the exact word or event that served as that last straw. Perhaps there had been too many occurrences, so many that he had forgotten them all. One by one, they piled up until they had culminated in the current state of affairs. The outside world had long since fallen silent. With no headlights illuminating the street, indicating that it was quite late, Bai Ziyang could not muster the energy to check his phone for the time. He had no idea how long it was before he finally drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he vaguely recalled Bui urging him to rise and practice basketball. However, when they both huffed and puffed their way to the court, the entire area lay deserted, with not a single hoop in sight. The next scene shifted to them sharing breakfast with Chen Yao. Afterwards, Chen Yao bought him a sweet soy milk, which he drank only to spit out moments later. This time, it was not Bui who took the soy milk from him. Instead, Chen Yao tugged at Bai Ziyang's arm, pulling the soy milk towards himself and downing it in one go. In his dream, he still remembered Bui shouting nearby, "This is so spicy, damn it. It feels like I'm going to die from the heat." Chapter 26. The debt collector wake up. Early the next morning, Bai Ming forcefully pushed open the door to Bai Ziyang's room. Bai Ziyang jolted awake. Startled from his slumber, groggily, he fumbled beneath his pillow for his phone, revealing it was 6. For 8, it took him a considerable moment to register that he was not at school, but rather at home. Rising from his bed, Bai Ziyang donned his clothes and retrieved his toothbrush and toothpaste from his suitcase. In a fit of irritation, he squeezed an entire line of toothpaste onto his brush. Just before entering the bathroom, he remembered that he had yet to wake Bai Zihe. Bai Ziyang sprawled across the bed, groping for his phone beneath the pillow, but his search proved fruitless. In his frustration, he cursed softly as toothpaste dripped onto the bedding. With annoyance, he clutched the toothbrush, toothpaste still clinging to it, and hastily grabbed a piece of paper to wipe up the mess. He then made his way to the bedside to retrieve his phone. Sending 2 WeChat messages to Bai Zihe. Only after receiving her acknowledgement did he venture out to the bathroom to wash up. Bai Zihe was notorious for lingering in bed for over 10 minutes, and he found himself in the living room, akin to his waiting days at school, tidying up while sipping on warm water, awaiting her arrival. The siblings descended the stairs together. As they exited the building, a gust of cold wind enveloped them, prompting both to huddle and jog towards the parking lot, where Bai Ming was already seated in the car, waiting. With 10 days remaining until the new year, Bai Ming's restaurant was still in operation. According to Shen Yun, his reasoning was, "I support them through college, they enjoy their lives at school, and when they return, they can't even grant me a few days of respite." Therefore, during every national holiday, they were required to return to the restaurant to assist. Throughout the year, Bai Ming would rarely initiate contact with them, but as soon as a holiday approached, he would eagerly prompt their return. It was unclear whether he genuinely missed his children or simply sought their assistance to afford Shen Yun some rest, or perhaps he was just weary of the noise they made. Their presence provided him a moment of respite, but the true motivation remained known only to Bai Ming. Once at the restaurant, the 3 of them began working. Bai Zihe, accustomed to sleeping in, was never in high spirits when rising early. Bai Ziyang intentionally assigned her the less strenuous tasks, while he took on the more laborious duties of cooking soup and mopping the floors. During a brief interval of mopping, Bai Ziyang turned to see Bai Ming's hands submerged in cold water. Retrieving pre-soaked kelp strips, initially intending to ask if he required assistance, he bit his lip and ultimately remained silent. In those early days, after the restaurant had just opened, their grandmother had advised them to hire a server. Shen Yun had humorously reassured the elderly couple, "I figured we could save the money we would spend on hiring someone for our children instead. We could save a significant amount over the year, and it would be better spent on them than on someone else." However, this benign conversation eventually morphed into, "Your 2 elders insist on hiring people, yet they hardly come to help throughout the year." The elderly feigned innocence while the younger ones acted like debt collectors. During this period, Bai Ming had indeed brought in a couple of helpers, but Shen Yun dismissed them, either claiming they worked too slowly or simply did not contribute at all. Privately, they had heard Bai Ming remark that the workers were quite competent, contrary to Shen Yun's exaggerated claims. Yet, through Shen Yun's perspective, it transformed into the notion that Bai Ming enjoyed luring young women to stay at the restaurant, all while lamenting his own exhaustion and disallowing anyone else from sharing the burden. What the hell? Bai Ziyang pondered. Who can be blamed for this? As the spring festival approached, the family restaurant stubbornly remained open until the day before New Year's Eve. On the morning of the 29th day of the lunar calendar, at 7 o'clock, Bai Ming called. "Have you not yet risen? The living room is a complete mess. Do you not know to get up and clean the floor?" "Must I remind you of everything?" Bai Ziyang merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," and before he could utter another word, the call was abruptly disconnected. Frustrated, he shut his eyes and tugged at his hair before finally getting out of bed and dressing. After washing up, he headed downstairs to the community entrance to purchase breakfast for both himself and Bai Zihe. Upon returning, he knocked on her door but received no response. He sent her a message, "Wake up and come eat breakfast." Then, he grabbed a mop from the balcony and began cleaning the living room. A full hour passed before he returned to knock on Bai Zihe's door again. "Bai Zihe, it's time for breakfast. After a significant delay, she opened the door, asking brother, is there anything to eat? Glancing around the living room, she added, you cleaned the floor? Damn it, Shun Yun has been lounging around for days, and the floor has yet to be cleaned. After finishing breakfast, Bai Zihe quickly tidied her own room, just as Bai Ming and Shen Yun returned from outside. Shen Yun carried a large stack of New Year goods into the living room, sifting through a few items to take back to her room before promptly shutting the door. Observing the living room, Bai Ming chuckled. Well, you never know to clean unless someone mentions it. After changing into slippers, he inquired, has the kitchen been cleaned? Bai Xiang replied, yes, it has been mopped. Bai Ming stood at the entrance of Bai Zihe's room, loudly proclaiming, girls can't even fold a blanket. If you go to your in-laws like this, it's a miracle if you don't get beaten. Who would want you? Irritated by his remarks, Bai Xiang nudged the door shut with his foot. For the past 2 years, the siblings had been living in such a manner. As Shen Yun often remarked, both of them are like debt collectors. Bai Xiang had never heard anyone around him use such a term, but as time passed, it seemed Bai Ming too started to feel that the siblings were indeed akin to debt collectors. Chapter 27. New Year's Eve. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the siblings had agreed to visit their grandparents to check on the elderly couple. Upon seeing the two children, their grandparents half-heartedly complained. With so many days off, why have you only just returned home? Their grandmother inquired. Have you had breakfast? Bai Zihe promptly replied, yes, yes. The shop had only closed the day before. Her brother had been cleaning the house, and they had just woken up today. Bai Zihe then asked, what are we having for lunch? Seeing the children brought joy to their grandfather, who quickly made a call to urge their uncle's family to come over, informing them that the siblings had arrived. After the family finished lunch, the siblings took 2 of their uncle's children to buy fireworks and toys, playing around for a while. As they re-entered the yard, their grandmother and aunt were busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. As the clock approached 5, the sky began to darken. Their grandmother urged the siblings, Xiang, Zihe, Grandma won't keep you for dinner. While it's still early, you should hurry back. Where would they go? Their uncle, overhearing this, grew furious. On New Year's, why should the children not be at home celebrating? Where do you expect them to go? Ah, forget it. The aunt gently nudged her husband's shoulder, softly advising, the children have come back so rarely. They should spend New Year's with their father. Don't be like this. The children? Her husband continued his tirade. I see his days are numbered. He insists on causing trouble. And what kind of person did he marry? On New Year's, Bai Xiang chose to ignore the rest of his uncle's grievances. Their grandmother ushered them to the door, handing each a red envelope, saying, good children, go home and take care of yourselves. If anything happens, don't argue with your father. He has it tough too. The elderly woman's voice quivered slightly as she spoke. Bai Xiang attempted to return the envelope, responding, we understand, Grandma. We have money. Please keep it for yourself. Their grandmother insisted, you can't refuse Grandma's New Year's money. Bai Zihe obediently accepted her brother's share. What do you mean you don't want it? If you don't want it, then give it all to me. How much did Grandma pack? Afterward, she shouted toward the inside of the house, you little rascals, Grandma is giving out New Year's money. You don't have any, do you? Look, I have some. Upon hearing Bai Zihe intentionally provoke the children into tears, the family erupted in laughter, teasing her, Zihe, as the older sister, come here and let me see if you are due for a beating. The 2 siblings burst into laughter as they hurried out the door. Upon returning home, they found Bai Ming in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Shen Yun was in her room, seemingly engaged in a cheerful phone conversation with someone. The siblings assisted in setting the table, and Bai Zihe turned on the living room television, eagerly awaiting the New Year's Eve dinner. At precisely 8 o'clock, the Spring Festival Gala commenced its broadcast. And Bai Zihe adjusted the volume higher. It wasn't so much for the sake of watching the program. Rather, in their household, a table devoid of lively chatter would render the atmosphere rather awkward. At their dining table, the presence of the siblings often seemed negligible. When the couple was in high spirits, they would engage in discussions of their own. When discontent, they would hurl dishes and fall into a sullen silence. During this time, Bai Ming and Shen Yun exchanged a few lackluster jokes, prompting Shen Yun to feign laughter, and after finishing their meal, she selected a few snacks and retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. With only the 3 of them left, the siblings felt a palpable sense of ease. Bai Xiang shared a few amusing internet anecdotes with his sister, while Bai Ming inquired about this year's sketches from the gala, significantly improving the mood. Bai Ming, in high spirits, indulged in a couple more drinks, insisting that Bai Zi he should not wash the dishes after dinner, and proposed they watch the gala together, hoping to collect as many red envelopes as possible with the 5 blessings gathered on Alipay. After dinner, Bai Ming returned to his bedroom first. Bai Ziyang and Bai Zi he quickly tidied up the tableware before settling in the living room to watch the gala. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ming emerged from the bedroom clad in his pajamas. The master bedroom featured a private bathroom, and after finishing his shower, Bai Ming stood beside the sofa, absorbed in the television screen, still holding the clothes he had just changed out of. Observing him standing there, Bai Zihi remarked, "Dad, why are you standing? Come sit down and watch." Bai Ming, his gaze unwavering from the screen, replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine just watching like this." Bai Ziyang, after scrolling through his phone for a while, noticed that Bai Ming was still standing and thought he might be blocking the way, so he shifted to give him space. Clearing his throat, Bai Ming finally spoke, "The Spring Festival Gala is really lacking in substance these days. It's rather dull. I think I'll head back to bed." Having said that, he turned and returned to his room. As the host on television announced, "Please open your Alipay app and shake your phone." The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. Bai Ming did not reappear. Chapter 28. It's quite good the siblings awaited midnight to set off firecrackers, not so much to usher in the new year, but because, at this hour, if they fell asleep, the sounds of firecrackers from neighboring homes would surely awaken them. Bai Ziyang and Bai Zihi chatted idly, opening their WeChat basketball group to find an overwhelming 99 messages. He couldn't be bothered to scroll back through them to see what they were discussing, contemplating sending a New Year's greeting in the group chat. Bai Zihi was eager to post the first New Year's message on her Moments and had already prepared the content on her phone. Following along with the countdown from the gala host, she counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This prompted Bai Ziyang, who hadn't initially intended to time it precisely, to feel a surge of excitement as he hurriedly typed in the group, "Happy New Year. I am Qin Yao," Bai Ziyang added, "wishing you a Happy New Year. I'm your Uncle Da Yao. What's up?" "I'm your Uncle Da. Are you teasing someone else's girlfriend?" After a moment, "I'm your Uncle Da. Ong. Happy New Year, Bai. What girlfriend, darling? You all seem rather idle. Don't you have to message your girlfriends, darling, or potential girlfriends? I'm your Uncle Da. We're just thinking of everyone. Why don't you mention Depang, who can't even be bothered to respond to us? I'm your Uncle Da. Right, Depang? I'm your Uncle Da. Manuel Depang. Depang. I had a fight with my girlfriend. I am trying to make it up to her. I'm your Uncle Da. Wait, Depang, you have a girlfriend? Depang, darling. Depang has been dating since high school. Isn't that impressive? Depang, 3 years and 126 days. I'm your Uncle Da. Wow. Darling. What? I'm Qin Yao. WOW.as. Bai Ziyang chuckled at the WeChat group chat. He was suddenly startled by a loud crash from inside the house, followed by Shen Yun's sharp voice. "Bai Ming, damn you. Keep it down. I'm telling you. To hell with that. I want to make noise. I want them to know. I'm suffering in your house. Your elders ignore me completely. Every day, you turn your face away from me. What do you mean keep it down? Who do you think I'm living this way for?" Outside, more residents from the community emerged to the square to set off firecrackers. Bai Ziyang sighed and suggested, "Zihi, shall we go downstairs to set off some fireworks?" Let us go. Bai Zihi held her phone screen up to Bai Ziyang, asking, "Brother, do you think these sneakers look good?" Bai Ziyang glanced at his sister's face, noticing she seemed unfazed by the quarrel she had overheard. Looking at the screen, he replied, "They look good. I'll buy them for you later." Bai Zihi beamed with joy, "Brother, no backing out. I'll save my red envelope money for a trip." Bai Ziyang grabbed the fireworks he had prepared earlier, smiling, All right, little ancestor." The siblings descended to the ground floor, where they found a crowd gathered in the square. Children were joyfully surrounding the fireworks, and a few boys who appeared to be in high school were excitedly setting off fireworks, calling out, "Happy New Year!" Bai Zihi cheerfully responded, "Happy New Year." As they passed by, noticing a particularly handsome boy, she turned and asked, "Hey, handsome, are you looking for a girlfriend?" Bai Ziyang playfully tapped her on the back of the head, prompting Bai Zihi to fall silent. The two found a quieter spot to ignite their fireworks. Watching the radiant display alongside Bai Zihi's beaming face, Bai Ziyang gradually shook off the weighty feeling that had lingered earlier. Even without anyone else around, The two of them could continue living like this, and in truth, that was quite good. Chapter 29. Family. On the third day of the new year, they returned to their maternal home. Since their mother's passing, it had become a tradition for the siblings to bring Bai Ming's prepared gifts of wine and spirits to pay their respects to their grandfather. Bai Zi he called her cousin in advance to learn that their grandfather was at their uncle's house. After finishing breakfast, they headed to their uncle's residence. As soon as they opened the door, their grandfather's eyes filled with tears upon seeing the siblings. He murmured, "Ziong, Zihe are here. Good to see you." "Good to see you." Worrying that his sadness would be visible, he hurriedly bent down to fetch slippers for them. Seeing him in this state, Bai Zihe could no longer hold back and rushed to the bathroom after putting on the slippers. Their grandmother had passed away early. Their mother had begun to fall ill when the siblings were still quite young, battling cancer with intermittent rounds of radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Ever since they could remember, they had accompanied their mother to the hospital. The most frequently heard words were from other patients' family members expressing concern that the siblings were still so young and pondering what they would do without their mother. Their family had run restaurants and grocery stores for many years, and with the support of the older generations, they had managed to avoid hardships. It was often said that if not for their mother's illness, their lives would have been quite affluent, but such sentiments were merely words to be heard and brushed aside. On the second day of the new year, when it seemed their mother had held on until even the doctors remarked it was a miracle she had survived for so long, she ultimately passed away. Before leaving, their mother entrusted the two children to their uncle, asking him to take good care of them should anything happen. Their uncle promised that he would save the share of the compensation from the old house's demolition that belonged to their mother. He assured her that he would cover the costs of their college education, allowing her to rest easy. Later, when Bai Ziong pursued music in high school, his instructor suggested he attend classes with a professor from another city, which incurred considerable expenses. Bai Ziong had chosen to study music on his own accord, and during that time, Bai Ming was often unreachable due to being out of town. With exam dates approaching, Bai Ziong called his uncle, asking to borrow 2,000 yuan, promising to repay him once he was in college. His uncle replied, "I don't understand why you're not studying and wasting your time outside. I am busy right now, and I don't have any money. If you need money, ask your father." In a moment of frustration, Bai Ziong retorted that the funds were meant for their college education, left by their mother, and that he was merely borrowing, not asking for a gift. His uncle then claimed there was no demolition compensation. If there had been, it had long been spent on their mother's medical bills. From that day on, Bai Ziong never mentioned asking his uncle for help again. If his own father treated him this way, what could he expect from his uncle? The term family sometimes felt rather ironic. At noon, when their uncle and aunt returned, they kept holding Bai Zihe's hand. Their aunt remarked, "You both are doing well at home, right? No one is giving you a hard time, right? If not, you can stay with us for a few days." Their uncle chimed in, "My shop is doing quite well. It brings in 100,000 or so a year, which is no big deal. I'll take you to the store later to buy you some clothes and shoes. All of them are brand name. I wear a shoe size of 43, while Bai Zihe is 36. Bai Ziong had intended to respond in a certain way, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, ultimately swallowed back. Bai Zihe, with a smile, suggested, "Let's save it for next time." After finishing their meal, they exchanged a few words with their grandfather, who was keenly interested in having Bai Ziong find a girlfriend to bring home for a visit, expressing his desire to hold a grandchild. In the ensuing days of the holiday, Bai Zihe occasionally ventured out with friends to watch movies and shop, while Bai Ziong occasionally read books, played basketball, and chatted with his university companions, leading a rather tranquil life. However, now and then, Shen Yun would still quarrel with Bai Ming, the content invariably revolving around the question of whom they were truly sacrificing for, referring to the two elderly members of the family as relentless debt collectors. Bai Ziong had grown accustomed to this and felt little anger. Yet, the intermittent sounds of objects being thrown or sudden screams always left him struggling to breathe. It is rather peculiar. Every time he anticipated returning home, a sense of irritation would wash over him. Yet, upon stepping through the threshold of his abode, an overwhelming sense of oppression would envelop him, making him wish to leave quickly and for time to pass more swiftly. However, on the eve of his departure, he found himself unable to sleep. Sometimes he could scarcely discern whether it was the thought of parting with Bai Zihe that pained him, or if it was the sorrow of abandoning Bai Ming to continue living in this seemingly hopeless existence. This was a life chosen by Bai Ming himself, Yet Bai Ziong could not shake the feeling that by leaving, he was forsaking Bai Ming. Chapter 30. Only milk tea as the winter break concluded. Bai Ziong was the first to arrive at the dormitory. He organized his belongings and thoroughly cleaned the entire room before messaging the dorm group to inform them of his arrival. Just as he set his phone down, a stream of WeChat notifications began to ring. Upon opening WeChat, he was greeted by a long series of voice messages from Bu Yi. Ong Zi, wait for your brother. IVE changed my ticket. I'll come to accompany you tomorrow. I can't stand being at home anymore. Sigh. I feel like I'm living on borrowed time. Bu Yi, who are you calling I? Huh, who are you calling a? Mom, I wasn't he referring to you. I was talking about myself. Please don't chase after me. After listening to the messages, Bai Ziong chuckled and shook his head before placing his phone down. That night, he was alone in the dormitory and intended to head downstairs for dinner. Planning to wash up afterward and retire early. Little Milk, Bai Ziong instinctively looked up upon hearing the call. At the end of the corridor, Chen Yao waved at him. Hey, Bai Ziong, you're here quite early. Bai Ziong quickened his pace and approached before responding, Yes, Yao Dui. Just call me Chen Yao. He insisted. All right, Chen Yao, Bai Ziong replied. You're here quite early too. Leaning against the doorframe of the stairwell, Chen Yao explained. My mom joined a travel group and left me behind. As he began to elaborate, he noticed that the little milk dog seemed somewhat fatigued and decided against continuing that line of conversation. Instead, he inquired, Are you going out to eat? Want to join me? The two of them strolled around the dormitory entrance. But many shops remained closed. They casually entered a small eatery they found open. Inside, Chen Yao pretended to casually glance at Bai Ziong several times. From his perspective, the little milk dog didn't seem exhausted from travel. Chen Yao had seen him after basketball games, when he appeared far more animated than now, at present. Bai Ziong exuded an air of emotional fatigue. Suddenly, Chen Yao regretted not having pretended not to see him, allowing him to dine alone. Yet, observing the little milk dog's despondent demeanor across the table, he felt it would be rather heart-wrenching to leave him by himself. Chen Yao glanced around at the couples dining nearby and realized that it was somewhat odd for them to sit together in silence, prompting him to think they should finish their meals and head back to their dorms. However, by the time he finished eating, Bai Ziong was still savoring his food slowly. It was neither convenient to wait nor to leave. To alleviate the awkwardness, Chen Yao decided to take out his phone and scroll through Weibo. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Ziong casually asked, Shall we go? Huh. Chen Yao momentarily failed to comprehend. Upon realizing that the suggestion might not be appropriate, considering how tired Bai Ziong must be after a long day of travel, he quickly added, No worries, let us head back. Chen Yao was quite willing to accompany him, suggesting, Let us take a walk after eating. There's no one in my dormitory either. We can grab some water on the way back. Bai Ziong nodded in agreement. AS students still had 2 days before classes officially resumed. The commercial area at the entrance of their dormitory remained largely closed, with only a few shops open and none operating late. After wandering around, they managed to find a lone milk tea shop still illuminated. Chen Yao turned to Bai Ziong and asked, Only milk tea, is that all right? Bai Ziong suddenly recalled Bui mentioning in the past, Only girls drink milk tea. Do you like it? Bai Ziong asked, but before waiting for a response, he added, Bui loves milk tea, yet he always feels embarrassed to buy it. I usually don't drink it. Chen Yao suddenly recollected something and teased him. I thought you liked it, don't you always have Queen buy it for you? Upon hearing Queen from Chen Yao, Bai Ziong felt a surge of curiosity. It was a term often used to jokingly refer to Zihe among the three of them in the dormitory. Later, he vaguely remembered Bui mentioning something about long live the Queen during training, though he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Recalling how Bui would always pester Bai Zihe to buy him milk tea made him chuckle softly to himself. Chen Yao noticed Bai Ziong's spirits lifting as they walked, and with a slight squint, he murmured, The Queen truly is formidable. Chapter 31. Quickly make milk tea for my boyfriend. The two entered the milk tea shop. Standing side by side at the pink counter, Bai Ziong looked up at the menu on the wall. After the server welcomed them, she discreetly glanced at the two after a brief wait. Noticing they hadn't ordered yet, she recommended, Our lemon green tea is quite popular among the boys. You might want to give it a try. All right, let us go with that, Chen Yao replied, indifferent to what they ordered. Seeing Bai Ziong still contemplating the menu, he assumed he was unsure of his choice and was about to inquire if he wanted to order the same thing. Meanwhile, Bai Ziong was trying to remember what Bai Zihe had ordered for him last time. He couldn't quite recall the name, but the flavor had been delightful. The name danced tantalizingly on the tip of his tongue, just out of reach. Bai Ziyang had a habit of zoning out when lost in thought, which, to an outsider, made him appear rather dazed as he stared blankly at Chen Yao. Chen Yao was on the verge of asking the server for a recommendation when he noticed Bai Ziyang gazing up at him. And he froze momentarily. Chen Yao, feeling nervous under Bai Ziyang's intense gaze, asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Ziyang truly couldn't recall the drink's name but was eager to find out what it was called. He turned to the server and said, "Excuse me, the last time I drank something that had a lot of dark ingredients in it. It was quite delicious. What was it called?" Upon hearing this, the server felt her cheeks flush bright red at being called miss by the charming boy before her. Let me think." The server flusteredly tapped away on the order machine. Bai Ziyang felt a bit sorry for the girl and said, "It's all right, I'll just order something random. How about?" Just as he spoke, Chen Yao turned to the server and asked, "Could you make a drink with all the dark ingredients? If we don't like it, we can switch it, all right?" After saying this, he turned back to see Bai Ziyang looking at him as if he were foolish. Ignoring the look, Chen Yao reassured the server, "Don't worry, we'll pay for whatever we choose. So take your time." Bai Ziyang was ready to avoid the hassle when the server interjected, "Handsome, I'll start with a portion of turtle jelly and milk grass pudding for you. You can see if you like it." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Ziyang exclaimed, Yes, I remembered. It's that milk pudding." The server noticed he didn't seem like the type to get overly excited over recalling a milk tea and stifled a giggle before asking, "Handsome, how sweet would you like it?" Bai Ziyang thought for a moment and asked, "What's the minimum sweetness level here?" The server, captivated by his handsome face, patiently explained, "We have 3, 5, and 7 levels of sweetness. The least sweet we can make is 3, then I'll have it iced. Thank you." Bai Ziyang seemed anxious, as if fearing that if he delayed his response, he would miss out on something precious. Chen Yao turned to observe Bai Ziyang's expectant expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I am clever. Otherwise, Bai Ziyang would certainly be deprived of the dark and delectable milk pudding he so desired." When it came time to pay, Bai Ziyang felt he had taken quite a while, hastily pulling out his phone to scan the code. The cashier, having worked at the school gate for an extended period, was accustomed to boys paying for their girlfriends and had developed a set of phrases for such occasions. She casually remarked, "Your boyfriend has already paid. 1 cup of lemon green tea and 1 cup of 3/4 sweet grass jelly milk pudding. Please wait a moment for your order." The two of them wore small, bewildered expressions. Was Chen Yao, who was taken aback upon hearing the term boyfriend and immediately glanced at Bai Ziyang, apprehensive of any negative reaction or similar emotions. Bai Ziyang, however, paid little mind to it, simply perplexed as to when Chen Yao had made the payment. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to engage in a display of modesty in front of the cashier. Resolving to treat him next time, he said, "Well, thank you, Yao team." At this moment, Chen Yao could only respond with varying intonations of "ada." He also added, "Call me Chen Yao." Bai Ziyang nodded and took a seat at the bar by the entrance to wait for his milk tea. "Please keep the receipt," the cashier said, only then realizing her mistake and quickly adding, "I'm so sorry, I misspoke. My sincerest apologies. It's fine." Chen Yao stood beside the cash register, feeling rather pleased as he noticed the cashier's face flushed with embarrassment. He smiled and said, "Boyfriend or not, just hurry and make my little boyfriend's milk tea." All right, I'll get right on it." The cashier thought Chen Yao was merely helping her out of an awkward situation, her expression one of gratitude. Bai Ziyang, hearing their conversation, turned to look at them and asked, "What?" "Nothing," Chen Yao replied, feeling slightly guilty, his words stumbling. "I asked her to make you milk tea." Chapter 32. As long as you're happy. As the winter break came to an end in early February, the weather remained bitterly cold. Chen Yao's milk tea was served at room temperature, yet he still found it a tad chilly. Glancing at Bai Ziyang, who was hugging the bottle to keep warm, he noticed the little puppy-like boy puffing up his cheeks with each sip, holding the tea in his mouth for a prolonged moment before swallowing. Naturally, in such frigid weather, it would be too cold to think otherwise. He pondered why he didn't simply order it at room temperature. Bai Ziyang sensed Chen Yao's gaze upon him and assumed he had something to say. After taking a sip of his tea, he turned to inquire, "What's up?" Chen Yao realized he had been staring too obviously and felt a bit embarrassed, quickly responding, "Nothing, just wondered if it's too cold for you." "It's all right, just a bit too sweet," Bai Ziyang replied, smacking his lips still feeling that this cup differed from the one Bai Zai had bought for him. The school was relatively empty at this hour. The corridors eerily quiet as the two strolled leisurely towards the dormitory, carrying their milk teas. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Chun Yao jokingly remarked, "Aren't you afraid of being alone in the dorm? Why not come sleep at my place tonight?" Bai Ziyang, unbothered by solitude, thought it would be nice to have company. However, he had never visited Qin Yao's dorm, and he wasn't close enough with Zhang Lin and Hu Pingqing to feel comfortable doing so. He felt it would be rather inappropriate to sleep in someone else's bed. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ziyang realized Chun Yao had merely made a casual suggestion. Assuming he intended to decline, Qin Yao chuckled. "Just kidding. It's freezing outside. You should head back," Bai Ziyang suggested. "How about you come to my place instead? I can prepare a bed for you to." Qin Yao was taken aback, lingering for a moment before responding. "All right, I'll go wash up and then come over." Upon returning to his own dorm, Chun Yao belatedly felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Since his parents' divorce, he had been living with his mother, who had a carefree attitude toward life. She believed she had played a significant role in the failure of her marriage and, thus, was reluctant to interfere excessively in Chen Yao's romantic life. While other parents were forbidding early relationships, she exhibited a rare indifference, believing that children should indulge in love at the age when they should understand it. Yet, such a nonchalant demeanor had its moments of shock. One day in high school, Qin Yao realized his feelings for boys. When his mother later heard him mention it, she was understandably flustered. After a prolonged period of understanding and internal struggle, she decided to calmly discuss the matter with her son. Yao, while I've expressed that I wouldn't interfere in your romantic life, it's important to approach matters of gender with caution." "Mom," Qin Yao began, but was interrupted. "Yao, please let me finish," she said, knowing her son would not casually disclose something he could easily change. Once she had digested and accepted the reality, her tone was remarkably calm. "It's not that I'm concerned about what others may say. I have experienced my share of gossip and truly do not care that I worry for you, fearing that you may have to live in the shadows of those whispers, and I am afraid you might not withstand it." Hearing his mother express such concerns, Qin Yao felt a pang in his heart in the time that followed. While it was still not too late, his mother attempted to find him a therapist and encouraged him to interact more with girls. However, in the end, Chun Yao could not overcome his own barriers. After exhausting all possible solutions, his mother clarified to him what he would need to endure in the future, allowing him to contemplate it thoroughly. Ultimately, she conveyed her stance as a mother. "As long as you are happy." Chapter 33. Should we turn off the lights? In the circumstances of the day, although Qin Yao harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards Bai Ziyang, the time spent together had led him to unconsciously focus on the little puppy-like boy. Regardless of anything else, he certainly felt a sense of fondness. Suddenly finding themselves alone in a room was a challenge for anyone to bear. Qin Yao, having taken a shower and changed his clothes, made his way to Bai Ziyang's dormitory in the frigid weathered in the long corridor. He repeatedly told himself, "Don't be nervous, relax, don't be nervous, relax." Yet the more he recited these words, the more his heart raced uncontrollably. Upon knocking on the door, he heard music playing inside. "Every angel loves beauty, and that's why I understand your preciousness. Shafina, Shafina, only I understand your preciousness." As he entered, Bai Ziyang was sitting cross-legged in a chair, drinking water. Upon noticing Chen Yao's entrance, he set down his cup and gestured to the opposite side. "Yao team? This is your bed and I don't know where my sheets went, so I used mine instead," he added. "I washed it. It's clean." Chen Yao replied. "All right, that's fine. I'm not picky." Afterward, he casually glanced at the cup Bai Ziyang was holding. Bai Ziyang, following his gaze, realized, "Oh right, you can pour your own water." His eyes scanned the room, recalling that the only cup he had meticulously heated earlier was this one. The others sat on the table, gathering dust, yet to be washed. Bai Ziyang raised the cup in his hand and said, "Wait a moment, I'll finish drinking and heat it up. You can use mine first if you're thirsty." Chen Yao initially intended to decline, but upon hearing this, he bit his lip and replied, "All right then." After Bai Ziyang finished his water, he thoroughly rinsed the cup with boiling water. He poured water into the table by the bottom bunk and then turned to climb onto his bed. Feeling slightly fatigued from the day's travel, he planned to lie down and chat for a while before sleeping. Chen Yao sat at the table before the bottom bunk, drinking water while leaning back in his chair, gazing up at Bai Ziyang lounging in the upper bunk. The water he poured was a bit hot, and after finishing a cup, Chen Yao felt a slight sweat on his back. He removed his down jacket and climbed up the stairs to his bed. Just as he reached halfway, he remembered the light was still on and hurriedly backed down. Bai Ziyang, initially comfortably lying down while scrolling on his phone, suddenly sat up and asked, "Yao team? Should we turn off the lights?" "Ah, right," Chen Yao replied. Bai Ziyang quickly added, "Then wait a moment. You should come up first, Chen Yao thought he misheard. "Don't turn it off yet. Just hurry up and come up." Bai Ziyang urged, anxious that Chen Yao might get up to switch off the light. Hearing Bai Ziyang insistently say come up twice, Chen Yao felt flustered. He bit down on his back teeth and proceeded to climb up to the bottom bunk, silently chiding himself. "Chen Sun too, get a grip." Seeing him settle onto the bed, Bai Ziyang urged, "Yao team, cover yourself with the blanket first." Chen Yao observed him sitting upright, his large eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at him. "Well then, I suppose I am at your beck and call, little pup," he mentally cursed, swiftly pulling the blanket over himself. Bai Ziyang, seeing that he had settled in, hastily covered himself with the quilt as well. Chen Yao thought he resembled the Snow White from a fairy tale, waiting for her prince's kiss, with his hands crossed neatly atop the blanket. Chapter 34. "May I read to you?" Bai Ziyang's eyes narrowed into slits of mirth as he called out to the air. "Team Genie, turn off the lights." The Team Genie replied, "Understood, master." With a click, the lights in the room extinguished in the dimness. Bai Ziyang shouted again, "Team Genie, continue playing music." Chen Yao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you lazy ones truly have your conveniences." Accustomed to his usual cool demeanor towards many people and matters, he was more astonished by the little pup's reaction. He was like a child eager to showcase a treasure to others, radiating vitality and charm. Chen Yao, utterly captivated, lay in bed with a grin that lingered for quite some time. The sheets still holding a hint of dampness from being stored away as the room settled into a tranquil hush. Bai Ziyang, concerned that Chen Yao might find it uncomfortable, remarked, "Is there a musty smell?" Chen Yao only detected the pleasant scent of laundry detergent and chuckled, "Is it that supreme kind?" "Huh?" Bai Ziyang, always a step behind, responded, "That supreme kind? Ha ha ha, it's nothing." Chen Yao thought of his adorably clueless expression at that moment and couldn't help but laugh. When the Team Genie switched to the next song, Chen Yao inquired, "Do you really enjoy the band Pain of Salvation?" "I noticed all the songs you were listening to were theirs. I do quite like them," Bai Ziyang replied. Most of the people around him preferred the trending songs on Douyin, and few were fond of Pain of Salvation. Even when recommended, many found them too loud. Surprised to encounter someone with similar tastes, Chen Yao asked, "Oh, do you listen to their songs as well?" The two of them naturally refrained from checking their phones. Engaging in a casual conversation while listening to the music, Chen Yao asked, "Which song do you like the most?" "The one I favor most." Bai Ziyang pondered for a moment before replying, "Rose." Chen Yao instinctively began to sing. "Rose, Rose, I love you. Rose, Rose, the most beautiful. Ha ha ha, not that one." Bai Ziyang chuckled at the ancient melody. After a brief pause, he continued, "The other one is a folk song. I really like the lyrics. Have you heard it?" Chen Yao envisioned the expression on Bai Ziyang's face while he spoke that line, or rather, while he expressed his preferences. Turning to face Bai Ziyang's bed and lying back down, he said, "I've never heard it. Could you ask the Team Genie to play it for me?" "Sure," Bai Ziyang replied readily, turning to the lower bunk and calling out, "Team Genie, play Rose by Air Bai." Though Chen Yao couldn't see Bai Ziyang's face, the tone of his voice brought him an inexplicable joy. "You mentioned wanting to buy a house by the sea, to live there with your adorable Samyet. You would run a little shop of feelings, selling things you love according to your mood." Both remained silent, simply enjoying the music in the dark. After the next song began, Bai Ziyang asked, "Is it nice?" Chen Yao lifted the corners of his mouth and replied, "Very nice." After what seemed like an eternity, long enough for Chen Yao to believe Bai Ziyang had fallen asleep, Bai Ziyang spoke softly, "I think that kind of life would be quite good." Chen Yao wanted him to know he was listening. Bai Ziyang continued, "I don't like Samyeds. I prefer Shiba Inus, but I don't really know how to take care of them." Chen Yao quietly listened as Bai Ziyang spoke. Bai Ziyang softly called out to the Team Genie, intending to turn off the music, "I haven't fallen asleep." Chen Yao shifted slightly and said, "When you were talking, I was almost dozing off. Let's not listen to music anymore. I'd rather hear you talk for a bit." "Okay," Bai Ziyang replied. After turning off the Team Genie, he turned back to him and asked, "What about you?" Chen Yao answered, "I don't really know how to take care of them either." Bai Ziong recalled their earlier conversation about Shiba Inus, tucked in the blanket and continued, "Well, you suddenly want me to talk, and I don't know what to say." Chen Yao flipped onto his side, "Say whatever. I don't mind the content, just hearing your voice is fine." Bai Ziong pondered for quite a while before finally uttering, "Then may I recite something for you?" Chen Yao blinked in surprise, processing his words, and bit his lip to suppress a laugh. Seeing Chen Yao's lack of response, Bai Ziong began reciting, "If I love you, I will not climb like a vine flower, borrowing your high branches to flaunt myself. If I love you." As Chen Yao listened to him recite an entire poem, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just when he thought Bai Ziong would fall silent again, the latter's melodious voice filled the air once more. Bai Ziong, perhaps fearing that Chen Yao might wake if he fell silent, lowered his voice slightly, speaking at a leisurely pace. "When I was young, I raised a Shiba Inu, but later my grandmother took it back home. She fed it leftovers every day, and eventually it was stolen. I don't know what happened to it afterward. I had a dream last night, in which you and Bu Yi were having breakfast together at the school gate." He chuckled to himself at the memory of the dream. After a long pause, he added, "I don't have any particular dreams or things I want to do." He hesitated, then corrected himself. "Oh no, that's not right. As long as Zihe is well, that's enough for me. I just want to do something that allows her to live a little better." Chen Yao pondered. "Who is Zihe? That must be the queen he mentioned." Bai Ziong continued rambling. "I think being on the basketball team is quite good. I haven't joined a team since middle school." "Chen Yao, are you asleep?" Bai Ziong's voice broke through Chen Yao's thoughts. Just as Chen Yao was about to respond, Bai Ziong continued, "But I'm feeling a bit sleepy. If I stop talking, you won't wake up, right?" Hearing him drowsily express his fatigue, Chen Yao feared that remaining silent might rouse him. His heart raced, and he struggled to control his breathing, feeling a tightness in his throat as he concentrated on not making a sound. You may have experienced a similar situation. The person you like sends you a voice message just before sleep, whispering that they wish for your company. The immediate reaction upon hearing such a message is not joy or the imagining of sweet moments, but rather a quickening of the heartbeat, as if a thread from the heart pulls and blossoms outward, sending tingles through the scalp. Chen Yao was experiencing precisely that sensation. Chapter 35. To gain is my fortune. To lose is my fate. At 6:00 a.m., Chen Yao was stirred awake by the vibration of his phone alarm. Accustomed to rising early, he had never turned off the 6 a.m. alarm. During the winter break at home, his mother had complained that his early rising was too noisy, so he had reluctantly allowed himself an extra half-hour of sleep. He had grown too lazy to adjust the alarm, letting the 5-minute intervals rouse him from slumber. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone turning over, and Chen Yao shot his eyes open. Separated by the distance between two beds, I beheld the furrowed brow of Bai Ziong. In a flurry, he reached beneath his pillow to retrieve his phone, silencing the alarm set for 6:05 and 6:10. With the device clutched in his hand, he turned away, shielding his eyes, and after a considerable pause, recalled the events of the previous night. Last night, the little puppy had lulled him to sleep. Tilting his head slightly, he gazed intently at Bai Ziong for a moment. Perhaps disturbed by the alarm, the little puppy frowned tightly, his face half buried in the covers. The only advantage of attending school in the north was the government's mandate for heating. As the temperature dropped, the dormitory became toasty warm, rendering the little puppy's cheeks a rosy hue. The space between the two beds was rather limited. Chen Yao lay on his side, resting his head on his arm, affording him a clear view of his companion. Bai Ziong seemed to have found a measure of comfort in sleep, rubbing his face further into the quilt. Assuming he was about to awaken, Chen Yao hastily closed his eyes. After patiently listening for a while and hearing no movement, he slowly opened his eyes to look across. Bai Ziong had only his eyes peeking out from the covers. Chen Yao let out a soft chuckle and gradually began to crawl out of bed. Concerned about disturbing him, Chen Yao glanced up at the upper bunk with every little movement, and upon seeing the little puppy's brow relaxed, he continued to put on his shoes. Just as he was about to retrieve his down jacket to head outside, a gentle touch produced a faint rustling sound. Chen Yao grasped the collar of his jacket, tugging while looking up at Bai Ziong, and upon noticing a flutter of his eyelashes, he immediately released his hold. Boys who played basketball were invariably strong, and he carefully twisted the door lock, turning it slowly before placing it back into position. Fortunately, it seemed he had not made any significant noise, likely not disturbing the one still asleep inside. Standing at the door in a thin t-shirt, Chen Yao raised his gaze to the dim sky outside the window and quickly scurried back to his dormitory. After a brief wash, he rummaged through his wardrobe for another down jacket to wear and then embraced his ball as he stepped outside. Approaching the stairwell, Chen Yao glanced up at Bai Ziyang's dormitory. He realized that over the years, he had not been devoid of affections for others. Initially, he had mistakenly believed he was attracted to boys like himself. Attempting to engage in romantic pursuits with those he felt drawn to, however, the deliberate distancing he faced once the boys became aware of his feelings was something Chen Yao found difficult to accept. Though he knew it was not an unspeakable matter, he also recognized that it was not something everyone could condone. Therefore, he resolved that whenever he sensed his feelings straying from the norm during social interactions, he would immediately withdraw. Chen Yao had made a plan for himself. After graduation, he would seek out a circle of individuals like himself, hoping to find a boy he could tolerate to share a life with. Whether one liked another was a matter of fate. If one gained such affection, it was a stroke of fortune, and if it was lost, it was simply destiny. While this sentiment might seem somewhat pretentious, if it were not for the myriad of unavoidable circumstances, who would choose such a path? It was merely advice to himself to be more carefree. The little puppy was the first and only one since entering university. He did not wish to bring harm to others, nor did he intend to disrupt his carefully laid plans. Clarifying his thoughts, Chen Yao let out a soft sigh and departed alone. Chapter 36. The subtle scent of shower gel later. When Bai Ziyang was roused by the blaring alarm on his phone, he furrowed his brow and took a moment to gather himself. With his eyes still shut, he suddenly recalled that Chen Yao had stayed in the dormitory the previous night. Turning onto his side, he scanned the room but did not see Chen Yao on the opposite bed, assuming he had gone to the restroom. After lying down for quite some time without hearing any sounds from the bathroom, he propped himself up on the railing and called out to Yao, but received no response. Furrowing his brow, he glanced beneath the bed, noticing Chen Yao's down jacket hanging on the back of a chair. He wondered if Chen Yao had ventured out so early on such a cold day without a coat. Pulling out his phone, he checked the time. 7:23. It dawned on him that he had forgotten to turn off the early morning alarm he set at home. Calculating the time, he surmised that Bai Ming must have already risen to tend to the shop. After lying there for a while without feeling drowsy, he decided to get up and wash up. Just as he poured himself a cup of hot water, he remembered that Bu Yi would be returning to school today, so he picked up his phone to ask when he would arrive. Bu Yi had spent enough time at home and was jolted awake early by his mother's urging to get moving. Upon receiving Bai Ziyang's message, he quickly replied with a voice note. As the call connected, Bai Ziyang pressed the speakerphone button. A cacophony of noise erupted, with the faint sound of an announcement from the high-speed train station in the background. Dear passengers, the train G1204 from Shanghai Hongqiao to Harbin West is about to arrive at this station. Passengers taking G1204, please prepare for ticket inspection and boarding. Concerned that the environment was too noisy for Bai Ziyang to hear, Bu Yi shouted into the phone, Angzi, I'm at the train station having breakfast. My train is at 9:45, and it's only 8 o'clock now, I can't believe it. After a few brief exchanges, Bu Yi's mother scolded him from the side. Bu Yi, hurry up and eat. You need to go to the waiting hall soon. Bai Ziyang listened to their banter while sipping his water, chuckling as he replied to Bu Yi, All right, you hurry up and eat. What time will you arrive this afternoon? At that moment, Bu Yi's voice drifted away from the microphone as he asked, Mom, what time will I arrive this afternoon? Bu Yi's mother, sounding impatient, responded, Why are you asking me? Are you the one taking the train, or am I? If you don't tell me, then forget it. Bu Yi, on the verge of returning to school, was no longer the timid boy he had been at home, and he spoke with a newfound confidence. Bu Yi's mother shot him a glare before revealing, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Bu Yi repeated the time into the phone, then added, Angzi, wait for me to have lunch together. You, Bu Yi's mother. Upon hearing this, reached for his phone while scolding him. What do you mean Bai Ziyang should wait for you to eat lunch? Give me the phone. The line crackled with static before Bu Yi's mother's voice came through. Bai Ziyang, this is Auntie. Upon recognizing her voice, Bai Ziyang quickly brought the speakerphone closer and greeted her politely. Hello, Auntie. During their first year, Bu Yi's mother had treated the boys in their dormitory to a meal, and she held Bai Ziyang in high regard, finding him not only handsome but also polite. An ideal young man in her eyes compared to Bu Yi. Hearing Bai Ziyang's voice, her tone softened considerably. Bai Ziyang, don't mind him. Listen to Auntie when it's time. Go eat first, don't starve while at school. Be good. Bai Ziyang smiled and responded. Okay, Auntie, I understand. Good boy, obedient. After Buyi's mother finished speaking, there was another crackle of static. Bai Ziyang hesitated to end the call with an elder, watching the screen until she hung up first. Buyi, are you some national leader? Do you need others to wait for you to eat? He teased, though Buyi's mother's voice was now distant from the receiver. Then came the sound of the call disconnecting. Bai Ziyang looked at the screen before placing his phone back on the table. He glanced at Buyi's bed and then at the down jacket hanging on the chair. Initially intending to go out for breakfast, he hesitated, fearing that if he locked the door, Chun Yao would be unable to retrieve his jacket later. After pondering for a moment, he poured another cup of hot water. After drinking until he felt less hungry, he climbed onto Buyi's bed. Chun Yao had left in a hurry that morning and, concerned about making too much noise and waking Bai Ziyang, had left his bed unmade. Bai Ziyang had initially thought that the sheets would carry a musty scent if left in the cupboard, and he had planned to wait for a sunny day to air them out. However, while tidying up, he caught a whiff of the faint scent of shower gel left behind from Chen Yao's use. Chapter 37. The return of Fairy Bu. Having washed the sheets only once, he was too lazy to fuss, deciding to fold them and wait until the next time he changed the bedding to wash them again. After a great deal of effort, he managed to shove his set of sheets back into the wardrobe, then rummaged through Buyi's cabinet to find his bedding set, preparing to replace it. As he opened the cabinet door, he was met with a pile of blankets, crumpled like steamed buns. He recalled that on the day of their winter break, Buyi had laughed at Bai Ziyang while he was taking off the sheets, saying, "Angzi, just do it like I do. Wrap it up from the bottom and then unfold it when we come back to school. It's much more convenient." Bai Ziyang stared at the jumble of bedding for quite some time before finally standing up. Following Buyi's suggestion, he moved the entire heap onto the bed, layer by layer unfolding and arranging it neatly. After a sluggish cleanup, he noted that it was nearly 10 o'clock, calculating the time. He estimated that by the time Buyi arrived at school, it would likely be closer to 1 or 2 o'clock. After contemplating, he realized there was nothing else to occupy his time. So he pulled out a notebook from his bag and began watching 2 movies he had saved previously. It was only as the second movie approached its conclusion that Buyi's call finally came through. As soon as the call connected, Buyi was huffing and puffing. "Angzi, I'm almost at the school gate. Come down, let us go eat first." Bai Ziyang pressed the pause button, donned his coat, and was just about to step outside when his gaze fell upon Chen Yao's coat draped over a chair. He recalled that Chen Yao's dormitory was at the other end of the hallway and pondered whether to return it to him immediately. Considering that Buyi might be waiting impatiently, he ultimately decided to delay the delivery until after lunch. As he exited, he turned back to close the door, only to notice a plastic bag hanging from the doorknob. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a loaf of supermarket-bought toast accompanied by a carton of milk. A closer inspection of the packaging revealed the label, "Sugar-free." Bai Ziyang stood rooted in place, holding the bag for a considerable time, contemplating sending a message to thank Chun Yao for the breakfast. However, he realized he did not have Chun Yao's WeChat. He felt that bringing it up in their group chat would be somewhat excessive, so he resolved to express his gratitude the next time they met. After finishing a small packet of food, he lowered his head to text Buyi, informing him that he was heading downstairs. "Ziyang!" Buyi's booming voice erupted as soon as he caught sight of Bai Ziyang. The students in the corridor all turned to look in Buyi's direction. Assuming Buyi was hungry, Bai Ziyang jogged towards the dormitory entrance. Upon seeing Bai Ziyang, Buyi dropped his luggage and leaped onto him, exclaiming, "Ziyang, I've missed you to death. Let us go. You're waiting for me to eat, right? Hurry up, I'm starving." Bai Ziyang allowed him to wrap his arm around his shoulder and laughed foolishly, only to notice the pile of luggage on the ground. He hastily shrugged off Buyi's hand and said, "I am starving too. Let us go." Grabbing Buyi's handbag, he left a suitcase for Buyi to push himself. Buyi chattered on incessantly, "I knew you'd be waiting for me to eat. You have no idea what kind of life I had at home. All day." Bai Ziyang listened as Buyi complained about his winter break, detailing how he annoyed his parents, how his mother devised ways to bother him, and how he was nagged for hanging out with friends. He chuckled along the way. Midway through his ramblings, Buyi looked up to see Bai Ziyang with his head down, rinsing disposable utensils, and abruptly fell silent. Bai Ziyang, taken aback by the sudden quiet, glanced up and asked, "What's wrong?" After a moment of recollection, Buyi recalled Bai Ziyang's family issues and deliberately shifted the topic, saying, "Oh, nothing. I was just So hungry I nearly gagged. Almost brought up the century egg and lean meat porridge from this morning, but managed to swallow it down. Bai Ziyang paused, horrified, and remarked, Bui, you're really disgusting. He then pushed all the utensils in front of him toward Bui, saying, Go on, you wash them. Bui burst into laughter. Accepting the utensils, all right, I can't help but think it's a bit gross too. Ha ha ha. After finishing their meal, it was nearly 3 o'clock. The two of them dragged their luggage back to the dormitory at a leisurely pace. As they entered, Bui immediately spotted his well-made bed on the upper bunk. Unable to hide his gratitude, he shouted, Ziyang, I love you. At the stairwell, Chun Yao was preparing to head downstairs to the basketball court. Hearing the shout, he tilted his head to glance at Bai Ziyang's dormitory, guessing that Bui had returned. Inside the dorm, Bai Ziyang was pouring water into a cup when he was startled by Bui's loud voice. The handle of the old water dispenser snapped open suddenly, splattering water everywhere, and in an instant, his hand turned crimson from the heat. Bui rushed over, grabbing Bai Ziyang's hand and thrusting it under the faucet. Bai Ziyang hadn't realized how hot it was until Bui pulled him insistently, making him feel the stinging pain. Let go. You're going to break my hand, he murmured softly. Bui gripped even tighter, eventually managing to turn off the faucet after what felt like an eternity. Your grip is killing me. It feels like I might break a bone. Bai Ziyang instinctively recoiled when his hand was suddenly splashed with cold water. Bui smacked the back of Bai Ziyang's hand, causing him to break into a cold sweat. What the hell? Could I hit you if you didn't dodge? Bui retorted, somewhat indignant. This tone suddenly reminded Bai Ziyang of his childhood visits to the bathhouse with his mother. Every time Bai's mother used a scrubbing cloth, it was painfully abrasive, and he would instinctively try to shrink away, only to be hit harder, echoing his mother's words. If you didn't dodge? Could I hit you? Bai Ziyang froze, allowing Bui to hold his hand underneath the faucet, rinsing it repeatedly. Time was slipping away, and Bai Ziyang urged Bui to quickly tidy up his suitcase. While Bui organized his belongings, Bai Ziyang intended to resume the film he had paused earlier. Bui confirmed multiple times that he didn't need to buy burn ointment before dragging his suitcase to his designated spot. Only then did he notice the clothes hanging on the back of a chair and turn to ask, Ziyang, your clothes are here. I'm worried they'll touch the floor. Where should I hang them? Bai Ziyang swallowed a mouthful of hot water before replying. Oh right, that's Chun Yao's coat. He slept on your bed last night, but left his clothes behind this morning. Bui squatted in front of the suitcase. Visibly surprised, huh? Bai Ziyang thought he hadn't heard clearly and reiterated. Chun Yao's clothes. Chun Yao slept with you last night? Bui always had a knack for grasping the essentials. Yes, Bai Ziyang responded. Accustomed to Bui's playful banter, deal with him. One must learn to wield magic against magic, succinctly stating, yes, Bui, upon hearing this, clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you two are quite fast, after joking. He turned serious. I thought you two were already close. Bai Ziyang glanced back at the film, his eyes never leaving the screen. I am the brief interval between scenes, he replied. We went out for dinner together yesterday. And when we returned, the dorm was empty, so he stayed over for the night. After the film's dialogue concluded, he continued, I happened to be organizing my wardrobe last night and used the sheets I had washed previously. I didn't dare to use your sheets from last year to host him. Now I can rest easy, Bui said mischievously. I don't want someone else's perfume scent in my blanket tonight. He then excitedly called out to the Tmall genie for a song, Perfume is Poison. The two of them chatted aimlessly for a while, deciding that since it was still early, they would finish tidying up and head downstairs to play some basketball. Bui sent a message in their basketball group chat. I am your Bu Diyi. Everyone. The fairy Boo is back. I am your Bu Diyi. Throw flowers. I am your Bu Diyi. When is everyone coming? I am your Bu Diyi. Yao team, where are you? I am your Bu Diyi. I am Chun Yao. I am your Bu Diyi. Old madam receiving customers emoji. I am your Bu Diyi. Mua emoji. Chun Yao, resting on the sidelines of the court, heard the WeChat notification and opened it to find Bui's lengthy message to I am Chun Yao. I'm at the court. You all should come down. Bui, upon receiving Chun Yao's message, hastened his actions, realizing he wouldn't be able to tidy up in time, and shoved everything back into the suitcase. Bai Ziyang was focused on tying his shoelaces. Looking at Bui's haphazardly packed suitcase, his expression one of disdain. What's wrong? Does it matter how it's packed? Bui quickly changed into his basketball shoes and urged, let us talk about it later. It's unnecessary to take it back during the summer vacation. Chapter 38. Joking remarks. The two of them reached the ground floor, and without paying attention, collided with someone. Upon arriving at the basketball court, only Chun Yao was on the far side shooting hoops. "Yao team, I heard you spent the night with our dorm flower," Bui called out loudly across the court. Chun Yao paused, momentarily taken aback. Unable to react immediately, Bui snatched the ball from him, saying, "What's the matter? Are you planning to deny it?" Bai Xiang was already used to Bui's playful jests and did not intervene. "You were quite casual last night, denying it one do," Bui teased Chun Yao deliberately. Understanding the jest, Chun Yao chuckled lightly, thinking that Bui was joking, and he didn't intend to engage in trivial banter. However, the more Chun Yao remained silent, the more Bui pressed on. "You need to take responsibility for our dorm flower." Upon hearing this, Chun Yao raised an eyebrow and asked, "All right, how do you propose I take responsibility?" "Heh, our demands are quite simple. Parental consent," Bui said, tossing a ball. "Nice." As the ball swished through the net, he continued, matchmaker's words, "A grand procession for a proper marriage. Yao team, do you agree?" Chun Yao smiled. "All right, I'll wait for that. I'll think it over." "What's there to think about? I'm already a ready-made matchmaker. Just a phone call to your Yao Ma will suffice." Bui chattered on. Bui grew more animated. "Xiang, we're serious dorm flowers. If you have any requests, now is the time to bring them up." Engaged in playful banter, Chun Yao glanced back to see the little puppy grinning at the two of them. The teasing remarks he had prepared lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. Deliberately shifting the subject, he turned to Bui and proposed, "Shall we engage in a 1v1 match?" Bui, eager, replied, "Sure, but please don't go too hard on me." He then turned to Bai Xiang and inquired, "Are you taking a break?" Bai Xiang, clutching a basketball, made his way towards the opposite hoop and responded, "You two can play. I'll practice by myself." The trio continued their game until dusk began to settle, at which point Bui loudly declared that they should all head out for dinner. Zhang Lin and Depeng from Chen Yao's dormitory had not returned yet, and with no valid excuse to avoid joining, they simply acquiesced. The three young men strolled side by side along the snack street near their dorm, picking a restaurant at random. Bai Xiang recalled that Chen Yao had paid for their meal the previous night and made it clear beforehand that he would cover the bill this time. Bui, who was not one to fuss over such matters, agreed to it, although he felt that missing a meal or two was inconsequential. At the dinner table, Chun Yao's little schemes came into play as he deliberately avoided numerous topics. Bai Xiang mostly assumed the role of a listener, and their conversation consisted of light-hearted jests about their team. After their meal, as was his habit, Chun Yao stood to pay, but Bai Xiang grasped his arm and interjected, "Chen Yao, let me handle it." Usually, Chun Yao would suggest they split the next meal, but this time, upon noticing Bai Xiang's hold on him, he froze, momentarily at a loss. Bui, ever the generous one, chimed in, "Come on, Yao, let Bai Xiang pay. He took care of us last night. Shouldn't we show our gratitude?" After saying this, he turned to Bai Xiang and urged, "Hurry up and pay." Bai Xiang smiled in agreement. "All right," and proceeded to the counter to settle the bill. Chen Yao, having heard Bui's words, refrained from responding. He glanced down at his arm, lightly biting his lip before taking a seat again. Once the bill was paid, Bui, in his usual carefree manner, walked out empty-handed, while Chen Yao, lost in thought, momentarily forgot about the basketball. As they reached the door, he recalled that Bai Xiang was carrying one and turned to meet him. Ready to take one of the balls, Bai Xiang, still preoccupied with checking for any belongings he might have left behind, inadvertently bumped his forehead against Chen Yao's chin. The impact was quite forceful, and before Bai Xiang could react, Chun Yao was the first to speak. Bai Xiang instinctively released the ball and rubbed his head. "How's that? Does it hurt?" Chun Yao, disregarding the ball, held Bai Xiang's chin and gently lifted it to examine the area he was protecting. Bai Xiang, after a moment of rubbing, chuckled, "It's fine." Chun Yao, furrowing his brows and keeping his jaw tense, insisted, "Don't move. Let me take a look." He then brushed aside a few strands of hair from Bai Xiang's forehead, using his thumb to gently massage the area. After confirming it was merely a minor bruise, he felt relieved. Chun Yao took the ball from Bai Xiang's hands and picked up the one that had fallen to the ground, saying, "I'll handle the balls. You just be careful." Bui, waiting impatiently at the entrance, lifted the curtain and called out, "What are you two doing? It's chilly out here." "We're coming," Bai Xiang replied to Bui before turning back to Chen Yao. "I was just checking behind me, sorry about that." "Your chin is all right," right? I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. Chun Yao's tone was unintentionally a bit harsh. After catching sight of the little puppy's guilty expression, he sighed internally and softened his tone. All right, just be more cautious when walking next time, and don't hurt yourself again. As they neared the dorm entrance, Bui, out of the blue, suggested, Hey, since there are fewer people now, why don't we grab some milk tea? I usually feel embarrassed to buy it when it's crowded. Bai Ziyang didn't mind the crowd, so upon seeing Buyi's enthusiasm, he turned to Qin Yao and asked, Do you want some? Typically, no one joined him for milk tea, and as Buyi's words trailed off, he turned to Qin Yao and asked, Hey, Yao, have you ever had milk tea? Buyi, a single man, seemed to assume that all men shared his experience of never having tried it. Coincidentally, they had just enjoyed some the previous night. Bai Ziyang checked the time on his phone and remarked, It's still early. Let's accompany Buyi for milk tea, or else he'll be thinking about it all night. He was also considering an opportunity to return the favor for the milk tea from last night. He preferred not to take advantage of others, even with someone as familiar as Buyi, let alone Chun Yao. Buyi, hearing this, turned to Qin Yao and said, Yao, you're pretty bold, aren't you? At that moment, Chun Yao could only think about Bai Ziyang's earlier remark about us. On the way to the milk tea shop, he pondered how wonderful it would be if they could truly become us. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, they found that the staff member from yesterday was not there, replaced by another young lady. Bui stood at the counter, seriously studying the menu for what felt like ages, before finally declaring, Boss, I'll have the latest flavor. Qin Yao, having watched him for so long, expected something unique to be ordered and, feeling quite disdainful, remarked, If you want the latest flavor, why are you wasting time? That was pointless. He then turned to the staff and said, I'll have lemon green tea. Bui, feeling rebutted, retorted, At least I should take a look. Otherwise, why is the menu even there? The young staff member, having been particularly attentive to Bai Ziyang, turned to him after they had both placed their orders and asked, Handsome, what would you like? Bai Ziyang, not wanting to change his order, opted for the same milk tea he had the previous night and replied, I'll have the burned fairy grass milk pudding, iced. The staff member, accustomed to taking orders from girls, was surprised to see 3 young men ordering milk tea. Typically, the few boys who came in were buying for their girlfriends, often preoccupied with phone calls or scrolling through their chats, lost in various eccentric combinations. This was the first time she had encountered 3 strapping young men ordering for themselves, and the handsome boys drew her gaze. Chun Yao, noticing the staff member stealing glances at Bai Ziyang, thought to himself, This little puppy is quite the charmer. After scanning the QR code on the order table, he asked the staff, Miss, your milk tea is too sweet. Can the sugar level be reduced to 1? The staff member, caught off guard, blushed as she realized Qin Yao was watching her. Oh, I'm sorry, handsome. Our shop only offers 3 levels of sweetness, 3, 5, but no 1. Bui, thinking she was being flirted with, couldn't let such an opportunity pass him by and chimed in, That won't do. We don't like sweet drinks. We want it at 1 level of sweetness. Bai Ziyang, fearing the young lady might feel pressured, quickly interjected, He's joking. Just make mine 3 levels of sweetness. Bui then noticed the staff member blushing as she gazed at Bai Ziyang and teasingly said, Miss, just make ours 1 level of sweetness. Typically, in such situations, the staff would simply adjust the sweetness level as needed. However, since she was new and unsure of how to proceed, she hesitated. Bui, growing more animated, declared, Just divide the sweetness of 3 levels into 3 portions and give each of us 1. He emphasized, Make sure it's equally divided. Qin Yao cast a glance at Bui, observing that the staff member had not outright refused their request, and thought there might be a chance. Remembering how the little puppy had complained about the milk tea being too sweet the previous night and hardly drank any, he glanced at the grinning Bui and said, Don't listen to him. It doesn't have to be equal. Just put a little less in the burned fairy grass. The staff member was utterly baffled, her face flushed as she looked to Bai Ziyang, who seemed the most amiable. After holding back his laughter for a while, Bai Ziyang felt it was time to step in, saying, You two should stop teasing the young lady. Chun Yao instinctively defended himself. I didn't, Bui grinned widely. Even in jest, he felt a bit guilty and turned to the staff member, saying, Just make it 3 levels of sweetness. We'll be fine with a little less sugar. The staff member gratefully replied to Bai Ziyang, Thank you, before hurriedly retreating to prepare their drinks. As the school year had yet to officially commence, many students had not returned, and it seemed this young lady had just started working there. Still adjusting to her role in her flustered state, She clumsily handled the orders, occasionally causing a clatter as she knocked over cups in the back. Bai Xiong glanced inside and raised his voice slightly. It's still early to head back. Why don't we sit here for a bit? Let our food settle before returning. Bu Yi, ever the skeptic, remarked, on a chilly day like this, what are we settling? If you're feeling idle, I can help you pack your suitcase when we get back. Then let us just meander a bit before heading back. There's no rush, Chen Yao suggested. Chen Yao was, of course, discreetly assisting the little puppy. Seizing the moment while the staff member was preparing the milk tea, Chen Yao glanced at the order screen and lowered his head to make the payment via Alipay. A clattering sound ensued, and as he turned, he coincidentally caught Bai Xiong casting a fleeting glance at the interior, understanding in his heart that Bai was merely suggesting they take a break before returning. He remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts of others. This little puppy seemed quite considerate of others. Chen Yao continued to fiddle with his phone, occasionally noticing Bai Xiong's subtle gestures from the corner of his eye. Once the 3 cups of milk tea were ready and the staff member was busy with the packaging, Bai hurried to the order machine and inquired, "How much is it in total?" The staff glanced at the screen and replied, "The total is 46. Would you like to pay via Alipay or WeChat? The QR code is right here." Just as she began to speak, she noticed the payment had already been made. Chen Yao took the milk tea, inserted a straw, and declared, "Let us go." He then bent down to retrieve the basketball from the ground, tossing it to Bu Yi, while he himself carried one and headed towards the door. Bu Yi, clutching the basketball, observed Bai Xiong's failure to make the payment and, suppressing a grin, quickly remarked, "No worries, we'll find another opportunity to treat Yao to drinks next time." After saying this, he reached for the milk tea but accidentally brushed against one of the cups, retracting his hand in shock, exclaiming, "Wow, that's freezing, Bai. You're having it iced again." Bu Yi grabbed his own cup, inserted a straw, and took a hearty sip, visibly satisfied. He turned to the staff and said, "Miss, this milk tea is truly delightful." Bai Xiong picked up the remaining cup of milk tea, expressed his thanks, and followed them out. Both of them were holding basketballs, and Bai Xiong was the first to extend his hand to open the door for them. Bu Yi noticed a red spot on Bai Xiong's hand and casually asked, "Xiong, is your hand feeling any better?" The cold weather kept his hands tucked away in his pockets or resting beneath his sleeves, making it difficult to notice. Bai Xiong's skin was notably fairer than most of the team members. Some had darker complexions that wouldn't tan beyond a certain point. Holding the cup of milk tea and contrasted against the dark sleeve of his puffer jacket, the redness on the back of his hand was particularly conspicuous. Chen Yao, hearing this, paused and glanced back at Bai Xiong's hand, asking, "What happened?" "It's my fault. I startled him while pouring water earlier, and he got burned," Bai Xiong explained, then turned back to Chen Yao. "Does it still hurt? Should we stop by to get some ointment?" "Sure, let us go," Chen Yao replied, not waiting for his answer as he headed towards the infirmary. Bai Xiong, reluctant to trouble others, quickly interjected, "It's nothing. I'd forgotten about it until you mentioned it. It doesn't hurt anymore." Previously, he hadn't paid much attention, but now with Bu Yi's reminder, he did feel a slight sting. Seizing the opportunity while they were both distracted, Bai Xiong pressed the icy cup against the back of his hand, instantly feeling much relief. The dormitory building was quite far from the infirmary, and as night fell, the temperature dropped several degrees. If he were to make the trip alone, it would be one thing, but dragging 2 others along to the infirmary felt like an imposition. Chen Yao, hearing Bai Xiong's words, turned back to assess the severity of the burn. Just then, he spotted Bai Xiong using the icy milk tea as a makeshift compress on his hand and let out a soft sigh. Chapter 41. I must be going crazy in the afternoon. Chen Yao had made up his mind, but now he was reassuring himself that helping once wouldn't be a burden. He thought of it as preparing for himself, just in case he needed it later on. The round trip from the dormitory to the infirmary in the teaching building was about 4 to 5 kilometers, and Chen Yao jogged to purchase the ointment. As he stood up to head to Bai Xiong's dormitory to deliver the medicine, he suddenly remembered he hadn't changed his shoes. After switching to appropriate footwear, he pulled the ointment from his coat pocket and scrutinized the packaging for a good while. Worried that the newly purchased ointment might feel burdensome for Bai Xiong, he twisted off the cap, punctured the seal with the edge, and squeezed out half a tube into the trash bin before sealing it back up and stepping outside. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Xiong finished the remaining segment of the movie. After dining and drinking something cold, he felt a bit uneasy in his stomach. Bu Yi lay sprawled across the chair. rubbing his belly while humming along to Jay Cho's songs playing from the speakers. After a couple of verses, noticing Bai Xiong pacing around to aid digestion, he remarked, "Xiong, are you feeling a bit too idle? Should I help you tidy up your suitcase?" Bai Xiong remembered that Bui's suitcase was still unpacked and replied, "I might have overeaten. My stomach feels a bit bloated, so I'm just trying to digest. Don T, my suitcase is quite organized. If you mess it up, it'll be a disaster," Bui replied earnestly. Bai Xiong stared at the bulging suitcase on the floor, perplexed by Bui's definition of organized. After a moment's hesitation, he could no longer bear it. "No, I really need to sort it out. It's too uncomfortable to look at." Bui, disinterested in further discussion, offered a brief word of advice and let him be. As Chen Yao reached the door, he found Bui slumped in his chair like a rag doll. The little puppy was half squatting in front of the suitcase, methodically putting things away. Chen Yao knocked on the door and said, "Well, it seems you're quite active after dinner." Upon seeing Chen Yao enter, Bui shifted from lying flat to a side-lying position, teasingly saying, "Yao, how does it feel to see me command your bedmate? Must be a peculiar sensation, huh?" Chen Yao glanced at Bai Xiong's hand, slightly furrowing his brow, and replied, "Ha, it truly is." Having grown accustomed to their banter, Bai Xiong set down the items from his suitcase and stood up to fetch a chair for Chen Yao. "Here, bedmate," he said. Chen Yao accepted the chair, took out the ointment from his pocket and said, "This is the leftover ointment I used last time. Give it a try and see if it works for you." Bai Xiong accepted the ointment, expressing gratitude. "Thanks, yet I'll use it once I finish tidying up. Call me Chen Yao." Chen Yao, playfully brushing his tongue against his lips, stood up and said, "Come on, let me help you tidy up while you apply the ointment." Bui, upon hearing these words, immediately sat up straight. "Oh dear, my lifespan is being shortened. I'll handle it myself. Hee." Chen Yao glanced at Bui as he stood up, intending to call him out. But he had no intention of moving himself. Bai Xiong straightened up, looked at Bui, smiled, and offered his seat to him, while conveniently placing the clothes he had just folded into the wardrobe. Chen Yao lounged back in his chair, his legs crossed, frowning as he watched Bai Xiong apply ointment on his wounds. Feeling a pang in his heart, it was only when Bai Xiong finished applying the medicine and turned to him, saying, "It's so cool. It feels much better now, thanks," that Chen Yao turned his head and smiled, responding, "No need to mention it. I happen to have some in the dorm, so I brought it over." After exchanging some playful banter with Bui, he supervised him in packing his suitcase, ensuring that Bai Xiong did not have to lift a finger. As the hour grew late, they finally rose to return to their dormitory. Just as Chen Yao stepped out the door, Bai Xiong hurried after him, handing him the down jacket he had forgotten, saying, "Chen Yao, you left your jacket behind, Otto." "I did forget," Chen Yao replied, feeling quite pleased to hear his name called, and took the jacket, saying, "All right, I'm off." Inside the dormitory, the team all genie continued to play Jay Chou's Rice Aroma. "Still remember you said home is the only castle. Along the flowing Rice Aroma River, I continue to run. With a faint smile, I know the dreams of my childhood. Don't cry, let the fireflies lead you away. The countryside's ballads are an eternal support. Let's go home, back to the initial beauty." Suddenly, he recalled the previous night when Bai Xiong said he had no dreams or aspirations. Bai Xiong had also mentioned that as long as he was doing well, that was enough for him. Chapter 43. White T-shirt MS Muyacha. "What made you think of messaging me?" Smiley face. MS.Muyacha. "What's up?" 2 minutes later MS.Muyacha. "Sister is going to play for a couple more days." Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yao received a reply from Qin Yao via WeChat. He glanced at it, set his phone down, took off his coat, and was about to climb onto his bed when his phone rang again. "Muyacha. Chun San Tu?" MS.Muyacha. "What the hell?" MS.Muyacha. "Can't you send me a reply?" Ms. Muyacha. "Even the emperor has to acknowledge the memorial after reading it.ms. Muyacha. Damn it.as." His phone continued to ring. Chen Yao frowned and picked it up, quickly tapping out a response. "San Tu. When you get back to school, let's find some time to drink. MS. Muyacha. What the hell?" Ms. Muyacha. Voice message. "San Tu, what happened to you?" Ms. Muyacha. Voice message. "Don't do anything rash, wait for me. I'll change my ticket and arrive tomorrow afternoon." Chen Yao had always disliked holding his phone to chat on WeChat. He scolded Qin Yao, "If there's something to discuss, let's talk face to face. Sending texts and voice messages back and forth is endless." When Qin Yao received Qin Yao's WeChat asking when she would return to school, she sensed something was off. Their usual interaction was different. If Qin Yao replied pleasantly and didn't take the opportunity to tease her, it indicated something must have happened. Qin Yao exited WeChat and immediately went to 12,306 to buy a ticket for the next morning. The interface displayed only a 7:20 a.m. ticket available in the morning. During the peak return period, all other time slots were sold out. Qin Yao clicked to book the ticket, but when it redirected to Alipay for payment, she entered her 5-digit password. Just as she was about to enter the 6th digit, she hesitated, then reverted back to the ticket booking page and changed her reservation to an afternoon ticket. After some consideration, Qin Yao decided that no matter how serious Santu's situation was, it couldn't interfere with her sleeping in the morning. The next afternoon, when Chun Yao received a call from Qin Yao in the dormitory, he glanced at the time, 16:37. Qin Yao answered the call without greeting and asked, "Are you rushing back for dinner?" Qin Yao replied, panting heavily, "Cut the nonsense, hurry down. I'm exhausted." Qin Yao hung up the phone, donned his down jacket, and went downstairs. He had originally thought that Qin Yao was bringing her suitcase back to the dormitory first, so he had even changed into a pair of sneakers before leaving. "Where's your luggage?" Qin Yao looked behind her but couldn't see a suitcase, assuming she had left it somewhere. "Put it back in the dorm. What's the matter?" Qin Yao, with her long hair cascading down to her chest, had not bothered to put on makeup for the afternoon trip, so she wore a pair of oversized black-framed glasses instead. Despite her bare face, anyone could see she was a standard beauty. Her appearance matched Qin Yao quite well, but hearing their conversation made it clear that there was no potential for romance. "You?" Qin Yao initially wanted to say, "Yacha is truly fierce," carrying a suitcase up 4 flights of stairs single-handedly. However, he swallowed the words and instead said, "I was wondering if you needed help." Qin Yao pushed her glasses up with a look of disdain directed at Qin Yao. "Who do you look down on?" Qin Yao was puzzled. "Then why did you call me down?" Qin Yao wanted to slap him. "I wasted 2 days of vacation to come back and check on my childhood friend? And this damn gay is still just an animal. It's getting late. I skipped lunch to accompany you for drinks," Qin Yao said, genuinely hungry. Qin Yao recalled that he had suggested they drink when they found the time, and it seemed this girl didn't understand what finding time meant. If he weren't reluctant to engage in conversation with Zhang Lin and Depang, he would have turned back to the dormitory right now. The two walked side by side out of the dormitory building. As they passed the basketball court, Qin Yao spotted a few members of the team from a distance. Just as he was about to make a detour through the nearby grove to exit the dormitory gate, one of the younger team members who had just bought water spotted them. "Hey, Yao, where are you off to?" "Not playing ball," the younger teammate said with a mischievous tone, nodding at Qin Yao. Occasionally, when Qin Yao needed Qin Yao to run errands, he would invite her to the team. Only a few team members knew Qin Yao well, but they weren't too familiar. "Go ahead and play. We're off to eat," Qin Yao told the younger teammate. Not long after, it seemed the younger teammate had relayed the message to the others, and soon a chorus of shouts erupted from the basketball court. "Yao, hope you have a great date." Hearing that, Qin Yao paused, turned around, and gave them a big middle finger. His gaze swept to the side, where he saw Bai Xiang carefree and laughing along with the others, and he silently retracted his finger and turned to leave. "Date!" Qin Yao exclaimed, and then suddenly said, "Hey, Santu, did your team get any new players?" As she spoke, she tiptoed to take a look. When Qin Yao heard her, he turned back and asked, "What about it?" "Oh my God, I think I'm in love," she said, taking a few quick steps to Qin Yao's side, nudging him with her elbow. "Santu, hurry and help me set up a connection." Qin Yao was already accustomed to Qin Yao's infatuated demeanor. If she wanted to obtain a WeChat ID or something, he wouldn't deliberately refuse. Turning to face the basketball court, he asked her, "Which one?" "That one," Qin Yao pointed. "Huh?" Qin Yao bent slightly, following the direction of Qin Yao's finger toward the court. The players on the court were all looking their way, and from their perspective, it appeared as if Qin Yao was bending down to whisper into Qin Yao's ear. A group of people went wild, whistling and cheering, "Kiss, kiss, I swear." Qin Yao heard what they said and immediately straightened up, taking a step back. Qin Yao, completely focused on her own romantic interests, hadn't he heard what they were shouting? She pointed even more enthusiastically. "Hey, Santu, the one in the white t-shirt." As soon as she finished speaking, realizing what the crowd was urging, she quickly added, "Oh hell no, forget it. Let us go." "Which one were you pointing at?" Qin Yao turned back to glance. Pausing in his steps. Qin Yao suddenly remembered her lifelong ambition. Just that one, the one next to Bui in the white t-shirt. Chen Yao turned to glance at the white t-shirt and then back at Qin Yao. Standing still for 3 seconds. Shall we go? Qin Yao took out her phone, preparing to receive the WeChat card Chen Yao was about to send her. If you don't want to... Chen Yao hesitated before saying, forget it. Let us head back. He began to walk toward the dormitory building. Head back? What is wrong? Qin Yao became anxious upon hearing this, thinking he was worried about spending money. Sister will treat you. Don't be stingy, Chapter 44. Didn't you already plan for this? All the way, Qin Yao remained silent. He found a nearby barbecue restaurant, and Qin Yao ordered a large plate of skewers and grabbed 4 bottles of beer from the fridge. Just as they sat down, Qin Yao put his phone down and suddenly said, that guy has a girlfriend now. You should forget about him. Who? Qin Yao popped open 2 bottles of beer with her back teeth and handed one to Chen Yao. When the waiter came over with the bottle opener, he looked utterly confused. Chen Yao took the beer and set it down, looking at Qin Yao without speaking. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yao finally said, Oh. You mean my boyfriend? No worries, I can wait. She took a small sip of beer to wet her throat, adding, what is the big deal? Qin Yao took a couple of swigs from his beer. Remaining silent, hey? Qin Yao took the beer bottle back to the table. The barbecue isn't ready yet. Young people are so impatient. Despite her carefree demeanor, she could tell that Qin Yao was genuinely troubled. She stood up, changed their seats to a corner table, ordered 2 cold dishes, and grabbed the beer before sitting down again. Chen Yao sighed softly and switched to face Qin Yao, who was sitting across from him. Was it just beginning? Qin Yao should have anticipated that only matters of the heart could lead Chen Yao to exhibit such a peculiar demeanor. Chen Yao replied, to which Qin Yao inquired, are you planning to have me come over just to scold you? Qin Yao responded, Qin Yao, recalling their high school days, furrowed her brow and advised him, hadn't you already made up your mind? Qin Yao looked up at her and offered a faint smile. I know your temperament. Your little boyfriend. Before Qin Yao could finish her sentence, she caught the look in Chen Yao's eyes. Faltering and rephrasing, I mean, how long have you 2 known each other? Qin Yao replied softly, not long. Not long. If it's meant to end, let it end. Don't let yourself get entangled. If you linger too long, it'll end up like last time. As Qin Yao's words trailed off, she took a hefty swig from the bottle. They had grown up together, and while they often bickered, whenever one of them was hurt by another, they both felt an urgency to intervene. Forget it, Qin Yao declared, raising her bottle towards Chen Yao in a toast. The waiter arrived with the barbecue, casting several glances at Qin Yao and the half-full bottle of beer in her hand. Qin Yao nudged the barbecue towards Chen Yao, saying, eat something. Can your stomach handle this? When she saw Chen Yao picking up a skewer of lamb, she continued, I've always thought that once you become involved in matters of the heart, you become quite stubborn. You should learn from me. Look at me, I've weathered 20 years, seen all sorts of storms, men. They are all just a bunch of nonsense. Why would you want one? Qin Yao picked up a skewer of cauliflower and continued. Of course, I can understand you. How can one hide their affections? It's impossible. Qin Yao opened his mouth but remained silent. You might just be blinded by appearances. Handsome men have always been the worst. Look at your previous relationship. After being together for so long, didn't it still end? Don't let a fleeting infatuation lead you to. At this moment, Chen Yao glanced at her. All right, I won't say any more. Qin Yao realized she should not have brought it up and promptly fell silent. She was curious about the specifics and wanted to offer some advice. Why don't you tell me about your boyfriend? Chen Yao had just begun to speak when she interrupted. Wait a moment. She placed her beer bottle down on the table with a thud. What is the matter? Qin Yao asked. Chen San too? Your little boyfriend? He can't possibly be my boyfriend, can he? Qin Yao finally tapped into her feminine intuition. Chen Yao frowned and shot her a glare. You can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? But after just 2 sips, you're already talking nonsense. Who is really advising whom here? Qin Yao straightened up, analyzing the situation carefully. Don't glare at me. Clear this up for me. Your little boyfriend can't be the one I mentioned today, right? Qin Yao pondered for a moment, looking down without responding. I see now. You just went back to the dorm, so it turns out we become rivals in love. Qin Yao finally pieced it together. I told you. Chen Yao suppressed his irritation, speaking each word deliberately. He has a girlfriend. Initially intending to tease Qin Yao was taken aback by the revelation. What the hell? She clinked her bottle against Chen Yao's. Attempting to comfort him, let it go. It's all fate. Qin Yao always knew how to let go. If he already has a girlfriend, you should refrain from further contact to avoid. Qin Yao sincerely advised him. Qin Yao nodded. I know. I'm aware of it. What good is being aware if you don't have a plan? What do you intend to do next? Qin Yao still felt uneasy. Qin Yao chuckled lightly. What is there to plan? What could I possibly plan? Look at you. Qin Yao found herself at a loss for words and opened another bottle of wine for each of them. After taking a sip, she urged him, you should take a break during this time. Don't practice basketball. Out of sight, out of mind. By the way, Qin Yao recalled, didn't your dad mention during the new year that he wanted you to visit him? It would be good for you to spend some time with him. Qin Yao replied nonchalantly, all right, I got it. The two of them ate some barbecue haphazardly, and after Qin Yao settled the bill, they returned to their respective dorms. Chapter 45. The Queen Qin Yao usually had a good tolerance for alcohol, and after finishing that small amount, he felt nothing at all. Upon returning to his dormitory, he sat at his desk in a daze. Zhang Lin and Depeng would be staying home for a few more days, so he thought it would be a good opportunity to visit his father before the new school term began. His father had been engaged in wedding planning, gradually evolving from a planner to running an independent studio. While the number of projects wasn't overwhelming, the income was significantly better than that of an average family. Moreover, after the divorce, he no longer bore the burdens of a wife and children. Aside from the agreed-upon child support, the rest was being saved for Qin Yao's future. Qin Yao picked up his phone and called his father, planning to take a bus to visit him for a couple of days. His father expressed his sentiments, delighted that his son had grown up and was willing to spare some time to accompany him. He hurriedly arranged for the studio to be tidied up, hoping to impart some wisdom to his son while he was still young and could gain experience. Early the next morning, Qin Yao took a bus to his father's studio. Son, his father waved at him from across the street. Qin Yao waved back a couple of times and crossed over. Dad, I told you not to come pick me up. I can take a taxi myself. You my son. How could I not come to fetch you? Have you had breakfast? It was evident that his father was genuinely pleased. I have, Qin Yao replied as he got into the car with his father. Are you working today? I can just wander around by myself. His father drove and replied, Wander? Come along with me. We'll have lunch together and then I'll take you to explore in the afternoon. His father was keen to gauge Qin Yao's thoughts. Qin Yao had chosen design as his major, and if he wasn't too averse to it, it could be a good opportunity for him to cultivate an interest. Qin Yao realized that the knowledge acquired in school was far from sufficient, so he had enrolled in classes to learn PS and AI, and aside from playing basketball, he also took on some freelance work. Clients who appreciated his work helped him with promotion, allowing him to accumulate some valuable resources. His father had 2 clients to meet that morning, instructing the design director to take Qin Yao along with him before departing. Feeling somewhat bored, Qin Yao watched the designers diligently at work. Feeling reluctant to disturb them, he proactively suggested, Brother Wang, how about I stay nearby and watch while you work? I'd like to learn something. The director, accustomed to the arrogance of young newcomers, was pleasantly surprised by Qin Yao's eagerness to learn at such a young age and was more than willing to teach him. Sure. Come with me. In a small cubicle, Qin Yao sat beside the director, observing intently. He occasionally posed subtle questions, which impressed the seasoned designer. He handed Qin Yao a project, briefly explaining the client's requirements and asking him to draft something simple. Qin Yao took the project and settled on the coffee table in the office, quickly completing it and presenting it to the director. After making revisions as per the requirements, the project was nearly finalized. At noon, Qin Yao's father arrived at the office and asked, Old Wang, did my son cause you any trouble this morning? The director couldn't help but praise, Boss, your son has handled so many major projects. It's an honor for him to be here. You needn't worry at all. What projects? I haven't heard anything about it. Qin Yao's father turned to look at him. You've been taking on freelance projects outside? Qin Yao quickly downplayed it. Brother Wang, don't tease me. Those were projects I completed ages ago. I still have much to learn from you. Before leaving, Qin Yao made sure to add the director on WeChat, thanking him for teaching him. Qin Yao's father, knowing that the director wasn't one to exaggerate, felt genuinely pleased that his son was achieving success. 18 noon, the father and son found a nearby restaurant for lunch, discussing the projects and reminding Qin Yao to reach out if he needed assistance. After discussing serious matters, his father began to inquire, Son, tell me the truth. Is something bothering you? Why did you suddenly decide to visit me? You used to avoid coming no matter how much I asked. Qin Yao replied, What could be bothering me? It's been a while since I visited you, so I thought I'd come by after the break. Really nothing at all? His father seemed skeptical. Qin Yao hesitated. Well, I do want to pursue something in design. So I came here to learn a bit. Chun Yao's words were half true. He genuinely wanted to learn about design. But it wasn't he entirely accurate to say he had come solely for that purpose. Ha ha ha, that's my son. You're always welcome to come and learn. This entire studio will be yours in the future. How can you call it stealing? His father was genuinely delighted. Oh, come on, Dad, let us not get carried away. You should keep the studio for yourself. If you keep saying that, I want he dare to come next time. Chun Yao was concerned his father might overthink things. Even if I were to inherit the studio, I'd still want to do it like you do. Chun Ba, realizing his son's ambition, promptly said, all right, if you need anything, just let your father know. He paused for a moment, contemplating how to broach the subject. Though your mother and I are divorced, we have long since agreed upon certain matters. We have prepared a house for you, and we have saved up money for your future wife. If you wish to establish your career before starting a family, I support your decision. Upon your graduation, everything will be at your disposal. Chun Yao had never broached the topic of his romantic life with Chen Ba, fearing his father's reaction. Now, even if he wished to speak, the words eluded him. So he quickly interjected, all right, I understand, Dad. As they dined together, Chun Ba had even thought about names for his future grandchildren. Several times, Chun Yao considered speaking up but ultimately refrained, merely stating that a man should first focus on his career. Chun Ba assumed his son was merely shy about discussing marriage and felt a sense of pride regarding Chun Yao's ambition. The meal passed harmoniously. For 2 consecutive days, Chun Yao accompanied Chun Ba at the company, occasionally assisting with paperwork and engaging in conversation to alleviate his father's boredom, making the days pass swiftly. When Chun Ba took Chun Yao to the station, he unexpectedly felt a pang of reluctance. Chun Yao quickly promised to return soon. Upon returning to school, Zhang Lin and Depang had already returned to the dormitory. Chun Yao conspired with them to head to the basketball court to stretch their legs. From a distance, they heard Bui shout, Queen, we'll pick you up tomorrow. Chapter 46. Shall we dine together? Bai Ziong waited for Bu Yi to make a fuss for a while before smiling and saying, all right, Bu Zi, enough of the nonsense. All right then. Bu Yi shouted into the microphone, Queen, little Bu will take his leave now. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, he happened to see Chun Yao and the other 2 emerging from the dormitory. Bu Yi called out to them, hey, guys, tomorrow we'll introduce you to the Queen. Are you all free for dinner tonight? Great, finally, we get to meet the Queen. Zhang Lin had long been curious about what kind of girl could tame that little puppy. Hu Pengqing glanced at Chun Yao, saw he was unresponsive and quickly chimed in, I want to eat anything tomorrow during the day. I'm just waiting for dinner. Bai Ziong looked at Chun Yao, who was silent, and asked with a smile, Yao, do you have time tomorrow? Let's have dinner together. Taken aback by the question, Chun Yao initially hesitated. If it were any other day, if the little puppy had asked him so cheerfully to join for dinner, he would have readily agreed without a second thought. However, this time, the situation was different. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline, Bu Yi, being rather straightforward, quickly interjected, Yao, bring your girlfriend along. We've only met a few times, but we've never had a meal together. Qin Yao had frequently visited the basketball court before, and whenever asked, they merely referred to each other as childhood friends. If they only mentioned it verbally, no one took it seriously, and over time, everyone accepted it as truth. However, seeing them suddenly close together yesterday made everyone believe they had finally become a couple. She is not my girlfriend, Qin Yao began but swallowed the words, finally settling on a simple, all right. Bu Yi was merely being playful, but sometimes his thoughts were more detailed than those of an average boy. When Zihe mentioned coming over, he recalled that it was for the purpose of celebrating Bai Ziong's birthday. After practice, Bu Yi dragged everyone to the cake shop at the school gate to order a birthday cake for Bai Zihe. While they chatted in the store, Qin Yao stepped outside to call Qin Yao. What? Qin Yao exclaimed on the other end, her voice loud. Qin Yao frowned and held the phone away slightly before responding. Speak properly, damn it. Chun San too. Your girlfriend is coming over to eat, and you actually agreed to go? Qin Yao scolded, trying to clarify the relationship. You? Qin Yao was already in a foul mood, and her outburst only added to his irritation. He suppressed his temper and replied, that's right. She even invited you, the fake girlfriend, along. Are they blind? Qin Yao retorted, bewildered. How could I ever like you? Qin Yao was not keen on continuing the conversation, so he curtly replied, if you want to come, come. If not, then leave. With that, he hung up. After Qin Yao had her fun, she realized that it was inappropriate to pour salt on the wound, so she quickly opened WeChat to make amends. Dear Mother Nightshade, sister, make sure to tidy up tomorrow. Dear Mother Nightshade. In front of that dog of a man. Dear Mother Nightshade. Regain your aura. Dear Mother Nightshade. Take it easy. Qin Yao glanced at his phone, then stuffed it back into his pocket. Chapter 47. Why bring up what shouldn't be mentioned? The next afternoon, Bu Yi sat attentively in English class for the first time. As soon as the bell rang, he sprang up and shouted, "Class dismissed?" The English teacher had noticed this usually lethargic student paying attention today. Little did she know he was merely waiting for the bell to ring, and her expression soured considerably. The entire building erupted with the sounds of chairs scraping against the floor. The English teacher could not afford to prolong the class and reluctantly managed to utter, "Class dismissed." The other students snickered. And seeing that the teacher hadn't left the podium, they remained seated. Bu Yi, unfazed, turned to Bai Ziyang and urged, "Come on, we don't have time. Let us go pick up Zihe." The English teacher glared at him, her eyes wide with frustration. Before storming out with her books, Bu Yi, feeling anxious, tossed their books to Zhang Wei in the dorm and implored, "Wei Gu, help us out. We're going to pick up Zihe." Bai Ziyang and Bu Yi arrived at the station at exactly 4:30 p.m. They waited for nearly 40 minutes by the flower bed at the exit before Bai Zihe's bus finally arrived. Bu Yi was the first to spot her at the exit and stretched out his hand, calling, "Queen, over here." His loud voice caused heads to turn among those waiting for rides. Bai Zihe searched through the crowd for a moment before smiling and waving at the two of them. Bai Ziyang stepped closer, casually taking the bag from Bai Zihe's hands, grinning as he asked softly, "Are you tired, Zihe?" "Oh, not at all," Bu Yi replied on her behalf, pulling her close. "Sister, your brother and I have been waiting for you for nearly 2 hours. We're going to eat something delicious tonight." "Great," Bai Zihe replied cheerfully before turning to ask, "What are we having for dinner?" "Bu Zigu." Bai Ziyang glanced at the time and asked, "Are you hungry? I invited the team members to join us, so if you're hungry, we can grab a bite first." "I'm a little hungry," Bai Zihe admitted, rubbing her stomach, "but it's almost dinner time. Let us wait for them." Bu Yi pulled out his phone, eagerly typing away on the screen, and sent a message in their group chat. "I am your Bu Yi. Everyone, I am your Bu Yi. Wei Ve picked up the queen. I am your Bu Yi. Everyone, get ready. Let us meet at the basketball court at 6. I am your Bu Yi. I am Qin Yao, Darling, Depang, and Ziyang." Bai Ziyang picked up his vibrating phone, glanced at Bu Yi, and then returned to the group chat to reply. "Alright, at the basketball court." Zhang Lin finished drinking water just in time to see the message. He shouted across the court, "Santu, Depang, the little puppy has picked up the queen. Let us wait for them at the court." Afterward, he recalled, "Hey, Santu, did you ask Qin Yao? Is she done with class?" Qin Yao acknowledged him, finished shooting his three-pointer, and then grabbed his phone from the sidelines. He dialed Qin Yao's number and said, "Hello." As the call connected, Qin Yao sounded flustered. "What is up? I'm busy." This girl never seemed to attend class properly or engage in romantic pursuits. What could she possibly be busy with? Qin Yao felt perplexed. "What could you possibly have going on? Are you coming tonight? What time?" Qin Yao asked, and Qin Yao could hear the sound of clattering bottles in the background. Before he could respond, she asked, "Has the rival already arrived?" Qin Yao felt a wave of irritation wash over him. This girl was truly adept at bringing up topics that should remain unspoken. Qin Yao feigned ignorance and reassured him, "Don't worry, sister will be there in 5 minutes." Qin Yao abruptly hung up the phone, pondering what sort of nonsense this little auntie was occupied with all day. Meanwhile, Qin Yao sifted through a pile of lipsticks, ultimately selecting MAC's Ruby Woo to adorn her lips. Upon catching a glimpse of her perfectly tinted lips in the mirror, she flicked her hair in satisfaction and stepped out. Players of various grades had mostly encountered Qin Yao before, yet she had never donned makeup when visiting. Sitting cross-legged on the sidelines, she caught the eye of several players who, at first glance, failed to recognize her, occasionally stealing glances in her direction. Unintentionally, Qin Yao turned around and spotted Qin Yao, descending from the court with an expression of disdain, frowning as he inquired, "What on earth have you done to yourself?" Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him dismissively, retorting, You ignorant gay, what do you know?" She then gestured towards the boy on the court, saying, "Even the straight boys think I'm beautiful." The term straight boys was delivered with an air of sarcasm. Qin Yao, well accustomed to Qin Yao's manner of speaking, shrugged it off, saying, "They'll arrive at 6, so you can wait here." Qin Yao glanced at the time, muttering in annoyance, "Fine. I want to see which little enchantress has stolen my dream boy." Qin Yao frowned and shot her a glare. "Your dream boy? Really? After Qin Yao finished her mumbling, she pulled out a mirror from her bag to check her false eyelashes. Chen Yao pretended not to hear her. Turning back to the court to continue practicing. Chapter 48. Chen Yao Gij, though he claimed to be indifferent, his eyes could not help but wander towards the entrance of the court. For nearly half an hour, he missed several shots. The two siblings returned to school with Bui just as the clock struck 5:40. Chen Yao glanced up casually, catching sight of them entering the school gate. Bai Ziyang twisted the cap off a bottle and handed it to the girl beside him, who was engaged in conversation with Bu Yi, accepting the bottle to sip water. Chen Yao furrowed his brow slightly, pretending not to notice. Before they even entered the court, Bu Yi began shouting, "Ding, ding, ding! The queen has arrived." The players had heard rumors that the little puppy's girlfriend was celebrating her birthday today, and they erupted into a cheerful rendition of "Happy Birthday to You." Bai Zihe stood beside Bai Ziyang, smiling and thanking everyone. Seeing Bai Ziyang growing closer to his classmates filled her heart with joy. Qin Yao scrutinized the scene and muttered under her breath, "So what if she has fair skin and big eyes, pretending to be all pure? What's the big deal?" After voicing her irritation, she added, "Pft, little enchantress." Although Chen Yao felt discomfort at her comments, he took it upon himself to defend Bai Ziyang, saying, "Enough already." Qin Yao, at a loss for words to retort, resignedly replied, all right, I'm the enchantress, I am." Happy now? Girls often react this way. Even a mere breath from someone they dislike feels like a transgression. Once everyone finished singing, Bai Ziyang pulled his sister aside to express his gratitude once more. Chen Yao's gaze lingered upon Bai Ziyang's hand resting on the girl's shoulder as he turned to retrieve his clothes from the sidelines. Qin Yao followed Chen Yao's line of sight and sighed softly. After their routine training concluded, the seven of them headed out in search of a restaurant. On the way, Qin Yao intentionally squeezed between the siblings, sweetly saying, "Little sister, come walk with your sister." Bai Zihe turned back, regarding her brother with an inquiring glance. Bai Ziyang smiled and said, "It's fine, you girls can walk together. This is Chen Yao Gij's girlfriend." He pointed towards Chen Yao, adding, "I mentioned him during the new year. Remember?" Chen Yao, unwilling to walk alongside the flamboyant Qin Yao, deliberately lagged behind. Hearing Bai Ziyang refer to him as Chen Yao Gij made his spine stiffen. He pressed his tongue against his back teeth. Muttering under his breath, Qin Yao scoffed at Bai Ziyang's words. "Oh, so you spent New Year together? Please." Bai Zihe, oblivious to Qin Yao's comments, genuinely found her beautiful and exclaimed, "Sister, you're so pretty." Girls enjoy compliments. But Qin Yao felt the need to assert her stance, advising, "Little sister, let me tell you, men are not to be trusted." Bai Zihe found the shift in conversation peculiar but nodded along, unsure of how to respond. Qin Yao, fixated on their new year together, added, "You shouldn't go home with boys before marriage. It's inappropriate." "Okay, I understand." Qin Yao Jia, Bai Zihe obediently replied. As they walked, she stole glances at Qin Yao's lipstick, finally asking, "Sister, what shade of lipstick are you wearing today? It's so beautiful." Qin Yao instinctively responded, "Ruby Woo." After realizing her answer was too hasty, she glanced back at Chen Yao and added, "But remember, being young means knowing how to maintain boundaries." "All right." Bai Zihe listened intently as this sister spoke of the faults of men and boundaries, her expression mirroring Qin Yao's evident disdain. She stole several glances at Qin Yao, unable to hold back any longer. She leaned in closer to Qin Yao and whispered, "Sister, are you and that Chen Yao Gij having a quarrel? If you're not feeling well, I can ask my brother to talk to him for you." "What? When did I?" Qin Yao paused, her voice rising in pitch. "What did you say?" Bai Zihe tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to lower her voice, continuing in a hushed tone, "Sister, if you and he are fighting, it's nothing to be ashamed of. You can tell me and let him know. I just worry that if you say something, he won't understand. It would be better if." Qin Yao looked down at her. "Not about that? You mean, your brother?" Chapter 49. Blood relations, huh? This time, Bai Zihe was taken aback, pausing before responding, "Yes, what's wrong with my brother?" "Who?" Just as Qin Yao was about to exclaim, she noticed the others turning to look at her. She pulled Bai Zihe aside, lowering her voice to ask, "Are you saying Bai Ziyang is your brother?" Bai Zihe nodded. "Machem, your real brother?" Qin Yao was left in a state of disbelief. Bai Zihe found her reaction amusing. Chuckling, "Yes, my real brother. His name is Bai Ziyang, and I'm Bai Zihe. You're telling me." Qin Yao turned to glance at Chen Yao with a look of disdain, then continued, "I'm not Chen Santu's girlfriend. He is single and I have no interest in him." With that, She hooked her arm around Bai Zihe's and walked ahead. Chen Yao observed Bai Zihe for quite some time, noting how just moments ago, Qin Yao had been calling her a little enchantress, and now they were walking arm in arm, sisterly bonds intact. He felt even less inclined to engage with her. Upon reaching the restaurant, Qin Yao insisted on sitting beside Bai Zihe, who eagerly sought her advice on makeup techniques, completely disregarding the others, who orchestrated Zhang Lin and Hu Pengcheng to gather in a corner to order food, leaving only Chen Yao and Bai Ziyang standing by the table. Bai Ziyang glanced at the empty spot at the far end and said, Zihe, why don't you switch to the inside? So sister and Chen Yao Gij can sit together. Just as Bai Zihe was about to rise, Qin Yao yanked her back down, asserting, Switch? No need. Just sit here. You two can stay there. Chen Yao frowned at Qin Yao, who shot him a glare in return, thinking, just sulk if you want. The siblings seem oblivious. Useless, chasing after a boyfriend. Chen Yao shifted his position slightly, allowing Bai Ziyang to sit between the two girls. Bai Ziyang, hearing Bui order a few dishes, noticed his sister and Qin Yao engrossed in conversation, and thus added a couple of dishes casually. Chen Yao watched as Bai Ziyang prepared the utensils in front of him, recalling how the little puppy had behaved similarly when his mother visited last time. The team rarely gathered for meals outside of matches, and as the dishes began to arrive, everyone eagerly raised their glasses for several rounds of toasts. Bai Ziyang seldom drank outside, and with his sister present, he was even less inclined to indulge. Bai Zihe poured her brother's drink into her own bowl, and despite his protests, he allowed it since it wasn't excessive. Chen Yao observed their little exchanges. Downing several cups in silence, as the meal progressed, Bui excused himself to the restroom, pushing a birthday cake through the door. Zhang Lin quickly turned off the lights, and everyone sang loudly, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Bui pulled Zhang Lin and Hu Pengcheng from their seats and called out to Qin Yao, Yao Gu, call Qin Yao over. Wait. No. Sister, let us all come together. Before Bui could finish, Qin Yao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, while we're drinking, we must clarify something first. I am not your sister-in-law. Someone like Chun San Tu is beneath me. Chen Yao had just raised his chopsticks to his mouth, but lowered them again. Glancing at Qin Yao, he replied nonchalantly, Well, I'm not interested in you either. Bai Zihe tugged at Qin Yao's sleeve, asking, Sister, are you and him really not a couple? Not at all, little sister. Can I deceive you? Qin Yao replied with a sincere expression, He is not worthy. Bai Ziyang raised his head to glance at Qin Yao, then turned to Chen Yao with an expression of disinterest, which caused both of them to chuckle uncontrollably. It was a rare occasion for Chen Yao to witness Bai Ziyang's smile up close, and having indulged a bit too much in drink, his reactions were somewhat sluggish. Seizing the opportunity amidst the bustling crowd, he tilted his head and gazed at Bai Ziyang, lost in thought. Before Qin Yao could roll her eyes, she caught sight of Chen Yao staring blankly at Bai Ziyang in a flurry. She scanned the surroundings and noticed that everyone else had also had a bit too much to drink, so she didn't pay it much mind. Concerned that someone might discern something, she hurriedly lifted her glass and called out, Everyone, stop sitting around. Come on, let's drink. Bai Ziyang noticed that Chen Yao had not risen from his seat and leaned over to softly inquire, Yao, can you still drink? Huh? Chen Yao snapped back to reality and lazily replied, Sure. Shall we share a drink then? Is that all right? Upon receiving a nod from Chen Yao, Bai Ziyang stood up. Chen Yao pursed his lips and followed suit. Thank you all for celebrating Zihe's birthday. Bai Ziyang spoke with a gentle tone, then turned to Bai Zihe and smiled. Zihe, happy birthday. Come on, let's celebrate. Happy birthday, little sister. You're getting more beautiful. He called out to Bai Zihe with a slightly hoarse voice, having indulged a bit too much in drink. With so many people surrounding her brother, Bai Zihe felt genuinely delighted. Thank you, brother. Thank you, everyone. After saying that, she downed the contents of her glass in one go. Brother? Chen Yao, still holding his glass, suddenly murmured the phrase again. Bai Ziyang, having finished his tea, sat down, mistakenly believing Chen Yao was speaking to him. With the surrounding noise, he leaned in closer to ask, What? Chen Yao sat down as well, glanced at Bai Zihe and Bai Ziyang, and his eyes inadvertently caught Qin Yao, who was watching them with keen interest. His mind still processing, he saw Qin Yao's lips distinctly form two words, useless. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yao turned and asked, Is that girl your sister? Huh? Bai Ziyang, having accidentally leaned in a bit too close, instinctively shrank his neck back and nodded yes. Qin Yao pressed further, Is she your biological sister? Bai Ziyang chuckled at his question. Yao, I'm not a high school student playing around with claiming sisters for fun. Chun Yao lowered his head, lightly nodding. After a while, he smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was just asking." Then, noticing that Qin Yao was still observing their conversation, he deliberately shifted back, leaning against the chair's backrest and mouthing to her, "Old man, I am happy." Chapter 50. Support. After the meal, Qin Yao, concerned about Bai Zihe being alone, decided to return to the dorm to fetch her clothes, intending to stay with her at the hotel. Chen Yao had hardly drunk during the latter half of the evening. Although his head felt somewhat heavy, his mind remained clear. He approached the three individuals neatly kneeling at the entrance of the establishment and kindly urged, "Let us head back. It's cold outside. We can pay our respects once we return, all right?" Bai Ziong found it both amusing and exasperating to see the three clearly intoxicated. He bent down to Chen Yao and said, "Yao, I'll escort you all downstairs. You look after them. Once Qin Yao retrieves her clothes, I'll take both of them to the hotel. Don't worry, don't bother with them. I'll go with you." Chen Yao replied with a look that suggested he was not inclined to take care of the three. Since it was his sister's birthday, Bai Ziong genuinely felt uncomfortable imposing on others. They drunk too much? I'll take you all back. I'll just... Qin Yao, witnessing their back and forth, could no longer bear it. She urged, "All right, I'll go with my sister to the dorm to grab our things. You two can take them back and wait for us downstairs at the dorm." "All right." After which, she frowned at Chen Yao and said, "Stop dawdling. Fine, fine. It's really cold outside. Let us do it this way." Chen Yao, unusually, agreed with her. Bai Ziong, who was already feeling somewhat embarrassed, found himself unable to insist any further as both of them spoke. Bai Zihe, aware that her brother disliked troubling others, said, "Brother, I'll go with my sister to the dorm to grab our things. We'll head to the hotel by ourselves later. You two should head back and rest early." "No need to come over." Before Bai Ziong could respond, Qin Yao had already hooked her arm around her sister's shoulder and left, mumbling, "Why not? Girls need company." Glancing back at them, she instructed, "You two come together in a bit." "All right, we're off now." Chen Yao was thoroughly impressed by Qin Yao's timely assistance. Seizing a moment when Bai Ziong was not paying attention, he gave her a thumbs up. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him, then pointed at Chen Yao, signaling a gesture that meant double the reward. Chen Yao readily returned an okay gesture. After arranging for Zhang Lin and Hu Pengcheng, Chen Yao casually tore off a piece of chewing gum and began chewing as he stepped outside. After just a few steps, he spotted Bai Ziong bending down to quietly twist the dormitory door handle. Leaning against the stairwell door, Chen Yao blew a bubble with his gum. "Ah, this little pup is indeed quite endearing." Once Bai Ziong turned around, Chen Yao waved at him and asked, "How is it going? Tired?" Bai Ziong shook his head with a smile. Chen Yao noticed his face was flushed from the warmth of the room and said gently, "If you're tired, take a moment to rest before heading down. It's still early for the she-wolf." "Your girlfriend?" Bai Ziong pondered for a moment before saying, "Her name is Qin Yao, right? Not a girlfriend." "We childhood friends, just like the relationship you have with Zihe," Chen Yao clarified, eager to distance himself from any misconceptions. Bai Ziong feigned understanding, nodding as he said, "Chen Yao, you've had some drinks. You should head back to rest. I'll take them. I'm fine." "Just go on ahead," Chen Yao insisted, wary that if they continued chatting, Bai Ziong would urge him to return. It was still a bit chilly outside. The two of them, having climbed up and down the stairs, were covered in sweat as they pushed open the large door of the dormitory building. Both instinctively shrank their necks against the cold. Chen Yao turned around to see Bai Ziong's small face buried in the collar of his coat, with only his eyes visible. Instantly, he felt a pang of reluctance and urged him, "It's really cold outside. Just head back, I'll take them." "Huh?" The wind was quite strong, and Bai Ziong sniffed slightly before turning to say, "Let us go together." Seeing his little demeanor, Chen Yao chuckled and replied, "All right." When they reached the girls' dormitory, Chen Yao specifically positioned himself opposite Bai Ziong, managing to shield him from some of the biting wind. After waiting for just 2 minutes, he grew impatient and pulled out his phone. "Qinjia, could you please hurry up?" Bai Ziong stood with his hands in his pockets, head down, pacing in place, appearing completely unhurried. After waiting for a while without a reply, Chen Yao texted again, "Qinjia, stop dawdling, will you? It's cold outside." Hearing the phone chime repeatedly, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh as she turned to Zihe and said, "Sister, I'll grab the makeup remover. Don't rush." Zihe was enjoying a lively chat with the other girls in the dorm and wasn't he anxious at all. Using the pretext of tidying up her toiletries, Qin Yao stealthily ran to the bathroom window to glance down, just in time to see Qin Yao, head bowed, fingers skillfully tapping on the keyboard. Qin Jia, hurry up, young lady? Ancestor, next time, freeze one of us, will you? Chapter 51. Progress. Qin Yao watched as the two of them chatted and laughed while pushing open the dormitory door. Feeling a surge of frustration, he had a slew of scathing remarks ready to hurl at Qin Yao, but he managed to bite his tongue. Qin Yao, could you please hurry? Oh, you're not calling me Qin Jia anymore? Qin Yao feigned authority. Qin Yao glanced at Bai Ziong beside him and echoed her. Qin Jia, please be quick. Saying this, he took the bag from Qin Yao's hands and urged, it's freezing. Let us go. Oh my, you're actually helping carry the bag today? Qin Yao was taken aback, as if the sun had risen in the west. After half an hour apart, you've made progress. Look at how cold your sister is. We need to hurry and find a place to stay, or she'll catch a chill. The last 4 words Qin Yao said were through gritted teeth. Qin Yao completely ignored him, linking arms with her sister and saying, let us go, sister, let us go. Bai Zi he intended to let Bai Ziong and Qin Yao return to the dorm first, but she couldn't argue with Qin Yao. Bai Ziong reached out to take the bag from Qin Yao. But Qin Yao sidestepped and said, it's fine. It's not heavy. I'll carry it. Upon arriving at the hotel across from the shopping street, Qin Yao took Bai Zihe and Qin Yao's ID cards and approached the receptionist. Miss, please book us a room. The young receptionist accepted the IDs and replied, I'm sorry, sir, but these 2 ladies can share a room. You 2 can't check in without IDs. It's our policy that requires identification for check-in. She then glanced up and added, please provide your IDs. Before Qin Yao could respond, he heard Qin Yao chuckle softly. She waved her hand dismissively and said, don't mind me. You 2 carry on. Qin Yao thought to himself, I would like to, but we're not staying. The 2 girls are. Just swipe the card. He pulled out his bank card and handed it to the receptionist. Bai Ziong raised his hand to stop him but ultimately chose not to say anything. While the front desk was registering their details, Qin Yao leaned against the counter and said to Bai Ziong, why don't you 2 just stay here for the night? It'll be convenient for you to take your sister out shopping in the morning. Bai Ziong pondered for a moment before responding, I'd rather not. Qin Yao still has 2 drunk ones in his dorm. I need to go back to keep an eye on them. Continuing, he turned to Bai Zai and said, Zai, take good care of your sister. If anything comes up, just give me a call. After ensuring the girls were settled, the 2 of them took the elevator downstairs. As they passed through the lobby, Qin Yao glanced back once, thinking of that troublesome girl, Qin Yao, who was always full of mischievous ideas. Bai Ziong noticed Qin Yao's gaze and suddenly remembered, saying, Yao, I've transferred the money to you via WeChat. Please confirm receipt. Huh? Qin Yao snapped back to reality. No need, just keep it for next time. After saying this, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate and pondered for a moment, then mustered the courage to add, you might as well not use it. Just treat me to a meal next time. Bai Ziong mumbled something along the lines of not doing that again, thanking him. Qin Yao remained silent, merely glancing at Bai Ziong's nose, which was red from the cold, and wished to send him back to the dormitory as quickly as possible. By the time they returned to the dorm, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After climbing to the 6th floor, Qin Yao excused himself to check on Bui Zue. Following Bai Ziong back to the dorm, he helped Bai Ziong remove the clothes and shoes of the sprawled-out Bui Zue before finally returning to his own dorm. Upon opening the door, Qin Yao was met with the sight of Zhang Lin and Hu Pingqing, who were drunkenly causing a ruckus on the bottom bunk. Feeling annoyed, he kicked their backsides and scolded, get to bed and sleep. After a quick wash-up, he lay down to rest. Chapter 52. The decline of morality. The next day, Qin Yao was awakened by the alarm clock as usual. Rubbing his aching temples, he got up, washed up briefly, and quietly headed out to the basketball court. After practicing for a while, as he reached the resting area, his phone buzzed with an email notification, followed by a WeChat message. Yao? The work has been sent to your email. Qin Yao leaned against his knee, slightly bent over, and replied on WeChat, thank you. GG.is it in urgent order. I have something to attend to today, so I might be late getting it to you. After a moment, he received a voice message in response. Qin Yao pressed play on the speaker. Jiga replied, Yao, this order is not urgent. Take your time. The bride is from the last forest-themed event you introduced. She specifically requested you to handle her case. The budget is decent, so you'll have to put in some effort. Qin Yao raised his phone to his mouth and replied with a voice message. Thank you, Jigo. Please send me the bride's details, planner, and hand-drawn designs for this event. I'll reach out if I have any questions. Jigo responded with some polite words and forwarded a bunch of WeChat contact cards. Chen-Yao added each one and greeted them. Chen-Yao had collaborated with Dream Wedding Planning many times. Initially, he was just helping a senior designer, but after taking on a few jobs, clients began to refer each other, allowing him to accumulate quite a portfolio. Consequently, Dream Wedding Planning provided him with a steady stream of 7 to 8 orders each month, even outside of peak seasons. Although his income was not exceedingly high, he had saved several thousands in his account. His parents regularly sent him living expenses, so he hardly needed to dip into that money. The previous night, he had used his card to pay for the girl's hotel expenses, marking the first expenditure from that account. After finishing up his WeChat messages, Chen-Yao noticed it was already 7:30, so he decided to return to the dorm. After a quick wipe of sweat and changing into a sweatshirt and down jacket, he strolled downstairs. On the way, he pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen-Yao. "Sister Chen-Yao, what would you like to eat? Your brother will bring it over." After waiting for a while with no response, Chen-Yao sent another message. "By the way, could you ask what the younger sister wants to eat?" This time, it didn't take long before Chen-Yao called. "Chen-san too. You bastard." Her tone was clearly suppressing anger, and the latter part was ground out through clenched teeth. "I don't want anything. Just get lost." Feigning ignorance, Chen-Yao appeared unconcerned about her anger. "Sister Chen-Yao, how about we take the younger sister to Jining for a stroll later? We can show you the gifts and such." Chen-Yao abruptly hung up the phone. Holding his phone, Chen-Yao put it back into his jacket pocket, and soon after, his pocket vibrated. Glancing at the contact, he answered casually, "What do you want to eat? Is it too much trouble?" Chen-Yao hesitated for a moment before saying, "But the younger sister said she wants soup dumplings from the third place by the school gate and coconut milk from the first place. As for me, just bring me the same thing, please. Thank you for your trouble." Just as Chen-Yao was about to hang up, she added, "The younger sister said she needs vinegar packets for the soup dumplings. Remember to bring 2 at that moment." Bai Zai had just been called awake by Chen-Yao and was still a bit dazed as she listened to the conversation. "Sister, aren't you tired of soup dumplings for breakfast?" she said, her voice still nasally. Chen-Yao, laughing, finished the call and said, "Zai, let me tell you, those soup dumplings are incredibly delicious. You'll know once you try them. If you want anything else, just let your brother Chen-Yao know." It's too much trouble. Let us just go eat by ourselves later, okay?" Bai Zai felt a bit embarrassed. However, with Chen-Yao putting it that way, she feared she couldn't decline. Indeed, Chen-Yao clearly arranged for Chen-Yao. "Don't be polite. Your brother Chen-Yao is taking you to pick out a birthday gift later. Want to lie down a bit more? If you're tired, sleep some more." Feeling shy, Bai Zai quickly replied, "It's already 8 o'clock. I should get up and wash up." Once Bai Zai finished getting ready, Chen-Yao was brushing her teeth when the doorbell rang. With toothpaste foam in her mouth, Chen-Yao opened the door. Chen-Yao walked in expressionlessly, sidestepping to allow space, and saw Bai Zai warmly greet him. He waved his hand to move some bottles and jars off the table to create a clear spot for breakfast, saying to Bai Zai, "Sister, breakfast is here. Eat it while it's hot." Chen-Yao leaned against the bathroom doorframe, casting a sideways glance at Chen-Yao, thinking to herself, "The world is declining," with a mouthful of toothpaste. She mumbled at Chen-Yao, "Why are you here so early, bringing warmth to your little sister-in-law?" Chapter 53. The distinction of affection. Up so early to bring warmth to your sister-in-law? Chen-Yao frowned, reacting to her teasing, and chuckled lightly, replying, "Exactly." After that, worried that Bai Zai might catch on, he quickly turned to her and said, "Sister, don't mind her. After you finish eating, I'll take you out to play." Bai Zai watched their banter with keen interest, responding with a vague agreement. While eating, she sent a WeChat message to Bai Ziyang. "Brother, Chen-Yao is here bringing us breakfast. He said he wants to go to Jining later. You should come over." Bai Ziyang, who had been sleeping lightly, immediately woke up at the sound of the message notification. Frowning, he grabbed his phone and rubbed his eyes before quickly replying, "Zai, you all stay at the hotel? I am heading over now. I am in the dorm." Zhang Wei was packing his things to head to the library. Thinking he had disturbed Bai Ziyang, he turned back to make an apologetic gesture. Bai Ziyang smiled back, quietly replying, "It's fine. I'm just going out for a bit. You go ahead." Bai Ziyang carefully got out of bed, washed up, quickly drank a cup of hot water, and then quietly left with his down jacket. He almost jogged to the hotel. Chen-Yao had just heard the doorbell, and as he opened the door, the cold air rushed at him. Chen-Yao quickly stepped aside to let Bai Ziyang in, saying, "Come in quickly. It's warm inside." Bai Ziyang entered and greeted Chen-Yao and Chen-Yao, then peeked over to see Bai Zai, who was focused on her breakfast. Turning back, he asked, Yao, thanks, have you all eaten? Chen Yao didn't answer and instead asked Bai Ziyang, have you eaten? You all eat first. I'm not hungry yet, I'll eat later. Just as Bai Ziyang finished speaking, Bai Zai looked up and said, Brother, I haven't opened mine yet. You all eat first. She was about to get up to make room for them. Sister, we have enough. You just eat yours. Chen Yao waited for Bai Zai to sit back down, then reached into his down jacket pocket, pulled out a stuffed pancake he had bought earlier, and quietly asked Bai Ziyang, want to eat some? Huh. Bai Ziyang took the pancake in surprise, looking at him blankly. Thanks, have you eaten? Chen Yao smiled and replied, I've eaten already. As he spoke, he pulled out a cup of soy milk from another pocket, tore the straw open, and handed it to Bai Ziyang. Chen Yao, sitting on the edge of the bed applying makeup, laughed heartily. Oh my, Santu is so considerate today. Chen Yao shot her a look that clearly said, mind your own business, then sat on the edge of the bed, casually opening the email Jigu had sent him. After they finished breakfast, and once the two girls had tidied themselves up, the four of them headed downstairs to hail a taxi. As the taxi pulled up to the curb, Chen Yao was about to open the passenger door when Chen Yao pushed him aside, impatiently saying, Go, 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 stay to the side. After pondering the cramped seating arrangement, Chen Yao decided against vying for a spot to pay, and when she intercepted Bai Ziyang behind her, she finally grasped Chen Yao's intention. At this point, only Bai Zihe, Bai Ziyang, and Chen Yao remained, and they were likely to sit closely together. Chen Yao glanced up at the seat in front of her and thought to herself, that mischievous girl truly has a plethora of tricks up her sleeve. Chen Yao and Bai Ziyang accompanied the young ladies on a shopping spree that lasted nearly 2 hours. Under the guise of negotiating a deal with Chen Yao insisted on selecting 2 complete sets of lipstick as a birthday gift for her sister. In truth, Chen Yao already possessed most of the shades in the set, but recalling Bai Zihe's praise for a few colors just the day before in the dormitory, she seized the opportunity to fulfill Chen Yao's sentiment. While shopping, Bai Ziyang sent a message to Bu Yi, inviting him to join them for lunch. He was currently on the phone, informing Bu Yi of his location. Upon returning to the store, Chen Yao noticed Bai Zihe cradling a neatly wrapped gift box. Appearing somewhat uneasy, Bai Ziyang flashed a smile at Bai Zihe and said, accept it, quickly thanked Chen Yao Gij. Bai Zihe promptly replied, thank you, Chen Yao Gij. Chen Yao interjected, what are you thanking him for? From now on, he is your brother. If you want anything, just ask him. What is this? Who are you trying to win over, Yao? Bu Yi entered through the side door of the mall, handed the gift bag to Bai Zihe, and cheerily said, here you go, little sister. Bu Yi prepared this for you long ago. Unlike them, who were just brought along at the last minute with no sincerity, you know who to be close with, right? It was evident that Bai Zihe felt more at ease receiving Bu Yi's gift, and she smiled up at him, saying, thank you, Bu Yi. If my brother bullies you, make sure to tell me. Seeing the little girl so delighted, Chen Yao quietly remarked to Chen Yao beside her, look at my little sister-in-law. She certainly knows how to distinguish between kin and strangers, huh? Chapter 54. Not a girlfriend at 11:10 a.m. Chen Yao pulled out his phone to check the time and looked up at the group, saying, it's getting late. Shall we head to lunch? Bai Ziyang turned to Chen Yao and inquired, Yao, why not ask your girlfriend what she wants to eat? She is a childhood friend. Chen Yao interrupted. She is not my girlfriend. Let us see what my sister wants to eat. He then turned to Bai Zihe, asking, sister, what would you like to eat? The brothers will take you out. Before Bai Zihe could respond, Bu Yi called out from behind, sister, I want to eat hot pot. The mall surrounding the school was always packed on weekends, and by the time they arrived, the 5 of them were standing at the entrance, waiting in line while perusing the menu. Chen Yao, finding it tedious, asked them all to let her sister decide. This hot pot restaurant was new to them, and Bai Zihe bent over, scribbling circles on the menu. Bu Yi tilted his head to glance at the menu and said to Bai Zihe with a smile, sister, that's enough. Don't spoil your brother, all right? While Chen Yao was conversing with Bai Ziyang, he also turned to look at the menu after hearing the comment. Noticing only a few circles marked, he said, why are you only ordering so little? Order more. Your sister Chen Yao eats like a pig. This amount wouldn't even be enough for her alone. Chen Yao shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense. I am on a diet. Bu Yi chuckled. All right, Yao, just follow your sister. You might not even finish it later. Seizing the moment while everyone was chatting, Bai Ziyang leaned closer to Chen Yao and whispered, Yao. As soon as Chen Yao looked over, Bai Ziyang continued, I'll treat you and your girlfriend to this meal. After this, I want to dare to join you for lunch again. Chen Yao furrowed his brows at Bai Ziyang. She is my childhood friend. We really are not a couple. With a sigh, Chen Yao added, fine, fine, you treat. Just as he finished speaking, the waiter led them to a 6-person booth inside. Chen Yao, Bai Zihe, and Bai Ziyang sat on one side, while Bu Yi and Chen Yao occupied the other. Bu Yi then whistled at Chen Yao and Chen Yao, raising his hand to signal the waiter. We're ready to order. Bai Zihe took the menu, leaned down, and gestured to the waiter. Hello, please order everything from here to here, excluding the circled items. One of each. Thank you. It was Chen Yao's first time witnessing someone order in such a manner, prompting her to ask, Sister, have you decided against the other dishes after all this time? Bu Yi laughed. I was surprised too when I saw it for the first time, but what can we say? After all, she has such a picky brother. We rough folks eat anything. She is just spoiled. He then gestured towards Bai Ziyang across from him. Bai Zihe, now familiar with Bu Yi, often teased Bai Ziyang, chiming in, just the smell makes me feel nauseous. Next time, let him cook his own pot and eat separately. Chen Yao laughed at her sister's banter. Ha ha, you two must have quite the vendetta against each other. I tell you, the three of them engaged in a lively chatter. Chen Yao shifted forward in his seat, sitting up slightly, and asked Bai Ziyang, does your sister remember everything you do? What smells make you feel nauseous? Bai Ziyang felt a bit embarrassed. You were just listening to their nonsense. Once the dishes were served, the waiter handed over the menu with the bill attached. Chen Yao casually took it and set it aside, glancing at the menu during the brief interlude of fetching food. Bai Zihe had circled various vegetables, celery, cilantro, black fungus, and various types of herbaceous plants, all clearly marked. This little pup was as finicky as a child, showing such a strong aversion to certain foods. Chapter 55. You scared me to death, Chen San too. I'm calling you. What are you daydreaming about? Chen Yao's unexpected remark jolted Chen Yao back to reality. So absorbed was he in contemplating the little pup's pickiness that he hadn't paid attention to the conversation among the four. Looking up, he noticed that he was the only one still without a raised glass, so he promptly lifted his cup. Bai Zihe cheerfully addressed Bai Ziyang. Since I'm here today, I'd also like to wish my brother a happy birthday. And thank you, brothers and sisters, for the gifts. After finishing her drink, she set down her glass. Chen Yao turned to Bai Ziyang. It's your birthday today? Why didn't you tell us earlier? We had no idea. Bai Ziyang shook his head, smiling. No, it's not. Our birthdays are a month apart. Bai Zihe chimed in. My brother has never liked celebrating his birthday. We've always celebrated together. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao smiled slightly, mentally noting that today was February 21 ST, and a month later would be March 21 ST, which was easy to remember. After their meal, the five of them had some downtime, and Chen Yao suggested they go watch a movie. The films currently showing were mostly action and animation, and after scanning the options, they found nothing appealing. Just as they were about to leave, Bai Ziyang suddenly mumbled, This horror movie looks alright. Chen Yao, linking arms with her sister, asked, Sister, are you up for it? Bai Zihe readily replied, Of course, I can handle it. My brother has taken me to see horror films since I was little. Bu Yi didn't mind either, urging them on. Let us go, let us go. Chen Yao stood at the counter speaking to the ticket clerk, who typed a few words into the machine. For tickets. Correct? That LLB 140 altogether. Chen Yao nodded. Bai Ziyang gently tugged at Chen Yao's arm, saying, Let me handle this. Yeah. He then turned to the ticket clerk. I'll take 5 tickets. Thank you. Chen Yao cheekily remarked. What's wrong, getting flustered? Isn't that right? Chen San too. Did you get scared that quickly? Bai Ziyang, realizing he had mistakenly thought Chen Yao had requested 4 tickets, asked, Yao, don't you like this type of movie? Should I check if I can get a refund? It's fine. I'll go with you. Chen Yao cleared his throat and added, You all go ahead. Chen Yao rolled her eyes at him. Love, indeed, has the power to break many mental shackles. Before they entered the theater, Chen Yao emphasized once more that he did not wish to sit with Chen Yao. Finding her too loud, Bu Yi insisted that horror films were only interesting if someone got scared, so he accompanied the 2 girls to the front row, leaving Chen Yao and Bai Ziyang seated at the back. As the theater lights dimmed, Bai Ziyang turned to see Chen Yao suddenly sitting up straight. Even when watching a horror movie with Bai Zihe, she remained composed. He quietly asked, Yao, if you're not feeling comfortable, I can accompany you outside for a bit? Chen Yao leaned slightly closer to Bai Ziyang, saying, It's just too dark here. Bai Ziyang, may I lean on you a little? Unbeknownst to Bai Ziyang, This film was being re-released in theaters. Chen Yao had watched it when he was very young, and it left a haunting impression on him. Thus, even though he couldn't recall the plot clearly, he felt a sense of tension. The beginning of the film depicted a group of high school couples in love, with a girl who was deeply infatuated with a boy. However, the boy's friends conspired to assault the girl, leading her to commit suicide in shame and anger, only to discover later that the boy was also complicit in the harm caused. Unable to cope psychologically, the girl sought revenge on the boy. Just when the boy felt a sudden ache in his shoulder, the screen abruptly displayed the girl, covered in blood, leaning against him. Chen Yao, caught off guard by the shocking image, instinctively muttered, "What the hell?" As Bai Xiang became engrossed in the plot, he turned his head towards the glow of the screen, observing Chen Yao, a towering figure at over 1.80 meters, with his head tilted back against the chair. Bai Xiang couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of him. Gradually leaning closer, he whispered, "Fear not, it's all fictional." Chen Yao, resting his head against the edge of the seat, felt Bai Xiang inching closer, both of them acutely aware of each other's breath. Bathed in the dim light of the cinema, Chen Yao scrutinized the profile of the person beside him, instinctively shifting back a little. Bai Xiang, misinterpreting this as shyness, chuckled softly and turned back to the film and the movie. The boy increasingly felt unbearable pain in his shoulders, his spirit waning. Just as the boy stepped into the restroom, glancing at his reflection, a pair of large hands suddenly obscured his view. A chorus of startled exclamations erupted from the audience. Chen Yao, having braced himself for such moments, was startled by a girl's shrill scream beside him. Instinctively leaning toward the familiar presence of Bai Xiang, Bai Xiang remained focused on the screen, but sensing Chen Yao's proximity, his left hand instinctively rose to shield Chen Yao's head. Through the faint illumination of the cinema, Chen Yao gazed at Bai Xiang's profile, uncertain whether he was frightened or simply charmed by Bai Xiang's protective gesture. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "Truly, how manly." After a brief while, Bai Xiang turned his head, chuckling at Chen Yao, "You startled me back there. Had I known, I would have bought an extra ticket under the radar. Why did I hesitate to watch a horror film? Just play it back to back. No way. Not only can I be bold, but I can also maintain that boldness all day." Chen Yao, shifting slightly, casually remarked, "Bai Xiang, you've got to look out for me. I nearly jumped out of my skin." Throughout the second half of the film, Chen Yao was oblivious to the narrative unfolding before him. Occasionally, he would shiver at scenes Bai Xiang couldn't preemptively shield him from, naturally seeking refuge beside him. As Bai Xiang comfortingly patted his back, however, Bai Xiang managed to block most of the frights. At times, his hand would rise so quickly that his fingers would inadvertently rest on Chen Yao's head. Each time a sound of fright echoed from the audience, Chen Yao would sheepishly hurl a few choice words at the screen, calling out the cowards. Were it not for the cinema's darkness forbidding photography, he would have eagerly shared a post on social media with the caption, "Bai Xiang. No, that lacked warmth. Bai Xiang, just Bai Xiang, my protective little darling." During the latter half, Chen Yao found himself pondering captions. Thus, as they exited the screening room, once the five of them gathered, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Bai, for keeping me safe." This elicited a startled reaction from Chen Yao, who, grinning widely, teased, "Oh dear, Yao team, what were you two up to in there? How come after just one trip inside, you've even changed how you address our Xiang?" Chen Yao, regaining her composure, scolded him, "Hey, you cheeky one. That was almost a compliment, but it turned into, sissy, how come Bai Xiang didn't he knock you out?" At this moment, Chen Yao had no shame left, cheerfully responding, "That's not possible, right, Bai?" After which, he leaned playfully towards Bai Xiang, grinning. Bai Xiang smiled and nodded in agreement. After the film, the group decided to escort Bai Zihe to the high-speed rail station. Just as they were descending the stairs in the elevator, Chen Yao's phone vibrated twice. A message from the illustrator arrived, accompanied by a voice note. "Ah Yao, I've sent you the new illustrations from the rookie. You need to finalize the main stage today, and then we'll discuss the details." After listening to the voice note, Chen Yao typed out a quick response and stowed his phone back into his pocket. In the crowded elevator, Bai Xiang turned to Chen Yao, saying, "Yao team, if you have matters to attend to, you should take Chen Yao back first. Don't bother with the extra trip." Chen Yao tilted his head dismissively. "It's nothing." The two of them were slightly mismatched in height, and with the elevator packed, Bai Xiang had to look up slightly to see Chen Yao, mumbling, that Understanding Bai Xiang's reluctance to impose, Chen Yao softly reassured, "Really, it's fine. I'll finish up quickly when I get back." Bai Xiang appeared troubled, lowering his gaze and biting his lip in silence. Seeing him like this, Chen Yao sighed and said, "All right then, I'll send you off to the car first. Qin Yao can accompany you. She has nothing pressing to do either." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao leaned against Bu Yi's shoulder, standing on tiptoe amidst the crowd to glare at him. "Exactly, I'm quite free." Bu Yi tugged at Qin Yao's arm, chiding, "Qin Yao, keep your distance. One shouldn't take advantage of a friend's partner, and please maintain decorum in public." Qin Yao's eyes widened as she glared. "Repeat that. I'm just..." Bai Ziyi quickly interjected with a smile. Childhood friends? We all know there's nothing going on. You and Chen Yao can head back first. My brother will see me off." Qin Yao, satisfied, smiled. "No way. I'll see you off." Once outside the mall, Chen Yao managed to hail a taxi for the four of them, reminding them to inform him once they arrived, before he hailed another to head back to school. Typically, the assignments handed to Qin Yao were for a week later, providing ample time for adjustments. Coupled with his effective communication with clients, the results were well received, a clear sign of divine favor. He didn't want to rush back to school for this particular assignment. Once in the car, Chen Yao regretted his decision, yet the image of Bai Xiang, looking as if he had something to say but holding back, made him unwilling to put him in a difficult position. Currently, whenever he thought of Bai Xiang, the nickname Bai immediately came to mind, causing Chen Yao to shake his head in resignation. While waiting at a red light, Chen Yao pulled out his phone to browse the illustrations. Suddenly, he noticed a new message under his WeChat contacts, Bai Xiang. Following Chen Yao's intention, he planned to feign a bit of aloofness before adding him as a friend. However, a slight bump in the road caused him to accidentally tap accept instead. The chat window popped up, "I am Bai Xiang." Chen Yao pursed his lips, replying, "Bye-bye, have you arrived?" At the same time, Bai Xiang responded, "Yao team. We reached the high-speed rail station. 2 minutes later." Bai Xiang sent another message, "Yao team, you should still call me Bai Xiang." Chen Yao chuckled as he replied, "I want tea." He casually exited the chat and updated Bai Xiang's contact name to "Bye-bye." "Bye-bye? Then let us know once you get to school." Chen Yao responded with an adorable emoji. As soon as the taxi descended from the elevated highway, the spires of the teaching building came into view, prompting Chen Yao to promptly message, "Bye-bye, I'm at school," with 3 exclamation marks added for emphasis. If Chen Yao were to see this, she would undoubtedly scold him. "You pesky gay, always stirring up trouble." Chen Yao suppressed the smile that threatened to spread across his face as he returned to his dormitory. After a while, he began working on the illustrations. When it came to work, Chen Yao was quite dependable, and he immersed himself in his task until nightfall, only realizing he felt slightly hungry when he glanced at his phone. The messages were all from 3 to 4 hours prior. Stretching lazily, Chen Yao checked his notifications. "Mother Yacha, I've seen off your little sister. Bye-bye, Yao team. We arrived at school." Chapter 57. Are you in a relationship? Dream had recently assigned several projects to Chen Yao. Besides his classes during the day, he also shortened his time playing basketball, finally managing to complete all the illustrations by the afternoon of March 20, in addition to the agreed-upon design fees. Director Ji at Dream had also given Chen Yao a bonus for overtime, asking him to visit tomorrow to hand over details to the planner. Whenever he had free time, Chen Yao diligently worked on his illustrations in the dormitory. Bai Xiang, who rarely had time for training, found it challenging to meet up with Chen Yao, and it had been quite a while since he had seen the little puppy. Shutting down his computer, Chen Yao leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. On his phone, he opened the app recommended by Qin Yao, browsing the headphone suggestions. The title read, "Your ears won't hurt, ears can get pregnant. Must have headphones for aesthetic appeal." Clicking on it, he was greeted by a slew of girls' faces filling the screen, with no performance descriptions whatsoever. Scrolling to the back, he found 7 or 8 selfies, with the occasional image of headphones. What do these girls think about all day? Chen Yao navigated to the search page, typing in boyfriend headphones and boyfriend birthday headphones, finding a few unreliable posts, but managing to sift out a couple of useful suggestions. After jotting down some notes, he searched for the locations of electronic stores in the city before finally feeling at ease to wash up and go to bed. The next day, classes extended until 3 in the afternoon. After greeting Zhang Lin, the portly roommate, Chen Yao took a taxi towards Dream. Leaning against the door, he knocked on the director's office, smiling, "Ji Gu, I'm here to discuss the drafts with the planner. I just wanted to say hello. He was the designer Ji, who had assisted Chen Yao in securing numerous projects. Ji valued Chen Yao's proficiency in Photoshop, augmented reality, and his ability to communicate with clients. Ji was keen on having Chen Yao join Dream after graduation, and whenever this was mentioned, Chen Yao would tactfully evade the topic. Yao is here. Come in. Ji beckoned him in. Chen Yao navigated around the desk, and the director gestured for him to sit at the computer desk. We have a wedding expo coming up with the theme of dreams. Do you have any ideas? Chen Yao offered several suggestions. And by the end, a rough framework for the plan had been established. Director Ji, as soon as he found a moment, began to chatter. Yao, since your school doesn't have many classes, why not come over and help me? S-City is quite small, and currently, we are the only established wedding planning company around. Before he could finish, Chen Yao interjected with a smile. Brother, to be honest, I have something important today. I need to finalize a draft and leave right away. Let us talk next time. Director Ji, being perceptive, quickly caught on. Yao, are you in love? With a chuckle, Chen Yao replied. I am preparing to pursue someone. It's their birthday today, and I can't show up empty-handed, can I? Director Ji, not much older than Chen Yao and having only a few years of work experience, often argued with him over work-related matters. However, on all other occasions, he regarded this helpful older brother with respect. Seeing Chen Yao mention love, Director Ji became intrigued. What kind of gift are you planning to give? Let me hear it. Sitting up straight, Chen Yao responded, I haven't chosen yet. That's why I came to consult you. Director Ji, aware of the numerous young people who had fallen prey to scams while seeking relationships during their university years, cautioned him. Hey, I'm being serious here. If you're going to buy something, let me help you. Save some of your money and don't recklessly spend it. Chen Yao paused to contemplate, then turned back to Director Ji and asked, Brother, do you know anyone who sells headphones? Director Ji chuckled upon hearing this. Believe it or not, I do. What kind are you looking to buy? Well, something with good sound quality, as they study music. Chen Yao admitted he wasn't well-versed in this area and genuinely didn't know what else to gift. Director Ji, who had a tendency to call people by their nicknames, began scrolling through his phone to find friends on WeChat and inquired, any other requirements? Over-ear or Bluetooth? What about the color? Chen Yao pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not too sure. Maybe over-ear would be best. Just something simple, black would do. Director Ji paused upon hearing this, thinking that a black headphone might not be suitable for a girlfriend, but he refrained from commenting further. I'll ask around for you. After you finish your draft, go check out the store, and I'll send you the address shortly. After waving him off, he proceeded to make a voice call to a friend. Chen Yao took nearly 2 more hours to finish the draft, and by the time he arrived at the headphone store, it was already close to 8 in the evening. He tapped on the glass counter where a young man was disassembling parts and said, Hello, I'm here to check out headphones, as directed by Brother Ji. The young man, holding a component, called out, Hey there, old Ji called me earlier. You're buying a gift for your boyfriend, right? After mentioning this, he gestured towards the counter. These models from Sennheiser, Audio-Technica, and Beyerdynamic are quite good. Old Ji advised you not to overspend. These models offer great value for money and have been broken in already, so you can give them a try. Upon hearing boyfriend, Chen Yao guessed what Brother Ji had said and chuckled lightly. Thank you, I'll give them a try. Initially trying a few models, he noticed a difference in sound quality but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Having browsed several models the previous night, he had seen these brands but found the sheer number of models overwhelming. Eventually, he said, Brother, I'm not too knowledgeable about this, so why don't you pick a pricier one and wrap it up for me? Since this was a friend of Brother Ji who had specially contacted him, Chen Yao naturally trusted him. You're quite generous, aren't you? If it weren't for old Ji giving me a heads up, I would have taken full advantage of your inexperience, the young man said with a smile, pointing to one particular model. What do you think of this one? Chen Yao pulled out his bank card and handed it to the young man, saying, Let us go with this one. Please wrap it up for me. While waiting for the packaging, he sent a WeChat message to Director Ji. I've bought the headphones, thank you, Brother Ji. I'll treat you to a meal when I catch up. After collecting the wrapped headphones, Chen Yao went across the street to buy a KFC meal to take with him, finishing it in the taxi while resting against the seat with his eyes closed. The city was somewhat far from the school, and he nearly dozed off several times during the ride. Just after getting off the highway, Chen Yao took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Bai Xiong. Bye-bye. Where are you? After a moment of silence on his phone, he checked his 4G connection and sent another message. Where is my bye-bye? Just as his phone vibrated, Chen Yao quickly unlocked it. The pinned WeChat showed 3 voice messages, which he opened. Yao, who is your bye-bye? Do you think we have no one at home? How blatant. Chen Yao immediately sent a voice call, and upon connecting, he said, I say, Bui, you're just wasting time. Where is my bye-bye? Bui shouted back. Xiang is practicing piano. Don't disturb his studies. Chen Yao held his phone away, glancing at the time on the screen. What the hell? What time is it? Why is bye-bye still practicing? Bui, returning to a normal tone, continued. Oh, recently Yalan signed Xiang up for a piano competition, insisting he participates, so he has been stuck in the practice room for days. Chen Yao inquired, who? Xiang's major course instructor. He is the only one majoring in piano, and that woman keeps a close watch on him. Bui glanced at the time and said, I can't chat anymore. I'll urge him to go buy dinner at the school gate, and then I have to head back to the dorm to catch up on homework. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao frowned and asked, Haven't you two eaten yet? Bui's side was filled with noise. I've eaten. During dinner time, Xiang was called over by Yalan for a class and didn't he have time to eat? He managed to eat some bread, and later, I'll go out with him to buy something to bring back. Chen Yao thought for a moment and checked the time. How about this? Where is your practice room? I just happen to have something to drop off. You go back first. I haven't had dinner yet, so I'll go eat with Bye-Bye. Bui was about to agree when he suddenly laughed. Yao. Can you have some self-respect? Now you're calling him Bye-Bye. Are you trying to steal my territory? Xiang and I are tight. You don't stand a chance, Buzi. What chance? Came by Xiang's voice from the other end. Bui chuckled and replied, Yao is coming over. He hasn't eaten either, so you both can grab a bite together. I need to head back to catch up on homework. After waiting for a while, Bui continued to grumble, just practice a little longer. That woman shouldn't give him a last-minute piece with such little time. Who does she think she is? Bai Xiang smiled at him and said, All right, you head back. Just send me a message about what you want to eat later. After sending Bui off, he picked up his phone, only to see it displaying that he was still on a call. He answered, Hello? And upon hearing Chen Yao's voice, he immediately grinned. Bye-bye. Where are you? In the next chapter, Bye-Bye, happy birthday. Bai Xiang informed him of the practice room number, saying, Chen Yao, I'm still in the practice room. If you're not in a hurry, just come upstairs and wait for me for a bit. I'm almost done, he added. If you're hungry, you can go eat first. No need to wait for me. Chen Yao smiled and said, I'm fine. Just wait for me in the practice room. After hanging up, he strode towards the practice room. The teaching buildings of the Art Academy were all located within the same courtyard. The practice rooms were situated in a separate building near the garden because students tended to practice loudly during the day, which could disrupt classes in other departments. During the day, students from the music department practiced here. And every time Chen Yao passed by the garden, it felt quite noisy. By evening, most students had returned to their dorms. Only a handful of students remained in the practice room, and the music emanating from within was far more soothing than during the day. Chen Yao pondered that this was his first visit to the music building. Aside from their usual basketball games, he had never witnessed Bai Xiang in his element, immersed in his studies. Students trickled down the staircase, and as they passed by, Chen Yao casually glanced at them, wary of losing sight of Bai Xiang. Preoccupied with his steps, he paid little attention to the floor numbers. Bai Xiang had mentioned he was on the 3rd floor. Yet he had no idea which floor he was currently on. The staircase bore no signs, so he ventured into the nearby corridor. Passing by a practice room marked 423, Chen Yao's curiosity piqued, and he peered through the small glass pane in the door. As soon as he caught a glimpse, he quickly straightened up and turned to leave. The audacity of today's students was astonishing. Embracing one another within the practice room was quite the spectacle. Descending another flight of stairs, he noted that the classroom on this level appeared significantly larger than the ones on the 4th floor. The corridor was lined with 5 or 6 classrooms, and only one of them emitted light through its glass. Approaching the door, Chen Yao lowered his head to glance through the glass. This was the first time he had seen Bai Xiang playing the piano. Bai Xiang sat with his back to the door on the piano bench, his fingers dancing over the keys, his feet casually resting on the pedals. From this angle, Chen Yao could see Bai Xiang's focused profile, evoking a sense of admiration. Why does my Bai look so captivating? Standing in the corridor, Chen Yao took out a lighter and lit a cigarette, leaning against the wall until he finished before knocking gently on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Xiang turned to greet him. After completing a 4-measure exercise, he released the pedal and asked, Yao Dui, what brings you here? Chen Yao settled onto a nearby sofa and replied, This practice room seems larger. I took a wrong turn and ended up on the 4th floor. Bai Xiang explained. This floor is for the teacher's practice rooms, hence it's a bit more spacious. I've been busy with assignments and practicing late, and the administrator locks the doors, which is inconvenient. Remembering something, he asked, "Are you hungry? I still need to practice this passage a couple more times, and no worries. I am not hungry yet. I just came over to take a break," Chen Yao replied, reclining back with his legs crossed. Bai Xiang didn't pay him any more mind, focusing intently on his sheet music. After approximately 15 minutes, feeling he could play it from memory, he paused. Chen Yao, having been lost in thought while watching him, straightened up and softly inquired, "Are you done practicing?" "Yes, more or less," Bai Xiang said, rising to close the piano lid. "Shall we go get something to eat?" Chen Yao, noticing his urgency, reassured him, "It's fine. I'm not hungry yet. Take your time." Bai Xiang organized several music scores on the piano lid in order before placing them on the shelf. Casually, Chen Yao asked, "Bye-bye, where is the restroom?" Bai Xiang stood to open the door for him, pointing to the right, "Turn right down the corridor. Keep walking to the end, and you'll find it." Chen Yao stepped outside for a moment but turned back after a few steps. Clearing his throat, he said, "Bye-bye. Why don't you try those headphones on the chair?" Bai Xiang, not thinking much of it, casually opened the bag. Noticing the packaging appeared unopened, he hesitated to take the initiative to open it. With nothing else to do, he decided to sit at the piano bench and play through the piece he had just practiced from start to finish. Chen Yao had initially made the excuse to go to the restroom to avoid putting Bai Xiang in an awkward position. On his way back to the practice room, he heard the sound of the piano and, upon entering, saw that the bag on the sofa remained in pristine condition, causing him to feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Once Bai Xiang finished playing, Chen Yao took out the packaging box and smiled, saying, "Bye-bye, happy birthday. This is your birthday gift." Chapter 60. Joy turns to sorrow. Bai Xiang's grip on the sheet music tightened as he looked up at Chen Yao, momentarily stunned. Chen Yao, feeling uneasy under his gaze, quickly tried to lighten the mood, saying, "Well, I thought I'd celebrate my sister's birthday and didn't want you to feel left out." So, Bai Xiang regained his composure and pressed his lips together. "Chen Yao, thank you." After a moment, he reiterated, "Really, thank you." Chen Yao finally felt relieved. This time, Bai Xiang addressed him by his name rather than his title. "I didn't have time to prepare a birthday cake. So don't feel jealous." As he handed over the gift, he added, "Open it and see if you like it." Bai Xiang took a step back. "I really can't accept this gift." Chen Yao had anticipated his refusal and had prepared a counter-argument. "Bye-bye. This item was practically forced upon me by the salesperson. They wouldn't let me leave without taking it. I got it while working part-time, and everyone else got one too. I have no use for it. If it's too much, how about treating me to a meal next time?" This reasoning was hard to refute, and Chen Yao was determined to give it to him. With no other option, Bai Xiang unwrapped it in front of Chen Yao, accepting it. Upon seeing the brand of the headphones, he stared at Chen Yao, smiling resignedly. "You're joking, right? This is too extravagant." Chen Yao feigned innocence. "Is it really that expensive? The sales representative said it was from a partner company, and they offered discounts. I just helped out with a small order, and they didn't charge me a dime." He then teasingly picked up the headphones. "What is so special about these? Don't all headphones look the same?" Bai Xiang thanked him several times, glancing back at the bag as he walked. Chen Yao couldn't help but want to pull him in for a kiss. After finishing their late-night snack, Bai Xiang expressed his gratitude once more, walking Chen Yao back to the dormitory before heading home himself. Concerned that their roommates might tease him about the gift, he discreetly tucked it into his pocket as he entered. The next day, when Bui spotted the headphones, he quietly mentioned it to Bai Xiang. Bui swore to him, "Xiang, I genuinely intended to celebrate your birthday a while ago. But I got distracted. I promise I'll remember next time." After a dramatic slap of his thigh, he added, "I think I said the same thing last year, but I'll definitely remember next year." Bai Xiang chuckled and nodded, replying, all right. Material abundance can lead to decline, and joy can swiftly turn to sorrow. Indeed, Bai Xiang had been experiencing an unusually comfortable period lately. One morning, as Chen Yao exited the dormitory, he intended to head downstairs when he heard the faint sound of a lighter being clicked on from the rooftop above. It was a rare sight to see someone up at 6 in the morning smoking. Chen Yao ambled up the stairs, clutching a basketball, and as he glanced back, he froze in place. The beginning of April. The mornings and evenings still carried a chill. Bai Xiang, dressed in a thin shirt and shorts, leaned forward with his arms resting on his knees, one hand holding a cigarette to his lips, while his phone lay beside him, its screen still lit. The rooftop railing was perpetually locked, and the cold wind seeped through the gaps. Chilling Bai Ziyang. His eyes appeared weary, but he seemed oblivious to the cold. Chen Yao stood there for a moment, then took a few steps up the stairs, tilting his head upwards to meet Bai Ziyang's gaze. Upon seeing Chen Yao, Bai Ziyang momentarily froze, then in a flustered manner, reached for his phone. After being exposed to the cold for too long, his hands felt stiff. The cigarette he clumsily held bent awkwardly. Burning his hand, Chen Yao's heart sank. He dropped the basketball and hurried up the steps, stopping just 2 steps away. Bai Ziyang hastily turned off his phone speaker, raising his palm outward toward Chen Yao. His eyes suddenly reddening. This was a clear sign of resistance. Chen Yao, trying to soothe him, pressed his hands down gently as he took a step back down the stairs. Chen Yao lingered at the bottom for a while. Returning to his dormitory, he grabbed a long down jacket and, just before reaching the stairway, cleared his throat softly. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Ziyang looked down at Chen Yao, who was holding the jacket. He then wrapped himself tightly in the garment, patting his back before turning to leave. Bai Ziyang watched his retreating figure, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing. Chapter 61. Returning the clothes that morning, Bai Ziyang sat on the rooftop stairs until 7 o'clock, only to realize he reeked of smoke. He returned to the dormitory to awaken his 3 roommates for class, skipping one himself to take Chen Yao's jacket to a dry cleaner outside the school. Chen Yao had been feeling increasingly restless lately, his mind consumed by the image of Bai Ziyang's red-rimmed eyes from that morning. Their relationship, which had made a slight turn towards intimacy just days before, felt abruptly severed by an invisible force. When they met again, even greeting each other felt awkward. On the basketball court, Chen Yao and Bai Ziyang no longer broached the subject of that morning. Their recent encounters were marked only by Bai Ziyang looking up to greet Yao Dui, to which Chen Yao would respond with a simple "mm." Chen Yao seemed to be in a contest with himself. He often pondered what White Ziyang's reaction would have been if, on that fateful morning, it had been Bu Yi who discovered him at the stairway. Such thoughts plagued him, and he chastised himself for knowing nothing, for being unable to assist, for feeling utterly powerless. White Ziyang, there is still more than a month until the piano competition. You must focus on memorizing the score. Next week in class, we will work on the piece. Yu Yaoan said, rising to open the door to the practice room. I shall take my leave now. Do remember to lock the door and windows when you leave. That, of course, teacher Yu. White Ziyang saw off his piano instructor and pulled out his phone to check the time. 1824. His eating habits had been quite irregular lately, and at this moment, he did not feel particularly hungry. He opened the sheet music and had barely played 2 measures when he glanced at the phone resting on the music stand. After a moment's consideration, he decided to lock the door and head downstairs. The piano practice room was located at the corner of the teaching area, somewhat distant from the dry cleaners near the dormitory. As the weather gradually warmed, White Ziyang found himself walking past the small park below without the need to bundle up as he had 2 weeks prior. The evening breeze felt quite pleasant against his skin. Strolling towards the dry cleaners, he found the proprietress engrossed in a movie on her computer screen. She glanced up at White Ziyang, who entered empty-handed, then returned her gaze to the screen, asking him nonchalantly, "Whose clothes are they?" "Chen Yao," White Ziyang replied. Upon hearing this, the proprietress paused the video, stood up, and began rummaging through the garments hanging from the ceiling. After a moment's thought, he added, "I apologize, but the name on the clothes is not Chen Yao. It is White Ziyang." Clutching a hanger, the proprietress turned her face to reveal her curiosity. "White what?" "We require the phone number to collect clothes. Previously, a student collected clothes for someone else, and when there was a mix-up, they came to us for resolution. We cannot release items that do not belong to you." She rattled off a series of regulations, which White Ziyang had already heard when he dropped off the clothes days earlier. Remembering that he had indeed left his own name, he clarified, "The clothes are mine. You can look for White Ziyang. Thank you for your trouble." The proprietress handed him the garments, saying, "If you had come half an hour later, I would have had to leave for an errand. Please check if there are any issues with the clothes." After retrieving the hangers used for dry cleaning and verifying the phone number once more, she allowed him to leave. As he stepped outside, White Ziyang turned and pondered for a moment before cradling the down jacket and making his way back to the practice room. The corridor was filled with students returning to their dorms after practicing, but White Ziyang moved against the flow, ascending the stairs. Although the dry-cleaned clothes were encased in a thin plastic bag, he instinctively shielded them with both hands, ensuring they would not brush against students descending the stairs or scrape against the rusted railings. By the time he reached the third floor, he was slightly perspiring. Upon entering the practice room, he poured himself a cup of warm water and stared at the down jacket, recalling the events of that morning. Feeling somewhat troubled. Ultimately, the clothes needed to be returned, and after a prolonged hesitation, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Yao. Yao team, I'll return your clothes to your dorm shortly. Chapter 62. Just one call for you. Thus, during practice, he could hardly tolerate a break. The moment he paused, he found it difficult to resume. Now, as he gazed at the phone screen displaying 1930, he realized that his practice time was likely insufficient. Midway through, his phone chimed twice, and White Xiang assumed it was a reply from Chen Yao. With his left hand still on the piano keys, he reached for the phone with his right. Bu Ziyangzi. Bu, bring me some food when you return. Bu, love you. White Xiang read the messages while still on the lock screen. After 2 seconds, he picked up the phone again, unlocking it to view the WeChat interface, which displayed his earlier message about returning the clothes. Exiting the chat, he replied to Bu, all right, I'll be back by 10. A notification chimed, and Bu quickly responded, I want to drink health porridge tonight. After reading the message, White Xiang set his phone aside and resumed practicing. Typically, he could memorize 2 pages of music in an hour and still have time to practice earlier pieces. However, today, for reasons unknown, he struggled for nearly 2 hours, unable to play smoothly. Approaching 10 o'clock, White Xiang began to lose patience. Nevertheless, he rarely succumbed to frustration over his inability to master a piece. It was merely a reflection of his off day. If he could not make progress, so be it. Competitions were not of paramount importance. A bit of time and effort would suffice to satisfy his teacher. He was indifferent to awards and rankings. After putting away the sheet music, he rose to close the windows of the practice room. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of the down jacket resting on the sofa. He walked over, took out his phone to check WeChat, and confirmed he had not received a reply before bending to retrieve the jacket and stepping outside. As he walked downstairs, he found himself reflecting once again on his actions that morning. He felt somewhat excessive, yet to apologize now would seem superfluous. Glancing at the down jacket reminded him of how Chen Yao had asked no questions that morning, simply draping the jacket over him. Stirring a deeper sense of guilt within him, he made his way from the teaching building to the dormitory area. He passed the kanji shop where Bu wanted to eat. Following the lead of some classmates ahead of him, he ordered a bowl of century egg and lean meat kanji along with 2 beef patties. Just as the proprietor called his order, he realized he had forgotten to request takeout, so he opted to sit down and eat. Usually, after evening practice, he would grab some fried rice or noodles from a street vendor. It was rare for him to indulge in kanji, and he found it quite soothing for his stomach. As he finished his meal, he packed a portion of health porridge for Bu, along with an additional serving of the century egg and lean meat kanji and a beef patty for himself. The evening breeze had turned slightly chilly, and White Xiang instinctively began to wrap the kanji in the down jacket to keep it warm, but he hesitated, fearing that he might accidentally spill it and stain the garment. Ultimately, he decided against it. Upon reaching his floor, he first approached the dormitory entrance and called out, Bu, come get the kanji. I'm returning a jacket. Bu, setting down his mobile game, turned to White Xiang and exclaimed, Ziyangzi, I love you. White Xiang smiled back at him. You're quick about it. Bu jumped up and sprinted to the door, muttering, if you don't come back soon, I'll starve to death. As he spoke, he reached for the plastic bags in White Xiang's hands. Wait, this one isn't yours. White Xiang, juggling the jacket in one hand and 3 takeout bags in the other, found it difficult to pull away. This kanji is yours. The rest I'm bringing to Yao team. Ziyangzi, am I no longer your little darling? Bu tugged at White Xiang's wrist, lifting it to get a better look, before taking his portion of health porridge. TSK. You have meat kanji and beef patties, while we're stuck with just watery porridge. What a disparity in fate. What a disparity in fate, he said, dramatically slurping his kanji. White Xiang found it amusing and retorted, well then, just take a piece of the beef patty. I bought 2. All right then. Bu eagerly accepted, and White Xiang laughed as he allowed Bu to help carry the takeout bags. After discarding the plastic covering from the down jacket, he lifted the kanji and the remaining beef patty and headed towards the end of the corridor. Arriving at Chen Yao's dormitory door, White Xiang raised his hand and knocked out. A voice from inside called, Come in. White Xiang turned the doorknob while holding the plastic bags. Hu Pingqing and Zhang Lin were sitting beneath the bunk beds, engrossed in a video game. Upon noticing White Xiang at the door, they playfully greeted him. "Oh, look who's here, our dear Bai." Zhang Lin whistled and asked, "Bai, what brings you here?" White Xiang felt a bit bewildered. Recently, Chen Yao had taken to calling him that, and though he had reminded him several times to stop, he had ultimately let it slide. Suddenly, he realized it had been quite some time since he had heard that nickname. In fact, it was the first time anyone other than Chen Yao had called him that. The sound of a flushing toilet echoed from the bathroom. Moments later, Chen Yao emerged, initially assuming his friends were teasing him. "What's wrong with you two? Are you bored?" he said, scolding them, as his voice fell. Chen Yao spotted White Xiang standing at the entrance, momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "What are you doing standing out there? Come in." White Xiang stepped inside and glanced around. One bed was vacant, and the other was occupied by Chen Yao's desk. He walked over to the desk, placing the down jacket over the back of a chair. "Yao team, I'm here to return your clothes." Chen Yao hurriedly replied, "Bye. I saw your WeChat message. I was busy creating graphics this afternoon and didn't check my phone. I just sent you a message, but you didn't respond. I was about to come to your dorm when Bui said you were still in the practice room." After finishing his graphics work, Chen Yao used the company QQ to send files to the planner at Dream for review. When White Xiang had sent his WeChat message, Zhang Lin had just happened to walk by Chen Yao's desk and had seen the chat interface, mischievously asking, "Who's Bai?" At that moment, Chen Yao was preoccupied with his work and instinctively replied, "It's White Xiang." Only after completing a small portion of his task did he remember Zhang Lin's question. And when he picked up his phone to respond, he had been teased by Zhang Lin and Hu Pingqing about the nickname. Thus, when White Xiang arrived, Chen Yao had assumed his friends were merely playing around with him. Now, White Xiang pulled out his phone and the screen displayed a WeChat message. "Yao team, no problem. I'll head over to your dorm to pick it up later." Bai Xiang recalled that he had just purchased some kanji. His phone nestled within the confines of his clothing pocket, leaving his hands unoccupied to retrieve it. Apologetically, he remarked, "I didn't have the chance to check my phone either, which must have caused you an unnecessary trip." Just as he finished speaking, his down jacket slipped from the back of the chair to the floor, prompting both individuals to instinctively reach out to grab it in that bent-over position. Chen Yao happened to notice a dry cleaning tag affixed to the collar. Slightly furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Did you take your jacket for dry cleaning?" Bai Xiang, adjusting the jacket back into place with one hand, suddenly remembered the tag he had forgotten to remove and replied, "Ah, yes, I was smoking the other day, and the jacket picked up the smell." As he spoke, he placed the bag he was holding onto Chen Yao's desk. "All right then," Chen Yao sighed lightly, stating, "You don't need to clean it next time." "I am not that particular." Zhang Lin, seated behind them, chimed in with a jest, "Bye. Next time I borrow your clothes, you'd better wash them for me. I'm particular." Bai Xiang felt a twinge of embarrassment at being called Bai and was about to respond when Chen Yao turned around and retorted, "What Bai? Stop shouting nonsense." Ha. Zhang Lin turned back, grinning mischievously. All right, we won't shout, just you alone can." Bai Xiang chuckled softly, saying, "All right then, you all enjoy yourselves, I'll be heading back now." Chen Yao nodded, watching him as he exited. Just as he was about to sit down, he caught sight of the bag on the table and exclaimed, "Hey!" Bai Xiang, having already closed the door, did not hear him. Chen Yao stood up, picked up the bag, and stepped outside. He had barely uttered a bye when Bai Xiang turned around. "Yao Dui, I just remembered I didn't tell you." Seeing the two bags in Chen Yao's hand, he smiled and added, "I just brought kanji for Buzi and got you a portion as well. Make sure to eat it while it's hot." Chen Yao glanced down at the bag, momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly, saying, "I was just feeling hungry, thank you. Bye. Observing Chen Yao's expression, Bai Xiang felt a sense of ease wash over him, prompting him to speak more freely. "I had some at the shop, and it was quite good. I thought I'd bring you some to try. I only ate 2 pieces before feeling full." Buzi mentioned he was hungry too, so I shared a piece with him. "Had I known you both were starving, I would have brought more." Chen Yao, hearing this, teased him, Bye, you better have Bui return my beef pie." Bai Xiang, playfully pleading with Chen Yao, said, "Next time, please don't call me Bye. "No," Chen Yao retorted as he pulled a beef pie from the plastic bag and took a bite, finding it quite delectable. Bai Xiang didn't take the nickname too seriously. If they wanted to call him that, so be it. He slightly lifted his gaze, observing the half-open dormitory door behind Chen Yao, hesitating before speaking, Chen Yao turned to look back, taking a couple of steps towards him, gently pulling the dorm door shut. He then approached closer, asking, "What is up?" "Yao Dui." Bai Xiang awkwardly rubbed his nose, stammering, I apologize for that morning. I was not in the best mood, and I truly feel sorry." Chen Yao, after hearing this, took a bite of his beef pie and replied, "It's nothing." After a moment, noticing Bai Xiang still looked uncomfortable, he smiled and added, "Really, it's nothing. A single beef pie can make it all better." After a moment's thought, he supplemented, "No, make it two. You still owe me one." Seeing Chen Yao like this, Bai Xiang finally felt relieved and smiled as he replied, "All right," he then said, "Yao Dui. I'll head back now. You should return to your dorm. As Bai Xiang turned to leave, Chen Yao called out to him once more, "Bye-bye, Bai Xiang turned back. Chen Yao, suppressing his smile, softly advised, "Next time, if you're in a bad mood, remember to bring a jacket." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiang lowered his head, responding quietly with an before continuing to walk away. Many individuals who experience emotional deficiencies are still unable to resist the warmth of kindness. Just like Chen Yao's recent words, they suddenly made him reflect on how, throughout the years, those around him would ask what's wrong, advise him to stay positive, or suggest talk to me. Only Chen Yao never inquired but merely said, "Next time, remember to bring a jacket." Chen Yao stood at the door, watching Bai Xiang's retreating figure, observing him maintain the same bowed posture as he reached the hallway. Back in his dorm, he picked up his phone and opened the WeChat group Basketball Family. "I am Chen Yao. Bu Yi, return my beef pie. I am your Bu Yi." After sending the message, he poked his head out of the dorm, spotting Bu Yi and Bai Xiang entering the dorm together at the end of the corridor, before returning to his seat to continue sipping his congee. As he neared the bottom of his bowl, he suddenly remembered to take a photo. After pondering for a while, he decided it was still not enough and sent the photo to Chen Yao, adding a message, "My Bai bought me heart-shaped congee." Recently, Chen Yao had been on a diet, often going a day without a proper meal. Upon seeing even a bit of rice, she felt an itch of resentment, leading to a round of scolding directed at Chen Yao over the phone. Just as Bai Xiang returned to the dorm, he was immediately confronted by Bu Yi, who insisted, "Xiangzi, you tell me, who will you choose, him or me?" Bai Xiang, still lost in thought, was bewildered by Bu Yi's sudden inquiry. Bu Yi pulled out his phone to show him, saying, "You decide." Bai Xiang glanced at the group messages, which had been incessantly buzzing since Chen Yao had spoken. Bu Yi had made several comments that had been sidetracked by others. Demanding his beef pie back, Bai Xiang, amused after reading the messages, chuckled, while Bu Yi pressed the hold to talk button on WeChat. After a moment, a 39-second voice message came through. Clicking on it, they heard Bu Yi's voice, Come everyone. Xiangzi is right next to me. Let him say whose beef pie it really is." "Xiangzi, you say?" The voice message was filled with rustling sounds, followed by Xiang's laughter, who cleared his throat before responding. It was originally meant for Yao Dui. Just as he finished speaking, Bu Yi interrupted, shouting, "Xiangzi, what's wrong with you? Do it again." Everyone in the WeChat group was listening, and before the voice message could be cancelled, Zhang Lin had already turned on the speaker. Chen Yao, hearing Bai Xiang's words, felt a surge of happiness. After a while, another brief voice message was sent. Bu Yi asked, "Xiangzi, whose beef pie is it?" Bai Xiang responded, "Yours." This time, Chen Yao didn't bother to argue with him, while the others who had listened to the previous voice message were unwilling to let it go. They collectively pieced together the prior message, all recalling Bai Xiang's line. It was originally meant for Yao Dui. The following evening, as Bu Yi arrived at the basketball court, the group formed a line and shouted in unison, "Bu Yi, return Yao Dui's beef pie." As the piano competition approached, Bai Xiang found himself under the constant scrutiny of Yu Yalan as he practiced. The pieces were coming along nicely, though memorizing the scores remained an issue. Aside from the basketball team, it was rare for Bu Yi to see Bai Xiang during the day due to their differing schedules. One afternoon, Bu Yi had just arrived at the court with a basketball when he spotted Chen Yao standing by the sidelines and raised his hand in greeting. "Hey, here to find Yao Dui." Chen Yao turned around upon noticing Bu Yi, smiling as she held up a stack of papers. "Yes, Chun San too is coming over later, and I'm delivering some materials to him." Bu Yi casually suggested, "Then you can leave them on that rack over there. I'll let him know later." "Thanks, that would be helpful." Chen Yao nodded. Just as she was about to turn and head toward the basketball rack, she glanced back at Bu Yi and asked, "Isn't Bai Xiang with you today?" Bui looked back in the direction she was glancing, only realizing after hearing her question. I thought Yao Dui was coming. Xiang Zi is busy preparing for a competition, so he'll come to play ball after he has done. Qin Yao's eyes lit up. Piano competition? When? Next week, Bui nodded, pausing to think before saying, Saturday. What about you, interested? Qin Yao shook her head, then quickly nodded, exclaiming, Of course, can we go watch? If you go, take me along, let us exchange WeChat. She pulled out her phone, opening the WeChat QR code for him to scan. We can go watch, Bui grinned at her. How about this? I'll give you Xiang Zi's WeChat too. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yao decided against it, thinking that Chun San too would certainly get upset if he found out. Let us skip that. I'll just add you instead, she said, lowering her head to add Bui on her phone. Once added, Bui glanced at his friend list and replied, You know, I might not be good at much, but I'm an exceptional wingman. I excel at setting up my roommates. Just let me know if you need anything. There were many pursuing by Xiang. Bui estimated there were at least 10 in the academy alone. Qin Yao was beautiful, with a lively and carefree demeanor, making her easy to get along with, unlike some other delicate, pretty girls. Knowing she wasn't a match for Chen Yao, Bui hoped they would get together. Little did he know, Qin Yao quickly dialed Chen Yao's number to brag about her day. As soon as the call connected, Qin Yao cheekily began, Chun San, too? Qin Yao frowned upon hearing her voice. What is up? I'm almost at the school gate. Can you put the materials next to the basketball rack? Hee hee. Qin Yao smiled mischievously, while Chen Yao's brows furrowed even deeper. Speak plainly, and spare me your unsettling laughter. Qin Yao began to flaunt. Next Saturday, your pristine piano competition. I've been invited to attend. What about you? She deliberately emphasized the phrase been invited. Chen Yao, after absorbing this, responded with a simple "oh," then asked her, Who told you? By? Just as Qin Yao was about to boast that it was by Xiang, she reconsidered, realizing that given by Xiang's personality, it would sound too implausible. Instead, she said, Just Bui mentioned it to me. Did he tell you? Qin Yao replied. No. Oh. Qin Yao elongated her tone. What a pity. Then I'll record a video for you later. I have to hang up now. With that, she hastily ended the call. Her spirits lifted as Qin Yao hung up and stepped out of the car. He spotted Bui approaching from the court, looking as if he had something to say. Yao team, Qin Yao just dropped off some materials for you. They over there. Remember to take them when you're done, Bui announced, concluding with a couple of light taps on the ball. Okay. Qin Yao replied, still staring at him. Bui glanced back and asked, Yao team, is there anything else? Nothing. Chen Yao averted his gaze. Bui nodded. All right then, I'll head over. Don't forget the materials. With that, he turned to walk towards the court. Chen Yao watched his retreating figure for a moment, his tongue lightly grazing his molars, thinking, just wait, I'll get you later. Chapter 65, Hurry and Return it. Damn. Yao team. The practice match had barely begun when Bui let out a wail. You don't play fair. Normally, practice matches included warm-ups, and players wouldn't be overly aggressive. Yet this was already the third ball Bui had been outmaneuvered on. Did I say, Yao team? Why are you so fired up today? Is your little crush nearby, and you're trying to impress? Bui remarked, his eyes scanning the edge of the court. Qin Yao followed his gaze upward, then replied, Not at all. Then what about today? Bui hesitated. All right, as long as you're happy, go ahead and dominate. Come on, he said, retreating to the three-point line to continue dribbling. Chen Yao, aware of his own culpability, raised his hand to touch his nose and said, Never mind. I need to take care of something. We'll continue next time. With that, he grabbed his clothes from the sidelines and headed toward the dormitory. Bui watched him, muttering under his breath, So you're leaving after dominating? When Bui finished playing and got his clothes, he noticed a stack of materials lying on the ground. Recalling what Qin Yao had told him, he slapped his forehead and pulled out his phone to message Chen Yao, saying he would deliver them later. By Xiang, having just received Bui's message about buying porridge, had just finished practicing a piece. Checking the time, he noted it was just past 10, after a quick tidying of his sheet music. He headed back to the dorm, confirming the time and location for next Saturday's competition with Yu Yalan, finally feeling a sense of relaxation, having developed a craving for the beef pancakes he had eaten at the porridge shop last time. By Xiang, not wanting Bui to wait too long in the dorm, decided against eating in the shop. He ordered 2 servings of porridge and 4 beef pancakes, stuffing one serving into his jacket pocket as he walked back to the dorm. Upon reaching the dorm entrance, just as he was about to twist the doorknob, Bui swung the door open. Spotting by Xiang, he exclaimed, Z is back. Come on, Help me deliver this to Yao Team. He waved a stack of papers in his hand. Bai Ziong was about to say something when he was pulled along, passing by 2 or 3 dorm rooms before he could say, "Hold on." Here, he fished out the porridge and beef pancakes from his pocket and offered them to Bu Yi. "You eat first." Bu Yi took the porridge, inserted a straw, and slurped a mouthful, mumbling, "Have you eaten?" Bai Ziong casually accepted the materials from Bu Yi's hand, turned slightly, and patted his pocket, saying, "It's in my pocket. I'll eat it later." Bu Yi nodded while pulling a beef pancake from the bag. Just as his phone rang, he answered the call, gesturing for Bai Ziong to go ahead, then heard Bu Ma on the line. "Oh my goodness. I'm eating. When did I have time to eat? I was studying." "What girlfriend? I need to study." "Mom." Bai Ziong found Bu Yi's banter with his mother amusing. He knocked on Chen Yao's dorm room door, and when Chen Yao turned to see Bai Ziong grinning, showing his 2 little canine teeth, he called out, "Yao Team, yo." Zhang Lin was the first to shout, "Bai Ziong is back." Chen Yao snapped back to reality, scolding, "Stop shouting randomly all the time." He then asked Bai Ziong, "What brings you here?" Bai Ziong raised the materials in his hand and replied, "Bu Zi brought these for you." He is on the phone with his mom. "Come in and sit for a while. I actually have something to ask him, and it'll be a while before he finishes talking," Chen Yao said, rising to offer Bai Ziong a seat while he pulled a chair from under the empty bunk. Bu Yi, standing by the door, asked Chen Yao, "Yao Team, what did you want to ask me?" Chen Yao hesitated for a long moment, unable to articulate his inquiry, realizing he couldn't just say he wanted Bai Ziong to stay longer and was making it up. His gaze fell on the bag Bu Yi was holding, and he quickly shifted the topic. "Did you just eat?" Bu Yi lifted the plastic bag, playfully teasing Chen Yao. "Of course, our Azi's thoughtful beef pancakes. Brought to ensure I don't starve, right, Azi?" Another beef pancake. Zhang Lin and Hu Pingqing turned at the mention of beef pancakes. "Bu Yi, you still owe Yao Team a beef pancake. Hurry and return it." Chen Yao nodded seriously in agreement. "Yes, return it swiftly." Bu Yi, typing a response to Bu Ma, replied, "That one T do. Azi bought these for me. If you want them, ask Azi to buy you some." The 3 in the dorm turned to stare at Bai Ziong. The group had previously teased him for being overly cute, but after getting to know him better, they found it amusing to poke fun at his shyness whenever the opportunity arose, except for Chen Yao, who was merely seeking to assert his presence. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Bai Ziong pulled out a beef pancake from his pocket and offered it to Chen Yao. "Here? I have an extra." Chen Yao paused for a moment, taking the piece and popping it into his mouth. Bu Yi, having sent his message, looked up just in time to see Chen Yao take his first bite and quickly said, "Hey. Yao Team, him?" Chen Yao replied somewhat smugly, "This was bought by Bai Ziong. Do you really have a say in it?" Bu Yi continued, "Azi hasn't eaten dinner." Chapter 66. Come to accompany you. Chen Yao, holding the pancake near his mouth, paused, glancing down before frowning at Bai Ziong. "You haven't had dinner yet?" "I'm fine. I still have porridge," Bai Ziong replied, switching the remaining beef pancake to his other hand and pulling out a cup of porridge to show Chen Yao. Chen Yao leaned forward, resting his hand on the back of Bai Ziong's chair to check the clock on the table. Noticing it read 21:49, his brow furrowed even deeper as he turned to speak. Previously sitting close, now leaning on the back of the chair, his arm brushed against Bai Ziong, who could feel the warmth of Chen Yao's presence so close that he almost grazed his hair. Realizing the proximity, Chen Yao quickly withdrew his hand. Luckily, Bai Ziong was quick to grasp his wrist, narrowly avoiding a collision with the stair railing beside them. Once settled, Chen Yao asked, "Have you been practicing piano this late again?" Bai Ziong, puzzled by Chen Yao's furrowed brows, replied, "It'll be fine after I finish this round." "All right then, no more fussing. You two should head back and rest," Chen Yao said, pushing Bu Yi gently. "Go on. It's late. Send a message." Bu Yi, still glued to his phone screen, replied, Okay. My mom is always pestering me to find a girlfriend during her menopause. We'll head back now." With that, he followed Bai Ziong out of the dorm. Chen Yao returned to his seat, pulling out a tissue to wipe off the grease left on his hands from the beef pancake. He stared at the clock for a while before standing up, putting on his clothes and heading outside. "Hey, Chen Yao, where are you off to at this hour?" Hu Pingqing asked, pulling his gaze from the gaming screen. Chen Yao rested his right hand on the doorknob, replying, "I'm a bit hungry. I'm going down to grab something to eat." "Dio, you want anything?" If you're asking," Hu Pingqing grinned. "Bring back some of those beef pancakes. I'm craving them too." Zhang Lin chimed in eagerly, "Me too." The snack shop at the dormitory entrance usually closed around 10. Given the time, Chen Yao was unsure if he would make it. Nevertheless, he agreed and hurried down the stairs. Relying on the name on the plastic bag and his memory of past visits to the shops, he barely made it before they closed. Upon arriving at the entrance, he shouted, "Boss, I'll have 2. No, 6 beef pancakes." The boss poked his head out from the kitchen. "Student, we only have 2 beef pancakes left. Would you like some steamed dumplings instead?" "All right, I'll take 2 beef pancakes and 2 servings of steamed dumplings." "No, wait. Make that 6 servings of steamed dumplings." Chen Yao specifically asked the owner to pack a portion of steamed dumplings and 2 beef patties into one bag, which he then tucked into the pocket of his coat. While carrying the remaining bags in his hand, amused by his hurried packing, the owner jokingly inquired, "Oh, buying for your girlfriend, are you? How thoughtful." "Ah." Chen Yao replied with a smile, "Thank you, boss, I'm heading back now with that." He quickly pushed open the shop door and made his way to the dormitory. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he felt slightly out of breath and leaned against the handrail for a moment before turning to walk towards the end of the corridor. As he walked, he lowered his head to send a WeChat message to Bai Xiong. "Bye-bye, have you eaten? Open the door." Just as he sent the message and looked up, he spotted Bai Xiong peering out from the end of the corridor. Surprised that Bai Xiong opened the door so quickly, Chen Yao steeled himself and pulled out a beef patty from his coat. Approaching him, he offered, "Bye-bye, are you full? I just got a little hungry and went to buy some." "Have a little more." Bai Xiong instinctively took the bag, then realized and replied, "Thank you, Captain Yao." Chen Yao then pulled out another portion from the stack of bags he was holding and handed it to him. "I bought 3 extra. I was worried that Bu Yi and the roommates might snatch your food." Hearing this, Bai Xiong chuckled and glanced back at Bu Yi in the dormitory before turning back to say, "All right, thank you, Captain Yao. You should go in now. I'll head back." Chen Yao raised his chin towards the dormitory door and stood still, waiting for him to close it. Bai Xiong tightened his grip on the bag and retreated while saying, "Thank you, Captain Yao." Once Chen Yao saw him shut the door, he leisurely made his way back to the dormitory. In the following week, Bai Xiong managed to find time to play basketball. Coincidentally, that day Chen Yao was busy with a manuscript and did not encounter him at all. On Friday evening, it was Chen Yao who messaged Chen Yao. "Chen Sun-tu, remember to get up early tomorrow morning. Sister will take you to watch Bai's competition." Upon receiving the message, Chen Yao's first reaction was to reply, "Call him Bai Xiong." Then he added, "Thank you, Sister Chen." Chen Yao, while often outspoken, never hesitated to think of what Chen Yao needed. However, she certainly took advantage of the situation as well. The next day, Saturday morning, Chen Yao waited for her downstairs at the girls' dormitory for nearly 40 minutes as agreed. When Bui came out to fetch Chen Yao, he was somewhat surprised to see Chen Yao. "Oh, Captain Yao, you're here too?" Chen Yao glanced at Chen Yao, who quickly interjected, "Oh, didn't I tell you? I came with Chen Yao. Did you forget?" Bu Yi, having risen early, was a bit dazed and quickly replied, "Ah, I forgot. I'll take you both to find a good spot. It'll start in about an hour." The concert hall wasn't particularly large, but the judges' seats occupied 3 whole rows, indicating that the competition was quite significant. Chen Yao had seen Bai Xiong practice in the music room, but this was the first time he was watching him perform in such a formal setting, sitting in the audience. Before the competition began, the host spoke, and as the contestants came on stage one by one to introduce themselves, play the piano, and bow before exiting, Chen Yao remained focused on fiddling with his phone. "Hello, judges. I am contestant number 16, Bai Xiong. The piece I have prepared is Hunting." Chen Yao paused, abruptly lifting his head. Bai Xiong was dressed in a fitted black suit, holding a music folder in his right hand, slightly leaning forward to bow to the judges. After finishing his introduction, he turned and sat on the piano stool, took a deep breath, and began to play. Chen Yao watched Bai Xiong's side profile intently, observing the graceful movement of his fingers over the keys. He resembled a prince from a fairy tale. After finishing his piece, the prince bowed to the audience and stepped down to receive his award, where he shared a few words of gratitude with the other 2 competitors and their instructors. Once the competition concluded, the prince sat next to Chen Yao, holding a trophy. With a playful squint, he asked, "Captain Yao, what brings you here?" Chen Yao turned to him with a smile, replying, "I came to accompany you." Chapter 67. Fair competition in front of the concert hall. A set of 50 to 60 steps led down, with a few competing students passing by them as they descended. Pushing open the glass door, Chen Yao tilted his head and asked Bai Xiong, "Bye-bye, what do you feel like eating?" Having spent over an hour practicing with Bai Xiong that morning, Bu Yi had only managed to grab a bread roll before their taxi ride. and was starting to feel a bit hungry. Bai Ziong slightly turned to glance at Chen Yao before asking Qin Yao, "Qin Yao, what do you want to eat?" Qin Yao opened her mouth to say me, but caught Qin Yao raising an eyebrow at her and quickly corrected. "I'm fine with anything." Bui popped his head in from the side, exclaiming, "Don't say anything. Our Ongzi's competition has a prize, so just order whatever you want." He then turned to Bai Ziong, saying, "Right, Ongzi?" Bai Ziong smiled and replied, "Yes, hey, watch out." Just as Bai Ziong heard the voice, he was caught off guard when his arm was tightly gripped. Turning to look at the stairs behind him, he was startled and broke into a cold sweat. He had been so focused on talking to Bui that if Chen Yao hadn't stepped in, he might have stumbled down those many steps and ended up in the hospital. Still shaken, Bui frowned and shouted, "Ongzi, can you watch where you're going on the stairs?" Bai Ziong glanced at the long staircase and muttered, "Okay, I wasn't paying attention just now." He then turned to Chen Yao and said, "Thank you, Captain Yao." Chen Yao shook his head, retracting his hand that had been gripping Bai Ziong's arm, and awkwardly stuffed it back into his pocket. Realizing his palm was sweaty and his wrist trembling, Bui, still recovering from the scare, continued to nag. "Last time in the dormitory building, if you had fallen, your face would have been ruined. You rely on your looks. If you don't take care of yourself, how will you find a partner?" After a moment, Chen Yao interrupted him, just as he heard Bai Ziong's stomach rumble. Having been tense during the competition, the light breakfast he had eaten was nearly digested. After the scare, his body instinctively felt empty. Qin Yao chimed in to ease the tension. "All right," Bai Bai was startled too. "Let's go eat." Bui grumbled a few more words as he and Qin Yao fell behind. By the time they were halfway down the steps, they still hadn't decided where to eat. Chen Yao called out to them, "You two don't need to discuss. I just saw a restaurant at the entrance. Let us eat there." He then turned to Bai Ziong, asking Bai Bai, "Does that sound good to you?" Bai Ziong was not picky about where to eat, but seeing them so animated in their discussion, he felt hesitant to decide unilaterally, "I'm fine with anything." Bai Ziong slowed his pace, waiting for them to draw closer before asking, "What do you want to eat?" Bui pointed to the entrance, suggesting, "Let us take a taxi to Jining. There are many options there." Chen Yao, not paying attention to him, pressed his stomach and exclaimed, "Bye bye, I'm starving." "Hey, Captain Yao, no need for theatrics," Bui said, nudging closer to Qin Yao. Facing Bai Ziong and adding, "Ongzi, we're not hungry. We want to go to Jining." Qin Yao shot a disdainful glance at Chen Yao, and when she saw Bai Ziong looking at her, she turned to him, saying, "Bye bye, I..." Before she could finish, Chen Yao interrupted, "What else with the shouting? Did you eat the last two words?" Qin Yao shot him a glare before turning back to Bai Ziong. "I also want to go to Jining." At this, the three of them turned to face Bai Ziong in unison. He found their simultaneous gaze amusing and scratched his head, still sticky with hairspray from backstage, saying, "I think, why don't we just eat something casually here? It is Saturday, and Jining will be quite crowded. We can go there next time after class." He then turned to Qin Yao, asking, "How about it?" Qin Yao, Bui, who had started the banter, found themselves at the restaurant Chen Yao had pointed out, which looked rather nice. The concert hall was somewhat remote, and at mealtime, the restaurant was rather quiet. As soon as the four of them stepped inside, the owner behind the counter immediately stood up. "Oh? You four are here to eat. Please find a seat and I'll bring you the menu." The three of them followed Qin Yao to a window-side table. Qin Yao was the first to sit by the glass. And just as she placed her bag down, she noticed Bui walking towards the opposite seat and called out, "Bui, come sit here." "This?" Bui turned and grinned at Qin Yao. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Not satisfied with just that, he dramatically placed his hands on his chest and strolled towards the empty seat, jesting, "I say, Qin Yao, you must be captivated by my charm." Qin Yao glanced him up and down. "If we're judging by looks, I'd have to choose Bai Bai, right? Bai Bai." As Bai Ziong settled onto the sofa opposite Qin Yao, a smile graced his face as he observed the playful banter between the two. Bui was immediately reminded of how Qin Yao had expressed her desire to see Bai Ziong before the concert, and without hesitation, he interjected, "That's quite hurtful. I think I shall retreat to a corner to soothe my own feelings." Before he could fully straighten up, Chen Yao passed by and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Enough with the nonsense, just sit down." After which, he took a seat beside Bai Ziong, casually picking up the award certificate he had just received to examine it. In the top left corner of the certificate, a photo of Bai Ziong was affixed, showcasing his clean white shirt against a simple blue background, enhancing his already striking features. The owner of the establishment approached Chen Yao and handed them two menus. He cheerfully inquired, "You must be the students attending the event at the concert hall today, right? Today, the 5th, we have a special promotion. If you bring your ID, a single 5 will grant you a 5 discount. 2 5s will give you a 10 discount, and so on. The more 5s, the greater the discount. If you haven't brought it today, do come again next time." Just then, more customers entered through the door. The owner set down his pen and notepad, saying, "Once you've decided on your orders, just call for me. I'll be over to greet the new guests." The foot traffic around the restaurant was typically sparse, and the same group of students attended the concert hall events each year. With the certainty of future opportunities, the owner always sought ways to attract returning patrons. Bu Yi, having just noted down 2 dishes at Qin Yao's suggestion, suddenly recalled that Bai Xiang had brought his ID this morning. "Hey, Xiang, do you have your ID with you? Since you were born in 95, you should have a 5, which means you can enjoy a 5 discount." Qin Yao, who was delicately placing the certificate back into its sleeve, glanced up at Bai Xiang. "Bai, you were born in 95. Bu Yi continued to jot down the menu items. "Yes, Xiang started school a little later. We were all born in 94, right?" Bai Xiang noticed both Qin Yao and Qin Yao nodding in agreement. He lowered his gaze, counting on his fingers silently, before turning to Qin Yao with a smile. "Yao, I just counted. I have 3 5s." Out of nowhere, Qin Yao blurted out, "Qin Yao Gij." Bai Zai had returned to school for his birthday, and Bai Xiang had introduced him, saying, "Zai, this is Qin Yao Gij." Qin Yao thought to himself how delightful it would be if one day Bai Xiang would call him Qin Yao Gij. After placing their orders, Bu Yi stood up to hand the menu to the owner and returned with a pot of hot water. Suddenly, Qin Yao recalled that he had forgotten to mention that the Westlake beef soup should not include cilantro. He stood up, stating he was off to the restroom, urging them to continue their conversation. After confirming with the owner and inquiring about any celery or scallions in the other dishes, he washed his hands and returned, wiping the back of his hands on his hoodie. From a distance, he spotted Bai Xiang speaking on the phone, one hand busy washing the utensils with warm water. He leisurely returned to his seat, only to find both Qin Yao and Qin Yao watching Bai Xiang with expressions of concern. Bai Xiang placed the freshly cleaned spoon in front of Qin Yao, alongside the water-stained plate and soup bowl, and said, "Yes, teacher, I currently have no plans for the summer. I will discuss it with my family today and provide you with a response tonight." After a brief exchange on the other end of the line, Bai Xiang concluded, "All right, thank you, teacher you," before handing the freshly cleaned chopsticks to Qin Yao and glancing at the screen of his recently hung-up phone before setting it down. Qin Yao stared at the utensils Bai Xiang had cleaned for him, still processing the phone call he had just received. Bu Yi, eager for information, asked, "What did old you want? Which judge has a music school? What about the teaching certificate?" Qin Yao chimed in, slightly anxious, "Where will the substitute teaching be? For how long? What is the pay?" Bai Xiang felt neither elated nor disheartened as he organized his thoughts. "The teacher mentioned that a judge invited me to substitute at his music school over the summer, suggesting I take the teacher qualification exam during this period and consider working there after graduation. I haven't inquired about the location or fees in detail yet, but I'll ask once I confirm my plans." Bu Yi, upon hearing this, leaned back against the sofa, exclaiming, "I say, that judge is rather shrewd. Isn't he? Quick on the draw." He straightened up again, adding, "Xiang, you're incredible. With just this one opportunity, you won't even need to look for work." He continued to ramble on, "With your program scores, you could easily ace the other 3 subjects. At the start of the semester, everyone in class was saying you must have some sort of issue, deliberately submitting a blank paper for music theory, which is why you ended up at our humble school. If it weren't for all the troubles at home." I swear Bu Yi suddenly caught himself mid-sentence, realizing he had crossed a line. His mouth hanging slightly open in shock, Bai Xiang wore a faint smile, appearing as though he were merely a bystander to the conversation, wearing an expression of detachment. Qin Yao observed him closely, feeling that this was not how things should be. Although Qin Yao was curious, she felt it inappropriate to delve further at that moment, instead deliberately changing the subject. "Bye-bye. Chen San Tu stayed here last summer too. If you remain here during the summer, you could stay with him. It would be good to have someone around, and you wouldn't have to search for accommodation again." Dishes began to arrive at the table, and Qin Yao served a bowl of beef soup, placing a spoon beside Bai Xiang. Qin Yao picked up a piece of beef and turned to Bu Yi, asking, "How many from the music class are participating in this competition?" Bu Yi, momentarily choking on the hot soup, held up a finger, just our Xiang. "Bye-bye, you're incredible. If I were you, I would have immediately agreed without a second thought." Qin Yao believed that someone who secured a job post-competition was simply remarkable. For Chen Yao, encountering work earlier was preferable to scrambling to learn after graduation, approaching such matters with a mindset of "I will work eventually." However, Bai Ziyang was different. He was the chosen one among many talented students. University professors were not lacking in gifted pupils, and to be singled out for an opportunity, coupled with guidance and planning, was a rare privilege. Even before Qin Yao spoke, Chen Yao had not considered that Bai Ziyang might entertain the notion of declining. He heard a soft reply, out of the corner of his eye. He noticed Bai Ziyang lifting a spoonful of hot soup to his lips, blowing gently on it. Chen Yao waited for a long moment, but the soup remained unconsumed. "Well, whether you agree or not depends on someone asking you." Chen Yao remarked to Qin Yao before turning back to Bai Ziyang. "Bye-bye. You promised your teacher to provide a response tonight. So after you discuss it with your family, let me know." After finishing their lunch, they returned to their dorms for a brief nap. By the time Bai Ziyang and Bui arrived at the basketball court in the afternoon, Chen Yao spotted them from afar and waved. After sinking a three-pointer, he noticed Bui desperately tugging at the collar of his hoodie, his entire neck turning red as he struggled to free himself. "Bui, if you keep pulling at your neck like that, you'll split it," Chen Yao remarked, then turned to Bai Ziyang, who was crouched tying his shoelaces. "Right, Bye-bye?" Upon hearing his name, Bai Ziyang looked up and greeted Chen Yao with a smile before turning back to Bui. "Bu Zi, take your time." "Damn it," Bui, resigned to his fate, finally released his grip, revealing a face flushed from the effort, exclaiming, "Ziyang, your hoodie design is utterly impractical. Are you picking on our big heads or thick necks? I swear, I'll never wear it again." Chen Yao tilted his head to glance at the hoodie, recalling how often he had seen Bai Ziyang wearing it. Its wide, loose collar always revealing the white t-shirt underneath, accentuating his already attractive neck. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "Hurry and take it off to practice. The game is in a month, and you two will be playing, right?" Yes, we'll both play," Bui replied, then slumped back, tugging at his fitted t-shirt and leaning closer to Bai Ziyang. "Ziyang, can you help me out? I'm really at my wit's end." "Useless," Chen Yao said, bending down to place the ball on the ground. "Let me handle it, Bye-bye. You finished tying your shoelaces." As he spoke, he reached for Bui's head. Bui clasped his hands over his head, shouting, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, Yao, be gentle." Chen Yao, tugging at the stubbornly tangled fabric, continued, "Now you know it hurts. Don't wear Bye-bye's clothes haphazardly. Though you share the same build, you should check yourself out in the mirror once in a while." Bui grimaced, baring his teeth in pain, but still shouted through the fabric, "I'm just a bit big-headed and thick-necked. My figure is just fine." Ignoring him, Chen Yao yanked the hoodie off with a swift motion. "Damn!" Bui rubbed his left ear furiously. "Yao, can you show a little mercy?" Chen Yao turned the hoodie inside out, shook it a couple of times, and neatly placed it by the ball rack. As he straightened up, he heard Bai Ziyang setting an alarm, casually glancing over to see the screen displaying 16:15, before tucking his phone into the pocket of his jacket on the rack. Chen Yao stood up and asked, "What is up, Bye-bye? Do you have something planned later?" Bai Ziyang replied, "Nothing planned. Why? I noticed you were setting an alarm, so I thought you might have an engagement." Chen Yao raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, turning his head to look at him. Bai Ziyang glanced down at the pocket of his jacket and said, "Oh, I need to make a phone call back home. I am afraid I might forget the time." Chen Yao recalled the mention of summer part-time jobs during lunch, lifted his hand to check the time on his digital watch, nodded slightly, and proceeded towards the basketball court. By the end of April, the weather was gradually warming up. Chen Yao, suppressing his thirst, glanced at the time again. 16:28. Just a quarter of an hour earlier, he had heard the alarm sound. His gaze followed Bai Ziyang, who was wiping sweat from his brow as he walked towards the basketball hoop. After making a phone call that lasted around 2 minutes, Bai Ziyang glanced at his phone screen and stood there, momentarily lost in thought. As Chen Yao prepared to walk over during a pause to drink water, Bai Ziyang received another call. He could vaguely sense a shift in Bai Ziyang's emotions, which he was reluctant to associate with the events of that morning in the dormitory. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Bai Ziyang didn't say much on this call. He mostly kept his head down, pursing his lips, or simply responding with a brief Even so, Chen Yao was unwilling to discreetly learn about Bai Ziyang's matters without his knowledge. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he saw Bai Ziyang remove the phone from his ear. This time, Bai Ziyang did not seem lost in thought. He bit his lip tightly. Then, His fingers quickly tapped a few times on the keyboard before he returned the phone to his pocket. As Chen Yao watched him put down the phone, their eyes met, and he instinctively looked away. After a moment's thought, he passed the ball to someone else and approached Bai Xiong, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water to hand it to him. "I saw you were on the phone. Everything all right at home? Have some water." Bai Xiong accepted the bottle, murmuring a thank you, took a sip, and handed it back to Chen Yao before crouching down to tighten his shoelaces. Just as Chen Yao was about to turn and head back to the court, he heard Bai Xiong call out to him from below, "Yao team." Bai Xiong moved his tightly pressed, slightly pale lips and said, "I'll be staying at school to teach during the summer. I'm afraid I might forget to tell you tonight." Chen Yao recalled what had been said at lunch today, that Bai Xiong would inform him once he had finalized his plans for the evening. Now, Bai Xiong raised a face that was desperately concealing his emotions, calling out to him with a somewhat hoarse voice, "Yao team, I'm afraid I might forget to tell you tonight." Chen Yao's heart tightened, but he tried to raise the corners of his mouth, attempting to appear casual as he replied to the youth before him, "All right." Chapter 70. The Bald Guy Bu Zi. It's 10:30 for the basketball game. "You should get up," Bai Xiong, holding a cup of hot water, tapped on Bu Yi's bed. Recently, Bu Yi had been preoccupied with his professional course exams before summer, fearing he would be called back to school for a makeup exam before the start of the semester. It was a struggle for him, a piano minor, to spend all night in the practice room. He had just finished his exam yesterday and could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Bai Xiong knocked for a while, but there was no movement from the bed. He decided to take out his phone, opened a playlist of Slam Dunk, and randomly selected a song to play through the Tmall Genie. After 30 seconds, Bu Yi sat up, momentarily dazed, scratched his head, and glanced around. 3 beds were all empty. Leaning over the railing, he shouted, "Xiong, what time is the game? Toss me a short-sleeve shirt." Bai Xiong reached for the clothes hanging on the staircase and tossed them over, saying, "Bu Xiaoya, it's already 10:30. Catch your shirt." Bu Yi hummed along to the melody, slowly putting on his jacket. After brushing his teeth, he suddenly remembered, "Xiong, why is that internet-addicted kid up so early today?" Bai Xiong replied, he went to the practice room to rehearse for his vocal exam tomorrow. "Ha!" Bu Yi laughed so hard he choked on his breakfast, then continued to tease Lu Xing, that fool who can't even find the right time to relieve himself. Bai Xiong didn't catch that clearly. What did you say?" Bu Yi rinsed his mouth and spat out the water, enunciating clearly, he can't even relieve himself at the right moment. Upon hearing the complete statement, Bai Xiong was filled with disdain, realizing there was some truth to it. Given Bu Yi's frequent late-night piano practice, he couldn't help but chuckle. Arriving at the court, Chen Yao noticed Bai Xiong, still in his jacket, chuckling to himself. He nudged Bu Yi and asked, "What is going on? Why is Bai so cheerful today?" Bu Yi swallowed his breakfast and replied, "Our dorm mate Lu Xing got up early to practice singing. I told him he can't even relieve himself properly, and it's kept him laughing ever since." Chen Yao found it adorable. This kid had an exceptionally low threshold for humor. After Bu Yi finished speaking, Bai Xiong, sipping his soy milk, started coughing from laughter. Cough, ha ha ha, cough, cough. Chen Yao casually took the soy milk from his hand and patted him on the back. Also amused, bye-bye, you need to tolerate someone like Bu Yi, who has such a sharp tongue. By in early June, when the weather was still mild, a number of students gathered around the sidelines to watch the match. After warming up, the referee entered the court to explain the rules before the game commenced. Before stepping onto the court, Bu Yi casually glanced over and said to Bai Xiong, "Xiong, do you see that bald guy over there?" Bai Xiong looked up but didn't spot anyone bald on the opposing side. He scanned again. That number 9. His playing style is incredibly dirty. Back in freshman year, he injured someone from another college so badly they had to go to the hospital. What a fool, Bu Yi added, glaring fiercely. Chen Yao recalled this incident and cautioned Bai Xiong, "Bye-bye, be careful out there." Bai Xiong put on his wristbands and replied, "Got it." The art college was facing off against the economics college. And by the end of the third quarter, the score was 63-54. With only the final quarter left, barring any major mistakes, a comeback seemed unlikely. As the fourth quarter began, Bu Yi nearly forgot about the number 9 opponent. However, a dirty player would always remain dirty. Seeing the score slipping away, he began to play dirty. Deliberately, he raised his foot as Hu Pengcheng came down from a rebound, but thankfully, Zhang Lin was nearby to block him. Only to be elbowed in the ribs by this dirty player. In close combat, the referee couldn't see clearly, and after a few rounds, Zhang Lin's patience wore thin. Chen Yao executed a dunk, bringing the score to 65-54. The opposing number 9 received a pass and charged towards the basket. As Zhang Lin prepared to block, the number 9 jumped to shoot, raising his elbow to strike Zhang Lin in the face. A murmur arose from the crowd as the foul whistle blew, and Zhang Lin, clutching his eye, sank to the ground. Bui immediately erupted in anger beside him. "Damn you, you idiot!" He raised his fist, ready to swing at number 9. Players from both sides and the substitutes rushed towards the center of the court, and the referee blew his whistle to maintain order. Bai Xiang crouched down to check Zhang Lin's eye, confirming there was no serious issue before standing up to assess the situation. Bui stood before the referee, shouting, "Ref, is this how you play? Elbows to the eyes? If you can't play clean, then don't play at all." Hearing himself being called a dirty player, number 9 jumped up. "Who are you calling a dirty player?" Tensions flared as Chen Yao maintained his usual calm demeanor, raising his arm to block Bui. "Enough. We follow the referee's call. It's already been ruled a foul. No need to escalate." After saying this, he turned to reassure his teammates. The opposing captain, not unreasonable, signaled for the substitutes to retreat to the sidelines. With the court returning to normalcy, the referee moved to the sidelines, leaving the players ready for a throw-in. Number 9 looked at Zhang Lin, who was covering his eye at the free throw line, scoffing. "What are you pretending for, you loser?" Bui heard this and glared at him. "What did you just say?" Bai Xiang stepped between them and gently patted Bui's shoulder. "All right, Bu Zi, let me handle this." Number 9 shot a sideways glance at Bai Xiang, mockingly saying, "Hey there, your three-point shots are pretty good." Bai Xiang didn't even glance his way, focusing instead on Zhang Lin's free throw. His first shot hit the rim and bounced out. Number 9, feeling unsatisfied, taunted him again as Zhang Lin prepared for his second shot. "You can't even make this shot?" Bui let out a curse. But Bai Xiang pulled him back a step. "Bu Zi, enough. Pathetic. You can only block others. This pretty boy surely." Number 9's sentence was cut short as he was knocked to the ground by a punch. Chen Yao shook his wrist and looked down at him. "You really are an idiot." Chapter 71. What gossip? Zhang Lin had been elbowed, and Bui had been insulted. Chen Yao swallowed his anger. Bai Xiang, however, could not stand for even a single word. The players on the court had already been simmering with tension, and suddenly, chaos erupted as both sides began to fight. The referee, seeing Chen Yao gripping number 9's collar, blew his whistle urgently and rushed forward as Chen Yao raised his fist, ready to strike. Bai Xiang firmly grasped his wrist. "Yao team." Bai Xiang squeezed his hand, locking eyes with him. "Yao team, enough." Chen Yao glanced at Bai Xiang's hand on his wrist and slowly relaxed his fist. He rubbed his wrist where Bai Xiang had held him, gradually standing up to disperse those fighting around him. The court returned to silence. Number 9, having been hit by Chen Yao, lay on the ground, cursing as his teammates helped him to his feet and off the court. With the order restored, the referee, frowning, called the captains of both teams together to announce, "Both sides have disregarded the rules of the game. Their eligibility for advancement is hereby revoked." After speaking, he turned to look at the captains of both teams and asked, "No objections, right?" Chen Yao nodded slightly and replied, "None." Following the farce, the basketball matches concluded after 3 days. As per tradition, that evening, the Art College basketball team gathered for a dinner, with all 3 grades coming together. The captain of the junior year raised a bottle of beer and called out to everyone, "Come on, everyone. You've all worked hard during the matches today. Let us have a toast." Just as Chen Yao took his seat, a senior shouted across the table, "Chen Yao, I heard you had a scuffle with the economics department the other day? Ha ha ha. You're quite the wild one." Chen Yao cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiang beside him, filled his cup with beer, stood up and said to the senior, "All right, it's mainly my fault. Let us not dwell on it. Let us drink." With various grades busy with exams recently, it was a rare opportunity to gather, and they certainly wouldn't miss out on such amusing tales. "Can't really blame you," another senior chimed in. Noticing that Chen Yao wasn't engaging, "We've heard that the girlfriend of that idiot has her eyes on your team S Bai Xiang, provoking him during the matches. Is that true?" The others joined in the teasing. "Come on, Bai Xiang, tell us." The freshmen hadn't yet mingled enough with them, but they had all heard whispers about the incident. Now, with the upperclassmen stirring things up, everyone was eager to hear the gossip from the main character. Upon hearing them discussing this matter, Bai Xiang thought Chen Yao would brush it off, so he lifted his chopsticks to grab a piece of chicken. But when he heard the seniors calling his name, he immediately retracted his chopsticks. He glanced at Chen Yao, who was turning his head with a look of amusement, and let out a small sigh. Facing the table of juniors, he said, "There's nothing to it. It's all just rumors." The sophomores were well aware of the situation and, knowing Bai Zheng's character, they refrained from egging him on. Chen Yao guessed that Bai Ziyang wouldn't want to acknowledge this matter, and just as he was about to intervene, Bui burst in energetically. "What rumors? Bai Ziyang, move over for me." Bui was known for his chatter, and everyone urged him to face penalties for being late. "What penalties? I just heard some rumors at the door." "What gossip is it?" After finishing a cup of beer, Bui planned to divert the focus. "Bai Ziyang." He glanced under the table and saw Bai Ziyang stepping on his foot. Chen Yao caught half of Bui's words and turned to look at the ground, suppressing a laugh, thinking, "This time, it seems no one can save him." Chapter 72 White, do you have someone you like? The curiosity of the junior seniors was rekindled when they saw Bui fire up again. "Regarding your previous fight? We heard that idiot's girlfriend was pursuing your team S Bai Ziyang?" "Exactly. What's going on?" Bui hadn't finished his sentence when Bai Ziyang pinched his thigh. Bui yelped and swatted his hand away. Turning to whisper, "What's up, Bai Ziyang?" Bai Ziyang retracted his hand, forcing a stiff smile, and replied, "It's nothing." Chen Yao couldn't help but find Bai Ziyang amusing, covering his mouth with crossed hands to stifle his laughter. The junior finally seized an opportunity to engage. "Come on, Bui, tell us what's really going on. This story is quite lengthy," Bui began, sitting up straight. Our Bai Zheng's face, if not enchanting enough to mesmerize the masses, certainly draws its fair share of admirers. Right in front of me, he has turned down at least a dozen confessions upon finishing. The senior who had instigated earlier immediately chimed in. "Let us give a round of applause for our Bai Ziyang." With that, the three tables of students began to clap in unison. Bai Ziyang's face flushed crimson as Chen Yao chuckled. Giving him a pat on the back, Bui gestured for everyone to stop clapping. Clearing his throat, he said, "To be honest, I've actually met that idiot's girlfriend a couple of days ago. I recalled she had been waiting for Bai Ziyang on the lawn beneath our practice building." After taking a sip of beer to clear his throat, he continued, "On the day of that commotion with the team, she was also watching the game. I remember thinking, what a good cabbage being ravaged by a pig, as I saw that idiot being dragged away. That girl approached him, said a few words, and left. That's when I remembered she was the one who confessed to Bai Ziyang." This was the first time Chen Yao learned that such an incident had occurred during the game. He glanced at Bai Ziyang, who was earnestly eating, and continued listening to Bui ramble. "But," Bui raised his voice, "guess what? That idiot is merely a suitor." The girl didn't pay him any mind. Just a couple of days ago, she came to apologize to Bai Ziyang and confess her feelings again, and I happened to be nearby and learned of it. At this moment, Bai Ziyang subtly nudged Bui, saying, "All right, Bui, that's enough." The seniors, along with the freshmen, started to cheer. "Wait, the girl confessed to Bai Ziyang again? How forward? What happened next?" Bai Ziyang tried to intervene several times under the table, but Bui, having had a few too many beers, seemed oblivious to the boundaries, speaking a bit thoughtlessly. "What happened next?" "Well," Bai Ziyang told her. Before he could finish, he raised his voice again. "Attention, next, I'll quote our Bai Zheng's exact words. This matter has nothing to do with you. No need to apologize. I hope you won't seek me out in the future. It's inappropriate. I have someone I like now, and I want to be with you. That I wish you happiness." Bui turned to the crowd, asking, "What do you think? Cold-hearted, right? I memorized it just in case I need to reject some girl in the future, word for word." By this point, everyone at the table had indulged a bit too much in their drinks, and a chorus of teasing erupted, questioning which department the girl belonged to. Only Chen Yao fixated on the latter part of what Bui said, abruptly turning to Bai Ziyang. "Bai, do you have someone you like?" Bai Ziyang, busy trying to silence Bui, earnestly said, "Bui, you're going too far. If you keep this up, it won't be appropriate. I'll take you to the restroom." Chen Yao, seated close by, didn't rush him and simply turned to wait. Bai Ziyang, realizing Chen Yao was speaking to him, responded, "Huh." He then turned to Chen Yao and said, "Captain Yao, what did you just say? Let us get Bui out to the restroom. He's a bit tipsy." Chen Yao remained still, gazing into his eyes, asking Bai, "Do you have someone you like?" Bai Ziyang hesitated for a moment, then recalled Bui's earlier words, murmuring that, "I was just saying it casually." Chen Yao's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he stood up, crossing over Bai Ziyang, and grabbed Bu Yi's arm, pulling him toward the exit. Just as they reached the door, he turned back and smiled at Bai Ziyang. "Bye-bye, come with me. I can't manage him alone." Bu Yi, ever the jokester, realized he had too much to drink. Bai Ziyang's earlier warning made him recognize his indiscretion in speaking, so he seized the opportunity to exit the room, effectively cutting off that line of conversation. Fortunately, the boys from the basketball team were not ones to speak recklessly. Once the topic was broached at the table, it was soon forgotten. "Captain Yao, what else with the carrying? Can't you be a bit gentler?" As soon as Bu Yi stepped out of the room, he immediately sidled up to Bai Ziyang. Extending his hand, "Come on, Bai Ziyang, help me out." Bai Ziyang, knowing Bu Yi was far from drunk, pushed him away, saying, "Walk on your own." Bu Yi stumbled slightly. "Hey, Bai Ziyang, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Do you two need to use the restroom? I'll sit here and wait for you. You two go ahead." Bai Ziyang pointed to an empty table in the hall, saying, "Then sit there and wait." He turned to Chen Yao, asking, "Captain Yao, shall we go?" Chen Yao immediately replied, "Let us go." On the way, Chen Yao attempted to speak several times but found no opportunity until they reached the restroom door. He gestured for Bai Ziyang to go in first. While waiting outside, he couldn't help but knock on the door, asking Bai, "Did you really say that to the girl?" From inside came the sound of urination. Bai Ziyang didn't catch it clearly, asking what? Chen Yao raised his voice slightly earlier. "Bu Yi said you rejected that girl and mentioned you like someone else?" After thinking for a moment, Bai Ziyang replied, "Yeah, that seems about right." "Why?" Leaning against the door frame, Chen Yao said, "It's nothing, just seeing you pull him out," stopping Bu Yi from speaking. "I thought maybe he was making it all up." From inside came the rustling of clothes as Bai Ziyang replied, "If I don't like her, I shouldn't waste her time," as the sound of the flushing toilet echoed. Bai Ziyang opened the door to face Chen Yao. Bu Yi was just joking. He said that I fear that if he has a drink, he might overstep. He wouldn't be fair to the girl. Chen Yao was taken aback by this revelation. Bai Ziyang's directness stemmed not from embarrassment, but from a deeper consideration. This boy was far better than he had initially perceived. Chen Yao chuckled softly, lowering his gaze, and said gently, "I don't need to use the restroom. Shall we head back?" Chapter 73. When are you coming over? For the fourth time, Chen Yao pulled out his phone to check the time. 8:26. Earlier, they had agreed that Bai Ziyang would move in with Chen Yao for the summer. The rental apartment was conveniently located in the city center, not far from Chen Yao's workplace. Originally, Chen Yao intended to find a place closer to Bai Ziyang's music school, but Bai Ziyang, concerned about being a burden, had consistently refused this idea. Moreover, finding a suitable two-bedroom apartment in such a short time proved challenging, so Chen Yao ceased his insistence. On the afternoon of his last exam, Chen Yao packed his suitcase and moved out of the dormitory. He spent the next 2 days tidying up the rental unit in anticipation of this very text. Once the time was confirmed, he promptly sent a meticulously crafted WeChat message at 8:30. "Bye-bye. What time will you be coming over today?" After sending the message, he tucked his phone into his pocket, picked up the basketball and his hoodie, and headed back to as he reached his front door and fumbled for the key. His phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Chen Yao smiled, glancing at the screen displaying "You have received a WeChat message," and eagerly unlocked his phone. "Mu Yacha. Chen San Tu, has Bai left yet?" Chen Yao locked the screen again, but just then, he heard 2 more WeChat notifications. Remembering Chen Yao's tendency to split her messages into multiple parts, he chose to ignore her for the moment. Tossing his phone onto the sofa as he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After taking a shower, Chen Yao emerged and glanced at his phone on the sofa. As he rubbed his damp hair with a towel, he bent down to retrieve the device. Opening the WeChat chat window, he noticed that both Bai and Mu Yacha had sent him messages, indicated by a 1 on their profile pictures. Thus, one of the notifications before his shower must have been from Bai Ziyang. Chen Yao silently cursed Chen Yao. Bai Ziyang had replied, "Yao, I'll drop Bu Zi off in the afternoon." Chen Yao casually tossed the towel onto the sofa, cradling his phone with both hands as he typed back, "Bye-bye. I understand. Text me when you reach the community entrance, and I'll come down to meet you." After sending the message, he mentally berated Bu Yi countless times. What a nuisance. Couldn't he just go to the station himself? Still feeling a bit annoyed, he sent another message to Chen Yao. "You wretched woman, please don't message me today." Throughout the morning, Chen Yao mopped the floor again, checked the sheets and pillowcases in Bai Ziyang's room, grabbed a quick takeout lunch, and then lay down on the sofa for a nap. He had just drifted into a deep sleep when his phone rang in the afternoon. groggy and disoriented. He answered the call. On the other end, Dream's director, Ji Ge, greeted him. Yao, are you free right now? Chen Yao raised the phone to his eyes, glancing at the caller ID. Propping himself up, he replied, Ji Ge, I sent over the draft yesterday. Is there a problem? The draft is fine, Ji Ge replied, his voice slightly muffled by background noise. Here's the thing, Yao. We have a new client who wants to discuss a proposal. It's Monday, and a few designers are off today, so this timing is a bit tricky. Can you come over this afternoon? Chen Yao rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. Checking the time, he asked, Ji Ge, did the client mention what time they would arrive? Yes, Ji Ge confirmed, flipping through his work calendar. They said 3 p.m. You think you can make it? If it's inconvenient, I can ask someone else. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yao stood up and replied, Ji Ge, I'll come over now. However, could we push the manuscript review to tomorrow? I have something to attend to tonight and may need to leave early. Ji Ge, aware of Chen Yao's usual evening commitments during weekends or holidays, responded, I appreciate you making the trip. Just note it down and you can cash it in later. You only need to organize the design parts before you leave. I'll have the planner follow up on the rest. With the main task settled, Ji Ge relaxed a bit and teased him. Don't worry, it won't delay your evening plans. Chapter 74. Oh my. Chen Yao chuckled at Gge's exaggerated emphasis on evening, choosing not to explain himself as he cheerfully replied, All right, thank you, Ji Ge. After hanging up, Chen Yao hurriedly slipped on his shoes and headed out. In the elevator, he sent a WeChat message to Bai Ziyang. Bye-bye, I sincerely apologize. Something urgent has come up at the company, and I want to be able to pick you up this afternoon. Your key is ready and placed under the doormat at the entrance. Let us have dinner together tonight. Having just finished lunch with Bu Yi, Bai Ziyang was leisurely strolling back to the dormitory. I say, Ong Zi, Bu Yi pulled out his phone to check the bus departure time. I still have some time. Shall I take you to Yao's place first? Bai Ziyang pondered for a moment, considering Bu Yi's tendency to dawdle, and replied, Don't fret, we have ample time. The bus will get us there in no time. Bu Yi, contemplating the 2 months of vacation ahead cooped up at home, was reluctant to return early. After doing some quick calculations, he suggested, How about I cancel my ticket and hang out with you guys for a few more days? Bai Ziyang shot him a glance. Does your mother know you're skipping out on returning home today? Are you looking for trouble? Sighing, Bu Yi realized that perhaps it was best not to tempt fate. Upon returning to the dorm, they found that the floor they had mopped earlier was still wet, so they tiptoed back to their seats. Bai Ziyang, eyeing the suitcase on the floor, confirmed the items he needed to bring and asked Bu Yi, Bu Zi, did you bring your ID? Bu Yi triumphantly pulled out his ID from his pocket and slapped it down on the table. This time, I won't forget it. As it neared 1 o'clock, the two of them grabbed their suitcases and headed downstairs. The dormitory supervisor, hearing the commotion, called out without looking up, Register your laptops, open your suitcases, and sign here. While the subpar school may not excel academically, they sure had a keen sense of security. Tio, the supervisor, the students' laptops were the only items worth logging. Glancing at the neatly folded clothes in Bu Yi's suitcase, the supervisor scrutinized Bai Ziyang and asked, Young man, you seem quite organized. Dio, you have a girlfriend? Bai Ziyang, mistaking the question for Bu Yi, looked up and saw the supervisor smiling at him. He quickly replied, Auntie, I haven't found the right one yet. How about you introduce me to someone next time you do your rounds in the girls' dormitory? You can help us find a match for Ongzi too, if you don't mind. Bu Yi chimed in, adding, We're from room 612, Auntie. The supervisor, feeling a bit bored, was delighted to have someone to chat with and got up to escort them to the dormitory entrance. The short distance from the dormitory to the bus stop was already mapped out in Bu Yi's mind as he considered several potential girlfriends the supervisor might introduce him to. Around 2 o'clock, the sun was at its peak, and the air above the asphalt road shimmered as if covered by a plastic sheet, swaying with every gust of warm wind. Finally, the number 20 bus arrived, and a crowd of students with luggage rushed to board the air-conditioned vehicle. As Bai Ziyang and Bu Yi reached the front of the line, Bai Ziyang casually asked, Bu Zi, do you have your ID with you? Bu Yi, grasping his suitcase, was already stepping onto the bus while muttering, I have it, I have it. Just as he inserted 2 coins into the fare box and felt his pocket, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Spinning around, he grabbed Bai Ziyang's arm and exclaimed, Ong Zi, don't put in the fare yet. In his eagerness to boast about how he would never forget his ID this time, he had forgotten to put it back in his pocket. As another number 20 bus passed by, Bai Ziyang texted Bu Yi, The next bus will arrive in 20 minutes. Don't rush. Take your time. Putting his phone away, Bai Xiang noticed a store across the street and decided to cross over with his 2 suitcases. After buying 2 bottles of cold water and finally catching his breath, he spotted Bui striding toward the bus stop. Bai Xiang pulled his luggage and waited at the traffic light. When he heard a WeChat notification, "Yao, let us have dinner together tonight." As the green light turned on, Bai Xiang shifted both suitcases to one hand, panting as he replied with a voice message. "Okay." Yao Bui, seeing him approach, shouted, "Ongzi, are you crazy? Don't text while crossing the street." Bai Xiang set down the luggage handle, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, "Yao just texted me that he has something to take care of first. But we'll have dinner together tonight." He then handed Bui one of the bottles of cold water. Bui took it and gulped down a large mouthful before continuing, "All right then. Why hasn't the bus arrived yet? I'm exhausted." After waiting for 6 or 7 minutes, the bus route 20 finally ambled into view. The bus journey stretched on for half an hour, during which Bai Xiang felt drowsy and lethargic, listening to the announcement. "Jiangxing Station has arrived. Passengers preparing to disembark. Please get ready." He hurriedly nudged his companion Bu. "Wake up." Wei arrived, but Bui was startled awake. His eyes wide as he glanced out the window, grabbed his suitcase, and rushed towards the door. Only once the bus had started moving did he realize. Waving at Bai Xiang, he shouted, "Angzi, text me when you get off." Bai Xiang, unable to clearly catch what he yelled, merely nodded in response. Turning back, he glanced at the waving Bui before resting his head against the window. The bus swayed violently, and after being abruptly awakened, he now felt a bit carsick and nauseous. For the next few stops, Bai Xiang dared not move. The air conditioning on the bus was set low, and stepping out into the 34-degree heat made him sneeze vigorously. He stood still for a moment, waiting for the dizziness to subside before retrieving his phone to check the address of his residential complex. Just as he opened WeChat, he noticed a message in the basketball group. "I am your Bude. I am Chen Yao. Yao team, I'm back. Take good care of our Angzi." Tears streaming. Afternoon 14:03. "I am Chen Yao. Leave it to me. Peng. Oh dear darling. Oh dear 2 Chapter 75. Welcome. Bye bye." Bai Xiang chuckled at the screen. Scrolled back through the recent messages with Chen Yao to find the complex's doorplate number and dragged his suitcase into the premises. The residential area was not particularly large, yet the greenery and various amenities were quite commendable. Upon entering, to the left was a modest-sized basketball court surrounded by iron railings, with 2 rusty basketball hoops stationed on either side. Outside the fence, a long row of exercise equipment lined the area, where 2 elderly gentlemen, undeterred by the heat, were engrossed in a game of chess. Bai Xiang inquired with the security guard about how to reach District 7, took the elevator to the 4th floor, and after a circuitous route, finally located the doorplate number. Squatting down, he felt around and retrieved the key that Chen Yao had hidden under the doormat. Upon entering, he noticed 2 pairs of men's slippers laid out on the floor and chose the newer-looking pair to slip on. Just a few steps inside, he spotted a note on the dining table. The handwriting was not particularly elegant, but it was evident that each stroke was crafted with care. "Welcome. Bye bye. There is lemonade in the fridge. Your room is on the right. In the bottom right corner." 2 hastily scribbled characters read Chen Yao. As Bai Xiang regarded the crooked lines of text, he recalled having seen Chen Yao's handwriting previously on the court. He folded the note and tucked it into his pocket, opened the refrigerator, and found a large jug of lemonade. In such a spacious fridge, there was only that jug of lemonade. He noticed a pair of couple cups on the kitchen counter, the pink one appearing used while the blue one still encased in plastic wrap. Unsure which to use, he opted to find a crumpled disposable cup nearby. Pouring himself a glass of lemonade, he sipped while wandering about the apartment Chen Yao had rented. It featured 2 bedrooms and a living room, with the balcony directly facing the living area, dining table, and kitchen, ensuring ample natural light. The 2 bedrooms were separated by a wall. The master bedroom had sliding doors leading to the balcony, while the secondary room had a small bay window. The main entrance was directly opposite the bedrooms, and beside the door was the bathroom. Bai Xiang observed that both beds were made up with sheets. He only needed to sort through his suitcase to settle in. As Chen Yao had mentioned, he had reserved the master bedroom for him, but since moving in would be a considerable inconvenience for Chen Yao, he felt it inappropriate to take the master bedroom, thus leaving his suitcase neatly by the shoe cabinet, untouched. Afternoons in summer easily induce drowsiness, especially with a hint of motion sickness. Bai Xiang placed his cup on the coffee table, sent a message to Chen Yao informing him that he had arrived at the complex, listened to some music, and dozed off on the sofa in the evening. When Chen Yao finished his work, he exchanged pleasantries with Director Ji, exited the office, and texted Bai Xiang, "Bye-bye, I'm done over here." After a brief wait with no response from Bai Xiang, he sent another message. "Are you resting? I'll bring dinner back. What would you like?" Chen Yao searched for a restaurant near the office and, upon entering, still had not received a reply from Bai Xiang. He thought to himself that at this hour, Bai Xiang might be tidying up or taking a shower. He casually ordered a few dishes, 2 portions of rice, packed them into his car, and headed back to the complex. Upon opening the door, he found the room enveloped in darkness and tentatively called out, "Bye-bye?" Bai Xiang, half asleep, heard the door open. After a moment, the living room light flicked on with a click, and he instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. "Bye-bye, are you asleep? I was wondering why you didn't," he replied. Chen Yao had waited a while on the first floor, and when the elevator failed to descend from the upper levels, he decided to take the stairs up to the 4th floor. Feeling slightly breathless, he tried to regulate his breathing and softly said, "First, get up and eat something before going back to sleep." Bai Xiang rubbed his eyes, adjusting to the light before replying, "Yao team, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I fell asleep this afternoon. Let me tidy up. Why are you so out of breath? Take a break first." Saying this, he stood and walked towards the dining table. "I mean, if I seemed eager to return and worried about startling you." Chen Yao adjusted his breath and casually fabricated an excuse. Well, it was a bit dark in the elevator, so I hurried a bit." Bai Xiang glanced up at him. "Is your voice okay? Are you coming down with something?" Chen Yao detected the nasal tone in Bai Xiang's voice and quickly changed the subject. Bai Xiang massaged his temples. "I might have just slept too long. I'll be fine in a moment." Chen Yao opened the takeout containers one by one, urging Bai Xiang to sit down and eat while he went to fetch water. Upon opening the fridge, he noticed half a jug of lemonade remaining. Glancing at the unopened blue cup, he leaned out from the kitchen and asked Bai Xiang, "Bye-bye, shall I pour you some hot water?" Afterward, he washed the blue cup under the faucet twice and filled it with hot water. Then poured himself a glass of iced lemonade using the pink cup. Placing the cups in front of Bai Xiang, he said, "Bye-bye, you might have caught a chill while sleeping this afternoon. Drinking some hot water will be more soothing. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket next time." Bai Xiang accepted the cup, stared at Chen Yao's cup for a moment, then lowered his head with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Seeing him smile, Chen Yao felt a flutter in his heart and, noticing Bai Xiang's fixation on the cup, remembered to say, "I bought these cups on a whim. I was worried you might not like the pink one. We rugged men don't mind what we use." Rugged men? Chen Yao thought. Why did it sound so suggestive once it was spoken aloud? He quickly took a few bites of his meal to divert the topic. "Bye-bye, how did you manage to tidy up this afternoon?" Before he could complete his thought, his gaze fell upon the suitcase at the entrance. "Hey, bye-bye, you haven't had the chance to unpack your suitcase yet?" Chen Yao inquired, focusing on the suitcase. "Oh, right," Bai Xiang mumbled, swallowing the food in his mouth. "Yao team, you should move back to the master bedroom. You were the one helping me, so how can I let you stay in the smaller room?" Hearing this, Chen Yao sighed lightly. "What's with you, child? It's not about can or cannot. Before he could finish, he noticed Bai Xiang's hand nervously fiddling with the edge of the bowl. Chen Yao contemplated for a moment and said, "The master bedroom is too bright in the morning. I can't sleep well in there. If you find it too bright, I can switch with you. How does that sound?" Chen Yao thought, "This child? When will he stop worrying about inconveniencing me?" Chapter 76. The Ancients Do Not Deceive. Bye-bye. Have you had enough to eat? After dinner, Chen Yao collected the leftovers into a takeout container. "Take your suitcase back to your room, grab some clothes and shower. You can sort things out tomorrow." Chen Yao surveyed the area. "I'll take the trash downstairs." Bai Xiang replied, "Okay." He rose and headed to the entrance, carrying the suitcase towards the master bedroom. Chen Yao muttered softly under his breath, "Are the wheels just for decoration, young man?" After tossing the garbage down, he took out his keys, inserting them into the lock. But before he could turn them, the door swung open with a click. Looking up, he found Bai Xiang rubbing his still damp hair with a towel, his face slightly flushed from the warmth of the steam. As he greeted, "Yao team, you're back? Damn, who can withstand this?" After a prolonged moment, Chen Yao finally shifted aside to close the door. While changing his shoes, he stammered, I just took a stroll downstairs, saw a couple kissing. Cough, did you finish washing up?" Chen Yao, cursing under his breath, thought, What am I even saying? Bai Xiang replied, with a smile, I'm done. Yao team, you should go wash up. Chen Yao nodded, hurriedly fetching clothes from his room and rushing to the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Sitting on the toilet lid, Chen Yao's mind was filled with two little characters. Angel Yao. Chen Yao, get it together. Look at how pathetic you are. Living together means. Devil Yao, ha ha ha, I'm cohabiting with Bai Bai. Devil Yao, oh yeah. Angel Yao, are you ready to handle it? What about later? Devil Yao, ha ha ha, later? Later, it's all about kissing, and it better be tongue action. Angel Yao, you must maintain your composure. Evil Yao, after that passionate kiss, hee hee, I still want to peck at the strawberries. Angel Yao, you can't do that. Chun San too. How can you think of such things about him? It's disrespectful. Evil Yao, disrespectful? What are you talking about? Evil Yao, I can start my thoughts from the kiss. Am I not respectful enough? Angel Yao, Evil Yao, right now, I could burst into the master bedroom and pin him to the bed. And Bai Bai would say to me, Yao team, little Bai wants, Angel Yao, Evil Yao. Chen Yao raised a hand to ruffle his hair. Damn it, I'm taking a shower. He took a shower for 40 to 50 minutes. When he opened the door, a wave of steam billowed out of the bathroom. Bai Xiang looked up from the sofa and asked him, Yao team, are we watching a movie? Chen Yao didn't catch what he said and simply replied, sure. As he walked towards the sofa, he managed to glance at the freshly showered Bai Xiang, who was clad in simple black shorts and a white t-shirt. Indeed, a handsome person looks good in anything. Truly deserving of our little puppy. As the ancient said, clear water brings forth lotus, naturally unembellished. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. Chen Yao sat beside Bai Xiang, tilting his head to see him scrolling through his phone, casually asking Bai Bai, what are you watching? Bai Xiang turned his phone to show him, asking, are you watching Marvel? Chen Yao cleared his throat, shifting slightly, and said, well, the TV can cast, let us project it onto the screen. Okay, go ahead, Bai Xiang said, handing his phone to Chen Yao. Chen Yao took the phone and pressed a few buttons to cast it before placing the phone on the coffee table. He turned off the lights, and the two of them earnestly watched for about 15 minutes. More accurately, it was Bai Xiang who focused intently for those 15 minutes before, lulled by the comfort of the post-shower and the cool air conditioning. He promptly fell asleep. Chen Yao, illuminated by the light from the TV, stole several glances at the handsome young man who had drifted off. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone call startled Chen Yao, and he cursed under his breath, damn it. He quickly hung up. Only after hanging up did he realize it was Bai Xiang's phone. Chapter 77. My precious, in less than 2 seconds, the phone rang again. Chen Yao glanced at the screen, seeing the contact name Bu Zi. He fumbled to find the volume button and silenced the ringtone. Leaning over, he gently shook Bai Xiang's shoulder, whispering, bye 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 bye. Bai Xiang jolted awake. Turning to ask, what's wrong? Chen Yao pointed to the phone on the coffee table. It's a call, oh. Okay. Bai Xiang took the phone, said hello, then glanced at the screen before putting it back to his ear. Continuing, oh Bu Zi, are you home? I've eaten. What about you? If you just got back, don't make your mom angry. Yao team? Yao team is right next to me, okay. After finishing, Bai Xiang handed the phone to Chen Yao. Yao team? Bu Zi is looking for you. Chen Yao took the phone, set it to speaker mode. Why did you call, Bui? You keep rambling on and on, Bui chuckled. I need to check up on you. Yao team, you haven't been mistreating our Xiang, have you? He's precious, don't worry, Chen Yao replied, resting his hands on his knees, leaning closer to the microphone. Bui casually asked, which neighborhood are you in? I might come over to stay for a couple of days. Stay for a couple of days? Just stay at home and be honest. After saying that, Chen Yao turned to glance at Bai Xiang, who was smiling at him with squinted eyes. He lowered his head to the phone and said, I'll send you the address later. Let me know in advance when you come over, Bui replied. Just got back? Keeping a close eye on me. Once my mom sees me and gets annoyed, I can sneak out. After a pause, he asked, Xiang, when do you start work? Hearing someone talking to him, Bai Xiang immediately shifted closer to the microphone. Teacher Yu is taking me to look at the piano store tomorrow. She said she would train me for a few lessons first, then gradually let me take on students. Tomorrow? We're going tomorrow? Bui sounded excited. Do well when you go. Remember, when you become rich. Don't forget us. Chen Yao scoffed. Forget my ass. After saying that, he remembered Bai Xiang was still beside him. Clearing his throat, he turned to ask, what time are you going tomorrow? Bai Xiang replied. Tomorrow morning at 9. Teacher, you asked me to wait for her call around 9. Chen Yao leaned forward to check the time on his phone. 22:39. All right. Bye-bye has things to do tomorrow. We won't chat anymore. After finishing, Chen Yao straightened up, switched off the speaker, and turned to Bai Ziyang. Bye-bye. I'll turn on the lights. It's getting late. Let us go to bed. Okay. Bui was about to hang up after saying goodbye. But upon hearing Chen Yao, he immediately replied in a teasing tone. You're turning off the lights? Yao team, what do you plan to do with our Ziyang? I'm telling you, that's not allowed. Bai Ziyang chuckled back. Stop being ridiculous. We're watching a movie, bye-bye. Chen Yao forcefully pressed the TV power button, biting his back teeth, thinking, what would I want to do with bye-bye? Well, it seems you've hit the nail on the head. Bai Ziyang, who had just a moment ago felt sleepy, was instantly wide awake from the bright light. Rubbing his eyes, he innocently said, hee. Now I'm not sleepy anymore. Chen Yao, concerned he might tire Bai Ziyang out tomorrow, intended to help him settle down for bed quickly. He casually draped his arm over Bai Ziyang's shoulder. Nudging him towards the master bedroom as they reached the doorway, he suddenly realized his entire right hand was frozen in place. Cautiously glancing at Bai Ziyang and seeing he was unfazed, he quickly dropped his arm, saying, Bye-bye, the sheets are new. I've already washed them. You can organize the wardrobe when you have time, and the air conditioning remote, Chen Yao said, picking up the remote from the bedside table. Pressing a few buttons to adjust it, adding, I've set the temperature to 18 degrees. You can raise it a bit before sleeping. After finishing, his gaze wandered around the room, suddenly unable to recall anything else. He continued, If you need anything, feel free to find me. I'll be next door. Chen Yao raised his right thumb, pointing towards the door, saying, I'll just take my leave. Bai Ziyang, standing by the wardrobe, smiled at Chen Yao. Thank you, Yao team. You should also go to bed early. I appreciate your help today. Bai Chen Yao suddenly became serious. Bai Ziyang paused, thinking he was about to say something important. Chapter 78. What is there? I said. Chen Yao hesitated, then said, Call me Chen Yao. Bai Ziyang initially thought it was something significant. He raised a hand to scratch his nose, as if he had done something wrong, and said softly, I'm used to calling you that. I'll change it slowly from now on. Chen Yao found his demeanor endearing and smiled, saying, All right, take your time changing it. Bai Ziyang was usually not accustomed to thanking others. Just as Chen Yao reached the door, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, Yao team, good night. Chen Yao stood at the door, gripping the doorknob, grinning. Bye-bye, good night to you too. Closing the door, Chen Yao turned off the living room light. After a moment of thought, worried that Bai Ziyang might need to go to the bathroom at night, he turned back to switch on a small light. Returning to his room, Chen Yao felt somewhat restless. He finished watching the movie he hadn't completed earlier, glancing at the time. 23:32, charging his phone, just as he was about to lie down to sleep. He heard a commotion outside. Opening the door, he found Bai Ziyang standing at the bathroom door. Yao team, do you need to use it too? Bai Ziyang thought Chen Yao was going to the bathroom as he heard the door opening and stepped aside. You go first. Chen Yao felt a bit embarrassed. Well, I'm not in a hurry. You go first. Bai Ziyang went in, and after a short while, the sound of the toilet flushing echoed. He hurried out, telling Chen Yao, Yao team, I am done. You can go now. Chen Yao leaned against the door frame, sighed softly before saying, I didn't need to go. I was just worried you might need help, so I came to check. All right, hurry back to sleep. Bai Ziyang returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. The morning alarm rang at 6:00. Chen Yao got up, looked in the bathroom mirror, and noticed his eyes were bloodshot. He scolded himself in the mirror. Chen San too, can't you have some self-respect? Heading downstairs to the community basketball court, he practiced for a bit, sweating before feeling more awake. When his phone's familiar alarm rang, Chen Yao remembered the alarm he set last night to remind himself to buy breakfast for Bye-Bye after basketball. After a few dribbles, he muttered to himself, Chen San too, you're really something. Finishing with a beautiful three-pointer, he picked up his phone and water bottle, heading towards the breakfast stall at the community entrance. Boss, 2 egg pancakes, 1 with an extra egg, and 2 soy milks, 1 without sugar. Chen Yao used his phone's memo for the first time last night, yet it appears that his mind is more efficient than the device. This underscores the notion that such reminders do not truly fulfill their intended purpose. Matters of genuine significance linger in the mind without need for prompting, while trivialities can be forgotten alongside the reminders themselves. At present, Chen Yao carries his breakfast in one hand and cradles a basketball in the other as he makes his way home. He places the breakfast on the dining table and glances at his phone to check the time. Only 8 o'clock. Approaching the main bedroom, he lightly knocks on the door and softly inquires, "Bye-bye, are you awake?" There is no response, leaving him uncertain whether Bai Ziyang has risen. After waiting a moment, he circles around to the balcony and peeks through the curtains. They remain drawn, and the room is still shrouded in darkness, prompting him to return to the door. This time, Chen Yao knocks a few more times, raising his voice slightly. "Bye-bye, it's time to get up. You might miss your appointment." He knocks again, adding, "If you don't get up soon, I may have to come in and wake you." Still, silence prevails. Chen Yao retreats to the dining table, illuminates his phone once more, and checks the time again. If he doesn't wake Bai Ziyang soon, they truly might be late. "Bye-bye, I'm coming in." After a moment of internal deliberation, he reassures himself, thinking, "We're both grown men. What is the big deal?" As he pushes the door open, sunlight spills into the room, revealing Bai Ziyang propped up on one arm, silencing his phone alarm. The t-shirt's collar hangs off his right shoulder, exposing his shoulder and collarbone directly to Chen Yao's gaze. Chen Yao, still by the door, pauses momentarily, then quickly averts his eyes. "Bye-bye. It's time to rise. Have some breakfast before heading to the music school." You should change your clothes," he stammers before promptly closing the door again. Bai Ziyang dismisses the 8:10 alarm and leans back onto his pillow, falling asleep again within moments. Chen Yao, believing he is simply changing clothes, refrains from entering again, not wanting to witness anything else. When Bai Ziyang finally opens his eyes again, the cheerful 8:30 alarm sounds. He mutters, "Oh no," and hurriedly jumps out of bed to change. Upon exiting his room, Bai Ziyang finds Chen Yao having finished a portion of his egg pancake and nearly consumed half a cup of soy milk. "Bye-bye, you." Chen Yao begins, but Bai Ziyang rushes to the bathroom, exclaiming, "Yao Dui, I overslept." An array of rustling sounds emanate from the bathroom. Most of the time, Chen Yao sees Bai Ziyang on the basketball court, either during lunch or in the afternoon. This is the first time he has seen him just after waking. After several minutes, Bai Ziyang emerges from the bathroom, having completed his morning routine. Chen Yao, glancing up, calls out, "Bye-bye, come have breakfast." "Ah, thank you, Yao Dui," Bai Ziyang replies, spotting the meal on the table. "I'm so sorry for the trouble. Let me just tidy up my room first, and I'll be right there." With that, he places his phone on the dining table and heads back to the main bedroom to pull back the curtains. As his phone chimes, Chen Yao instinctively checks the screen. "Teacher you, Bai Ziyang. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Chen Yao rises and walks to the main bedroom door, lightly knocking. "Bye-bye, it's WeChat." "Huh? Okay." Bai Ziyang, half kneeling on the bed, turns his head upon hearing the voice. Chen Yao." He clears his throat. "Why don't you come eat first? I can't take care of the bed for you. Is that so?" "No need," Bai Ziyang quickly declines. Chen Yao, fully aware of his tendency to refuse help, playfully teases, "I want to touch your things. I'll just make the bed." "Yao Dui, that is not what I meant." Bai Ziyang protests, pushing himself up. "Let me eat first and I—" Chen Yao chuckles, "All right, just come over and respond to the message. Don't delay important matters." He then returns to the dining table, pulls out his phone, and scrolls through the work group chat. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices Bai Ziyang typing a reply and takes a few bites of the egg pancake, sipping his soy milk. "When is your teacher heading to the music school?" Chen Yao wonders, recalling he briefly glimpsed the message that mentioned 15 minutes. Not wanting to pry further, he thinks it best not to linger over breakfast. Bai Ziyang swallows a mouthful of pancake and replies, The teacher said he'd leave in 15 minutes. I'll head to the music school right after I finish eating." Unbeknownst to him, even with this pace, he might not arrive before the teacher. Chen Yao had long anticipated leaving for work alongside Bai Ziyang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Then let us go together. I need to go to the office to review some drafts today." "Sure," Bai Ziyang smiles, swallowing his food. Let us go together. Chapter 79. Truly rare. The two arrive at the community entrance and scan for a shared bicycle. After cycling to a large intersection, Bai Ziyang pulls over under a tree for shade and checks the map. Spotting Dream Wedding Planning on the enlarged screen, he recalls Chen Yao works there and asks, "Yao Dui, is your company to the left?" "Yes," Chen Yao replies, eyeing the countdown for the red light. "I'm a bit early. Let me drop you off first." Before Bai Ziyang can protest, Chen Yao pats him on the shoulder and says, "Green light, let us go." Summer in Jiangxing is undeniably sweltering. It's barely 9 in the morning, and after just a 5-minute ride, beads of sweat begin to form. An electric delivery bike zips past, brushing against Bai Xiang's arm, prompting Chen Yao to pedal hard, squeezing him closer to the roadside. Bye-bye, don't look at your phone while riding. I know this area well. Let me handle it, Chen Yao declares, taking the phone from Bai Xiang and placing it on the handlebars. After glancing a couple of times, he hands the phone back, saying, "All right, I know the way now. Just put your phone in your pocket." Bai Xiang obediently takes back his phone and follows behind. Chen Yao had initially planned to find a new apartment after finishing his exams. And earlier, while having lunch, he had asked Bai Xiang about the location of the music school, intending to find a place nearby. However, Chen Yao had blurted out, "What, are you looking for a place close to Bai?" Leaving the young man feeling flustered, Bai Xiang had promptly denied it, insisting, "The music school is very close to where you work." Given how troublesome it is to find an apartment, he didn't want to complicate matters further. Despite further inquiries, he never discovered which music school it was. Now, looking at the map, he realizes that while their workplaces aren't too far apart, the music school is indeed farther from home. After 5 more minutes of cycling, they finally spot the large sign for the music school, Yeyun Music School. Chen Yao pulls up next to the flower bed at the entrance and checks the time on his phone, 9:10. He leans against the bicycle and turns to Bai Xiang, asking, "Bye-bye, has your teacher arrived yet?" Bai Xiang parks his bicycle and locks it, standing still to send a message before glancing at the shops nearby. He tells Chen Yao to wait in the shade for a moment, then rushes off. When he returns, he is holding 2 paper bags. He pulls out a cup of coffee from one bag and hands the other, along with its contents, to Chen Yao, saying, "Yao Dui, it's hot. Have an iced coffee." Noticing Bai Xiang's flushed face and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Chen Yao pulls him gently towards the shade. Sitting on the bike seat with his legs on the ground, he sips from the coffee cup, watching Bai Xiang as he focuses on his phone, thinking to himself, "This little pup is truly delightful." A slow-paced student meets a slow-paced teacher. What a serendipitous encounter. After finishing most of his coffee, Bai Xiang finally receives a call from his professional teacher. While on the call, he quietly tells Chen Yao, "Yao Dui, I have to go now." Chen Yao gives him an okay gesture, encouraging him to attend to his business. Before riding off, he glances back to ensure Bai Xiang has entered the music school. Just as he turns around, he observes Bai Xiang handing the other coffee bag to the teacher who has just exited the vehicle. Chen Yao gazes at the coffee bag dangling from his bike's handlebars. A smile creeping across his lips. Being looked after by Bai feels absolutely wonderful. In the time leading up to the end of the workday, their chat window contains only a few brief exchanges. Chen Yao inquires via WeChat, "Bye, what time do you finish work?" Bai Xiang replies, 6 o'clock. Following that, he sends a message suggesting they dine together in the evening, but no further responses follow. Chapter 80. Wait for me. After completing his graphics work in the afternoon, Chen Yao collaborates with the planner from 4 o'clock onwards, meticulously verifying the details of the drafts. During a bathroom break, he checks his phone, still finding no new messages. Many details regarding the drafts remain undecided. And the afternoon has been a flurry of activity. When he finally looks at his phone again, a WeChat notification appears, 18:03 Bye, Yao Dui. I'm sorry. I was just in class with the teacher. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What time do you finish? 18:17 Bye, Yao Dui. I'm downstairs at your office. What do you want to eat? 18:18. I'll look for something to eat. Contact me when you're done. Chen Yao glanced at the time displayed on his phone, which read 19:02, and softly uttered a curse. He picked up the hand-drawn sketches and planning documents beside him, rising to his feet as he hurried towards the door, calling out to the planner, "Xiao Chao, I have something to attend to. I'll send you the completed work later." Before Xiao Chao could fully comprehend, the main door slammed shut with a resounding bang. As Chen Yao awaited the elevator, he dialed a number. Just as the call connected, the elevator doors opened with a thud, revealing a crowd inside. Frowning, he glanced at the other elevator, which displayed a stop at the 12th floor. Since the company occupied the 6th floor, he contemplated briefly before deciding to take the stairs instead. Upon the call connecting, Chen Yao hastily inquired, "Hello, Bye. Where are you?" The noise on Bai Xiang's end was overwhelming, and it took a moment before a few words like "I, going, and wait" could be discerned. Peering out the window from the 4th floor landing, Chen Yao observed the square below was teeming with people. After a moment's thought, he ended the call and returned to his WeChat page, sending Bai Xiang a voice message. "Bye, where are you now?" Before long, His phone vibrated with a response. Bye-bye. I'm at the nearby shopping mall. Coming down to find you now. Chen Yao promptly replied, Bye-bye. Don't come out. It's hot outside. Find a CAF and wait for me. After sending the message, he arrived at the mall entrance, where he received Bai Ziyang's information about the CAF. Following the directional signs, he exited the elevator and spotted Bai Ziyang seated at a glass-wall table. Upon noticing Chen Yao, the patrons inside tapped on the glass beside them. Chen Yao nodded and smiled as he approached, reciprocating the gesture by tapping on the glass as he passed by. Yao Dui, this CAF that Buzi recommended is quite good. Should we eat here? Bai Ziyang inquired, looking up at him. Chen Yao settled into the seat across from him, tossing his folder to the left side, and replied, Sure, let us dine here. Bai Ziyang raised his hand to pour Chen Yao a glass of the complimentary iced lemon water. Smiling as he said, Yao Dui, drink some water first. Chen Yao was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled and accepted the glass, taking a sip before saying, I'm sorry, bye-bye. I didn't notice the message earlier. You must be hungry from waiting. Let us order. Bai Ziyang pushed the menu toward him, saying, You go ahead. I'm fine with anything. Chen Yao knew that, given Bai Ziyang's nature, the topic of rent was inevitably going to arise. It was better to address it sooner rather than later to avoid any awkwardness. He quickly ordered 2 dishes, stating, It's too hot to have much of an appetite. Take a look at the menu again. Bai Ziyang examined the menu for a while before calling the waiter to take it away. Once the server had departed, Chen Yao asked, Bye-bye, how was your day at the music school? Upon hearing this, Bai Ziyang nervously touched his nose. What's wrong? If it doesn't suit you, just look for another one. There are plenty of music schools nearby. Chen Yao assumed he was feeling out of place and sought to comfort him. No, it's not that, Bai Ziyang stammered. Yao Dui. May I? Before he could finish, the waiter arrived with 2 plates. Excuse me, gentlemen, your dishes have arrived. Bai Ziyang pushed his plate closer to the glass side. Once the waiter had set everything down and left, he continued, Yao Dui, regarding the rent, could I possibly pay you a month's worth up front? Chen Yao initially assumed it was a minor issue. Thinking to himself, who planned to collect your rent? The words nearly slipped out, but he reconsidered and replied, Of course, that's perfectly fine. The landlord has already been paid. Just give it to me whenever you have it. Bai Ziyang's face flushed crimson, feeling slightly relieved upon hearing this. He picked up his phone and initiated a transfer. Yao Dui, I've sent you the money via WeChat. Please check. Chen Yao picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, saying, All right, let us enjoy our meal. However, Bai Ziyang did not touch his food, looking at him with puppy-like eyes. Yao Dui, please accept it first. Chen Yao raised his gaze at him. What's the matter with you? Kid? Bai Ziyang bit his lip, clearly reluctant. Understanding this, Chen Yao decided to relent. You keep it for now. We can discuss it again once your job is settled. How does that sound? Bai Ziyang frowned slightly. The music school has confirmed my position, and I'm to start tomorrow, but I won't receive my salary until the 10th of next month. I'll pay you next month's rent as soon as I get my paycheck. Is that all right? Chen Yao sighed softly at his seriousness, setting down his chopsticks to confirm the payment in the chat. He lifted his head and said, Is that settled then? Now, let us eat. Bai Ziyang finally began to eat obediently. After Bai Ziyang finished a small portion of his meal and felt less empty, Chen Yao asked, How was today? Were you tired? Not at all, Bai Ziyang replied, swallowing his food. I just followed the teacher and attended a few classes this afternoon. So you start work tomorrow? Chen Yao casually inquired. Yes, Bai Ziyang nodded. The teacher asked me to help with the practice class students starting tomorrow, and next week he will assign students to me. Just as Chen Yao was about to offer him some praise, his phone rang. Chapter 81. From now on, come pick me up. Bai Ziyang glanced at the caller ID, smiling as he squinted his eyes at Chen Yao. It's Buzid. He answered the call and activated the speakerphone, pushing the phone towards the center of the table before saying into the microphone, Hello, Buzi, Bui. Hello, Ongzi. How was your day at the music school? Chen Yao was enjoying the conversation when it was abruptly interrupted by the phone call. Hearing Buyi's voice, which was more bothersome than usual, he took over the call with a frown. We having dinner. Why are you so idle, Bui? Oh, Yao Dui, what delicious food are you two enjoying without me? Bai Ziyang chuckled and responded. We're dining at that nice Hong Kong restaurant you mentioned last time. How are you at home? Have you eaten? Bui, that's unfair. I'll eat there when I come. I've had something to eat, but at home, it's a different story. Ugh, it's too much to talk about. Let us not dwell on it. What about you? How is the music school going? Ah, right. Bai Xiong put down his chopsticks. I'm still adapting, but I don't have to wake up early in the morning. Heh heh. Chen Yao couldn't help but find him endearing as he reveled in his newfound freedom. Booey. Damn. Why? I was looking forward to seeing Yao Dui make a fool of himself. Me? Chen Yao snapped back to focus, raising an eyebrow at Bai Xiong. Booey. If Ongzi wakes up grumpy, it's going to be a disaster. Whoever wakes him up better be prepared to be hit. Yao Dui, you should be careful. Speaking of waking up grumpy, Chen Yao had indeed witnessed this firsthand at the stairwell. Booey never set an alarm, so he usually relied on Bai Xiong to wake him, making it rare for him to wake up before Bai Xiong. After finishing a call with Shun Yun that day, Bai Xiong had thrown down the words waking up grumpy, and for the rest of the day, no one in the dorm dared to speak to him. Recalling this, Bai Xiong awkwardly chuckled, replying, all right, let us not mention it. Don't hold a grudge against me. After saying that, he turned to Chen Yao. Dante listened to Bu Zi. He just talking nonsense. Chen Yao nodded and asked, bye-bye. What time do you start work every day? Mentioning this, Bai Xiong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hee. I work at 2 in the afternoon on weekdays. And 9 on weekends. Its always 6 o'clock for off work. Bu E. In the afternoon? Yes, Bai Xiong said joyfully. I don't have to wake up early in the morning. Bu E. That's amazing. Ongzi, which day do you have off? I'll come to visit you. Chen Yao frowned as he glanced at his phone, wondering why this annoying thing had appeared, wasting his time. Bai Xiong grinned. I am off on Monday. The students will have a week off after their exams in early August, so can you discuss with your mother about coming to visit for a week next month? Booey, it's settled then. I'll be waiting for you. Ongzi, don't miss me too much. Chen Yao impatiently interjected. All right, that's enough. We still have our meal to finish. Booey, you two are still eating? Okay. See you next month, Booey. Oh, and don't forget to set aside a couch for me. Yao Dui, don't bully our Ongzi. Before he could finish, Chen Yao abruptly hung up the phone. Turning to Bai Xiong, bye-bye, let us eat quickly. I'm already full. Bai Xiong set down his chopsticks. Yao Dui, you eat. Chen Yao served him a bowl of beef soup, urging him to drink some more. While Bai Xiong sipped his soup, Chen Yao took out his phone and sent a message to Director Ji. Jigu, can I shift my day off to Monday? 5 minutes later, Director Ji replied, done. Chen Yao stood up, and upon seeing this, Bai Xiong immediately set down his spoon, anxiously saying, Yao Dui, you promised I would pay. Chen Yao chuckled helplessly. All right, I'm going to the restroom. Okay. Very well. Bai Xiong waited for him to turn around, then called the waiter to settle the bill. Afterward, he picked up several folders from Chen Yao's place and walked to the restroom door to wait for him. As they exited the restaurant, Chen Yao's hands were still damp from washing, and Bai Xiong took the items from him. They were both feeling somewhat full, and after a brief discussion, they decided to walk back to the neighborhood. Jiangqing is renowned for its vibrant nightlife, and this shopping mall is situated right in the city center. Summer evenings are always the domain of the youth, and everywhere one looks, there are stylishly dressed young men and women. A girl approached from a distance, appearing to be of a similar age to the two of them. She wore an off-the-shoulder short-sleeve top paired with a very short skirt, and she was carrying a Louis Vuitton bag that was nearly as tall as she was. As she walked, she swung her bag with exaggerated motions, seemingly eager for others to notice her. Chen Yao observed her, noticing that the girl was casting several lingering glances at Bai Xiong. Initially, he thought little of it. After all, everyone appreciates a handsome young man. However, as they drew closer, he realized that the girl seemed to be deliberately maneuvering through the crowd, edging closer from the side and then crossing into the stream of pedestrians heading in the opposite direction. As she passed Bai Xiong, she deliberately nudged his arm with her shoulder. Bai Xiong was about to turn around when Chen Yao furrowed his brow and pulled him back, expressing his annoyance. People these days really don't watch where they're going. Bai Xiong glanced at Chen Yao, then lowered his head to adjust the folders that had been jostled. Chen Yao, seeing his obliviousness to the girl's intentions, felt a sense of glee. With a playful smile, he began to chatter on their way. Bye-bye. How about I treat you to ice cream? Bye-bye. There's a CAF up ahead. Shall we stop for a while? Bye-bye. Those walnut cakes over there are delicious. Do you want to try them? Bai Xiong shook his head repeatedly, and finally, unable to contain himself, he replied, Yao Dui. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go, but I truly cannot eat another bite. Saying this, he rubbed his stomach. Taking advantage of the streetlight's glow, Chen Yao stole several glances at Bai Xiong, feeling increasingly pleased. As they entered the elevator of their complex, They were suddenly blinded by the harsh overhead lights. The elevator doors, made of special material, reflected their images clearly. At this moment, Chen Yao found it inappropriate to stare openly at Bai Ziyang, so he turned his head to feign interest in the advertisements on the wall. When the elevator displayed the second floor, Bai Ziyang quietly pulled out his phone. Chen Yao glanced over, assuming he was browsing Weibo or something similar. Just as the elevator chimed to signal their arrival, he lightly tapped Bai Ziyang's arm, saying bye-bye. Let us check it later. Upon exiting the elevator, Bai Ziyang turned on the flashlight on his phone and held it down to illuminate Chen Yao's feet. Inquiring, does the property management not fix this? What? Chen Yao, momentarily confused, did not grasp his question. Bai Ziyang looked up and remarked, this light has always been so dim. Chen Yao responded with a soft affirmation. Continuing, it's been broken for quite some time. It hasn't been fixed since I moved in. This corridor is indeed a bit dark. Bai Ziyang paused for a moment before adding, next time you come back late and find it too dark, just call me, and I'll wait for you at the elevator. Chen Yao, caught off guard, realized that on the day Bai Ziyang moved in, he had jokingly mentioned being afraid of the dark, which made his heart race. He clenched his hands at his sides, resisting the urge to act impulsively. Noticing the silence beside him, Bai Ziyang worried that he had been too overt and turned to clarify, Yao Dui, I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying bye-bye, don't move around. Chen Yao grasped Bai Ziyang's hand holding the phone and shifted the light between them, smiling as he said, then you'll come to pick me up from now on? All right. Chapter 82. Can you go ahead, please? It was as if some familial telepathy existed. Bai Ming always managed to provide Bai Ziyang with a contrary answer whenever he wished for life to fall into a more predictable rhythm. On Friday morning, as usual, after finishing basketball practice, Chen Yao called Bai Ziyang for breakfast. They sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, Chen Yao working on a design draft he had received the night before, while Bai Ziyang reviewed his teacher qualification exam questions. The phone call came in the afternoon while they were changing their shoes, preparing to leave for work. As Chen Yao opened the door and leaned against the frame, waiting for Bai Ziyang to step out. They had just been laughing about what to have for dinner that night. In the next moment, Bai Ziyang pulled out his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned cold. Holding the phone in his right hand, he looked at Chen Yao and said, Yao Dui, can you go ahead without me? Chen Yao glanced down at the still-ringing phone, nodded, and replied, all right, be careful on your way. At the elevator entrance, concerned about the heat, Chen Yao decided that waiting too long for the elevator was unwise. He pressed the button for downstairs and retreated toward the stairwell. At the door of 402, Bai Ziyang stared at the screen displaying Dad inside deeply before answering the call. Hello, Dad. What is it? Before Bai Ziyang could finish his question, Bai Ming's impatient voice came through the receiver. Aren't you on break? Why haven't you come home yet? Dad, I told you before. Bai Ziyang tried to maintain a calm demeanor. I'm working part-time at a music school. I'm not coming home for the summer. What part-time work? Bai Ming interrupted him and soon, Xin Yun's sharp voice echoed from afar. Your son is enjoying his vacation. Why doesn't he hurry back instead of hiding out there? I've been busy all year for your family, and not a single person seems to care. Who knows what he's doing out there? You keep indulging them. They end up in trouble. Bai Ming, you? Xin Yun's tirade continued without pause. Bai Ziyang frowned tightly. Speaking into the phone, I'm heading to the music school now. I have classes this afternoon. Can we discuss this later? Bai Ming seemed to be triggered by something one of them said. Yelling into the receiver, Bai Ziyang, I don't care what you're doing out there. The shop is swamped. Get back here now. Why not hire someone else? Bai Ziyang was once again interrupted as the call was abruptly cut off. He stood there under the blazing sun, gazing at the sky for a while before continuing on to the music school. Chen Yao had been following Bai Ziyang since he opened the stairwell door. Initially, he intended to wait for the next elevator on the third floor, but upon hearing Bai Ziyang's tone of voice, he felt a bit uneasy. Thus, he chose to maintain a distance where he could hear him without catching every word. Only after seeing him enter the music school did he turn to leave. Yao? Director Ji patted Chen Yao on the shoulder and called out again, Yao. Chen Yao finally snapped back to reality. What is going on today? You seem a bit off. Is there something on your mind? Director Ji pulled a chair from the adjacent office and sat beside Chen Yao's desk, glancing at the design draft on the screen before asking. This is the order for October, right? Just focus on this for today. As long as you finish it by the end of the month, you're good. You can head home and rest now. Chapter 83. We had agreed on this long ago. The entire Dream Team maintained a relatively relaxed work atmosphere. Designers ensured smooth communication with clients, and collaboration with planners was seamless as long as the design portions were completed on time. The office was not overly strict about deadlines. Moreover, Director G valued Chen Yao's talent and would hardly impose time constraints on him. Wherever Chen Yao worked on drafts, it was all relatively similar. However, using work as an excuse to leave with Bai Ziyang was a different matter. Ji Gu, I'll head back first. I'll send you the completed designs later. Having worked with Director Ji for a while, Chen Yao felt no need for empty pleasantries. After organizing his drafts, he headed down from the office building. At the entrance, he checked the time. 5 minutes until 5:30. Chen Yao planned to grab a takeout dinner, returning home to wait for Bai Ziyang to finish work so they could eat together. Ultimately, he couldn't resist and headed directly towards the direction of Bai Ziyang's music school. Sitting beneath the tree where he had last accompanied Bai Ziyang, he glanced at the time. 6:10. It was about time for them to wrap up for the day. Just as he was finishing a WeChat message, he typed, "Bye-bye. I'm waiting downstairs at the music school. Let us go back together." As Chen Yao prepared to send a message, he glanced up to see the silhouette of Bai Ziyang descending from the upper floors. He rose to brush off the dust from his clothes and walked towards the boy who was waiting at the intersection for the traffic lights. As he drew closer, he noticed Bai Ziyang was holding a phone, his brow slightly furrowed as he spoke to someone. Chen Yao did not approach any further, but instead maintained a few steps behind. Upon nearing the entrance of the community, Chen Yao intended to enter the family restaurant to pack some food to take home. Just as he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of a delivery rider speeding towards Bai Ziyang on an electric bike. It appeared that the rider was about to collide with Bai Ziyang. And without hesitation, Chen Yao rushed forward, just in time to steady Bai Ziyang's arm. Bai Ziyang, with his left hand covering the phone's receiver, did not lift his head but murmured a soft thank you in Chen Yao's direction. Chen Yao then heard Bai Ziyang turn away, continuing his conversation. "Dad, I understand that you and Auntie are working hard, but this is the lifestyle you've chosen. If you or Auntie feel burdened by my tuition and living expenses, I can write you an IOU and repay you once I start working." At this moment, Chen Yao abruptly looked up at Bai Ziyang, who let out a deep sigh that was evident even from his profile. He continued, "I don't mean to imply that I've become successful. I'm merely saying that if you feel that my and Zihe's use of your hard-earned money is a burden, consider it as me borrowing from you." Nearby, a young couple with 2 children walked past, prompting Bai Ziyang to turn his head and watch them as they walked away. He then addressed the phone again. "I can understand. I completely understand if Annie feels exhausted. You both could take a trip to unwind. If she feels insecure, you could consider having another child or buying her a house. You seem to have nothing but complaints and arguments in your lives. And we are not the sole cause of that." Bai Ming was praising Bai Ziyang's wife over the phone, extolling her virtues and the tremendous effort she put into their household, claiming she was doing the work of several people. Bai Ziyang had long grown accustomed to this. Only after Bai Ming had finished recounting all the points he could muster did Bai Ziyang finally speak. "I've enrolled Zihe in a summer camp, allowing her to go out and learn with her classmates. I will make regular calls to confirm her safety. Also, if you and Annie argue, just have her call me. Zihe is still young and shouldn't he have to bear this burden. We agreed on this long ago." Chen Yao accompanied him to the entrance of the community, pausing to watch him walk towards the small garden. He reflected on Bai Ziyang's words. Zihe is still young. She shouldn't have to bear this. We agreed on this long ago. It struck him that he was merely a junior in college. As he watched Bai Ziyang's retreating figure, a wave of emotion surged within him. Chapter 84. Sister Chen Yao turning back to the entrance of the community, he packed his meal. As he stepped outside, the sky gradually darkened. He remembered how, upon first encountering Bai Ziyang, the latter had seemed to vent his frustrations on him after a phone call. At that time, he had thought the boy rather spirited. In retrospect, it was likely due to family matters. Before entering the elevator, Chen Yao steeled himself mentally, imagining himself as Bai Ziyang's wicked stepmother. He resolved that if the young boy lashed out at him again, he would take it as if the stepmother were being scolded. On the 4th floor, as the elevator doors opened, Chen Yao spotted Bai Ziyang with his head bowed, standing in the dimly lit corridor while on the phone. Illuminated by the elevator's light, Bai Ziyang nodded at him, prompting Chen Yao to raise the takeout box in his hand. Bai Ziyang smiled into the receiver, saying, "Zihe, brother Chen Yao is off work. We're heading back. Please be careful outside and remember to call me if anything happens." Chen Yao felt a buzzing in his head at the mention of brother Chen Yao. He stood frozen, and only after Bai Ziyang hung up and switched on his flashlight did he regain his senses. "Bye-bye," he stammered, only to realize his voice was slightly hoarse. He cleared his throat and continued. Bye-bye. Why are you standing here? Have you not eaten yet? I packed some dishes. Let us head back. Every weekend marked the busiest time for educational institutions. After practicing basketball that morning, Qinyao returned to find Bai Ziyang's door ajar, reminding him that Bai Ziyang also worked at this hour on Saturdays and Sundays. Sitting at the dining table, Qinyao recalled Bai Ziyang from the previous night. After the phone call, he had mentally prepared himself, expecting to tread carefully upon his return to avoid a repeat of their last encounter in the stairwell. Yet, when Bai Ziyang returned, it was as if nothing had occurred. Everything remained the same as usual. During their meal, they chatted about how adorable the children learning the piano were, how Bai Zihe would attend a summer camp for half a month, and how once they finished their exams in early August, they could invite Bu Yi and Qinyao to visit Jiangcheng. However, the topic of Bai Ming's phone call was conspicuously absent. Qinyao found himself wishing that Bai Ziyang had expressed his anger towards him. At least then, Bai Ziyang would have had an outlet for his frustrations. For the first time, he felt dissatisfied with the status quo. Throughout the weekend, Qinyao planned to finish the October designs he had not completed on Friday. By the time he finalized the last details with the client for the main stage, the sun was nearly setting. Stretching, he noticed the darkness outside and quickly checked the time on his phone. It was just past 5. Bai Ziyang still had over an hour left before he finished work. Standing on the balcony, he felt a gust of wind. The unpredictable weather in Jiangxing hinted at an impending thunderstorm. Retreating to the living room, Qinyao sat on the sofa, lost in thought. After a moment, he took out his phone and called Qinyao. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before she answered. Without waiting for her to speak, he eagerly inquired, Sister Qinyao, what are you doing at home? Oh, a rare visitor? Her tone was less than cordial. When Qinyao received the call, she had confirmed the caller ID twice. I am washing my face. What do you want? You single? Qinyao began to say dog, but quickly altered it to noble, adding, it's this late, and you're still washing your face. Qinyao was not particularly inclined to engage with him. And Qinyao was unconcerned either, in a tone markedly different from usual. He gently asked, all right, little brother has a question for you. Do you have any plans in August? Want to come to Jiangxing for a few days? Startled, Qinyao hand trembled, causing her eyeliner to smudge. She muttered a curse under her breath and retorted, Chun-san too. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't bring up all this nonsense. I plan to travel in August. What's wrong? Is the two-person world not going well? The two-person world. Qinyao found this amusing, chuckling softly before responding, well, my sister-in-law is coming to visit in August. She has just one girl, and we several grown men can't take care of her properly. If you have no plans, why not come and keep her company? He quickly added, what do you think? Sister Qin. Qinyao leaned back in her chair, offering a sarcastic remark. Now that you need me, you're not calling me the fierce mother anymore? Qinyao quickly countered. What? How could that be? Qinyao, no longer in a hurry to apply her eyeliner, pulled out her iPad, scrolling through Weibo while chatting with him. When in August, Qinyao sensed an opportunity. Mid-August, Qinyao checked her calendar, calculating the dates. That should work. I'm going to Sanya for a few days at the end of the month. Suddenly, she recalled that her mother might scold her for gallivanting around, prompting her to say, when the time comes, you text my mom, saying you're forcing me, and I refuse to comply, but ultimately, before she could finish her sentence, Qinyao interrupted, stop watching so many dramas. Quit with the nonsense. I'll let you know the time via WeChat, and I'll cover all expenses for food, lodging, and travel. It's settled. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumble echoed outside, and rain began to pour down. Qinyao stood up to shut the balcony window and then headed to the bathroom to turn on the shower. What is that noise? Qinyao asked casually while picking up her eyeliner pencil. Qinyao spoke into the speakerphone, I'm taking a shower in a bit. Qinyao set down her pencil, glancing at the time. You single dog, why are you showering at this hour? Qinyao seemed to have been waiting for her to ask. He replied, it's raining outside. I'm going to the piano shop to deliver an umbrella for bye-bye. You bastard, Qinyao cursed, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she exclaimed, you're delivering an umbrella and taking a shower? Do you think you want to get wet just stepping out? Qinyao, having realized something was off, responded, it's up to my brother if he wants to shower. Sister Qin, I'm busy. I have to hang up now. He quickly pressed the hang up button. Chapter 85. Teacher Xiaobai. After ending the call, Qinyao took 5 minutes to shower, even washing his hair by the time he put on his clothes and stepped outside. It was just past 5:30. Calculating the timing, he felt he had ample time. Chen Yao sent Bai Ziyang a WeChat message. Bye-bye, it's raining outside, don't leave yet. I'll come over to bring you an umbrella. 3 minutes later, Chen Yao had just closed the door when he received a two-word reply from Bai Ziyang. No need. Holding two umbrellas at the elevator entrance, Chen Yao was still pondering how to persuade him when the elevator chimed. Arriving at the 4th floor, his phone vibrated several times in succession. Bye-bye. Yao team, are you on your way? Bye-bye. When you arrive, just head to the 2nd floor. Their essay label at the classroom door. Bye-bye. The parents are coming to pick him up a bit later, so you might have to wait for a while. I'll take him to practice piano first. Bye-bye. Please be careful. Chen Yao replied, okay. To convey his emotions, he added a wave symbol at the end. Upon reaching the bottom of the residential complex, the rain was indeed quite heavy. After taking a few steps, Chen Yao found his pant legs and shoes splashed and dampened by the rain, prompting him to retreat immediately. He went upstairs to change into sports shorts and flip-flops, then grabbed a change of clothes for Bai Ziyang as well. After packing them in a bag and heading downstairs, he realized he had forgotten the umbrella. He made several trips back and forth. Initially, with plenty of time to spare, including a visit to the piano shop, he found that by the time he arrived, it was already close to the end of class. Following the principle of since I'm here, he still wanted to see how Bai conducted the lesson. The young lady at the reception desk of the piano studio was bent over, tidying up her bag, seemingly preparing to leave. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up at Chen Yao, her face adorned with a professional smile as she greeted him. Hello? Are you here to pick up a child? Chen Yao pressed his lips together, nodded with a smile. Sort of, he then inquired. Is Bai Ziyang, the teacher, upstairs? I came to bring him an umbrella. Chen Yao felt as though the receptionist's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. She quickly stood up and pointed towards the stairs, enthusiastically saying, Yes, yes, Teacher Bai is on the 2nd floor. You go up this way. And the classroom is the second one on the left. There are 10 minutes until class ends, so you can wait at the door. Chen Yao turned around and politely said thank you. Placing the umbrella on the nearby stand and carrying the bag containing shorts and flip-flops as he ascended the stairs. Standing in the corridor outside the classroom, he noticed a bulletin board with Bai Ziyang's profile photo. Through the glass on the door, he could clearly see Bai Ziyang's profile while teaching. Chen Yao found a sofa in the corridor to sit down. At that moment, the piano music inside suddenly ceased, and he could hear Bai Ziyang speaking with the student. Bai Ziyang said, Pay attention to the key signature of the piece, and also be mindful of the phrases in section A. The young boy's tender voice replied, Okay. Teacher Bai. Chen Yao tilted his head, peering through the window at the two figures, one large and one small. The boy looked up at Bai Ziyang, and the older boy's tone was notably softer than usual. Bai Ziyang slightly lowered his head and said to the young boy, All right, let's finish this section before class ends. Now 1, 2, 3, go. Chen Yao observed as the boy placed his hands on the piano keys, looked up at Bai Ziyang, then back at the sheet music and quietly asked, Where to? Huh. Bai Ziyang thought he misheard. The boy, in a soft voice, repeated, Teacher Bai, where to? Bai Ziyang paused for a moment, then squinted his eyes and laughed, Haha. Nowhere. Chen Yao saw Bai Ziyang ruffle the boy's hair after he finished speaking. Bai Ziyang cheerfully said, You are just too adorable, haha, don't say go. I'll count 1, 2, 3, and we'll begin playing. The boy, evidently puzzled by the teacher's laughter, still focused earnestly on practicing from the sheet music. Through the window, Chen Yao noticed Bai Ziyang's eyes curving into a beautiful arc, his lips pressed together tightly as if suppressing laughter. Chen Yao couldn't help but laugh along. This was the first time since that phone call on Friday that he had seen Bai Ziyang so joyfully delighted. Chapter 86, Whatever Bai says is what goes. Bai Ziyang chatted with the boy's parent about the key points of practicing piano. After they finished, the boy sweetly bid farewell. Goodbye, Teacher Bai. Bai Ziyang escorted the child to the corridor, only then noticing Chen Yao sitting on the sofa. Chen Yao rested his arm on the back of the chair and mimicked the boy's tone to greet him. Teacher Bai, you've worked hard. Bai Ziyang smiled and said, Yao team, I am sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Chen Yao handed him the bag he was holding and asked with a smile, Teacher Bai, where's the restroom? It's pouring outside, and I need to change into shorts before heading out. Bai Ziyang pressed his lips together before saying, Yao team, don't, huh? Chen Yao didn't understand. Bai Ziyang continued, just call me by my name. Being addressed as Teacher Bai felt rather awkward. Chen Yao realized this, chuckling softly, Haha, as you wish, whatever Bai Bai says goes. Bai Ziyang opened his mouth, then closed it again, taking a moment before saying, Yao team, why don't you go sit in the classroom for a while? It's cooler in there. I'll come once I change. Chen Yao initially thought to say, I'll step out. You can change here, but upon glancing at the window lacking curtains, he swallowed his words. Once Bai Ziyang left, Chen Yao casually glanced around the piano room. Inside, there was a piano, a bookshelf cluttered with old sheet music, and a guitar standing in the corner. Aside from that, there was the sofa he was sitting on and the coffee table in front of him. Chen Yao noticed several sheet music books with Bai Ziyang's name written on them. He randomly opened one, finding it filled with dense notes. When Bai Ziyang returned after changing, he saw Chen Yao holding a sheet of music and asked as he tidied up the sheets used during the day, Yao team, did you learn piano when you were young? Chen Yao closed the book upon his return and replied, No, this is making my head spin. Bai Ziyang smiled. You should come and learn for fun sometime. Chen Yao, straightening up the books on the shelf, replied, I'll come by to listen to you play sometime. By the time they finished tidying up the piano room, it was nearly 6:30. Most of the teachers at the piano studio had left, and dusk was gradually setting in. The rain outside grew heavier as Bai Ziyang descended the stairs. He was rummaging through his bag for the keys to lock the studio door. Just as he touched the keychain, he noticed the receptionist Xiaoxi had not yet left. Xiaoxi, why are you? He began. But before he could finish his sentence, his foot suddenly slipped. Be careful. Chen Yao, startled, quickly reached out to steady Bai Ziyang's arm. Bai Ziyang turned back to say thank you, then finished his earlier question. Xiaoxi, why are you still here? The young lady at the reception tilted her head, watching the two from upstairs, a mysterious smile on her face. Just finished tidying up. Getting ready to leave as they passed the reception, Chen Yao nodded at Xiaoxi in greeting, then turned to Bai Ziyang and whispered, Bye-bye, did you just bump your foot? Bai Ziyang glanced down at his heel, quietly replying, I'm fine, just slipped a bit. After saying this, he turned to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, it's raining outside. You should go ahead. I'll lock the door. Chen Yao took out his phone, wanting to check the time. Out of the corner of his eye, he happened to see Xiaoxi bending down to push a small folding umbrella into a cabinet, closing the cabinet door without hesitation. He then turned to Bai Ziyang and said, Teacher Bai, I didn't bring an umbrella. Could you lend me one? Xiaoxi turned her head and saw Chen Yao staring at her, giving him a playful wink as she slung her bag over her shoulder. Realizing this, Chen Yao smirked and pretended to look at his phone. Chapter 88. More pure than Tetra Pak. Chen Yao felt as if salt had just been sprinkled on a wound. Chen Yao felt dissatisfied and quickly took a knife to scratch at it. Bai Ziyang's hand holding the umbrella involuntarily trembled slightly before he quickly composed himself, pretending not to hear as he focused on the road. Chen Yao cleared his throat a couple of times. That girl talks without a filter. I'll tell her later it was inappropriate. Huh. Bai Ziyang didn't immediately grasp the context of the offense. Chen Yao, realizing this, quickly laughed. No, she just likes to make those kinds of jokes. Don't take it to heart. Perhaps it was the dim street lights, but Chen Yao suddenly noticed that the entire area around Bai Ziyang's left ear was flushed. Bai Ziyang then said, It's fine. You guys continue your conversation. Chen Yao actually wanted to tease him a bit, but seeing Bai Ziyang's ears redden like that, he couldn't bring himself to do it. If the child was already shy about hearing something like using a condom, what would he think if he knew what Chen Yao was currently contemplating? Chen Yao licked his lips, took a few steps, and then raised his phone to reply to Chen Yao. This time he obediently typed the 12th. After a moment's thought, he added in the chat, Next time, don't use such crude language. You're a grown woman. What with all the condom talk? Upon reflection, witnessing Bai Ziyang's shy demeanor was quite amusing. So he deleted the message he had just typed. Chen Yao received the WeChat message. Chun San 2. Stop talking nonsense. I'm pure. Chun San 2. More pure than Tetra Pak. Upon completing the sending action, a young couple on an electric bike passed closely by, possibly utilizing the bicycle lane, which was overcrowded with vehicles at that moment. The boy maneuvered the e-bike onto the pedestrian walkway, while the girl, seated behind him, raised her hands high to shield him from the rain with an umbrella. In the midst of a torrential downpour and gusty winds, the boy rode swiftly, causing the umbrella to tilt awkwardly. Bai Ziyang, previously preoccupied with concerns over Chen Yao's messages, failed to notice the bike lane on his left. He endeavored to guide Chen Yao inward toward the sidewalk, only to coincidentally encounter the electric bike. When Chen Yao noticed the approaching vehicle, he instinctively pulled Bai Ziyang closer to avoid a collision. However, He was unable to evade in time, and the tip of the girl's umbrella struck his face, leaving a deep gash. Presumably, the plastic clip at the edge of the umbrella had misaligned, exposing the metal wire of the frame, resulting in a long streak of blood marring his visage. With his hand steadying himself, Bai Ziong gently grasped Chen Yao's shoulder and inquired, "Yao, are you all right?" The streetlight cast a dim glow, compelling Bai Ziong to lean in closer to discern the situation. "I'm fine," Chen Yao replied, hastily wiping the cut with the back of his hand. He tugged Bai Ziong slightly toward the roadway, raising his hand to retrieve the umbrella. "Allow me." Yet, Bai Ziong insisted, stepping a few paces outward, furrowing his brow as he cautioned Chen Yao, "You've cut your face. Bear with it, we must find a pharmacy." Chen Yao, unfazed by the minor injury, noted the familiar tone in Bai Ziong's frowning demeanor, reminiscent of the time when the little wolf dog had sternly told him to get lost. The expression was one of a brooding nature, yet the umbrella was intentionally tilted towards Chen Yao. While waiting for the traffic light to change, Bai Ziong leaned closer to inspect the wound, asking, "Does it hurt?" Chen Yao nearly forgot the injury, having just stolen glances at the object of his affection moments earlier. He quickly shifted his expression, feigning a pitiful tone. "It stings a bit now. Perhaps it grazed the flesh." Bai Ziong turned slightly, lifting Chen Yao's face toward the light, stating, "There's a pharmacy at the entrance of the community. Let us buy some alcohol to apply later." He then meticulously examined other areas, asking, "Is there any other damage?" The area where Chen Yao was touched felt heated, and he worried that his skin might betray him by turning red, leading Bai Ziong to suspect something. He quickly averted his gaze, but to Bai Ziong, it appeared as though the pain was severe. Additionally, the fine streaks of blood were blown by the wind, further exaggerating the impression of a serious injury. As the green light illuminated, Bai Ziong, anxious about potential collisions, held the umbrella with one hand while grasping Chen Yao's arm with the other, guiding him across the crosswalk. Chen Yao felt elated. The man he admired was undeniably manly. As they traversed halfway across the street, Chen Yao felt somewhat uneasy. He considered releasing Bai Ziong's hand to walk independently but feared that he might lose the chance to be pulled along again, making it difficult to part. Ding dong, ding dong. Bai Ziong extinguished the umbrella under the eaves of the pharmacy and pushed the door open, holding it for Chen Yao as he stated, "Yao, you first." Afterward, he shook off some raindrops from the umbrella before stepping inside. Chen Yao gleefully squeezed into the pharmacy and addressed the girl behind the counter. "Hello, may I have some iodine and cotton swabs?" "Please?" The girl turned to retrieve the iodine, casually asking, "What happened to you?" "It was the umbrella tip." "Could you take a look?" Bai Ziong interjected, placing the umbrella down and approaching with a frown. The girl retrieved a cotton swab from the disinfection box and dabbed it against the blood, wiping away the streak. Noting the wound was somewhat deep, she discarded the used swab, advising, "Make sure to disinfect it regularly. It should heal in a couple of days." Bai Ziong leaned closer, examining the wound under the light, and after completing the payment through Alipay, he stowed the iodine and cotton swabs into his bag. Concerned, he asked, "Do you need any anti-inflammatory medication?" The girl, noticing Bai Ziong's attractive demeanor, responded with ample patience. "Don't worry, try to keep it dry. The heat can lead to infections, so just be cautious." Chen Yao, grinning as he watched Bai Ziong, felt a sense of joy. "All right," Chen Yao said, patting Bai Ziong's shoulder and nudging him toward the exit. "Quickly go home and treat your brother's wound." After grabbing the umbrella, he turned back to the pharmacy girl, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Upon entering the community, Bai Ziong changed into slippers and placed the alcohol on the coffee table, declaring, "Yao, I bought some noodles a couple of days ago. Let us prepare a cold noodle dish for dinner. You should take a shower first, and I'll apply the medication afterward." With rain and mud soaking his shoes, Chen Yao bent down to retrieve the slippers they both wore outside, rinsing them clean under the showerhead in the bathroom. Passing by the mirror, he caught a glimpse of himself, grinning widely. "Goodness, the little wolf dog is quite the charmer. I could certainly enjoy more of this." After finishing the noodles, Chen Yao worried that Bai Ziong might catch a chill from the rain while holding the umbrella and insisted he shower first. Chen Yao sat on the living room carpet, tilting his head back as Bai Ziong, seated on the sofa, leaned down to apply the medication. "Ouch, bye-bye. It hurts." Every cotton swab seemed to elicit a yelp from Chen Yao. Bai Ziong hesitated to apply too much pressure, cautiously advising, "Yao, it's warm. Infections can occur in hot weather, so please endure it." He then leaned in closer, gently blowing on the wound, applying iodine little by little. Chen Yao felt a tightening sensation in his abdomen due to the warmth. Struggling to maintain composure, he reached for the cotton swab, hoarsely stating, "Bye-bye. Let me do it myself." He then picked up the iodine and cotton swab. Standing to head toward the bathroom, Bai Xiong assumed that he had unintentionally caused Chen Yao pain, following him cautiously to the bathroom door, observing as Chen Yao applied the iodine while looking into the mirror. Chen Yao braced himself against the sink, noticing Bai Xiong's guilty expression in the reflection. Whispering an apology to himself, he chuckled inwardly. "How dare I accept your apology? I'm the one who had improper thoughts. I should be the one apologizing to you." Turning to Bai Xiong, he reassured Bai, "I'm just teasing you. I'm really fine." Bai Xiong maintained a serious expression, saying it was my fault for not watching the bike. "What is wrong with you, little one?" Chen Yao switched off the bathroom light to prevent Bai Xiong from seeing him. "I told you it's not your fault. Hurry back to your room and get some sleep." Bai Xiong, noticing a few droplets of blood seeping from the wound, cautioned, "Yao, be careful not to rub it while sleeping tonight. Turn gently." "Understood." Chen Yao, caught up in the moment, blurted out, "If you're worried, why not sleep with me?" Bai Xiong pondered briefly, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll grab a pillow." By the time Bai Xiong reached the doorway to his room, Chen Yao regained his composure, stammering, Bye. Wait." Bai Xiong, his hand resting on the doorknob, replied, Never mind, I'm a restless sleeper. You shouldn't come over, I'll be careful." Chen Yao observed Bai Xiong's worried expression, fearing he might actually follow him in. He quickly devised a plan, asking, "Are you off tomorrow?" The topic shifted abruptly. Bai Xiong hesitated before confirming, "Yes." Chen Yao mischievously suggested, "It's been ages since I last watched a movie. Would you accompany me tomorrow, little one?" Bai Xiong glanced at Chen Yao, slightly troubled. "Yao, I'm sorry to make you go out of your way. How about we share an umbrella?" Chen Yao suppressed a smile, pretending to ponder before nodding. "All right." He retrieved a slightly larger umbrella from the nearby rack, handing it to Bai Xiong, playfully remarking, "Xiaoxi, right? Be careful on the way." After checking the front desk's power supply, the two of them grabbed their backpacks and headed out. Bai Xiong secured his bag on his back with one hand while pushing the door open with the other. A strong gust of wind slammed the door inward, causing Bai Xiong to momentarily lose grip. Fortunately, as Chen Yao bent down to retrieve his phone, he noticed it and supported the glass door with his elbow, preventing it from bouncing back and hitting Bai Xiong. With his phone and a dripping umbrella in hand, Chen Yao rummaged through his pockets before realizing that the basketball shorts he had changed into had no pockets. After extracting his clothes from the bag, it felt rather deflated, and the zipper became challenging to pull. Once Bai Xiong locked the door, Chen Yao turned and said, "Bye, could you hold my phone for me?" Bai Xiong accepted the phone and adjusted his backpack to the front, placing his phone in the same compartment. Chen Yao opened the umbrella and glanced at Bai Xiong awkwardly, hesitating before finally speaking. Bye. The umbrella Xiaoxi took was a bit bigger. "Let us make do with this one." Chen Yao once spoke about a guest living far away. After exiting the subway station, he encountered a torrential downpour and impulsively purchased a cheap transparent umbrella at the entrance. With only 2 umbrellas at home, it would suffice for him and Xiaoxi to share the sturdier 24-ribbed one. The remaining transparent umbrella, however, was rather cramped for 2 tall individuals standing at around 1.8 meters. Outside, the rain showed no signs of abating. Chen Yao stood beneath the steps, tilting the umbrella towards Bai Xiong, and turned to him, saying, "Let us go." After walking a short distance, Chen Yao noticed Bai Xiong suppressing a grin and playfully inquired, "What is so funny?" Bai Xiong, still chuckling, recounted, "Earlier in class, I prompted a child to begin playing the piano, saying let's go. The little one, adorable as ever, asked me where we were going." Bai Xiong couldn't help but laugh again after sharing his story. Chen Yao, towering over Bai Xiong by 5 centimeters, slightly lowered his head to catch a glimpse of his fluttering eyelashes and sparkling eyes. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips curved into an aesthetically pleasing arc. As they passed under a streetlight, the dim warm glow cast tiny shadows on Bai Xiong's profile. Suddenly, Chen Yao felt an overwhelming urge to draw closer. His throat tightened as he forced a smile and murmured softly before abruptly turning away. Fortunately, at that moment, his phone vibrated within his bag, and the dim lighting prevented Bai Xiong from noticing. Bai Xiong took out his phone to check the time, which read 18:50. Then, still vibrating, he handed the phone to Chen Yao, saying, "Yao team, it's a call." Chen Yao accepted the phone and glanced at the screen. Just as he was about to answer, the call was disconnected. WeChat displayed. You have a new message. Chen Yao used his left hand to unlock the screen and opened the chat box labeled Mother Night Demon. The voice message played automatically through the phone's speaker, and the cacophony of noise faded into the background before Chen Yao's voice pierced through, demanding, Chan San 2, when is your little sister coming to visit? Chen Yao quickly lowered the volume and pressed the phone to his ear to listen again. Muttering a curse under his breath, he then brought the phone to his lips to respond. I'll ask. He turned to Bai Ziyang and asked, Bye-bye. That? Bai Ziyang grinning asked, Is it Chen Yao? Sounds like her. Yes, Chen Yao replied, observing Bai Ziyang's expression. Noting he seemed unclear about the conversation, he continued, Mother Night Demon is asking when my sister and Bu Yi are coming over. Bai Ziyang looked up, contemplating and said, The 12th. Ziyi finishes summer camp on the 10th, and Bu Zi plans to book a ticket for the 12th as well. All right, Chen Yao tilted his head, noticing raindrops splattering onto Bai Ziyang's shoulder. He nudged the umbrella toward him, saying, Let her know later. Just as he finished speaking, WeChat notifications chimed in with 2 more messages. Chen Yao glanced down, attempting to silence his phone, but fumbling for the mute button proved challenging. Bai Ziyang, noticing his struggle, softly offered, Let me handle it. He reached for the umbrella in Chen Yao's hand. Chen Yao was still engrossed with his phone when Bai Ziyang's hand brushed against his, causing a jolt of surprise that made the umbrella tremble. He quickly looked up at the person beside him. I meant to say, if you need to reply to something, I can hold the umbrella. Bai Ziyang stammered, retracting his hand awkwardly. Chen Yao realized his reaction was a bit too intense and, unsure of how to decline, simply replied, Okay. He shifted his hand upward, relinquishing the umbrella to Bai Ziyang. With the umbrella now in Bai Ziyang's possession, Chen Yao steeled himself to unlock his phone and check the messages. The first message from the Mother Night Demon read, San 2, how is it going with your bye-bye? The second message followed, San 2, have you 2 kissed? After so long, you haven't even held hands? In the voice message, Chen Yao exaggeratedly inhaled and continued, Our beastly Chan San 2, you can't be serious. Sharing a room at such a tender age, this question is just too tricky. Each query felt like salt sprinkled on Chen Yao's wounds. Impatiently, he moved the phone away from his ear, and within the confines of the small umbrella. The amplified voice of Chen Yao echoed, Make sure, make sure, make sure. She repeated the phrase thrice, Be sure to wear it. Chapter 90. Thoughts on Monday. Chen Yao left home half an hour earlier than usual. After finishing basketball practice, he returned, as per routine, with breakfast for Bai Ziyang. While waiting for the elevator, he glanced at his phone and noted it was still before 8 o'clock, a time when Bai Ziyang was typically still asleep. Upon entering the house, he instinctively placed the breakfast on the dining table and covered it with a cloth. Then, he headed to his room to grab a t-shirt, intending to take a shower before waking Bai Ziyang for breakfast. As he passed the dining table, he stretched and rubbed his sore shoulders, when suddenly he heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. He turned to look towards the bedroom, where Bai Ziyang's door was wide open, with the blankets neatly folded inside. Chen Yao approached the bathroom door and knocked, asking Bai, Are you up? Inside, the sound of water continued intermittently, and Bai Ziyang replied loudly, Yao team, you're back? I'll be done shortly. Chen Yao reassured him, no rush, and turned back to the kitchen to boil water. Just as he finished setting the breakfast on the table, Bai Ziyang emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. The bathroom was still steaming, and the scent of mint shampoo wafted through the air. Chen Yao whistled in admiration, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. You're up early today. Come and eat breakfast. The teacher qualification exam's written portion was scheduled for October, and Bai Ziyang intended to catch up on his studies during the summer break while he had the time. Bai Ziyang casually tousled his hair with his hand, draping the towel over the back of a chair before sitting down. I plan to watch a movie tonight, so I wanted to get ahead and finish a chapter for the teacher qualification. Chen Yao pushed the breakfast towards him, saying, No need to rush. Focus on your studies first. If you run late, Bai Ziyang, not waiting for him to finish, looked up earnestly and said, I'll make it in time. I read quickly. After all, it was a hard-won opportunity, and he wouldn't easily forego it. In truth, Chen Yao had intended to convey that they could always go later if needed. So, you're that eager to accompany your brother to the movies? Chen Yao propped himself on the table, grinning mischievously as he asked. Bai Ziyang took out a carton of soy milk, inserted a straw, and pushed it towards Chen Yao, softly stating, thinking. Huh? Chen Yao fiddled with the plastic bag, not paying much attention. Bai Ziong looked directly at him and reiterated, thinking, I want to watch it with you. The kettle in the kitchen released a pop as it switched off, leaving only the sound of boiling water bubbling in the room. Chen Yao suppressed his laughter and stared intently into Bai Ziong's eyes, feeling the veins on his forehead pulse irregularly. Chen Yao was accustomed to expressing his feelings through humor, allowing himself enough space to decide on the most suitable course of action. Bai Ziong, on the other hand, had grown up witnessing the hypocrisy and suspicion among his closest family members, leading him to strive to erase their influence from his own life. To strangers, he appeared sunny and gentle, or perhaps distant and indifferent. None of that mattered to him. He merely wished to break free from their shadows and pursue what he truly desired, articulating his emotions with precision so that those who cared for him would feel his concern. During their time together, he could clearly sense Chen Yao's care and indulgence. Free from the negative emotions stemming from his family, he cherished every mundane experience of work, meals, and conversations. Before he realized why, he simply voiced his genuine thoughts. Chen Yao, at that moment, wanted nothing more than to disregard everything and passionately kiss Bai Ziong, to have him sit on his lap and repeat the earlier sentiments 100 times over. All right, Chen Yao's voice came out slightly hoarse as he ruffled Bai Ziong's damp hair before saying, let us eat breakfast first. I'll take a shower. With that, he picked up the clothes he had draped over the chair and stepped into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. After finishing breakfast, Bai Ziong completed half a set of practice questions in the living room while Chen Yao emerged from the bathroom. Chen Yao, holding a towel to dry his hair, encountered Bai Ziong, who was gazing intently at the bathroom door. Turning back, he asked, what is up? Bai Ziong stretched his sore neck and replied, I was worried you hadn't tea-washed up and might feel dizzy from skipping breakfast. You should eat first. I'll throw the clothes in the washing machine, he offered. Bai Ziong rose promptly to head to the restroom for his clothes. Chen Yao, having just taken a bite of a fried dough stick, was startled into alertness by the remark. He immediately stood in the doorway, mumbling indistinctly, no, swallowing the morsel before continuing, I'll wash it myself. You hurry and focus on the questions. Observing Chen Yao's exaggerated reaction, Bai Ziong could only nod in acquiescence and resumed his study. Chen Yao, seeing him pick up a pen, settled back down, hastily finishing his breakfast and tidying up. He stood before the bathroom sink, washing the discarded underwear, and tossed the t-shirt he had changed out of into the washing machine on the balcony. As he passed through the living room, Bai Ziong looked up to see Chen Yao clutching the freshly washed underwear, and it dawned on him. His ears flushed crimson, and he quickly lowered his head to study. Chen Yao, noticing Bai Ziong's gaze fixed on the underwear, teasingly remarked, I wouldn't want to delay your studies. Next time, when you have the leisure, you can wash it for me. Seeing Bai Ziong bury his head deeper, he finally relented and fell silent. Chapter 91. Today is just not feasible. Chen Yao returned to his room to fetch his laptop, squeezing a small space on the carpet next to Bai Ziong. During the intervals of graphic design, he would occasionally break the silence with trivial inquiries like, are you thirsty? Or are you hungry? Stealing glances at the youthful and spirited Bai Ziong. When the lunch delivery arrived, Chen Yao was searching for a cup to pour water into. The doorbell rang loudly, and he scurried to answer the intercom. Hello, your delivery. Chen Yao unlocked the corridor door for the delivery person and returned to the dining table to wait for him to ride the elevator up. Yao Dui, phone, Bai Ziong, fearing Chen Yao hadn't heard, shifted his numb legs and stood up to call out again. Yao Dui, phone. Chen Yao leaned out halfway, asking bye-bye. What's up? Bai Ziong raised his ringing phone and informed him, voice call. Hold on, my legs are numb. Voice? You answer it on speaker, Chen Yao replied, grabbing the filled water cup and heading toward the living room. Hello. Yao, what are you up to? Do you have plans tonight? It was Director G from Dream. His deep voice unmistakable. Ji Gu, what's the matter? Bai Ziong responded, as Chen Yao leaned over to pass the water cup to him. Clearing his throat, he added, I'm going to the movies with Bai Ziong. Oh, look at you. Young man, making progress. I was wondering why it's been so hard to get you to company gatherings lately, Director G teased, surrounded by a group of people who joined in the banter. Yao, you're the last one we need for dinner tonight. It'd be quite unfair if you don't come. Chen Yao glanced at Bai Ziong, who was still massaging his foot. He addressed the phone, saying, please don't laugh at me. I'll definitely come next time. This was a hard-won arrangement, but today is just not feasible. Director G, fully aware of Chen Yao's nature, chided the group nearby, get lost, you lot. Instead of wasting energy, why not learn from Ah Yao and show me a proper romance? After Jigu finished, he spoke into the receiver. All right, don't mind these little brats. Take your bye-bye out to have some fun. He continued later, we're heading to the Voice. See if your bye-bye would like to join us for a few songs. Before he could finish, Chun Yao swiftly pressed the speakerphone off, raising the phone to his ear, and whispered, brother, the speaker is still on. Please don't set me up. Just then, the delivery person called from the door. Hello? Your delivery has arrived. Chun Yao sprang up to fetch the takeout, hanging up the call. He cast several glances at Bai Ziyang seated in the living room, and after laying out all the takeout boxes, he called out, bye-bye. Are your legs still numb? Come eat first. Bai Ziyang seemed somewhat lost in thought. At that moment, he overlooked terms like your family and date, focusing instead on the significance of Chun Yao introducing him to his work-related brother. This was akin to Bui introducing his friend to his mother, saying, Mom, this is my buddy, Bai Ziyang. For Bai Ziyang, this was a matter of great importance. Chun Yao sat across from him at the dining table, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, bye-bye. Jigu loves to joke. Don't take it to heart. After saying this, he felt regret, thinking it might have been better left unsaid. Bai Ziyang responded with a simple before suggesting, since you have a company gathering, let's go to the movies another day. That's not acceptable, Chun Yao insisted, putting down his chopsticks and sitting up straight. We had already agreed. Bai Ziyang looked at him. Next Monday is also fine. Chun Yao firmly replied, not acceptable. Then will you accompany me to KTV? Chun Yao tentatively asked, adding, we'll watch a movie and have dinner first and afterward. You can come with me to find them, all right? Bai Ziyang patiently reasoned, I don't know anyone there. It's a rare company gathering. You should enjoy it with them. Chun Yao picked up his chopsticks. Be obedient. The food will get cold. Let us eat first. Bai Ziyang checked the time on his phone, quickly wolfing down a few bites before stating, I'll finish this chapter, and we'll head out early for the afternoon show. Typically, at this hour, Bai Ziyang would be napping, but today he pushed through, as Chun Yao urged him to rise several times, only to be met with I'm not sleepy as an excuse to stay put. After washing his face midway, he finally completed the week's required tasks, and his afternoon fatigue dissipated. By the time they arrived at the cinema, Bai Ziyang was bursting with energy. Chapter 92. Timing, Location, and Compatibility in the cinema lobby. The screen showcased trailers for the latest blockbuster films. Chun Yao turned to Bai Ziyang and asked, Bye-bye, which one do you want to see? I am fine with anything, Bai Ziyang replied, tilting his neck slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He caught sight of a promotional stand at the entrance and, after a moment of contemplation, turned his gaze away. Chun Yao followed his line of sight to find the poster for the soon-to-be-retired Harry Potter film. He inquired, Bye-bye, would you like to watch Harry Potter again? Bai Ziyang shook his head. Chun Yao reminisced, I used to love renting tapes to watch at home when I was a kid. I've almost forgotten about it. A couple passed by, and the girl playfully coaxed, Brother, will you accompany me to see Fantastic Beasts first? Then we can watch Mechanic, pretty please. Her sweet, sticky voice sent shivers down Chun Yao's spine. He shifted slightly to create distance between Bai Ziyang and the couple before asking, Bye-bye, do you want to see Mechanic or Fantastic Beasts? Which just came out. Bai Ziyang had no particular attachment to the films, simply stating, Yao Dui. I'm fine with anything. You choose what you want to watch. Chun Yao turned slightly again, glancing at the poster by the entrance. With a smile, he proposed, then how about we watch Harry Potter once more? Bye-bye? Uncertain if it was just his imagination, Chun Yao thought he saw a glimmer of excitement in Bai Ziyang's eyes when he nodded. And he appeared happier than when they first arrived. The ticket attendant announced, $3.50. Harry Potter is now checking tickets. $3.50. Harry Potter is now checking tickets. Chun Yao picked up the 2 cups of soda he had grabbed when purchasing the tickets, and Bai Ziyang followed closely behind with a bucket of popcorn. Since Harry Potter had been out for a while, the line was not long. After they collected their 3D glasses, it took only a few minutes to find Theater 6. Before entering, Chun Yao, concerned about finding their seats, quickened his pace to lead the way. Just a few steps in, a large hand grasped his arm. The force of the grip slightly deformed the soda lid, nearly spilling the drink. Bai Ziyang cautioned, be careful on the stairs. He took one of the cups from Chun Yao's hand and quietly added, Yao Dui, it's a bit dark inside. Hold on to me and watch your step. At that moment, Chun Yao remembered his persona as someone who was afraid of the dark and mentally scolded himself. You're afraid of the dark. Why act tough? He instinctively wrapped his arm around Bai Ziyang's waist, saying, Bye-bye, walk slowly. Bai Ziyang felt a bit out of sorts. The thin summer clothing combined with the cinema's cool air made him feel somewhat stiff. Ultimately, he was the one who suggested needing someone to hold on to. And now to refuse would feel excessively awkward. Chen Yao could sense Bai Ziyang's discomfort. Why worry about appearances when he could enjoy a bit of closeness? Two individuals found their seats, and a few scattered audience members trickled in. Chen Yao tilted his head for a glance, only to see a plethora of empty seats surrounding him. He stared at the hand that had just encircled his waist and sighed inwardly. Though the timing and setting were fortuitous, the harmony between them was lacking. Such a pity. As the film began, Chen Yao turned to speak, but Bai Ziyang had already donned his 3D glasses. Throughout the film, aside from Chen Yao proactively offering popcorn and cola midway, the only exchange between them was a simple thank you from Bai Ziyang. Chen Yao mused that perhaps he had overstepped. Wrapping his arm around Bai Ziyang's waist might have been too forward, leaving the younger man feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Was it possible that the film choice was poor? Or perhaps he was merely regretting his impulsive actions? As the movie approached its conclusion, Chen Yao had resolved to apologize once they exited, even considering drafting a written promise if necessary. The iconic Harry Potter theme resonated as the credits rolled, and the cleaning lady began urging the audience to exit before the hall lights illuminated. Bai Ziyang, holding his 3D glasses, assisted Chen Yao in gathering the cups of cola and popcorn, then stood and said, "Let's go." Chen Yao, momentarily stunned, followed him to the exit, thinking to himself, what a farce. It seemed he could no longer charm his way back into Bai Ziyang's good graces. Bai Ziyang called out a couple of times, "Yao Dui," before Chen Yao finally realized the commotion inside was overwhelming. Prompting them to step outside, Bai Ziyang grasped Chen Yao's wrist, guiding him down the steps in front of the large screen. They navigated past the sound system and turned into a somewhat quieter corridor. Still a dim distance from the theater's entrance, Bai Ziyang gently shook Chen Yao's wrist and inquired, "Yao Dui, are you all right? Feeling a bit dizzy?" "Oh, no. You?" Chen Yao struggled to respond. Bai Ziyang took the trash bag and glasses from Chen Yao, turning to say, "I called out to you back there, but you didn't hear me. Dio, you want to wash your face? The air might have been stuffy, but I'm fine," Chen Yao said, looking down at the hand still holding his wrist, and smiled. "I feel much better now." Was the movie enjoyable? Just as they reached the theater's entrance, the light flooding and illuminated Bai Ziyang's face, revealing his charming smile and two adorable canine teeth. "It was great," he replied, casually tossing the trash into a bin. He continued, "I never got to watch Harry Potter when I was younger. I lived at my uncle's and missed the opportunity. I watched a bit when my cousin rented DVDs at home, but we never finished them." Bai Ziyang chuckled softly. "This is the first time I've watched a complete film." Upon hearing this childhood snippet, Chen Yao felt a pang of sympathy imagining little Bai Ziyang living elsewhere. As he turned, Bai Ziyang was smiling at him, saying, "Chen Yao, thank you." Chapter 93. Heartache. In those years, Bai Ming often had to take Bai Ma for medical appointments out of town, leaving Bai Ziyang and Bai Zihe in the care of their uncle and aunt. Their grandmother was a strong-willed woman. While she was concerned for her daughter, she also looked down upon the Bai family circumstances. Consequently, the siblings frequently stayed at their uncle's home. One weekend, after returning from their uncle's, Zihe desperately wished to finish watching Harry Potter, which her cousin had rented while they were helping with chores. She asked if she could also rent it from the video store to watch at home. Bai Ma responded, "Finish watching Digimon on demand first, then hurry to your homework." He protested, "Why not? Why can my cousin watch at home, but I cannot?" Bai Ma, in frustration, slapped Zihe across the face, exclaiming, "What right do you have to ask why?" From that moment on, neither of them ever uttered the words why again. As time passed, they learned that in this world, there was never truly a why. Everything was predetermined by fate. Before meals, they helped serve dishes at their uncle's table. When their younger cousins watched DVDs, they ensured the little ones did not disrupt the adults. While their uncle's family enjoyed the new air conditioning in the bedroom, the siblings cleaned the living room floor, earning praise like, "Ziyang and Zihe are so well behaved, and you two are too lazy. Look how diligent your older siblings are." For a long time afterward, Bai Ziyang grew averse to receiving compliments. Everyone, including Bai Ming, often reminded them, "You must be understanding. Your mother is gravely ill and cannot be upset. Only by being obedient and studying hard can you repay her." In truth, Bai Ziyang had always wanted to watch Harry Potter as well, and he longed to ask why, but that slap had been too loud. It silenced all his thoughts. Over time, he tried to forget that longing. "Hey, Was the movie enjoyable? Chen Yao asked, resting his chin on his hand as they awaited their meal. He had another question lingering on his lips. Why did Bai Xiang say there was no opportunity? Just as he was about to voice it, he swallowed the words, "It was great. I remember Harry catching the quaffle and Dumbledore's long beard." Bai Xiang rambled on for quite a while. Chen Yao cleaned his utensils and poured lemon water for him, casually asking, "Did you watch it a bit when you were younger?" "Thank you, Yao Dui." Bai Xiang accepted the cup, taking a gentle sip. "I did it. I lived at my uncle's, and my cousin often rented DVDs, but Zihe and I were sometimes needed to help with chores, so we didn't get the chance to watch the entire film." After finishing, he took another sip of water. Though Chen Yao had never experienced living at someone else's home, he understood it was a difficult situation. Just the thought of young Xiang helping his sister clean the floor in the living room tugged at his heart. Chen Yao pulled out his phone, resisting the urge to press further on the matter he was eager to know about. Instead, he continued, "What about the later films? Did you not finish those either?" Bai Xiang nodded. I didn't really think about them much. Maybe I'll watch them on the computer when I have time." Chapter 94. You drink. The server brought the dishes to their table. Chen Yao served him a piece of rib. "All right, let's eat first. Are you tired? Do you want to accompany me to the office later?" Bai Xiang nodded. "Sure, your director mentioned it. It would be impolite not to go." Chen Yao's heart melted at his words, yearning to pull him into an embrace. They dined, time flew by, and soon Chen Yao stood to settle the bill, sending a message to his director to inform him they were heading to the KTV. Inside the private room, the lively group of young colleagues, who were usually full of energy at work, were now scheming to playfully tease the newcomer. Having received numerous hints from Director Ji, they eagerly planned to ply Chen Yao's boyfriend with drinks. After all, they were merely young professionals with a year or two of experience, and Chen Yao had interacted with many in his father's circle, leading to no generational gap. "Welcome, a warm welcome." As Chen Yao and Bai Xiang entered, they were immediately surrounded by a chorus of colleagues holding microphones and shouting greetings. Just as they opened the door and adjusted to the sound system and dazzling lights, Chen Yao instinctively pulled Bai Xiang closer, eliciting a wave of playful shushing and laughter from the crowd. Bai Xiang, adjusting to the lights, greeted everyone. "Hello, I'm Bai Xiang." Xiao Chao, a graphic designer who often worked closely with Chen Yao, chimed in, "It's Bai. Right? We know." Chen Yao playfully thumped Xiao Chao on the shoulder, chuckling, "What do you know?" "Use his full name." "Hey, Yao, you're being overly protective," someone teased. "Since you're late, you both need to drink 3 cups as a punishment." Seeing Chen Yao's protective demeanor, others joined in the fun. Chen Yao led Bai Xiang to a sofa near the entrance, picked up the microphone, lowered the volume, and raised it to his lips, stating, "Let's agree on something today. The little one from the south can't handle alcohol, so you all better drink with me, Yao. You can't do that. Come on, as a Shandong native, you should have some shame saying that. We've never failed to get you drunk before. You've never gone overboard." As the group clamored, they pushed a full glass of beer toward Bai Xiang. Before he could even reach for it, Chen Yao swiftly took it for himself, downing it along with the 3 cups already poured on the table in one go. Bai Xiang leaned closer to Chen Yao and whispered, "Yao Dui, I can drink." Chen Yao smiled at him, the faint taste of beer lingering on his lips as he turned and said, "They're just playing around for a bit. If they drink too much, their stomachs will hurt. Just be obedient." Director Ji teased, "All right, Yao, save the whispers for later and drink your own." He then turned to Bai Xiang, "Little Bai, care to sing a song?" Chen Yao harbored concerns regarding Bai Xiang's temperament, fearing he might be reluctant to sing in such an environment. Instinctively, he remarked, "Ji Gu, we just arrived. Let's take a break. You all sing first, and after you finish, I'll join you." Xiao Chao peered out from in front of the sofa and teased, Yao, you can't be so protective of your little boyfriend. You won't let him drink, nor sing." Before he could finish, Chen Yao swiftly wrapped his arm around Bai Xiang's back and playfully slapped Xiao Chao on the shoulder. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Xiao Chao gaped in confusion, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the ongoing singing from their colleagues masked any possible awareness of the exchange. Seizing the opportunity to lift his glass and take a sip, Chen Yao discreetly glanced at Bai Xiang, relieved to see no significant reaction from him. Xiao Chao, recovering from his surprise, subtly nudged Chen Yao and mouthed, "Still not official." Chen Yao straightened up, gently removed Xiao Chao's hand from Bai Xiang's shoulder, and nodded in response, mouthing back, "Unrequited love." Xiao Chao, accustomed to making cheeky remarks, felt a wave of embarrassment hearing Chen Yao's innocent declaration of unrequited love. After conferring with those around him, he seized the microphone and announced, "Could I please request what kind of man are you?" Chen Yao, amused by Xiao Chao's antics, chose to ignore him and cheerfully asked Bai Ziyang, "Bye-bye, is there a song you'd like to sing?" "It's all right, you all sing. I'll just listen for a while, no need to mind me." Bai Ziyang replied. After a song concluded, Director Ji proposed a game. With the loser required to drink, a dozen young individuals formed a circle and selected a relatively simple game called 789. Noticing Bai Ziyang's confusion, Chen Yao leaned in and explained the rules. "Bye-bye. We take turns rolling the dice. If you roll a 3, 4, 5, or 6, you don't drink. Rolling a 7 means you pour into the communal cup." He gestured towards the large cup, continuing, "If you roll an 8, you drink half a cup. If you roll a 9, you must drink it all." After a moment's thought, he added, "Oh, and if you roll 2 ones, you can designate someone else to drink." Xiao Chao urged him, "All right, enough explaining. If you lose, you drink." "Ha ha, fine, fine." Chen Yao laughed in agreement to end the first round. When it was Bai Ziyang's turn, he rolled a 7 and added a small amount of liquor to the cup, only for Xiao Chao to follow up by rolling a 9 and drinking it all. The group chastised Bai Ziyang for being too generous in the second round. Everyone eagerly contributed to the communal cup, which soon brimmed with alcohol, as they awaited the unfortunate soul to roll a 9. Upon receiving the dice, Bai Ziyang rolled 2 ones but was unsure whom to designate. Amidst the teasing from those around him, suggesting he pick someone he disliked, Bai Ziyang glanced at Chen Yao, seeking guidance. Xiao Chao, ever the instigator, shouted, "Yes, let Ai Yao drink." Chen Yao chuckled and stood up to retrieve the communal cup, saying, "All right, I'll handle it." Just as he pulled the cup towards himself, Bai Ziyang interjected, moving the cup to Xiao Chao's side, insisting, "You drink." Xiao Chao reclined back on the sofa, exclaiming, "You can't conspire to bully me like this." Chen Yao cast a lingering gaze at Bai Ziyang's profile, which appeared softer in the dim light. He then joked, "Hurry up. Who told our Bai to have such good luck? You must drink." "All right, that's what you said." Xiao Chao feigned bravado, finishing his drink and declaring to the group, "You all witnessed this. They are the ones being unfair." He quickly coughed, realizing the implications of his words. The others, hearing this, exchanged knowing glances and chuckled at Bai Ziyang, who was blushing slightly. Xiao Chao continued, "This is their fault for being inconsiderate, and the rest of you will make sure I get my revenge." As fate would have it, during games, the dreaded bad luck often followed certain phrases. Ever since Chen Yao had mentioned, "Our Bai has good luck," nothing seemed to go right in the third round. Xiao Chao rolled a 7, and Bai Ziyang rolled a 9. Chen Yao drank the contents of the cup in the fourth round. Xiao Ping rolled 2 ones and designated Chen Yao to drink. In the fifth round, Director Ji rolled 2 ones, choosing Bai Ziyang to drink. Despite Chen Yao's efforts to negotiate, he reluctantly snatched the cup from Bai Ziyang's hands and drank in the sixth round. Once again, Bai Ziyang rolled a 9, and after Chen Yao downed another cup for him, Bai Ziyang, feeling overwhelmed, pleaded, "Yao team, I have terrible luck. Please, no more rolling. Can I sing instead?" Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, Chen Yao gently pinched Bai Ziyang's cheek and whispered, "It's all right. This little bit of alcohol is nothing." Seated beside Chen Yao, Director Ji observed Bai Ziyang with a thoughtful expression before smiling and advising, "Ai Yao has a good tolerance for alcohol. There's no need to worry. If you wish to sing, go ahead. You can always return to play after a few songs." He then stood up, clearing the path for Bai Ziyang. Concerned for his well-being, Chen Yao added, "There are fruit platters over there. After you sing, take a break and have some." Still feeling uneasy, he contemplated accompanying Bai Ziyang to the karaoke station. Director Ji, accustomed to Chen Yao's playful antics at work, was surprised to see him so attentive towards someone else. He urged Chen Yao to stay seated, rolling the dice while inquiring, "Is this little boyfriend of yours the one who gifted you the headphones?" Chen Yao nodded, affirming, "Yes." Director Ji, not shying away, remarked, "I just heard Xiao Chao say you two haven't made it official yet." Chen Yao glanced at the karaoke station, where Bai Ziyang was busy navigating the screen. Turning back, he replied, "What is there to make official? It's all quite uncertain, in my opinion. You should have a clear understanding. The young man is quite nice, but I doubt he remains oblivious to everything. Over time, you'll have to lay your cards on the table. When that time comes," Director Ji left his thought unfinished, but Chen Yao comprehended. "Ji Gu, I know. I've told you every lie, and you believe them all. Just as Chen Yao was about to finish his sentence, the sound system erupted with Bai Ziyang's melodious voice, captivating the crowd. Everyone paused their dice rolling, stunned by the sudden outburst of applause. Chen Yao's words hung in the air as he leaned forward, fixated on Bai Ziyang, who was singing on the high stool. Once the song concluded and the crowd gathered around to applaud, Chen Yao straightened up and confided in director Ji Gu. I just want to treat him well. I don't expect anything more. Director Ji lifted his glass, finishing its contents before saying, all right then, go listen to the song. Chen Yao took Bai Ziyang's used cup, filled it with mineral water, and settled beside him, cheerfully stating, bye-bye, that was wonderful. Here, have some water. He handed the cup to Bai Ziyang, who accepted it but was taken aback by the lingering scent of alcohol. He frowned slightly but chose to remain silent. As the alcohol began to take effect, the group engaged in light-hearted banter, raising their glasses in a toast to Chen Yisun, and then to everyone, declaring, to the greatness of love, by the third toast. Bai Ziyang discreetly seized Chen Yao's wrist and urged, Yao team, maybe, drink a little less? Chen Yao, feeling the dryness of his lips, licked them and playfully pinched Bai Ziyang's soft cheek, whispering, all right, as the saying goes. Smoke and drink go hand in hand. After consuming enough alcohol, the group of men relaxed and pulled out cigarettes to smoke. While Chen Yao didn't share their cravings, he occasionally indulged in a few at work to stay alert. As someone passed a cigarette to Bai Ziyang, he instinctively reached for it, but Chen Yao stopped him, saying, youngster, smoking is bad. You should cut back. Chen Yao took the lighter from Xiao Chao, lit his own cigarette, and took a deep drag before moving further away from Bai Ziyang to flick off the ash. After finishing one cigarette, Chen Yao felt it was time to take Bai Ziyang home to rest. He stood up to address the group, Jigu, I think I should take Bai home to rest. He has to wake up early for work tomorrow. All right, you all head back first. We'll wrap up shortly. Jigu replied, sitting up straight to greet Bai Ziyang. Xiao Bai, come along with Ayao next time. Bai Ziyang nodded in agreement, saying, sure, Jigu. We'll see you next time. As two individuals navigated the narrow passageway between the sofa and the coffee table, they exchanged greetings while gradually making their way outside. Chen Yao suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Bai Ziyang, who was trailing behind, uttered a quick warning of be careful, and immediately steadied him by the shoulder. Chen Yao had indeed consumed a fair amount of alcohol, yet he felt only a slight dizziness, not enough to impede his walking. It was evident that he had been tripped by some fool lounging on the sofa. Before he could utter a curse, Xiao Chao propped himself up from the backrest, his speech slightly slurred from drink, yet his mind remained remarkably clear. Oh dear, I see that Yao has had quite a bit to drink today. He might be in for some discomfort later. Bye-bye. You must take good care of him when we return. His words elicited a chorus of chuckles from the group sprawled out on the sofa, though it was unclear whether they truly understood or were merely amused by his intonation. Chen Yao found himself laughing in spite of his irritation, taking advantage of the dim lighting in the private room to discreetly lick his molars. Reflecting on how his brother was enduring for his sake, suppressing the urge to curse. Upon exiting the private room, the bright light outside dazzled Chen Yao, causing him to pause in place. Bai Ziyang approached, inquiring, are you all right? Chen Yao contemplated for a moment, realizing that he could hardly hold his liquor any longer, lest he cause the little puppy to worry unnecessarily. He turned and declared, bye-bye, I'm not drunk. Bai Ziyang replied twice with an affirmative I know, before adding, just hang in there. When we get back, I'll prepare some honey water for you. Chen Yao, observing the serious expression on the little puppy's face, playfully pinched his tender cheek, saying bye-bye. I truly am not drunk. In his distraction with Bai Ziyang's face, he failed to notice someone passing by, who, appearing quite tipsy, bumped into him without uttering an apology and continued on. Grumbling, Bai Ziyang rubbed Chen Yao's shoulder where he had been jostled and asked, does it hurt? Chen Yao, looking at Bai Ziyang's furrowed brow, felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling in his heart. Itching to press the boy against the wall and kiss him, he swallowed hard, resisting the surge of emotions within him, and after a prolonged silence, finally managed to croak out, it doesn't hurt. Chapter 96. Allowing him a moment outside the mall, a few scattered individuals awaited taxis to return home. Bai Ziyang placed his right hand gently on Chen Yao's waist, focusing on the screen of his phone in his left hand, occasionally glancing up to check the license plates of passing cars. The evening was uncomfortably warm. After only a few steps, they began to sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Yao team, You sit tight for a moment. I'll check if a car has arrived, Bai Ziong said, guiding him to the edge of a flower bed. He then added, somewhat anxiously, don't wander off. Call me if you're feeling unwell. Once someone is deemed drunk, any action they take may be interpreted as drunken antics, Chen Yao mused. Perhaps a curse had been placed upon him by some wronged soul from the past who had been unjustly accused of inebriation. Sitting at the flower bed's edge, Chen Yao gazed up at the boy under the street lamp, who was watching the cars pass by with a look of concern, occasionally glancing back at him. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Bai Ziong approached the curb, bending down to greet the driver of a taxi idling nearby. As he turned to return to Chen Yao, he accidentally bumped his nose against Chen Yao's chest. Are you all right, Bai? Chen Yao leaned down to check, gently rubbing Bai Ziong's reddened nose. Bai Ziong pinched his nose, taking a moment to regain his composure, and replied, I'm fine. Did I bump into you? He then raised his hand to touch Chen Yao's chest. Hey, Bai. Chen Yao quickly grasped his wrist and said, I'm fine. Let us get in the car first. He deliberately avoided Bai Ziong, seating himself in the front passenger seat. Throughout the ride, neither of them spoke. Chen Yao felt his reaction was perhaps a bit excessive. He wanted to explain but found it difficult to do so in the presence of others. It was only when Bai Ziong settled into the back seat that he realized he shouldn't have touched the boy's chest so casually. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. His face flushed crimson, a blush that lingered even after they entered the house. Yao team, he began, but the words twisted in his throat. You go wash up first. I'll boil some water with that. He headed towards the kitchen. Chen Yao noticed his awkwardness and said, Bye. I wasn't trying to avoid you just now. Bai Ziong, filling a pot with water, did not catch his words clearly and turned around to ask, What? Observing the fine sheen of sweat on Bai Ziong's nape, Chen Yao replied, Let us talk about it later. I'm going to shower first. Can you manage on your own? Bai Ziong asked, recalling how much Chen Yao had drunk. Otherwise, Chen Yao, catching the playful glint in his eyes, teased, Are you suggesting we shower together? Bai Ziong's face grew even redder at the implication. Seeing that Chen Yao was still in a cheeky mood, he shook his head, insisting, You go ahead and wash first. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yao would never allow him to wait unwashed while still sweaty. However, seeing the boy's flushed ears and knowing he had only just finished drinking, he felt it was only right to indulge him this once. In a flurry, Chen Yao hurriedly took a quick shower, emerging from the bathroom just as the kettle had yet to come to a boil. Yao team, how did you wash up so quickly? Bai Ziong inquired. Chen Yao urged him, You're still sweaty, hurry and take a shower. Bai Ziong, holding a cup, said, Let me pour you a glass of water. Drink it before you sleep? No need, the water hasn't boiled yet. Wait until you're done washing, Chen Yao replied, reclining on the sofa with his head resting on his arm. He watched as the little puppy entered the bathroom, turning off the lights in the living room. The entire room was left illuminated only by the glow seeping from the bathroom door. After a considerable time, Bai Ziong emerged, a towel draped around his neck, droplets of water cascading down from his hair. Upon spotting Chen Yao sprawled on the sofa, seemingly asleep, Bai Ziong quietly approached the kitchen, filled a cup with hot water, and stealthily made his way to the living room. Softly calling, Yao team. Chen Yao, eyes closed, felt a hand resting on his forehead before he could open his eyes. After drinking, his body temperature felt slightly elevated, and the coolness of the hand was a refreshing contrast. In that instant, as Bai Ziong prepared to withdraw his hand, Chen Yao's instincts took over. He grasped Bai Ziong's hand and pressed it back onto his forehead. Yao team, did I disturb you? Bai Ziong did not retract his hand, instead sitting cross-legged at the edge of the sofa. Without Chen Yao speaking, he realized his voice sounded hoarse. After clearing his throat, he asked, Have you finished washing? Bai Ziong softly inquired, Is your stomach upset? Would you like some water? Speaking in such dim light, their voices were quieter than usual. I'll drink later. My head feels a bit dizzy. Can you stay and chat with me for a while? Chapter 97. Not intentionally avoiding you after drinking, the journey had been tumultuous without feeling much, but now lying down, Chen Yao felt somewhat tipsy. He sensed the hand on his forehead move slightly as he nodded. Grasping the index finger gently, he said, Bye. I wasn't intentionally avoiding you just now. Bai Ziong lifted his other hand to check the temperature of the cup, momentarily confused. What? After a pause in the taxi, Chen Yao took a breath and continued, I didn't mean to avoid you. That is why I sat in the front. Oh, that? Bai Ziong suddenly recalled, "It's my fault. I was afraid of hurting you and shouldn't have touched you so carelessly." Before he could finish, Chen Yao caught Bai Ziong's hand and placed it over his own heart. Bai Ziong froze for a moment, then instinctively pulled his hand back. Chen Yao's palm was warm, and the touch sent Bai Ziong's heart racing. "You could touch me just now." "I'm sorry, I'm Chen Yao," he said, his words laced with a hint of drunkenness, his breath brushing against Bai Ziong's ear, causing the boy's ears to flush red. "I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself." Upon hearing the last few words, Bai Ziong's fingers curled into a fist, stammering, "Yao team? You're drunk?" Chen Yao smiled playfully, a light laugh escaping him. "Little friend, if I were truly drunk?" He left the sentence unfinished, as he gently released the grip on Bai Ziong's hand and playfully pinched his cheek. "All right, you must be tired today. Hurry back to your room and rest." Bai Ziong stood frozen in place as Chen Yao propped himself up to sit. Instinctively, Bai Ziong rose to assist him in the darkness. He felt a rush of warmth against his neck, causing him to flinch as if scalded, hastily retreating. It was only when Bai Ziong hurriedly moved away that Chen Yao realized the unintentional brush of their lips. He lowered his head, managing a wry smile, feeling slightly dizzy from the abruptness of his movement, swaying unsteadily before regaining his balance. After Bai Ziong waited for Chen Yao to close the door to his room, he found himself lost in thought for a considerable time, eventually sliding back onto the carpet from the sofa. Throughout his middle school, high school, and university years, he often encountered girls who would proactively request his WeChat. In the presence of many, it would be impolite to refuse, so he would graciously accept their requests, only to later send a message stating, "I'm sorry, I have someone I like," and suggest mutual deletion. Perhaps it was due to having grown accustomed to reading expressions from a young age that Bai Ziong could hardly be deemed oblivious in matters of the heart. He was well aware of Chen Yao's affections. To say that it had initially been a one-sided infatuation on Chen Yao's part would be accurate, yet it later became evident that Bai Ziong was merely playing the role of the oblivious. Bai Ziong's gaze rested on the glass of water atop the coffee table. He lifted his hand to test the temperature, discovering it had grown cold. Pulling out his phone, he opened Baidu to search what to drink after consuming alcohol. The first search result read, "Alcohol harms the liver and stomach. 1. Drink honey water, as honey contains fructose, which warms and nourishes the stomach. 2. Drink yogurt, which contains calcium and alleviates post-drinking headaches." Bai Ziong rubbed his numb feet, then stood to retrieve his house key and some change from his room. After changing into sneakers, he quietly exited the front door. At the entrance of the community, the elderly ladies who had just finished their square dancing were concluding their session, loudly agreeing to meet again the following day. Bai Ziong selected a bottle of honey and yogurt from the convenience store, and after settling the bill, he followed the ladies as they headed back to their respective buildings. The entrance hallway was somewhat narrow, with the ladies occupying a significant portion, engaging in their usual banter, gesturing animatedly. Bai Ziong squeezed through the crowd, arriving at the base of his floor, perspiring profusely. He glanced up at the fourth-floor window, which remained shrouded in darkness. When he opened the door, he made a conscious effort to minimize the noise of the lock. The t-shirt he had just put on was now damp with sweat on his back. He placed his hand behind him, lifting the hem of his shirt to cool off a bit. Turning on the kitchen light, the brightness was momentarily blinding. He filled the kettle with water and retrieved the honey and yogurt from the bag, searching for a cup for quite some time before realizing it was on the coffee table in the living room. He quietly returned to the kitchen, discarded the cold water from the cup, and scooped 2 spoonfuls of honey into it. Next, he opened the yogurt package, peeled away the seal, and replaced the lid. Once these tasks were completed, he leaned against the sink, waiting for the water to boil. As Bai Ziong's gaze drifted toward the living room, he recalled Chen Yao lying on the sofa, speaking to him with his hands. Suddenly, his heart raced inexplicably. Lost in thought, he was startled by the kettle's sudden pop as it switched off. Though he was alone in the kitchen, he felt an uncharacteristic fluster, moving about in a hasty disarray. Once the honey water was prepared and set aside to cool, he regained his composure. A light knock echoed through the door. Bai Ziong called out, "Yao, are you asleep?" There was a prolonged silence from within. Holding the cup of honey water, he felt a surge of regret, realizing he should have checked first before purchasing. What if Chen Yao had fallen asleep? And his efforts yielded nothing. Just as he was about to turn back and return everything to the kitchen, He heard Chun Yao's voice from inside. Come in. Chapter 98. Is that okay? Bai Ziyang turned the doorknob. Revealing the dark interior, he raised his elbow, nudging the door open just a crack to allow less light from the kitchen to seep in. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, he moved over to the bedside table to set down the items. Chun Yao sat up, inquiring, "Why are you still awake?" After gesturing for him to sit, he added, "I didn't know you were asleep. I thought I'd make you a cup of honey water. It should help soothe your stomach." Bai Ziyang felt a twinge of awkwardness as he spoke, fortunate that the dim light concealed his discomfort. "Thank you, Bai. When did we get honey at home?" Chun Yao reached for the cup, only to recoil upon touching something cold. "What is this?" "I placed it far to avoid burns. You can check the temperature," Bai Ziyang replied, handing over the honey water. Chun Yao took a sip, finding the temperature just right. As he switched hands to hold the cup, he picked up the cold box with his other hand, bringing it closer to the light for a better look. Seeing Chun Yao with the yogurt, Bai Ziyang remarked, "I'm not particularly knowledgeable about this, but Baidu says yogurt helps with hangovers. Would you like to try it too?" Chun Yao paused, the cup raised to his lips, momentarily frozen. He looked deeply at Bai Ziyang. His voice low as he asked, "Yogurt? Maybe you shouldn't drink it." Bai Ziyang felt a pang of realization at the question, recognizing the folly in his suggestion. The contrasting temperatures of the honey water and the yogurt should not be combined. He quickly lifted his hand, retrieving the yogurt bottle from Chun Yao's grasp. Noticing his lack of clarity, Chun Yao set down the cup and said, "Bye, did you just go out to buy these? I saw you looking dizzy, and I was worried that you..." Bai Ziyang began, his words trailing off.